2주차부터는 이제 더 연습을 해가고 얼마나 상대 팀의 뭐 성향이라던가 그런 걸 파악하고
我们只要好好检讨为什么没有结束掉比赛的原因，我们接下来比赛就都可以赢。
Flash Wolves, 41 minutes in, never giving up, and it's gonna be against SKT in the group.
좋은 성적 최대한 내서 후회 없는 게임만 하고 싶어요.
Faker looking for the all-in. Jensen does get the stun, but Wolf is here to complete it.
3盘都要赢了，才能小走出去。
Voidless looking for a massive flank here on the other side. Steals it away as a Voidless! Absolutely massive play.
And Cloud9, they don't give up, they don't surrender, and they take down Flash Wolves!
We have to win 2 games to make it to quarters. Could just go 3-0. There's a lot of options.
Going in, but Sneaky's low. Teleport's coming in for SKT and Spang with a double from the Ezreal. This is going to be a kill for Impact. Looking for number 2. The 2v1 against the Dragon. Steals it away as a Voidless. Absolutely massive Flash Wolves. put themselves on the boards, and it's gonna be against SKT. Welcome to the final day of group stage competition here in San Francisco. Today we determine our final 2 quarterfinalists and complete the tournament bracket for Chicago. Now San Francisco has played a fantastic host over the past 2 weeks, and I'm sure that today will be no different as we lock in our final 2 teams that will head to Chicago to battle it out in the knockout rounds. Now here's a look at Cloud9 getting in some last-minute practice. The hopes of North America rest with them. IMA will be in action for Game 1. They're hoping to be the 3rd Chinese team to secure the quarterfinals. They'll face Flash Wolves in Game 1 today. Stake here, seen coaching up his team in competition in Group B is tough, though, because we're including 2-time and defending world champions, SKT. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, joined for our final day of groups by Clement Chu, Jake Spawn Tiberi, and Alberto Crumbs Rangifo. And gentlemen, what a phenomenal 2 weeks it has been in this beautiful city.
Yeah, this has actually been an amazing group stage, and you can tell the home crowd teams are really out in force every single day. The crowd in this venue has honestly just been amazing. The noise that they can pump out has been great, especially when you have teams like TSM and Cloud9 taking a Summoner's Rift.
That's very true, and with Cloud9 playing today, I'm sure it'll be plenty loud for them when they take to the stage. But before we do anything, let's get a refresher on the tournament standings so far. Quarterfinalists from Group A are Rocks Tigers and Albus Nox Luna. From Group C, we've got H2K and Edward Gaming. Group D's winners are Samsung Galaxy and RNG, and Group B plays today. That group is currently led by SKT and Cloud9. Now with that, we're almost ready to fill out the bracket for the tournament. So tonight, following the completion of our final match, stay tuned for the quarterfinal draw, where we'll be joined by guest Wild Turtle to randomly select the matchups between our 1st and 2nd seeded group stage winners. Now let's start with a quick recap of the action we saw out of Group D last night, where Samsung Galaxy, man, they took the 1st seed after sweeping their games.
Really looking at the trends this tournament, we have 2 teams going 3-0 in their groups who weren't necessarily favorites in H2K and Samsung Galaxy. What's so fun about this group stage is that anything can happen. With extensive preparation and showing up the day, you can win it. And with Group B, our last group, we haven't seen them play since last Sunday, so I expect some very tailored strategies going up against each other.
Yeah, and you know, when you have a look at this Samsung Galaxy lineup, globally they weren't really respected with the likes of Ross and SK Telecom. They had only beaten Rocks Tigers once in the regular season, never beaten SKT, never beaten KT until the Gauntlet run, and they've shown in this group stage that they're not a good Korean team, they are an elite Korean team and can really look to take it deep into this tournament.
And of course, on the opposite side of that story is TSM, a team that was favored to make it out of groups only to fall short just yesterday.
And even in week 1, they looked shaky with the exception of their crushing victory against Samsung, but in week 2, we just saw a bit of a collapse from them, and they were very disappointed to see. And then as a result of that, we're sitting here with the Alamo spearheaded by Cloud9 once again.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can make it out. Another team that was pretty shaky yesterday, honestly, was that RNG lineup. They make it out, but it is definitely not all smiles because they had 2 very poor performances. And now with 2 Chinese LPL teams sitting in that 2nd seed, anything can happen as we move on to Chicago.
Right, but they did win that one game that they needed. Now, every day this week has been filled with action-packed games as teams from around the world have exceeded expectations. And today will likely continue that trend as all of these teams are within 1 win of each other.
And you know, despite more parity, Korea is still #1. It's sad, but it's true. They're going to come out with already 2 #1 seeds and most likely another #1 seed. That's all Korean teams making it to the quarters in a breeze. And it's really shocking to see them just come out and clap everybody once again. What can you say? Korea wins again.
Yeah, once again, I mean, the Korean teams are still great, and Faker is still absolutely amazing in this tournament. One-on-one, this guy is the undisputed king. He's able to take it to anyone. You need to get a 2nd person in his lane. Hell, you need to get a 3rd person in his lane most of the time, and he's still able to take over.
Yeah, well, you didn't put him in #1 in your top 20 spot, so he's out to get revenge on you.
And talking about Faker, I actually think this might be a weakness. I expect teams to camp him a lot. His stats declined this season because he was too eager to carry and he got punished for it. So what Faker needs to do is keep his cool and play the game out.
All right, well now SKT's Achilles heel in international play has, unfortunately for them, found their way into Group B. Flash Wolves handed SKT their only defeat in Week 1.
Flash Wolves is definitely the Korean kryptonite. They're 5-0 in international competition against Korean teams and 3-0 specifically against this SKT roster. If you have to talk about strengths, it's their early game where they get a 2.3 gold lead pre-15 minutes. Karsa is also averaging 4 kills a game in that same time period. They lead the games by 79% of the time, but it's the last 21% that they have trouble dealing with. They cannot close games. We all remember that ugly 3 inhibitor loss against C9. If this team is going to make it out of groups, they have to be able to pull the trigger.
As well as the comeback win from IMA. So Cloud9, though, they had a good showing last week. They're tied for first in the group and are poised to move on if they continue to pick up some wins today.
And Cloud9 lives and dies by Jensen. If he can body somebody, they go off. And that's just so dependent onto the mid lane matchup right now. If he's able to have pressure, similarly to Bjergsen on TSM, if you have that pushing mid laner and you can roam with your jungler, if your support can assist you and you can make plays around the map, Jensen can go off and can really shine as that mechanical player that we always see.
And Cloud9's job should be easier because they have impact in the top lane. They should be able to play around Jensen because this guy gets no jungle proximity himself, lowest out of top laners. He gets camped one of the highest at the tournaments, and he still has a plus 16 CS differential at 15 minutes. Impact, you didn't make my top 20. Let's keep bringing it up. He certainly deserves to be there because this guy is a monster at the moment.
Absolutely. But of course, we also got to talk about Smoothie, the young gun here for C9.
Yeah, talking about the lack of jungle pressure, I think this is the person that needs to step up the most. He had a really good game against IM with 4 early assists on that roaming Alistar. If I'm C9, I'm looking to free him for his lane and take over the pressure around the map.
All right, well, that brings us to the dark horse in this group, which is the Chinese 3rd seed, IMA. Coming into their first game today against Flash Wolves, they will be starting Athena at support in place of Road, who is serving a 1-game suspension following a competitive ruling handed down earlier this week.
And you know, IMA probably the only team performing to expectations in this group because their early game has been abysmal. You can see it on your screen there. They're down 3,000 gold at 15 minutes. They've got the worst KD. Honestly, if this team can't take you late game, they just can't win because they cannot get it together. One advantage I think that they do have, however, is the fact that they do use their substitute mid lanes quite well. If one of them has a poor game, they can bring the second one in. Of course, that is hampered a little bit by the fact they both have to play game 1. But IMA, not to be underestimated, but certainly look to be outclassed in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's take a look at the schedule of matches coming your way today. We start the day with IMA going head-to-head against Flash Wolves. Group B teams will complete all of their remaining matches today. And at the end of our 6 scheduled matches, any ties will be immediately decided in best of ones as needed. As always, don't forget to check in on the Riot Games 2-player experience stream for a gameplay-focused look at Worlds 2016. Our team of casters is joined today by special guests Pobelter and Zig. They'll be spending the day bringing some micro-focused discussion revolving around the solo lanes. They'll also pull a vision toggle for 2 midday matches and follow the action from a single team's perspective to facilitate macro-level strategy discussions. Now, as we go to the casters, the Flash Wolves saw a silver lining in their challenging first week of groups.
其实我们前面的比赛就算输了，但我们前面都还是有拿到优势的，所以我觉得我们只要好好检讨为什么没有结束掉比赛的原因，我们接下来比赛就都可以赢。
And I definitely agree, Flash Wolves could absolutely surprise and win a bunch of games here today, and it's time to get ourselves into those matches. I am David Freak-Turley, here with Mitch Krepa-Vorspals and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, who winked at me. I appreciate that. I feel much more comfortable now.
Now people think we have secrets.
Yeah, yes, we are hiding things from everyone else here. So we're going to be jumping in to our first game, which is IMA taking on Flash Wolves. Let's start with the starting lineups for these 2 squads. IMA from the Chinese LPL is Amazing J in the top lane, Avoidless in the jungle, Baimi in mid, Jin Jiao at AD carry, and Athena, who's normally a mid laner, substituting in this game on support with their coach, Kesman.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how this pans out. They are going to be playing the Flash Wolves on the red side. Up top is MMD. In the jungle, Karsa, mid, Maple, AD carry, NL, support Sword Art, and Coach Fluid Wind on stage with them.
And honestly, if we get a repeat from game 1 and Flash Wolves actually have improved their closing ability, this should be, honestly, a sweep. Flash Wolves looked a little bit washy coming into the tournament. You know, expectations weren't all that high, but they have been leading such a large amount of time in most of their games, but they just can't put the final nail in the coffin.
That has been the question for them, right? You know, how can they execute towards the late game? And I have to say, it's a really good thing that Maple did mention their early game, because Karsa is my player to watch for this team. I absolutely love this jungler. I actually feel like he's the best performing jungler in the entire tournament so far. He has not died pre 15 minutes. 86% kill participation. He has amazing stats, and he's been the one really facilitating the huge early leads that the team does get.
Exactly. He practically solo carried the Flash Wolves win over the Koreans of SK Telecom T1, the defending champion. So there's absolutely a lot of power here on these players. But IMA starting it out with their first ban not against an early game jungler like Karsa's Lee Sin or at least Nidalee. It's the Nidalee blue side ban actually with the Skarner alongside it.
Yeah. There are some power picks that you wanted to first pick that are not Nidalee. Usually you would wait with like a third ban Nidalee on blue side. It reveals the cards very early. It does tell Flash Wolves that Syndra ban should be definitely considered, because that's a super strong tier 1 pick.
Yeah, the mid lane champion pool has been extremely important, but IMA really focusing heavily on Karsa as well. They also recognize that he has been the biggest playmaker for the team. Even if you're going to focus the jungler, I don't know about that Skarner ban. Like, first ban Skarner against Karsa to me seems so weird, since he's so good at the early game junglers like Lee Sin and Lee Sin Rek'Sai.
And Flash Wolves must be happy right now getting the Syndra ban kind of gifted over, a champion that's almost never banned on the blue side.
Also, the last ban here, Ryze, targeted at Beimi. That was what, you know, they subbed in Beimi purely for the Ryze, practicing it so much in solo queue. And with both mid laners in the game now, very curious as to what the supports will be as they mouse over the Zyra.
And the last ban we're going to talk about before we move to the picks here is this Karma ban. I think it's pretty smart to ban it against a team that has a mid laner in support, because these guys, they're not as familiar with the normal laning patterns and trading patterns. They won't be able to play Nami very well, but anybody can play AFK Shove Karma, especially when you've played it in the mid lane.
Exactly. That's why we mentioned the things like the Karma that can get off, or like the Zyra as well, that can get off a lot of damage. I feel like if we're looking for the mistakes from Athena coming in as a substitute for support, one of the most common ones for people who don't main the role is being overly aggressive and feeling like they have a lot more power than they do early on in the game.
But it's going to be the Alistar. We'll see if it gets punished really at all. Of course, we saw the rush pick on the Lee Sin there. A Voidless going to be putting pressure on himself to be the early pressure jungler. Of course, Karsa still gets Elise, who is one of those highly sought after junglers as well. Interestingly, statistically, Elise is the second most sought after jungler behind only Nidalee. But as far as his matchup is concerned, Karsa's Lee Sin demanded more respect despite being less common as a champion.
Oh man, yeah. NL actually stealing away the Jhin from the first pick was something that we kind of skipped over, which was very important, because Jhin Zhao, that's been his best champion. And we were actually fairly skeptical if NL has put enough time in on this champion, since he's only played it twice, but definitely confident there from Flash Wolves. And I like stealing away comfort champions from the enemy.
Yeah, in addition to that, Jhin is quite unpredictable in his damage in laning phase. That 4-shot Q coming out, I mean, Vander experienced it himself. If you're playing against a newer support player, again, that could factor into that decision making. Also, they have a combo denial tool with the Devour there, so they're set up for success in the bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly. With the Tahm Kench lock-in, not only can you deny the Alistar combo, but Jhin is so good at turning around an all-in from an Alistar. You eat him up, and then you can turn around and snare him. We've seen so many Alistars go too far, whether they either don't have their ultimate or it's still only level 1 and doesn't reduce that much damage.
I absolutely agree. I do love Tahm Kench as a defensive support, especially into more all-in type of champions. Alistar, of course, being one, Syndra another one that we've seen countered very well by Tahm Kench's Devour, but now it's up to figure out what the rest of the champions are going to be on this lineup. IMA picking their last two champs. It'll be AD Carry, Sivir, and the top lane Echo.
IMA, however, are targeting the right players with their draft here. They have a pushing mid lane in any circumstance with the Aurelion Sol. They have an aggressive early game jungler that can contest even the likes of Elise in her jungle early on. And if you look at Flash Wolves, the main players that drive the spearhead in the early game is Karsa and Maple, and so IMA in that sense is set up to challenge them.
I definitely agree, and I want to focus in a little bit more on that jungler and mid laner matchup, because we think it's going to be so important. We've seen a couple of teams try and do the Malzahar into the Aurelion Sol, and the thought behind it, even though it hasn't worked, does make a lot of sense, right? Malzahar just straight up ult him, the stars retract, plus Aurelion Sol almost always builds a first item health item. Malzahar can get that percentage health damage without the early magic resist always being there. So in that theory, if you do focus it with extra support, then you can try and kill the Aurelion Sol and keep him from roaming around. It just has not, the teams that have tried this haven't had success because they didn't bring the jungle pressure in addition to the Malzahar matchup.
And it's very hard to bring that jungle pressure because Aurelion Sol almost has guaranteed push early on. He just has to stand in the minion wave while Malzahar 1 to 6
Watch your Raptors.
actually is really, yeah, watch your Raptors indeed. It's really hard to push if you're Malzahar because the Malefic Visage just doesn't bounce early on. You need level 7, 8, 9, and by that point, Aurelion Sol should have already had 2 roams.
Exactly, and that's the thing, is if you've got the push lead in the mid lane, it means your jungler gets to counter jungle because you can join first, and a 1 lane lead can snowball into the jungle lead, into control, into not being able to gank that guy who's pushing almost recklessly because of the teamwork, and that's what Aimee is kind of hoping on here with Elise and jungle with Aurelion Sol.
Karsa is definitely set up to make some picks here. The lane interactions with the Elise almost in every single lane is definitely possible.
I need to interrupt you because the time of swap has passed.
Yeah.
After 20 seconds, you can't swap anymore. Voidless is holding the Alistar with Smite, and... Or not with Smite, sorry, that's going to switch. But Athena's the one holding the Lee Sin here. The top lane, mid lane, and AD carrier is normal.
So... it looked
like supporting and Athena is
yeah.
jungling.
Yeah, so that's what happened.
Yeah.
They're putting Athena in the jungle. He switched to the Smite Lee Sin, and Alistar later on figured out he still had to pick Exhaust. So that was a close one. So it's Alistar support still after all.
Yeah, but it's just different players here.
Yeah, so, you know, they are going to have a substitute in one off role, right? And they're they're just moving that around. The problem for me is that you're moving that around into one of Flash Wolf's biggest strengths on the other side. And I feel like Karsa is really set up for success, especially in the early game here. We'll see how well Athena can jungle, though.
Yeah, we could see, though, if they get the early push on the Sivir Alistar lane, it could free up a Voidless, and who knows, better to roam with a jungler than a jungler himself.
Also, exactly, the other thing about, you know, a mid laner playing your jungle for you, probably going to be around mid lane a lot.
Absolutely the case. So we are now into the game. Here we go, the first of the day. The end of groups is upon us, and I may hope it's not the end of their team, Flash Wolves, either. Both these teams sitting at 1 and 2. They must pick up several wins today, and it starts with this one right here. Aimee took down Flash Wolves last week, but now's the chance for revenge. The Chinese LPL up against the LMS. Aimee versus Flash Wolves, and Athena gets the first bit of damage in.
And the secondary stream is Athena versus Maple, so they're gonna watch the jungler camp mid.
That's true. Athena will definitely be fighting Maple quite a bit. So, of course, we have reorganized the scoreboard at the bottom to fight the matchups. Sorry for those who look at the scoreboards on the left and right. Those don't reorient right now, so make sure you watch. Nice kill on the ward. More advantages.
Just to catch up, for everybody who tuned in right at the very beginning of the game, we had a ban on Aimee, their support player, for 1 game. So they had to play their second mid laner, who's the mid lane sub. But they've done another switch so that now their mid lane sub player is making everybody out, not playing the support, playing the jungle, and their jungler is now supporting. So they actually have 2 off roles now instead of just 1 by choice. It's complicated.
Yes, but we are either way into a game of League of Legends with pretty standard champions and relatively standard lane assignments outside of where the players themselves are. And we are watching melee plus ranged here in the duo lane, and Sword Art trying to take over brush control in the bottom.
Yeah, just to touch on it one more time, the coordination is one of the things that people always point to when looking at Aimee and some of their weaknesses. Now that they have people on different roles, especially a bottom role, the language barrier is going to come into effect as a Voidless won't be able to quickly communicate with Jin Zhao. So you just kind of have to have that trust in your duo laner, and we may see some, delayed combos or reactions.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a very passive bot lane. They didn't challenge the push at all. It's serviceable. They can definitely survive in CS. Both junglers got a leash on the left side of the map, so both teams should know that around 3 minutes, 3:15, they will be pathing to the downside of the map here. We saw a little bit different starts. Gromp start for the Lee Sin, and we saw the fast red into the side switch here from Karsa's Elise. Probably going to get an early Scuttle Crab.
Definitely would prioritize that. Meanwhile, Athena is doing a hard clear on Lee Sin. Looks like he's just going to go for the Scuttle Crab right after. Elise does get the blue.
They saw Tahm Kench disappear for a while, so they must know that his red buff is watered. So this is a good switch up here. Karsa's kind of 1 camp ahead, though.
He's going to look for Athena, going to stun the Scuttle Crab, not the Lee Sin, and will still get control over this bottom Scuttle, and that helps give his bottom lane some vision.
Yeah, well, so they actually both did 3 camps. It's just
one
that
buff end, yeah.
Karsa went for the double buff, which takes a little bit less time, and he is able to get there, steal away the crab. Good respect there from Athena, though. You don't want to fight that early, especially if you're unable to dodge the cocoon.
And we got to see where the junglers path in from now, because yes, there's plenty of vision here for the red team for Flash Wolves in this bottom river, and they tracked Lee Sin not long ago. Of course, Karsa was also spotted going to the side of the map. Athena now staying on this bottom side, grabbing his red buff, which you can kind of predict as Elise goes top side.
Yeah, we saw Beimi immediately lean to the left side there to put a ward over the wall. He knows Elise will be returning to the left side of the map for the Raptors, so he definitely wants to dodge that gank and keep pushing in. Maple is doing a good job staying even on CS though.
Yeah, crucially, when Beimi went to go put this ward that Karsa is now clearing, he didn't go all the way to the camp and steal away some of the small Raptors like we usually see. And that just means that Karsa goes unpunished, getting a little bit ahead still in this jungle route. Down bottom, though, looks like Athena going for his first attempt here.
Well, that could be a cheeky Q right here.
Yeah.
He's going to walk right into NL. He's going to hit the damage, but Devour's going to keep him safe. Nice flash to get away from the headbutt and the pulverize afterwards. Well done.
I really want to see the evolution there. Honestly, a more experienced support, and this is nitpicking obviously, would have put him into the wall stun, and then Q flashed off to the flash there, and that could have guaranteed more damage onto Sword Art. Probably wouldn't have killed him though, so the Flash Force is a good result here, but you could see newer players in Alistar will always go for the full combo.
I definitely agree with that. You know, the flash on Tahm Kench is incredibly important for that lane. If they stay pushed up and the melees are trading continuously, then Sword Art could be a target early on.
Well, something to watch for, but right now we're just seeing the lanes play out pretty much as expected and pretty easy, pretty fair. You've got at most a 4 minion difference in any one of the 5 roles right here, but a trade from MMD into Amazing J gets him down to 300 health. That's a good trade by MMD.
Yeah, MMD keeping control on the lane. The only lane that is kind of playing out counter to expectations is honestly that Malzahar being, albeit even slightly ahead in CS here, because Beimi did not even consider roaming here. With the push he can procure in the mid lane, he can definitely start influencing these side lanes, but he stayed put, didn't even get too deep vision.
Yeah, not playing the Aurelion Sol as aggressively as we've seen quite a few other mid laners during the tournament take it. Not going for the extra camps or early roams, and that's great for Maple. I mean, Maple, as we talk about Karsa being one of the stars, he is the other one that you always mention right in combination with Karsa. And we'll see what he does, because Malzahar now level 6, that's where the threat comes from. He's got double summoners, does have the ultimate, and can make a huge impact play.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned the sort of early pushing power. A lot of that was Karsa playing really well. He put early smites in the Raptor camp, got rid of some of those deep wards that could have helped track him, and it just made Beimi's life a little bit more difficult.
In addition to that, we have almost never seen a Malzahar with an early CS lead, and Maple is doing just that. He did just back, so it's very, very small, but usually we see a lot of people missing the early CS on Malzahar and then complaining about those early bounces.
Unlucky bounces.
Yeah, exactly. But no excuses from Maple, and he's right there.
Yeah, pretty decent trade on there into Sword Art, but of course with the flashless Tahm Kench, he was potentially under threat, but there's no Lee Sin to follow up, was on a ward not long ago anyway, and it just means damage into Sword Art, all well and done. Last chapter in for Maple, and we'll see him keep pushing.
2 CS!
Yeah, now the synergy gets tested between the 2 mid laners here. Instead of fighting to replace each other, they actually have to help each other in game. A little bit different mechanic here. But they roam together to get some vision here. Beimi's still pushing in. And they're definitely starting to lean on this bottom side of the map. NL and Sword are definitely playing passive in the lane because of no flash, which means that Tina and Beimi here in the mid lane, they can roam down and put some vision.
Yeah, the same is true here. When the vision is there and Aurelion Sol clears the wave first, you have to respect it. We've seen so many teams be punished by those early roams, but look at that. Karsa wastes no time, gets right in there and clears out all the vision.
And he's actually able to get behind this Aurelion Sol, but you're seeing that Beimi is playing this lane incredibly smart. He's finding ways to always know where Elise is. Any mid laner who wants to learn how to play at a high level, understanding which side of the lane to stand on so that you are across the lane from the enemy jungler is a very big deal. No matter how much Karsa's in the fog of war, Beimi's figuring out which side of the map Karsa's on so that he's never getting cocooned from the fog.
Yeah, I always want to lean away from the jungler, but Riven Control seems to be quite contested here, and that's honestly the first step in pro play that comes before successful ganks here. Pink Ward's continuously being challenged. We see right now the Alistar clearing out the Pink Ward that was in River. There's a good Pink Ward in the top lane near Amazing J2, so there's roaming potential definitely for Beimi available.
The other thing is I want to check back in on the jungler matchup because Karsa does have the majority of this Flash Wolves gold lead. It is not a huge gold lead, but he does have the extra step here on Athena, and we'll see if he can make it actually convert, because no real pressure early from the Elise, whereas there was the single summoner burn, didn't come of anything, but we haven't seen Karsa go for any early moves, and they've been very content actually to just go fight those vision wars rather than go for that big play on an Aurelion Soul.
Which, to be fair, based on how week 1 went, Aimee going equal in the early game is great.
Yeah.
There's a, I forget the website, I'm sorry for the guy who runs it and the group that does, but there's a site that tracks gold leads and says if you have 52% of the gold, you count as a gold lead. And Aimee has a 0% of the time they're up 2% of the gold. The entire tournament.
No significant leads is how they refer to it. Right now we see an invade here. No, Maple and Karsa teaming up again. Red buff's down.
Yeah, nice attempt on the steal. Not going to get it. It's a good smite away by Athena, but the challenge for the rest of the monster is not going to do too terribly much. And these little stabs in aren't doing a ton.
I definitely agree. Aimee stylistically is a team that has to get it together in late game. They fall behind very often in the early game. Flash Wolves have shown in the tournament already that they're so good at getting early leads. The problem is they can't close. So for this match, it technically means Aimee is slightly favored.
Yeah, they've historically had better time getting the late games to happen, but anything we know can happen at this Worlds. You've got H2K going 4-0 in the last week from a 1-2 start in the record. You've got, teams like Alice Nox Luna power ranked as maybe the worst team at Worlds getting into the quarterfinals, and Flash was winning a late game, absolutely possible.
With these constant fights over the vision in this red quadrant, I want to set the stage for the possibility of this fight around Dragon, because Flash Wolves have a lot of options, and Poppy is one of the teleport chambers from top lane that has a huge impact immediately when she joins a bottom lane fight. So MMD versus Amazing J is something we haven't really touched on, even though Amazing J has been the highlight player kind of for Aimee and something that they usually play a lot around. We even see when at Road their normal support is in, he roams up top extremely early on, but hasn't been the case. And I actually am just waiting for the first teleport down from those top laners because they're both holding onto the summoner spell.
Well, that's the thing. I think, you can generally play solo queue support reasonably well. We've all played online. You know how that works. You get that role sometimes, but
we have.
The more advanced plays, the more advanced plays, like roaming out of your lane at sort of arbitrary times and making these sort of significant moves happen, you're much less likely to learn that when you're a career jungler suddenly playing Alistar and hoping you get the top lane roams off at the right time.
And that's honestly how you beat novice supports here. Again, top lane will be trading, but I think Swordheart should start looking for rotations here. Just randomly move up top, with the Abyssal Void, surprise the enemy top laner, surprise the enemy mid laner, drag the Alistar in a game of chaos where he has to make more decisions other than which creep am I going to use for my relic stacks.
Exactly.
And look at this. Flash Wolves, they time the Dragon here with the recall of Aurelion Sol. So they have mid lane pressure, extra champion on the map. There's no chance here. And a very smart play here from Flash Wolves to grab the early Ocean Drake.
Yeah, really honestly beautiful stuff. So a 300 gold lead and a sub 12-minute Ocean Drake, the best one to have early game. You get all those free stats for the laning phase. MMD is going to love that he suddenly just can't be killed by Amazing J. He can't be whittled down anymore.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the first fight to blow up here. Ocean has so many factors. Whoever makes the first field pick that can translate it into an objective here. But definitely props to Flash Wolves for keeping that mid matchup at least even. Bamey has not been giving any opportunity to roam and translate that into a dive, like we've seen so many Aurelion Sols or Syndras do in this tournament.
Also, look at Maple, really early Sork shoes here in the mid lane. Before most people have bot magic resistance, yes, the Aurelion Sol does, but if that fight breaks out, and there are people from other lanes around, that Malzahar ultimate, huge impact early on in the game. Nobody is even close to QSS's, so he's at full power.
Exactly. You saw a second ago Athena get chunked to half by Karsa's basic human form combo, not even with the Venomous Bite at the end of it. So you can easily see this Lee Sin getting one shot in the wrong team fight. He's gone Warrior Enchant, the tanky stats are coming later. And yeah, I think Flash Wolves have a ton of burst at their fingertips.
Yeah, definitely hitting some mid-game spikes here as well. The Jhin just filling up with a bunch of daggers here, armor penetration. There's a roam down bot here from Elise. And uncharacteristically, Malzar's also following.
Yeah, Maple's coming too. This is a 4v2 onto the turret. Avoidless blocking the shots right now, and he's going to tank the four of them, waiting and waiting and waiting, and they're not going to really pull the trigger metaphorically in terms of going under the dive. And it's going to be fine.
Honestly, that was just funny to watch. Look like Jhin, Zhao, and Avoidless were almost trying to dodge each other, constantly switching instead of just standing still there to completely block the line. But he gets everyone. No damage done. The roam is foiled, and a return to mid lane there for Maple.
And you can see now the reward of this Ocean Drake. MMD already was trading very well, but he's going to have so much mana now on the return of this fight. Amazing J's ulti is still down, so if he wants to get back to lane, he's got to burn teleport if he wants to do it fast at all, and MMD gets a lot of lane pressure.
And Karsa right now is aggressively contesting Lee Sin in his jungle.
And very nice. Once again, he's in there. He's wearing the Raptor buff as well, so he knows he's not been spotted by any wards. He knows he's in fog, coming back down to the bottom lane, looking for a repeat showing. Malzahar now joining as well. Maple coming down.
Minion wave is gone, though.
Will they answer?
Amazing
very
J will
early.
answer teleport. Cancelled. And Amazing J does too.
Flash Wolves with the right ideas in terms of roams, but they're not timing it right with the minion waves. Twice right now they have arrived, but the enemy minions have been destroyed already, so it's very hard for them to get access to that turret.
One of the problems is it's BF Sword Sivir. She clears these things so quickly, you have very limited windows to actually make these dives happen, and they haven't yet.
But you need to use the threat of the dive to kind of say, Sivir, you can't even get access to this waves. Please step away. And kill pressure is very important. That's why the timing is necessary for Flash. However, equal TP trade is really good for Aimee because Poppy has a much better teleporter.
Athena smites early. Karsa gets it with the second smite, and that is a red buff steal finally to Flash Wolves. The first kind of major objective actually handed over. Of course, Flash Wolves secured an Ocean Drake a little while ago. Now their first buff steal of the game. They are small, but they are tangible leads that the LMS squad is getting.
Yeah, I mean, the veteran jungler there does land the smite. That is one of the most difficult skills for the junglers to hone and takes the longest. If we revisit the bottom lane, though, Flash Wolves, there's a reason they keep going down there. Yes, they have the shove. They also have Elise and Tahm Kench, two of the best champions for pulling off these tower dives because of the Devour, because of the Repel, yet they are, being very cautious. They don't want to mess up one of these dives. And look, it's attempt number, 4 down here for the double roam as Malzahar is coming as well.
And once again, they're going to land the root in a cocoon. Quick ulti in by a Voidless trying to tank up all the damage, slowly getting burned down. Ignite is on, and it's just not enough damage they can deal. Ooh, okay, yeah, he's fine. And a Voidless Link's Sway with enough HP to survive.
And honestly, so many people right now, you can feel the hesitancy in this game. Both these teams obviously are 1 and 2 in their group. Whoever wins ties with the remaining teams. Definitely want to stay in race for seconds. And I think the fear of falling behind all the way up to 1 and 3 is definitely playing in these teams' mind, especially Aimee. Their composition, their roster router got thrown all over here.
I definitely do have a lot of faith in the Flash Wolves, actually, as funny as it sounds, if we go later into the game, because Lee Sin, not only is this guy playing an off role, but Lee Sin's a very, never mind, we got action.
It's a flight, they're going to try to land the Q as well. He's going to flash away, kick into the Q, good execution, it's just that as Athena takes down first blood.
I was going to say, Lee Sin, he always gets first blood. Honestly, though, Lee Sin, it is a difficult champion to play in the later stages of the game, is what I was going to go for. But that's going to help him out a lot. Athena now, with the first blood confidence, let's see him build full damage.
Yeah, go full panic, because Lee Sin is just a high-impact champion. You need to wait for the right moment, but at any given moment, even in the late game, one kick can win you that game.
All right, let's
So beautiful.
let's take another, because the silence there it enables him to go a little bit aggressive, but the vision wars that we've seen go back and forth didn't catch a double roam.
The best part of that play was Bamey sending his AoE Q through the Malzahar, which popped the passive, but he let it protrude far enough to wait for the internal passive cooldown and then popped it behind him. You can do the same thing with a Nivea Q against the Malzahar if you time it really well. And that actually meant that that Maple already got stunned when he expected to not get stunned at all.
And that's one of those things that was opened up by the nerf to the Malzahar passive, where it used to stay on for too long to be able to do that. It's definitely something that changed the matchup due to that recent nerf to the power. Well, fairly recent.
And I got to give props to Athena as well for playing that matchup really well. Jumped in, waited on his Q until after the kick, and I believe he even had to land the Sonic Wave into Fog of War. So had enough Lee Sin games to be able to R into Q, which we've seen so many players miss in this tournament.
Yeah,
once again,
number 6, Kobe.
Looking for the damage, but Athena is here to maybe make another big impact play. Headbutt Pulverize in onto NL, but not taking enough damage to be dropped out. Amazing this time does finish the teleport, but Bamey actually caught out with MMD behind him. A low HP Aurelion Soul. Amazing J lands us down to the front line. Now up to Karsa to chase down, and you're seeing pretty much Aimee all routed off of the turret, the minion wave around, and this could be first turret for Flash Wolves.
Exactly. They've been whittling down this turret over and over and over. Now they have the health lead, but Aime's still standing tall here, going for the defense.
All 10 players looking for the next move, and Amazing J gonna look for the backline, not gonna land the stun until just now. Ooh. And here comes the dive. Avoidless running out of health, but Baby gets the kill first. Amazing J staying alive. MMD gets a trade kill onto Avoidless. Alistair does go down. That is a 1-for-1 death of support versus death of mid laner. But again, the wave is here, and Flash Wolves feel pretty good. One more auto will do it, and they do get the first turret. Able to slink away as well, and look at that advantage. Flash Wolves up 1,000 gold.
Very close, and in the end, Flash Wolves' patience pays off. They slowly whittle away at this turret, and that's the big takeaway, though. The first turret gold does go over to Flash Wolves, and now they have their first really sizable lead.
Yeah, they had a good hop over the volley from Amazing J, but he doesn't get the double sum because he jumps out of the dome here, giving counter damage possibilities here. It was a late devour from Solar 2, but still, on the back end of that trade, MMD was zoning so much in the front, and his base damages are still so relevant in the game right now. They can just trade kills here, and then obviously that tower was already so low. IM needed to pull the trigger and really get a big 2 or 3 man stun with that dome from Echo, but it just wasn't possible.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people always point to the communication of IMA, because Avoidless actually almost saved that with the Alistar, but if Amazing J and Avoidless go at the same time, you can set it up so that you guarantee land the parallel convergence. One of the reasons why we always talk about Echo and the viability for late game team fights depending on the player and how well you can work with the team is that he can have a huge impact if you're able to layer those. They're not quite able to do so though, and it does result in not one, but it looks like 2 objectives maybe going here to Flash Wolves.
Now off the reset, they grab themselves the Mountain Break. That'll be wonderful later on in this game here. 20 minutes, they're gonna land the root onto a Voidless. And here comes a whole lot of burst damage. The Cow's running down, about to be ground up. They've got to block the shots, and Jin Zhao will do so for his lane mate. Oh, the stun! Actually gonna stop the ulti coming out of Malzahar. But they're gonna get the silence on a Baby. The root not gonna land. Deadly Flourish gonna get juked out. A great kickback by Athena, buys some time. Carson still wants to chase, but he's not gonna find his prey.
Yeah, really good jukes there from Baimi, sidestepping 2 abilities at once, otherwise he would have died here. Last duo of the red buff. It does seem like Flash Wolves is continuously pressuring forward, always having vision in that red side area, pushing the bot lane tower, contesting the dragon, eventually taking it once people have based off. So they have 1,000 gold in the lead, but they definitely have more map control than the gold lead indicates.
Yeah, they really do. There's more to this game than just the champion kills and the gold score at the top. They are playing this game a little bit better. They are the one in control, and Flash Wolves being able to control a game without the substantial just outright power lead of having more gold and levels than your champions does speak well to their chances of doing well at Worlds.
Yeah, in the wake of that invade, they left perfect triangle vision right now in the enemy jungle that Aimee is trying to contest, but they can't sweep everything. Voidless got 2 wards out of the 3, but there's still 1 left here, and it gives just a little bit of information if somebody passes by the Crux. It's not perfect, but it does help you to build. If you spot anybody on the right side, you just have an idea of how easy or how hard it is to contest, and Karsa, he's getting Scuttle Crab after Scuttle Crab, both sides of the map.
Definitely true. Flash Wolves have had the pressure, the map pressure for almost the entire game. But as we keep saying, I may have had pretty atrocious early games thus far, and being this close, plus having the Sivir scaling up, doesn't feel too bad for them. So, they still have the possibility to try and take one of those mid-game team fights. Aurelion Sol and Echo zoning for the Sivir might be able to pull one of those through.
Quite surprising that both AD carries actually returned to the bottom lane, where at least the turret has died. You would expect Tahm Kench and Jin to maybe rotate to the top, surprise somebody with an Abyssal Voyage.
Yeah.
Flash Wolves kind of making that decision a little bit later. They're swapping up the lanes right now because they're targeting the next objective. You want your dual lane around the tier 1 tower that you can contest, and you just put your tank with teleport in the long lane.
And what becomes really important is that defensive vision so that you can go clean up the waves there with the Sivir. One of the best champions there for instantly clearing out that wave, but then rotating back to the rest of the team.
Right, it's always very interesting because Jin Zhao typically is very safe up until this point where he's clearing on his own side of the map. You shouldn't typically be able to dive him, and sometimes you can prey on those tendencies where he is left alone. Of course, the Voidless, yes, is here. The other interesting point, though, is NL is not as good as killing turrets as Jin Zhao is. Jin much worse than a Sivir, and you've got, despite Aimee losing their bottom lane turret, are ready to push down that bottom lane tier 1 themselves, but you're seeing Flash Wolves are faster on the play. They will knock this one down first. I expect it to be a trade of 1 turret for 1 turret.
Yeah, exactly, and we're past the point of the first turret gold, so whoever gets it a couple seconds first doesn't really matter, and this is a very even trade.
Now it's MMD really trying to take the fight, but it is a 1v2. Can't get that much done, but actually, how about an uneven trade? Look at the amount of pressure these guys have on Flash Wolves. We don't see this kind of trait that often, but well done to pull the trigger on top lane and not shy away.
And the experience for Flash Wolves shining through here. They realize that they have 3 members on the push, as opposed to Lee Sin that peeled off and went back to his own jungle right now. Athena not familiar with mid-game jungle pathing here. It's not about the camps, but it's in which lane you assist and what you do. Right now, pressure.
A lot of pings going down from Mazel. They want to keep up the chase.
Amy wants in. Can he land a good stun? Voice of Light into the Devour. Sword Art gonna run out of health pretty soon. Can he pop the Grayskin? Yes. Now pushes out NL, shielding for as long as he can, but here comes the re-engage. The battle is on. Sword Art running out of health. One more hit will kill him, and Amazing J gets the first one. Ults back in, gets some damage on MMD, and still the stars coming out from Baby. Just the 1 for 0 so far, but looks like Flash will still want in. Jin Zhao running out of health, and Maple picks up that one. Karsa still slinging around, dodging away from these stars best that he can. Another deadly flourish comes around. MMD just invincible on the front line. Cocoon not gonna land from Karsa, but he still wants to chase. Can they find one more? Flash was looking for it, but Amazing J is back in and living up to his name, getting himself that kill. Ooh, nice steadfast presence, gets the headbutt away from him, but overall that is still a very nice fight. IMA up 2-1 in that.
Very nice. Yeah, that fight had a lot of layers. That was our onion fight for this game. That was actually crazy how much work MMD was able to do. Also, Athena had kicked Maple out of the entire fight over the wall there. Quite a few back and forth moves, but in the end, Karsa flashes forward to get that cocoon and misses.
Yeah, so a couple of misplays, but it showed quite a few cool interactions that happened in League. Right now we see the defensive from Flash Wolves. It all started, honestly, with Sword Art reading the play very well. He turned around and spit his AD carry out the right way, which actually was counterintuitive, very much so. And then there was a kick buffer into the ultimate. We'll see it later. So this is where it all starts. Eventually you need to track Sword Art and what he does, and then later in the fight, keep in mind of how the Lee Sin kick actually interrupts the Malzahar ulti.
Exactly. Maybe there was trying to zone and cut off the escape. Sword Art did the right thing to get him out, but we're fighting again!
Fighting again, double stun onto the tanks of Flash Wolves. A lot of synchronicity here on the caster desk, but turns into much of nothing.
Our powers combined, Crepo.
We are League of Legends casters. I guess you guys are.
We got juked by the observers.
All right, well, nobody died in that fight, so we'll have to revisit the mid turret because it's almost about to go down.
Exactly, Flash Wolves visit, and they're going to huff and puff and blow that tower down. 4-1 now in turrets. Sizable lead now for Flash Wolves, 2,000 up. Their visitations are going well.
It does seem that I may know how to fight and turn around in clutch moments. Amazing J came out with a good turnaround right there. They're not afraid to pull the trigger. There was a good kick from Athena, but their setup seems seriously lacking, especially when you consider that support pathing and setting up vision is usually step 1 in deciding what objective you're going to contest, and it actually is a very invisible foundation, despite it being
ironically,
ironically based around vision. And playing with an amateur support could definitely influence your macro game. So they just want to fight.
Look for the 5-on-5. It's going to be a quick Drake pickup though, and the battle has once again resumed. MMD in the front line, headbutted back, but there's a lot of damage on Amazing J, who's forced to chrono shift out, trying to stay alive. He'll be okay for now, but now Athena has to run back, jumps to his teammate, safeguards away. Flash Wolves just keep racking up objectives.
Slowly but surely, Flash Wolves stacking up turrets, stacking up Drakes, and they're building up to, again, an extra big lead for that late game. But last time they weren't able to finish it. When it came down to it, you know, the Baron dance in the last moments, that's really what all matters.
But they seem quite comfortable right now because they can just let IMA come to them. IMA have shown that they have very little setup in this game in terms of what they want to do. They're playing extremely reactive, and everything results in a fight. And Flash Wolves' composition is actually catered quite well towards punishing teams that run at you, that just want to fight. With CNL constantly playing in the backline. He's done the same before on champions like Jinx in the past as well, so using that Jhin to open up early. Definitely deserving of that first round pick for the Jhin for Flash Wolves. Let's see though, if the Infinity Edge now completed for Sivir is a pretty big spike, honestly. I've seen a lot of the AD carries going for that, you know, 2-item full attack damage start. And I know you're shaking your head there, Freak, as you are a big fan of the Zeal items. But it does provide, you know, that big auto attack reset damage, you know, the big damage as well from the boomerang.
Yeah, it's a ton of raw AD, and specifically your Q will do a lot of damage, but considering that everything else can crit and attack speed is still a scalar, and you're missing out on some of the cooldown reduction you would actually get from getting more crit chance right now, it's
It basically means that Jin Zhao has to land a kill or significant damage on his first Q and next 3 W autos, because with the ultimate, they obviously shoot out much quicker with the attack speed increase on that ricochet. But after that, obviously, you lose the scaling power of an attack speed build.
And the ultimate is key because it's all about, you know, who can get there first for Aimee, right? If they have the speed, Lee Sin shines there, Alistar shines there. It's Aimee that are the ones that need to, you know, have the initiative in the fight. In order to do that, the Sivir could enable, along with the Aurelion Soul roaming.
And we'll see how much more of this pressure and roaming and engage can happen in this game, as Flash Wolves have been the ones to generally hold the vision game here. Mountain Drake, the next one up. Double Mountain will be on eventually. That'll be the 4th and final Elemental Drake of this game. And Flash Wolves setting up now for the Baron 28 minutes in. And they don't kill it the fastest, but they've got minions to make it safe.
Oh, but they have the both Elise Balzar combo, which means you have an incredibly
they're
safe, tanky Baron, just as you said, because you spawn 4 Spiderlings, you spawn a bunch of Voidlings right there. You can tank that forever, 2-man. You definitely can see that Flash Wolves know what they're doing. Their vision indicates what objective they're targeting, as opposed to Aimee, who almost have no vision at all. Karsa, luckily, Spiderling saves him.
Whoa! Way too much damage. Athena gonna lose a lot of his health, but does get away with the safeguard. He's gonna be fine on this one, but it does mean some time, maybe back in Fountain to heal up.
Aimee right now being choked out of vision. There's always mid lane, top lane priority in terms of pushing.
They do have the crucial Scuttle Crab, though, and on top of that, the wards behind Baron are very important, because when you see a team with an Elise, yeah, these wards right here, definitely worth mousing over for Aimee, because Elise Tahm Kench can pull off very sneaky Barons. If you Tahm Kench ultimate inside with Malzahar, those 3 can sneak it. And we've seen Barons be taken, you know, without... Oh, actually, it's...
The 2-man that Carpo mentioned a second ago, they've got tons of minions. We already knew that Flash was controlled all of the vision. And how afraid are you as Athena, knowing that if you face check a Malzahar, you just die? The damage still coming through the teleport to help make sure Athena's now in range. Maple's got to keep Matt on foot. Ulti is in, but they don't have the damage to kill him during the suppression. He's going to be able to steal. They want to try it. Maple running out of health. 1,400 on the bear. They're not finishing it just yet. Who's going to get the smite? It's not dying just yet. And it goes over to Amazing Jay. A whitewashes Aimee. Already up 2-1 in this fight, plus the Baron looking for a bit more. Athena flashing to stay alive, and a catastrophe for Flash Wolves as they're losing more of their team. MMD gonna lose his Guardian Angel, and we assume his life afterwards. He's running for dear life with 600 HP. The stun's gonna land for Amazing Jay. This is a catastrophe. There's still time to keep him alive. NL just comes into fight, losing his life anyway. MMD, Guardian Angel down, his life also. That is long-term 4-1, plus a Baron for Aimee off a catastrophic stop from Flash Wolves.
Oh no, it feels so bad in almost every Flash Wolves game to say, yeah, look at all these objectives they're stacking up, but all that matters is the fight around Baron. Yet, you have to say it every time, because, oh man. And again, that was a good idea, right, to try and sneak it. We kept setting up the sneak Baron for them. It's just that Aimee were able to smell it out there and come in. They take down Karsa.
It was a risky call, and if it works, we call them, honestly, heroes and really smart players. But at the right moment, Lee Sin stepped forward. There was a little bit of lacking of deep vision on the left side. You can watch the minimap right now. Just look at the Lee Sin actually crafting in. The immediate Poppy teleport comes out. Maple wants to pop the Banshees and then get the ulti off, but Athena gets close enough. And right now, they're behind the Baron. The spikes are doing damage too. And Karsa drops so low. So eventually, Karsa's going to smite, I think, because he panics because he drops so low.
It regens right there.
Yeah, and then the actually the Echo is the one that takes him down in the end.
Yeah, it was also spited by Athena, but the last auto attack was the one that got him from Amazing Jay.
Man, and then Athena's able to dodge out and survive at the end.
Whew. Yeah, honestly, I think that the only criticism you can have for Flash Wolves here is that NL and Swordart were overplaying their aggressive zoning and didn't drop back into the Baron area slightly earlier. Because if you start a 2-man, you should always finish it a 5-man. Peel back in and then let your support take care of the enemy jungle. But they were so aggressively acting as if nothing was happening in the mid lane that Lee Sin snuck back.
Exactly. I mean, how much can you criticize them for not getting complete vision through the blue quadrant? So many things were going well for them. Yeah. They had pressure in mid lane. We saw it was Jin Zhao under fire Oh, here we go, though. They're initiating.
They were playing for everything. MMD into the backline trying to start this fight, but of course it is Baron on several members of iMain, but Flash Wolves don't want to lose their turret. Onto Amazing J, he's going to survive it all. Baimi quite low, but the re-engage on Maple. The kick is beautiful, but not enough damage to kill anyone off. Only the two-man. Deadly Flourish tanked up by Athena, and iMain are running out of health bars, running for their lives, just barely slinking away with this one. Mountain Drake is alive, and Flash Wolves have more health. They survive it, and they should have objective control, but first, Amazing J ults back in to control the map, and this might be enough to keep Flash Wolves from going for more. Athena also fairly durable here. And they're going to pretty much trade equally as far as control.
Yeah, I may definitely want to stop that fourth dragon from going towards the Flash Wolves here, because then Elder is a big boom for them. Amazing J is aggressively dying into the fights here, getting pretty tanky. So Maple's doing his best to stop him as early on with the Malzahar ultimate. It never leads to a kill, but it's good enough to kind of get him out of the fight here. Mid lane turret finally falls down now. IMA looking to get more off this Baron.
It's now a 2,000 gold lead for IMA. They went up 3 kills in the team fight. They got several turrets now afterwards, of course, as well. Plus the 1,500 gold from Baron. You're seeing that's a 4,000 gold Baron power play. That's completely reversed the gold that there was before. Now, again, because of the heroics of Amazing J, they prevented the Dragon take. They got their own as the rest of the team reset, tying up the Mountain Drake score. And now going into the 34th minute, IMA looking really good.
In terms of punish on the Baron mistake, Flash Wolves is relatively happy. They only lose to tier 1, and the Baron buff expires while both side lanes are pushing in for them. So Flash Wolves right now can regain control. Look at both sideways. Massive wave top lane. There was a wave on the bot lane that has been dealt with. So Flash Wolves immediate reaction here.
That being said, I may come in, stop the push mid, and there's a large chunk of gold. All that I may have to do right now is reset, and it's going to be difficult for Flash Wolves to really force something unless they catch someone in the jungle farming here. Even so, Athena has a Banshee's Veil, and he's Lee Sin.
Oh, beautiful by MMD. Athena's going to have to flash into this one or get some teammates, but the silence comes in time. Into the knockup, into all the damage they need. What a pick up there by Flash Wolves, getting rid of the IMA jungler. Now it's Amazing J running, but burning down with Malefic Visions, staying alive.
The Prophet, Kobe!
Sorry, Athena. I'm sorry. But man, that was all credit to MMD right there. They got the Banshee's Veil off, and then Lee Sin escaped. Very predictable right there. Gets off the interrupt, and that's going to be that kill that they wanted. That play right there literally just stopped the reset from Flash Wolves and allows, or it stopped the reset from IMA and allows Flash Wolves a little bit of extra pressure here, but I don't know if they want to go for this dive. 15 seconds left on Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Has to be a flash into the Aurelion Sol, honestly, into the wall. The Alistar counter engagement.
Super risky.
There's no minion wave until they actually reach the turret anyway, and you're going to see MMD stunned up. Athena up in 3 seconds now as the minion wave just now reaching, so Lee Sin essentially joins this fight on time. Nice spell shield from Jin Zhao, still gets rooted up, looking for the forward motion. Amazing J takes the ulti, no big deal there. MMD, of course, invincible on the front lines, able to split back out with a Devour of Sword Art. And now you've got the Lee Sin rejoining the team. It's a 5-on-5, a nice tackle to get away from the stun, but it's still a take on the Karsa, who's devoured by Sword Art. Voice of Light flashed away, but that's going to be Q landing. Exhausted with Athena, keeps Maple alive, but it's not enough damage. He once again bites off more than he can chew, and that is Athena dead again. MMD onto the back line, but can't quite kill Jin Zhao, now being chased by Baimi. Amazing J taking up what shots he can and force the Guardian Angel out of MMD. A Voidless out of health, and now for the re-engage as MMD respawns on this Poppy, running out of health. That's the Deadly Flourish, popping the Guardian Angel. Amazing J, yes, in time so that he cannot stun the rest of Flash Wolves, but it's now Jin Zhao on the chase. The Ricochet bounces, almost lands it, but it's now Baimi driving through, hoping to get the damage. NL could be the last one alive, running for dear life. And it's a double kill in for Baimi. Deadly Flourish can't quite trade one back, but it is a good fight for IMA. 12-5.
Oh, another extremely long team fight there. Starts out with the difficult late game Lee Sin team fighting we talked about, and kicks away the Malzahar, but the cleanup there with the Sivir now with the 3-item spike, also has QSS on top of it, and Jin Zhao is able to keep up the chase in the extremely long team fight.
Yeah, elongated fights here. Jin Zhao sweeps at the end here. MVP early on was Sword Art. He's definitely tracking throughout this fight. He had a couple of really sweet devours here. There's the immediate reaction from Maple.
Right there.
That's done. That's the first devour. The second cocoon that's gonna miss right now is actually not a big miss because it's actually an E-predict. Echo is expected to dash forward here, so that's what Karsa's trying to block right here. There's another devour coming out pretty soon. from Sodar, the flash from Maple. I think he kicks at the end of the exhaust period as well, not killing Maple. So there's all these small things that are going wrong for Aimee.
Baron rush, and it's going to be secured. Nicely done. 2 Barons in a row now for Aimee. Right off the reset. Well played. They had more rivers alive. Flashes could not join in time. Good shot calling.
Definitely true. Let's see what Aimee can do with it. They've got so much pressure. Only the 2 secondary turrets still standing here for Flash Wolves, and both of them are beaten up. It looks like an easy cleanup here for Aimee to go clean up that extra gold.
And their late game scaling is definitely there. Aurelion Sol is such a nuisance. They have 2 big nuisances in this fight. The Echo and the Aurelion Sol are so annoying to play against.
And when you have a Sivir endgame hypercarry, the more nuisances you have on your team for your term there, the better. Because Aurelion Sol can create so much space for Sivir to get off all of that late game damage.
And Jin Zhao specifically on this Sivir is going for a very aggressive build. No lifesteal, just relying on Quicksilver Sash, but instead the Lord Dominik's regards for the Armor Pen to cut through these tanks. This super annoying the Poppy, the super annoying Tahm Kench. And Jin Zhao's so good mechanically, we expect him to continue playing at a super high level and carrying these team fights in. Another red buff taken by Athena, stealing it away from Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Aimee pushing in here. If we track the timers, there's 2 minutes 20 left on that Nashor buff, but Elder already spawns in a minute 10 seconds. Flash Wolves got 3 dragons early on, but if Aimee can block the Elder during that time, the late game insurance of all those early dragon takes is actually going to be denied.
Scary things afoot here, and I gotta say, this game feels heartbreaking for Flash Wolves fans to have a game that looked controlled, that looked so good for so long. The Baron sneak seemed like a good play, gets turned around, and now Aimee pedal to the metal, foot in the gas. Look at how many turrets have gotten in a row now, getting more and more out of this game, up 7,000 gold.
Those are the easy ones, though. The secondary turrets are pretty much standing gold there for Aimee. The crucial point is when you can crack an inhibitor turret here. And Flash Wolves, they very much still have a chance. It's just that it's getting so much more difficult by the minute because Malzahar, he's built to melt the front line, right? And it's difficult for Flash Wolves to win a fight when you're trying to melt a front line, and the enemy team has the late game Sivir, and they have the Alistar coming in.
Yeah, I think champion scaling-wise, Aimee are significantly ahead. It's going to require outplay from Flash Wolves, whether you completely crush Vision and get a proper Baron bait or a Dragon bait, or you get a pick-off by some heroics from MMD or Kars or somebody, but that's what it's probably going to require.
Honestly, the one thing that speaks for Flash Wolves is that they have quite the ability to front-load a lot of damage here. If you combine some of their carries, they can blow up certain targets if they miss position. However, if Aimee take it slow, calm, and collected,
they're splitting. They still have Amazing J top trying to get the inhibitor turret.
And Athena's far away. This is a 5-on-3 without even a Smite Steal available for a few more seconds. Teleport's coming, but it's still a 5v4. This should be good enough for Flash Wolves to tackle onto a Voidless. Here comes a flank. Amazing J not going to land a stun, but it's already a kill onto Karsa. That is Flash Wolves at least dead. MMD taking up what he can, but look at the damage up coming from Jin Zhao, cutting through this tank, and even Maple just going to run out of health. Amazing J gets the stun. A nice devour by Sword Art, but it's probably not going to be enough as Baby is pretty much unstoppable here. A rampage, another kill for Jin Zhao, 16-5, a 4-for-0 team fight.
If you let a late game Echo get a flank off and get access to your backline, you are definitely toast, and that's exactly what happened there. Amazing J comes in, swoops the fight. Voidless was distracting with the combos, and while we were tracking the Echo, tracking the Alistar, Jin Zhao was untouched that fight.
Easy cleanup there for Jin Zhao, and that is going to be an easy inhibitor as well for Aimee as they look to end the game off of it.
Looking for it right now. Death timer's long enough, 30 seconds on most of them. Nexus turret number 1. Aimee looking to improve to 2-2 and be the 3rd Chinese team here from the LPL to make it into the quarterfinals. So far, so good. They start the day with the win. They've got 2 foes left, but right now they're 2-2.
And we saw teams like H2K fix their week 1 problems coming into week 2, but it is more of the same for Flash Wolves. They ramp up slowly, but they definitely ramp up, and then it all falls apart at a crucial moment in the late game.
There was a glimmer of hope at the end of week 1 for Flash Wolves, where it looked like they were pulling it together, but Aimee once again exposed the same issues. Honestly, though, this time was even more heartbreaking to me because it was it seemed like such an intelligent setup, such an intelligent play. It's just that the extra maybe half step of a little bit deeper vision to see them coming to find your trap wasn't quite there. And even with that, it was a 200 health away from being in smite range for the Baron.
The thing is, I believe Flash Wolves saw it coming. You saw the teleport coming from MMD around the time Lee Sin was coming through. They said, okay, he's coming, but it's okay, we'll finish the Baron. The problem is, Malzahar ultimate will shut off all summoner spells. You cannot smite while he's hitting you with that Nether Grasp. But it also means all your Voidlings go after your Nether Grasp target. All of their damage disappeared when Baron was on 2,000 health steal. Still, Elise didn't have her cooldowns up. Okay, Lee Sin suppressed, but it's not in smite range anyway. It's actually too early of an ultimate for Maple. If they play it better just for those two, outside of strategically, just mechanically, that Baron is secured with no chance of a smite steal, and it looks entirely different. But Maple ults early, doesn't juggle the Voidlings properly. The rest of the team, yeah, probably should have joined a bit sooner as well. And as soon as though that gold lead was there for IMA, they wiped the game.
Yeah, the problem was still that their support and AD were stuck in the mid lane, aggressively trying to like block people from entering even closely to the Baron area, more so the river. But if their damage was there, because it was the right idea to keep the Lee Sin tangled up, with the Nether Grasp outside of the Baron area, don't even give him vision on what's going on. Definitely get it. It's a clutch play. It failed, but it cost Flash Wolves the game.
I think what we need to do is celebrate IMA getting a victory with the sub coming in, double role swaps, and they find it in the late game. Honestly, well played there from IMA.
And of course, Rhodes' suspension will be up, so he'll be back in the roster. They will face SKT
if they play
later in the day. Yeah, sure. Of course, it's up to their choices, but either way, it is a great win for IMA. So now let's hand it over to our analysts for a look at that win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a way to start the day. The sub and the role swap victory for IMA. Let's just approach that first. The fact that with the sub, they also go for a role swap and completely throw a curveball at Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I think that you actually have to applaud this because what they do is they put the Koreans together in mid and jungle with two big playmakers, Lee Sin and the Aurelion Sol, which means that, the communication lines are going to be nice and clean, and all of this follow-up, the Breath of Light into the kick and all the things we saw throughout this game are made so much more simple because of the fact that they pair those duos together.
Yeah, I mean, you get hit with a 1-2 punch. What is Flash Wolves supposed to figure out from this composition? When you swap the roles, you have no idea. Your scouting previously has gone to waste, and the game just devolves into a very stale. You're waiting for something to happen, and Flash Wolves is continuously trying to pressure the bottom side. And while they were unable to really make something happen in the initial attempts, they were actually able to get the first turret. They were able to trade tier 2 and tier 1 topside for a tier 1, but after that, they just, I guess, forgot to do that.
I think Lecrit said it best in his interview. Like, if you don't know what the heck you're doing, no one's going to know what the heck you're doing. And when you're a Kasa and you're like, I'm jungling against a mid laner, this guy is... He took blue on Lee Sin at level 2. Like, this guy is insane, and it just put them behind in the
But here's
game.
the thing. I mean, IMA can play whatever game they play. But coming into today, we had talked about Flash Wolves having a very solid early game. And even here, yes, it wasn't a poor early game, but we didn't see them create the kind of leads that we've gotten used to seeing out of this team, Clement.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the Flash Wolves composition was kind of, they kind of tunneled on a lot of things. They didn't really have a lot of sustained damage. I want to see them go for the Caitlyn and play around objectives, team fight better, but they didn't do that really well, and they went for a really risky play in the middle of the game where I felt like they didn't need to do that with such a huge lead. They pushed the vision, and they just keep sitting on the Baron. I think that would have been enough, but they went in, and they just got stolen the Baron away. Again, this is like the third time we saw this already.
Now, before we get to that Baron play, I want to take a look and revisit the fight where IMA got into the mid game, brought to you by Acer. This came just a few minutes prior to the Baron stage.
Yeah, and let's have a look at this, because this stage, they've out-rotated them on the map. They've taken 2-for-1 turrets, but they stick around, they get greedy. And why are you fighting a team like IMA? This is what the team does the best.
You don't want to fight against a Chinese team in these conditions, especially when they're collapsing on you, but ultimately, Flash Wolves plays it really nicely. They get a little bit lucky with the kick being able to dislodge the Malzahar ultimate, but if the skill shots had landed a little bit better, I actually think that Flash Wolves could have come out ahead, particularly as we see Karsa trying to flash in for a Cocoon Red here towards the end.
Yeah, but one more time, things could have gone better, but this is where you just don't challenge the LPL teams. IMA, poor early game, poor macro focus, but can they brawl? Like, are they good individual one-on-one players? You better bet your dollar they are. And, Flash Wolves, they do it one too many times in this game and really get made pay.
And now I want to push forward to that Baron Seal that you were talking about, Clement. Let's take a look. 30 minutes in here, Flash Wolves making a stab at taking the global objective. but IMA responding in kind, and they come away with it.
Yeah, this is actually a really smart steal. They have one Mountain Drake, so they're doing it pretty fast, but you can see here that Lee Sin comes in. This is actually triggered by the Jhin ultimate from mid lane. They know something's up here at the Baron pit, and actually Echo gets it. It wasn't even the smite. It was a little off from Karsa, and right here you see the Flash Wolves member get wiped. They have nowhere to go, and basically Sivir is just running them down right now. They should have just gone, let MMD just die there and just all back off, but they stay there. Jhin gets picked off in the end. They get 2 turrets off of it. In the end, I don't think that Flash Wolves necessarily would have lost from that fight, but the other fights really did them in.
So my problem with that play is that when you're making a sneak like that and you don't have vision of the opposing jungler, you're going to have to commit more than just, oh, it's a surprise Baron. They should have committed the teleport right around the time that you know that you're fully committing to taking that Baron. And the TP only comes after they see Lee Sin. Had that Poppy teleported sooner, you could have popped the Banshee out of the Lee Sin. You would have been able to ult him out right away. No chance of a steal. And like Krepo had mentioned, the dual lane tunnel a little bit too much on focusing down that mid lane. You have Tahm Kench ult to get them out of there. You have the ability to collapse and help out and finish that Baron.
And we can really see how much Flash will struggle to create a lead there in that gold graph, right? Only extending over that 30 minutes, just a slight amount before it swings wildly in the other direction.
Yeah, 100%. But one more time, I just want to compliment IMA because this is a team that backs against the wall through everything they had. This was obviously something they had prepared for. And, you know, they get what they wanted for out of it. So now they're back in the running for this group.
Yep, amazing Jay picking up a player game this time around. Had some great flanks, some good map pressure around. But here's what I really want to approach. I mean, you see the scoreline there, 4-0-10. That's phenomenal. But what I really want to approach is you're coaching IMA. What do you do now after the success of this roster? Do you continue to play the same roster, or do you fall back onto what you came into the tournament with? Anyone who's got a thought?
I have a thought on that. This. You play a roster all season with Road, and you've obviously got faith in the young man. He's a brilliant support. I think you bring him back in. I think it's worked against the team you wanted to work against, and now you go back to playing a little bit more standard, a little bit more of the IMA style League of Legends.
It's also kind of a trick up the hat that nobody's seen before. If you do it again, they'll kind of know what you're trying to do, especially as you mentioned with that mid lane synergy between the Koreans. That's going to be an obvious tell for other teams to look at and expect that mid lane pressure.
It's a situation where I think you'd have to call in the depth of their champion pools with that role swap, right? How many junglers can Athena really play outside of Lee Sin? So if I were going to attack that roster, I would just ban out the Lee Sin, and then all of a sudden the whole strategy could fall apart. So I'm kind of in the same boat as you guys. You qualified for Worlds with that original squad. You keep pushing through it with that. Now when we return from the break, SKT and Cloud9 battle it out as they fight for the quarterfinals.
Lee Sin's a very... Oh, never mind. We got some flight. They're going to try to land the Q as well. He's going to flash away, kick into the Q. Good execution. It's just that as Athena takes down first blood. Maple's got to keep him out of one. Ulti is in, but they don't have the damage to kill him during the suppression. He's going to be able to steal. They want to try it. Maple running out of health. 1,400 on the Baron. They're not finishing it just yet. Who's going to get the smite? It's not dying just yet. And it goes over to amazing Jay. 先防御，先防御，先防御，The rest of Flash Wolves, but it's now Jin Zhao on the chase. The ricochet bounces, almost lands it, but it's now Baby driving through, hoping to get the damage, and now could be the last one alive, running for dear life. IMA looking to improve to 2-2.
It was a pretty tough game. You know, they started off with Faker getting a pretty big advantage, and then I think they played really well around Faker, and Faker is really hard to hit with skill shots. I don't know, like, the dude moves in the weirdest way. It's like impossible to hit him with anything. So I think they are pretty good. It seemed like top and bot was pretty even, or we were getting some advantages at times, but they definitely seemed to be better overall at getting advantages and then like pushing those advantages.
Welcome back, everyone, to Worlds 2016. You heard from Meteos from Cloud9 just now about their last game against SKT, and I think he's right. Faker smashed the mid lane incredibly well. He clapped them, as everyone said, but yes, the other lanes were close, and that's going to be what we're looking at here. Cloud9 from North America taking on SK Telecom T1, the defending world champions from South Korea. We're going to check out the starting lineups to get ourselves into this one. We're starting with the blue side, North America's last hope of Cloud9, as both CLG and TSM have lost out of the group stage already, but it's Impact in the top lane. Meteos, just heard from him in the jungle. Jensen in mid, Sneaky at 80 carry, Smoothie on support with their coach Reaper.
Yeah, and they're facing the defending champions right now, SKT, within the top lane. Duke in the jungle, Blank. Mid lane is still Faker. That wasn't SKT. 80 carry back. Wolf is their support, and Koma is their coach.
I was like, some more substitutions today.
That's a lot of Bengies all of a sudden.
Either way, though, it is going to be a very close one. Both these teams do come into the day at 2-1. Yes, SKT beat CN the last time, but SKT did drop a game to Flash Wolves last week. You want to think about these when you're coming into what could be tiebreaker scenarios, or just simply who gets the best records coming into that group stage. Keep in mind, IMA are sitting there at 2 wins as well. So we talk about what happened last game, and it was Jensen versus Faker in the mid lane that Faker absolutely destroyed.
But it was very easy for Faker to follow up on that early kill, because it all based around like the first gank. The Elise came in, you know, Syndra QE into Flash with Kuna, and it was over. If Jensen flashes that, we have an entirely different game on our hands. That's why I'm so excited for this rematch, because I feel very little was shown in that first matchup. And if Jensen can get more even, or if just Syndra's not in the game, I think we could actually have a very competitive match.
And the change to, you know, having Blank in there this time as opposed to Bengi. Bengi was a huge part of that mid lane tide that went completely in Faker's favor. Not only was he a part of getting the first blood, but also the vision that then exploded around Faker after that allowed him to push Jensen back between his own turrets was insane. And, you know, Bengi just... We always talk about how much more he enables Faker than Blank does. We'll see if, you know, having Blank in there does change things.
And that's the funny thing as we look back at yesterday's games with Samsung Galaxy, where when Core JJ was in, they won all their games. When, you know, they had Wraith playing support, they didn't look really as crisp, and that record kept happening. I kind of feel like SKT is in a similar scenario where Bengi seems like the better fit. However, they do like Blank here. Blank spends a ton of time counter jungling. He's very aggressive. He's somewhat farm focused, but he does spend a lot of time in the enemy jungle. He's got great stats in that regard. But in terms of keeping the lanes afloat, Faker is camped more than any other mid laner. and that can always be a threat.
And I'm just so excited to see this pick and ban come out too, because historically SKT is a team that adapts so well from week to week, especially into the later stages of the tournament. And I feel C9 has so much more to show, and they also have so much pressure. They have the home crowd advantage here, but they are the last chance for North America to get a team into the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. C9 do have a lot to show. Their top laner, Impact, has been absolutely incredible over the last couple of months here. He's someone I think that can really open up this game against Duke.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Impact has been huge for the team, but Duke is no slouch either. So again, I'm definitely super biased, but I always return to the jungle, and I like that you brought that up in the styles of these two junglers, because Blank and Meteos actually have fairly similar styles where they focus very heavily on the reliable small advantages that you can get through the jungle. You know, trying to steal away one camp, you know, trying to path away and punish the other jungler, whereas some of the other junglers like Karsa that we really highlighted in the previous game spend so much time focusing on ganks. Very curious to see how that'll affect the way that the laners in this game play.
Right, it's a stylistic sort of choice. We've heard terms like low risk, medium reward, high efficiency, but you know, you run around and you have very efficient plays. For example, I know Meteos got a lot of flack for not landing Qs on a faker. He said, oh, that guy's good at dodging skill shots. But Meteos also was tracking Bangi through the game. He stole away a blue buff early on. Like, you're seeing these like safe invades that were working out for him.
I constantly have debates with the pro junglers in North America about, you know, is this a meta where you would rather gank a lot early because it's very risky, or is it a meta where you would like to get those small advantages and build them up? And it really just comes down to personal preference, because we look at Carson and say, oh, he's the best jungler in the entire tournament. That's because he's playing the more risky style and the ganks are paying off.
Yeah, that's the variance in jungle pathing. Obviously, it's also a layer of team comp dependency. Certain junglers like Elise also get rewarded for ganking more often. You don't get back into the game as Elise by farming if you're behind. You just got to keep ganking.
Exactly, and it's not the same thing every single game. For junglers, you have to read the opening of the game. How is each different lane doing at that moment? What are the different matchups? You know,
where can I tax the most?
What information exactly? What cannon minions are in lane right now? But yeah, honestly, you know, every little bit of information changes the game from a jungler. So from minute one, everything's different.
It's something I want to kind of bring up, because ask yourself at home, sort of coming into a game, be like, which lane would you most like to gank at level 3, right? Ask yourself when you're loading into any rank game you ever play, like, hey, what's the best lane for me at 3 minutes flat? And if you can answer that, you're like, oh, well, then I should start bottom side so I can reach top lane and be there for that spot. And you have to make that choice at 1 minute 40 seconds.
You should just start your red buff, gank that lane at level 2.
Okay.
Where would I gank at level 3? Let's do it at level 2.
All right. And that's the thing, right? You can literally gank after every single camp you ever do. We've seen junglers end at the bottom side and then run top river for a scuttle just to give vision to their top lane in case there's a gank there, and you have these choices constantly.
Yeah, we're just fixing a few things on stage. We're almost ready, guys, but I just want to get back to that little soundbite from Meteos right there where he's talking about how Faker dodges. It was so apparent on his first appearance as well. When he was playing into a Ziggs, I still remember it so clearly. It's almost as if Faker reads the opponent so well that he knows exactly when the skill shot's going to come out. He doesn't even react to the skill shot. He just knows, this guy is so likely to throw a bomb, expect me to go left. He steps right, and he just sidesteps at the same time the skill shots come out, and he just keeps repeating that pattern. It's so satisfying to watch. He's like he's half a step into the future.
The predictive plays from Faker are constant highlights. The other one that jumps out at me, Crepo, you know, more recent than the Zed, was the Riven on Cassiopeia tower dive.
Yeah.
He has so many of these plays where he expects 80% chance my opponent is going to move here or use this spell or do that, and he preempts that move. But yeah, once again, we are waiting for that stage issue. We're not just...
It's the players getting set up, I believe. It's just, you know, it's their first game of the day. It's been literally a week since either of these teams have played on this stage, and they're about ready. We've got 3 of the players so far in the lobby, SKT joining up. So we are very close to getting into our second game of the day. I want to move on our conversation a little bit. I know junglers are really fun, but I want to talk about the bottom lane because we haven't talked about them very much yet. And I want to first talk about SKT because last year I thought their AD carry Bang was the best AD carry in the world. Just period. Phenomenal player. Wolf kind of trying to be as good as him. He hasn't been quite as dominant this year. There have been other good AD carry contenders, but also just in looking at C9 versus SKT from last week, Smoothie and Sneaky actually held up against Bang & Wolf very well, and those two matched very closely.
I mean, overall, throughout the world, bot lanes have gotten better at going even in slightly losing matchups. There are very rare times that people pick a big losing matchup these days as well, especially with standard lanes being guaranteed. It's not like you can flip a coin, try and dodge the matchup, and if you then fail, you're ultimately screwed. So that definitely helps. There's still some elements in Smoothie's plays that he has to show up, but he's definitely growing in this tournament, and I think the week 1 stage experience is definitely going to help him in week 2.
Yeah, a couple of things for the bottom lane that you're trying to highlight here. Bang, after week 1, had the second highest KDA of everyone in the tournament. The only one higher was Core JJA, and he only played 1 game, so you kind of throw out the low sample size. The other thing is that Sneaky is the AD carry who's had, quote unquote, the most efficient damage output as far as the gold that he gets in comparative to the rest of the team. He has the highest damage output per gold spent.
Yeah, or sorry, damage per gold spent. You're absolutely right about that one. But we are now into Champion Select, and we're seeing SKT say, we beat you with Syndra. We don't want to let you play that champion either, Jensen. So 2 mid lane bans already for SKT with the Aurelion Sol and Syndra off the table. No Elise for Blank.
We're waiting for the Nidalee ban right now on either side. C9 decides to be the one that bans it out. So a lot of the current power picks really banning out. The Nidalee that's a 100% pick ban. Syndra had 95% pick ban coming into the day. And there's only 2 games, I believe, that she wasn't banned or picked at all. So very many champions that are just so strong in the current meta being targeted, which means we're moving down a tier in Champs League.
Definitely curious as to what the mid lane's going to be, because Jensen's champion pool, to me, has always been just ever so slightly smaller than everyone else's as far as the mid lane goes, and Syndra is definitely a huge part of it. He definitely likes to play huge damage output AP mid laners for the late game for the team, and the Cloud9 likes to funnel so much money into him as well.
But in a slower meta like this, when you can expect the opponents to maybe pick up an early Cassiopeia, the likes of Orianna kind of always slip through once these bans start hitting. It's very decent slow mage here, but the Rise also still open, and very many pros actually have come out that they don't know exactly what the counter is. If you ever want to find out, pick Rise into Faker.
Wow. And
exactly.
Look at the insta-locks as well that'll move onto this one. Jhin plus the Zyra. So you assume it's a bottom lane. I think Zyra is technically a flex pick that we haven't seen her mid in a very long time, but this is a scary bottom lane to deal with.
But it explains the Caitlyn ban as well, because the massive range advantage makes it so that Zyra can't play to her strengths, and she gets punished very hard by an EQ combo. So this is definitely a prepared first rotation from SKT.
Such a brutal early duo lane here. Jhin and Zyra is very, very oppressive, and especially the thing we talked about before with both of these junglers concentrating on small advantages rather than ganking early. The surprise that you can bring to that lane to try and crack it open is diminished in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely so. But if you look at how you counter that lane, well, you don't. You don't beat that lane 2v2. But what you can do is cater your other lane picks around punishing 2 static champions like a Jhin and a Zyra in a fight. Kennen can dive in, stun him in the backline, and Zhonya's, and Olaf can ignore every single part of the CC.
Exactly. There's some interesting things about this because you typically want to bring Ignite on Zyra, being a damage-focused bot laner, putting in that little bit of extra punishment to get those kills is pretty valuable. However, we've seen the kind of havoc Kennen can wreak if you don't bring an Exhaust, and it might force him onto suboptimal summoner choices in this bottom lane.
And I definitely love that combo. You get Olaf and Kennen.
Yeah.
Very great dive partners, because one of the problems with Olaf is if you get the tipping point where the enemy team, obviously they can't land CC on you, but if they can just do enough damage, then you're dead. And he loses so much of the resistances when he pops the ult, and he's facing a very high damage SKT backline right now, and they're all ranged, so if they spread out and they focus him down, could be disastrous.
And SKT, a very complex composition that they've drafted for themselves. Lee Sin is not the standard tank jungler. Jace is not the poppy of the top lanes either, so very low tanks amount rather in SKT, and they still have to pick their mid laner unless it's a Jace flex and they end up picking a poppy up later on. They have a very squishy composition.
Yeah, definitely squishy. Is vulnerable to all ins. However, very annoying as well. If they get a lead early and poke you down, then it's going to be very difficult, because Zyra provides a pretty big amount of zone control.
If you
held my breath for that one, but it's going to be Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar, a really good mid game. If you can get through laning phase, C9 is happy. There are ways to kill the Jhin or the Zyra, but it involves setting up a gank timing. But if you get counter ganked on that engaged, you're going to suffer casualties on the back end.
Definitely exciting matchup as far as team comps go right now. We're seeing Cloud9 looking to dive SKT, and SKT Gonna shoot them down as they try to do it.
Sienna definitely have the tools to make the dive happen, though. Realm Warp bringing in an Alistar into the back line, a Kennen and Olaf into the back line, very scary. The Ezreal should be able to withstand the scary landing phase of Zyra Jhin, and the final pick comes through. It's going to be Victor in the mid lane for Faker, the wave through to help keep those dives from happening.
But I like what SKT is doing here in a sense that they're not playing tanks, but they do have answers against a very short-range team on C9 that wants to get in there. In terms of Kite, both Victor and Zyra can really shut up a team fight and Kite out.
Exactly. This game is going to be an arms race. You know, who's going to get ahead early, because SKT, they have so much damage that they can build and just focus fire. If you just focus the closest target and burn them down, then they could take out Cloud9 before they charge them. However, that means really important vision control for flanks.
That's going to be a tough one to watch for here. Right now, Wolf has exhaust for himself in the Zyra. We'll see if he keeps it. I expect him to, because I think he needs it for the Kennen with a fully squishy lineup where Magic Resist is not always the easiest things to buy. SKT going to have to deal with Impact, who has had a good world so far. The San Francisco crowd chanting, "Let's go Cloud9," hoping that the final North American team left here at Worlds can make it into the top 8 at Worlds and survive and thrive where Counterlogic Gaming and TSM could not. But they are up against SK Telecom T1, the juggernauts from South Korea, the favorites of the group, the defending world champions. They beat them last week, and Cloud9 now needs vengeance, sitting at 2-1 in the group stage. And here we go with game 2 of the day.
Yeah, heading on to the Rift right now. Sneaky and Smoothie will have a very rough lane. But to combat some of the bad trading they have, they actually brought Ignite to the laning phase, and Wolf and Bang, while they have a lot of poke, they have to be careful, because a single combo or Q flash from Smoothie, if he does it in a very determined fashion, could be enough.
Exactly, and the Ignite is great for all-ins, since the damage from SKT is all ranged, and the exhaust isn't going to provide that really big impact as
Super
the rest
unreliable.
of the... Exactly, they're going to try and focus it.
So no unreliable exhaust here. C9 running, of course, Ghost on the Olaf as expected. And Zyra, again, a very unsafe support. No shielding to speak of, no blinks, and very low health. And typically you'll see a Zyra run with a lot of ability power, not defensive stats. You're seeing just that flat base 30 magic resist can take a ton of damage in a fight.
Yeah, and if you're unfamiliar with the new Zyra, she now plants or spawns the seeds rather with her passive and can pop her from the get-go. And that is kind of the change, which makes her very oppressive from level 1 already. Back in the day, Zyra needed access to at least a couple of levels to get that harass pattern out, but she's very oppressive, and she can always prepare the backline so Jhin can finish them off.
Also, it benefits her for, you know, staying in the lane more, because the longer you're there, the more you spawn. Don't know if we'll see Smoothie roaming again, but that was huge for Cloud9 in their victory last week, was Smoothie Alistar going top lane super early on.
Yeah, Sneaky can definitely hold his own once he's finished that tier up and then survive in the laning phase.
One thing I find interesting is that Wolf has decided to put all his seeds into the lane. It's actually super easy and painless to take Gromp or Krugs with Zyra with all the plants there. You sit there for 40 seconds, spawn like 3 Thorn Spitters, and you don't take any damage, and you miss no XP.
The reason he likely does that is because he doesn't want to give Sneaky and Smoothie the free shove level 1. And that's the counter to double poke lanes, is you just insta-shove the wave and you try and keep them locked up on a tower to get as many levels as you can early on.
Exactly. Both of the lanes start out in lane here, even though the junglers are on top side.
And we'll see if they can find themselves any action. Of course, again, Wolf can spawn these plants, then finally a good seed spawn comes in, but there's the Pulverize, the Thunder Cow, Smoothie getting some damage in.
Yeah,
there's the Thorn Spitter.
They're trying not to over push, so you level up on the 9th creep, so 3 more melees remain, and they want to keep the wave as balanced as possible, so when they do hit level 2, Wolf and Bang want to walk up and completely butcher Sneaky and Smoothie in these trades.
Oh, quickly missed Mystic Shot there, and Smoothie gonna last hit one more melee, level 2 coming after 2 more camps, but first Wolf already has the seeds and pushes Sinan off of XP. They will be roughly under the turret by the time they go for this.
Here comes Meteos as well, tracking down on Olaf. 3 camps, extremely
time. He's gonna find Wolf, and Wolf does not have a root, so the Ghost is in, and Wolf has to dodge this somehow, but a nice undertow. He's gonna go to flash the wall. He should be able to pretty easily.
Blink is gonna be there though.
And that's gonna be the flash force. Meteos grabs the axe, and a nicely timed gank was there in time. He cleared the camp so fast.
And remember, you have to have the confidence to do that. Like, that was a pretty risky chase there, and it's good for Cloud9 that they did get that flash, but Blank was almost there in time to punish Meteos, and that would have been him alone. His duo was so far behind.
Yeah, but it brings so much implied danger right now for Bang and Wolf, because all Meteos has to do is return later through lane, and Smoothie, if he gets into flash range, all he has to do is Q flash, headbutt backwards, and the Zyra's dead.
Absolutely the case, and of course with Zyra, you're going for more offensive masteries. He does not have the reduced flash cooldown. I take it back, he actually does, so different masteries than I was expecting, but it's only the 4-minute flash.
Exactly. Oh, here we go, though, re-engage.
Headbutt pulverize, and here's Sneaky looking for the damage. Ignite is onto Wolf, but they don't quite have the follow-up. It's going to be up to Sneaky to land. Can't get the Mystic shot. He's going to dodge away. Wolf will stay alive, and a lot of poke back on a Sneaky. He's done a 200.
Yeah, that was very close to that 4th shot of Jin finishing him off right there. Both sides still have heal. So, you know, these guys have synergy. They're relying on the heal to come out. Not really panicked there from Wolf, but he has to be careful with the combos.
I feel like we're going to have a health bar lead, though, for SKT, unless really can get a lot of heals in pretty soon. Bang at completely full. Wolf just now using his final potion, but if he can stay safe, should be fine. It's usually not too hard to whittle down an Alistar with Zyra.
All right, I think it's time to transition over to the mid lane focus, because that was the big story of the last meetup. They do have an early pink ward there already purchased. Jensen's early back. You know, he went to go get his tier and the extra vision to fend for himself. And he's ready for the rematch with Faker.
Yeah, he's definitely allowed to do that because Ryze has much better push early on than a Victor. Victor, a very weak early laner here, so Faker almost submitting to going even, but if we've seen what Victor can do later on, Crown has showed us that.
Definitely agree, and a lot of that early, you know, pushing power from the new Ryze comes from the new spell flux, and you know the ability to move it through the minions like you just saw there and spread to the rest while trying to get harassed with it at the same time if Faker stands too close to them. Blank though moves in for some more vision around.
Oh, here's Meteos.
And here comes the play. They're going to land the headbutt pulverize onto Wolf, who's going to run out of health pretty rapidly. No flash, and who do they give the kill to? It's going to go over to Sneaky. First blood into Cloud9 against SK Telecom T1.
Very close there too. Meteos had big eyes for a double, but Bang not only has flash, there was a ton of minion damage on Sneaky, and he almost went down in a counter kill. First blood, though, over to C9.
But that was super controlled because they waited until the last moment to give the kill over to Sneaky Router, even though he still has heal available. So that was very calculated. Really good return gang. And honestly, Bang and Wolf are playing too far up without any vision. What a great timing gang for Meteos.
Slow move in here, lands the double axe there, and look at all the minions and plants that they're chasing. That's why they had to make that very quick call to focus. I have to say, both of these bottom plays, very small margin for error though, and it's very important for Cloud9 to get the first step in that arms race that we talked about. Now they have a bit of momentum, but look at the gold. It hasn't even swung that large in C9's favor.
Well, yeah, you look at the fact that it's 51 minions to 33 in the bottom lane. This is an incredibly difficult to deal with bottom lane. SKT, Bang, and Wolf are expected to win this laning phase, denying a lot of minions from Sneaky.
Yeah, and it just tells you what would have happened if Meteos did not get those two really well-timed ganks off. But right now, Blank's in the top lane.
Looking for the play onto Impact, dodging forward. Not quite level 6, but it's going to be Slicing Maelstrom to buy a bit of time. Blank will not successfully tower dive that. He would not get the kill under the turret, and he'll back off.
Love that choice from Impact to use the ult instead of the flash there to go for the double stun and threaten the turnaround rather than burning the super long cooldown summoner spell.
Yeah, if he sees a level 5 jungler enter his lane, he knows he has a little bit of room for error. He doesn't have to panic about a kick flash coming out. The fans are definitely in C9's favor here.
It's great. They're excited that there's enough C9 fans that they're winning the vote. It's like, yay, we're together on this one. We believe in Cloud9 together.
One little caveat for the bottom lane to remember too is to try and track how many of the plants are actually going to the CS of Sneaky.
Sure, it can always inflate numbers, which is even more surprising why it's so low for him. There's +5 gold, and it counts as...
Yeah, it definitely counts as CS, so it inflates it. At this point, Bang is actually getting so strong. This is the problem with this lane, especially at level 6. The Zyra is very squishy, and you're so prone to kill her, but if you try and kill her on level 6, the turnaround damage that she can produce right before she dies, and the fact that Jin has Curtain Call means you will die on the later stages of that trade, so you kind of are forced to focus the Jin.
And now you're seeing where that focus can be. The summoner spells are back up except for the heal of Bang, but Smoothie's flash is down and he's not yet level 6, so a Lee Sin gank could be very fruitful. You've been seeing Blank put a lot of deep wards into Meteos' jungle. He went Tracker's Knife first item and is trying to make sure he knows where this Olaf is going. There's the root on a Sneaky, a trade knock up onto Wolf. Ulti across, but Lucas with his health bar, running dangerously low. They're going to trade back onto Bang the heal so he doesn't get crit down, but Bang is level 6, and here is the curtain call, and here is Faker. The victor is in. He wants this one, and he grabs it. Now it's for Sneaky. Good flash to get away, but it's still a Chaos Storm hitting. The laser going to come across, and yeah, Sneaky's low.
Meanwhile, mid lane, there is going to be a shove from Jensen, but Blank actually going to chase Sneaky all the way back to the recall position.
Oh, there's the Rise pathing down with Ultimate. Realm Orb is technically available here.
Too.
Meteos looking to zone.
Technically, it's a bit of a 3-on-3, but how much can really be done? A kickback, and Faker had already recalled away. So, Blank's ulti down for the roam. But still, a great kill for SKT, and it's within 500 gold.
And again, Faker, great roam down there, because actually Jensen's been doing a good job spending money for his own vision and controlling his own vision while his jungler hasn't been in mid. Here we go for the blues.
This is scary. 2-on-2. The smite fight comes in. Looks like Meteos was able to grab it away, so nicely timed in the steal. It was a bit of a risk, but he comes away with it.
What you want to do with Olaf is always combo your reckless swing true damage with your smite to ensure that you win those smite fights. It also helps that Meteos had the extra level, gain more damage, a more true damage on that smite every level.
Also very important is Meteos is prioritizing the actual stats. He's got the Ninja Tabby, the Ruby Crystal, no finished smite item just yet, just the raw durability to survive these kinds of encounters. Duke and Impact still trading blows, and it's very, very close. A mostly undisturbed lane, a slight lead to Impact, but he is getting pushed in and has to respect the fact that Duke can leave first.
Yeah, one of the things actually for Cloud9, we looked up the stats as to where Meteos was going. Impact has one of the lowest team jungler proximities, but might get some friends now.
Looking for the play. Can he get the ulti on the Duke? Yeah, he's not going to get the stun. A great play out of Duke. Gets the thundering blow. But look at this. The flash, the headbutt pulverize. Here comes the dive. Do they have the damage? Of course they do. Cloud9, 2-1 it kills.
And just as you expected, Kobe, C9 is playing through their strengths. They peel away the Alistar from bot lane, unlock him onto the map, combine him with Meteos. They roam top. They get Duke's flash and kill him.
Just like you talked about as well, Ezreal sitting bottom lane, just farming from afar. Zyra trying to be there so she can spawn more. Oh, well, here we go again with the replay.
This is the replay.
It was such a good knockback into Flash to also get that distance.
Yeah, that was perfectly played from Duke, because you usually expect double tick plus W to really finish off into a stun. But the Flash came out. He didn't expect the Alistar roam there, and the C9 on the proactive play right here. Definitely using that map control. They didn't lose bot tower either, so really well played from the North American team.
I want to talk about some of the specifics of that smoothie roam, because Jhin Zyra is not the most punishing 2v1. Not only is Ezreal probably the single safest AD carry in a 1v2, but you have no real tower dive threat with Jhin Zyra. You have poke and that's it, and Sneaky able to play reasonably safe until the support comes back.
The problem is you don't have any prompter for the Jhin W. We see Jensen walk up the Faker here, but there's at least in.
Oh, almost getting stunned, and it's going to be Blank looking to get in the range. Problem is, he queued before looking for the ward hop and missed the skill shot.
Ooh, yeah, the crowd loves those Ryze trades. It is very impressive, too, with Ryze. When you build up both of the runes and then use the extra overload for this. Oh, bottom, though.
Ooh, no, it's just going to be nice flash away from Wolf. Gets away with it entirely. The root on a smoothie does have unbreakable as he needs, but just walks away with the trade.
And this is something we're not used to seeing from SKT. They're playing on a knife's edge here. Zyra support opting in to not finish Sidestone, instead upgrading to Frostfang already. The lack of vision is really being punished by Meteos. Meteos is honestly out-jungling Blank in this 1v1 duel.
Yeah, it's definitely been razor thin here from Cloud9, but the Cloud9 planning and the execution on that plan coming into this game has been really, really strong. This bottom focus required so much commitment. Both solo laners have to do their own vision, have to dodge their own ganks.
Yeah, the fact that you have such a sturdy rock in the top lane in Impact who could always play on an island allows you to pick a weak bot lane that you then fix with jungle attention.
Never underestimate SKT though. Blank still yet to make a super impactful move. Freak, you talked about the wards that he's been trying to get down. They haven't been paying dividends.
Not really. You've got Meteos with 2 assists already in this game. He's got more farm than his opposing jungler as well, but even still, this game is remaining close. Only 700 gold apart, and Faker fighting for these wards even still. You saw Blink looking for the slink in the side. Meteos going to walk into a 1v2, fighting for his own jungle, but it's actually going to be a turnaround as Jensen's joining as well. The burst damage, what a flash by Faker, getting out of range for now, and it's Blank who's alone. Smoothie going to land the combo into the burst, and Jensen finally gets revenge on Faker.
And again, Smoothie peels off the bot lane, roams up and assists his team with yet another combo.
Cloud9 bottom lane, such a huge asset in this game. The flexibility of the Ezreal Alistar really showing up.
And the chain of events, it goes all the way back to the early game. C9 have a rough bot lane. Meteos helps them early. Wolf ups into damage, no vision. He gets put into Fog of War, and now they have to run away because they're in a dark, dangerous corner, and C9 is playing the map.
The darkness has consumed them. This turret going to be a bit surrounded. Meteos helped to make sure this can take damage, but there's not enough real threat on the dive. Jensen went back to the mid lane, and SKT will keep their bottom lane turret for now.
All right, let's take another look at that play as Meteos lying in wait. The invade from Blank and Faker. Communication here with Jensen. Flashes in for the combo, but on the edge of the gravity field. Good job there. There's no room for him to go, though. As you said, Smoothie.
But it's pre-planned, because look how quick Smoothie is here. That means the second Meteos saw 1 or 2 people, he's like, I'm going to go in for the aggressive play. Many Olaf players would go for the Axe disengage there, but he knows Jensen is actually close enough to influence that fight, and he just hard commits.
The advantage there of defensive vision. Good punish from Cloud9, but SKT look to get something back for themselves and take away that blue from Jensen.
Yeah, it was aggressive itemization from both supports. You mentioned the Frostfang out of Wolf, but it was also the Moby Boots rush from Smoothie without the Sightstone either. Gets there so fast, plus a Cloud Drake. It's North America's favorite, man. They get there so fast and make these runs happen.
The Moby Boots on Zyra also are going to be, it's very risky for him, but you have to say, if he ever gets caught out, he's probably going to die anyways. Impact's ultimate can probably take him down to 20% health just by standing near him.
Zyra doesn't want to move around in fights anyways. It's all about the quick disengage and die and use your damage. The Moby Boots are just so necessary because supports have to be all over the map right now, and C9 just understood it much quicker here. Noticing that since it's a team play, it's how you divide your chess pieces on the board. You're not stuck in these lanes that you're assigned at the start of the game.
Look how fast Meteos is, honestly. That move speed is a little bit, like, legitimately, he's super quick. He went Boots 2 first item, Cloud Drake first Drake. He runs around with a ton of move speed. 431, just running around without any other buffs on him. He can get to any fight he needs to be.
3 members of Cloud9 focusing on mid right now, but SKT actually have defensive vision this time, and they're going to smell this play.
Yeah, but look at Sneaky. He's not really dropping more down to CS hole because Zyra can't actually reach Sneaky and force him to get hit, which means there's no threat of a Jin W, which means it's very easy for Ezel to farm in lane.
And the other thing about the Zyra support, yeah, there's plenty of lane presence there if you're fighting 2-on-2. However, you know, there's no sustain. So Banghu would, if Sneaky's by himself like that, sometimes stand in front of the low health minions to block Mystic shots. It doesn't want to give up that health. There's no sustain in the lane, and Sneaky's been able to find all the CS.
Honestly, a much better game for C9. If we go back a week, Jensen had already died 3 times by now. There was a synergy in the mid lane. Blank and Faker are not on the same page. They had a couple of options, but honestly, the duo of Meteos and Jensen have outplayed them.
Even so, SKT not far behind at all and should never be underestimated. They are so good at the mid game. Faker still very, very much relevant factor here as he just now upgrades the core to perfect.
And that's the thing, is you talk about the mid game of SKT, not only is the team just as players good at the mid game, their champions are as well. They all want about 2 items, then kind of go ham on their opponents. We might see SKT turn it on very, very soon, and it could be to the detriment of Cloud9.
Yeah, Victor that gets access to 10 CS per minute is very dangerous, especially if SKT ideally get access to objectives first. Imagine them when they can fend off the Dragon area, you know, defend people from face checking, the Zyra, the Victor, the J-Spoke. That's exactly the things SKT is looking for, and that's why C9 are playing such a rampant roaming style here to shut that down in the infancy of the play.
And why this game is full of constant excitement. Oh, here we go, though.
For it now, and they're not quite in range of Faker, and Undertow just means he walks away from it, but a nice attempt.
Yeah, but all of the damage here from SKT being built up, and most of them range, just the possibility for them to focus fire a target down if they catch you out or whittle you down under the turret is very real.
It's really good by Duke. He's been constantly pushing in impact. He's not really ever been under threat from Meteos until maybe right now, but the turret loses about 1/3 of its health, and Impact is constantly chunked down under his turret.
Yeah, but C9 is definitely covering their weaknesses. We had Meteos cover the early bot lane weakness. Now he's showing up to hover over top lane. Jensen, as they like him in America, was hovering in that top lane too, and now is he re-engaging the bot lane.
Pulverized damage focused mostly onto Wolf, down to 300 HP, gets the Strangle Thorns out. C9 backs right away, but Smoothie did lose his ultimate for that play. And of course, Bang still has the curtain call. Smoothie will have to let it get blocked by Sneaky if they go for the play.
It is pretty risky. I mean, that's one of the things with Alistar versus the high damage double snare dual lane. I almost always pop the ultimate as soon as you engage, because you know you're going to take damage as soon as you try and run away from that if you don't get the kill.
Honestly, right there, it was well played by both sides. You either blow them up immediately or you disengage right after the initial combo, and then you go into double phases. A little bit of a cancel here from Faker coming out. Also need to keep track of the mana there. Bang actually ran very low on mana in that play, so sometimes Jin players forget about that. They want to open up the curtain call.
Yep. Always a consideration, especially if you're not going for the Essence Reaver build, which gives you the mana refuel. If you're going for the Armor Ben build, you can run out going for this. Now the attempt at the Infernal Drake by SK Telecom T1. Sneaky looks for the steal, not going to get it. Well played there by Blink to secure it. And that is an Infernal Drake to SKT.
And this is a result from SKT still playing aggressive lanes. Like we talk about how C9 is fighting back, but they have the Zyra push in the bot lane. Victor is coming into his element in the mid lane, and they have pressure in the top lane continuously. 3 pushing lanes is very hard to play against.
And the constant vision that Blank's been putting in over and over and over again, replenishing the wards around Dragon, they're finally rewarded for that. And the Infernal is definitely the perfect one. We keep talking about how much damage SKT have with this comp. They're all building damage here.
They are all building damage items. And Blank smartly identifies he's playing with Zyra support, goes for the Aegis. We've seen players make that mistake before, but he is going to have the right itemization to help keep his team afloat against the magic damage of Impact and Jensen. The question is, how high can that damage be? The farm numbers, not bad for these players, absolutely. Jensen will be the first one across 200 minions.
Yeah, we can see maybe the next breaking point of C9 may be that bot lane tier 1 tower. If we take a quick look over at the river, there's 2 pink wards already. Faker, the longer this game goes on, has been playing farther up into the mid lane. They've actually chosen to invade the left side of the map here, leaning on the top push as well. Yep. Duke came down immediately, and that's a blue buff contest here. This is a style TSM showed us a lot during the regular season, just the aggressive contestation of objectives.
Rise,
a great steal.
Rise ult is available, but Meteos unable to chase them down as they exit the jungle. Successful blue steal for SKT, and this game is close.
And the re-engage onto Wolf, plenty of damage, a great flash to dodge it. Sneaky's gotta be careful, he's taking way too much damage, and he's gonna lose his life on this one, but we're still gonna have some re-engages. Wolf has been killed off as well. It's 4-2 overall on this one. Bang now forced to run away as, again, Impact had gotten one with his teleport.
Good flash right there, and that means that SKT have 2 pushing lanes on the top side. Duke did not teleport, so the Jace can melt towers. First turret gold is on the table right now. That might be a huge objective to give up for that play. Faker also trying to push up mid.
All right, well, looking at what else could be done here. 20 minutes and 18 seconds into the game. It's some top lane pressure for Blink, looking to make sure everything's going to look good up there. Top lane turret running out of health, and that's going to be Duke easily grabbing that one, knocking it down, feeling good. First turret of the game to SK Telecom T1 means they are up 1,000 gold here.
Yeah, definitely so. And that initial engage, if it was synced up, the combo and the Ezreal ultimate, Wolf would have just likely died. He had a really good flash there right before he got hit, and that kind of turned it around and forced C9 to invest too many resources in the bot side of the map, which meant SKT could capitalize somewhere else.
And the immediate flood of vision in there to the Cloud9 jungle from SKT. They've got pink wards moving up. Let's take another look at the burst, though, here, as Smoothie goes in with the flash play, and Sneaky immediately tries to answer there, but Bang is on the offensive.
And that's honestly Smoothie having a game read. Really great teleport here from Impact, because he almost seemed quicker to that play than Sneaky was. Sneaky took 2 steps before channeling that ultimate, and sadly, that's the difference between that play working and honestly exploding in their face.
Yeah, crucial route by Wolf made the chain CC happen. You could not flash away from any of it, and it was beautifully done on the turnaround to make it a 1-for-1 despite the teleport being used. And of course, Duke got the payment for not teleporting. He got first turret of the game, which is worth more than any single kill anyway is. So really nice SKT coming ahead with that one. The re-engage towards Meteos doing some damage, and almost screwed it up again. The re-engage towards Blink. Looks like they might start actually team fighting. True Shot Barrage comes across one. Smoothie should be okay with this one, and not too much more with the curtain call.
Again, though, every time they join here, Cloud9 trying to pull down all members, Jace, Duke up top is grinding away on the pressure. He took so long whittling down that top turret, immediately takes the objective after Impact teleports down, and now he's all the way up at number 2, trying to get vision.
Trade into the mid lane, Jensen running out of health. He's nearly going to get burned down on this one. Does manage to walk away, trading Ghost for the ultimate, essentially. Meteos now under the turret. Duke not going to land the shock blast.
Yeah, this is a crucial phase of the game right here. So much of this game so far has relied on vision, and because there is that teleport advantage in the top lane, it's so hard for C9 to fight back aggressively, because at any point, Duke can join anywhere on the map.
Exactly, and remember the vision point that we talked about in Champ Select, where SKT have so much damage, but they have to worry about flanks. They've done such a good job of ensuring that Cloud9 can't get super deep vision to get behind them and surprise them. SKT want to use this overpowering range damage to just pressure Cloud9 at these outer turrets. There's still 2 left up that SKT will return to.
And the way out for C9 will be one of those Realm Orbs. remember, you can use that Rise ultimate and not take it yourself. You can build it for your teammates, surprise them with a cannon from behind. Meteos on that Olaf maybe coming from behind. If they can time that once Smoothie gets his flash back up, that's the way back in for C9 here.
Super important to keep track of those flashes. Impact has the Protobell and his flash, so him and Smoothie are the key summoner spells, and those are the big weapons in that armors race.
It's actually an interesting mechanic I just saw Jensen using when finishing off the wave. When it was running out, instead of just doing the Spell Flux and Overload to clear the wave at the end when it got low, he did Spell Flux and a Spell Flux to charge the runes that if he was getting ganked, his Q just immediately gives him a shield and the haste buff. And he's kind of priming that rune constantly to make sure he's always available to get out from dire circumstances.
Yeah, C9 a bit more comfortable right now with the Alistar having flash up. Again, they're always moving grouped here because they don't want to die and eat the poke while they're contesting for the vision. Both these teams seem very set on at least having a scuffle for the next dragon.
And you can see C9 trying to get the vision up. The sweepers back and forth. Wolf kills away some of the wards, and Smoothie actually can't contest Blink to kill the others. So it's just really that pink ward on the side that's giving C9 control. SKT just walk in and say, no, this is our territory. We are really the kings of Summoner's Rift. Cloud9, you're just visiting us. And SKT locking down most of the vision here. Faker killing a pink ward away, and SKT really have secured the vision of this Drake.
Honestly, yeah, it is SKT's Rift, and Cloud9 even bringing a couple of SKT costumes with the double skins. They know it. Respect paid to the champions.
There's the root, plenty of damage. Meteos, down to 80%.
I think he's happy with that.
Yeah, he's tanky, he's Olaf. It's not the worst thing in the world. Gonna look for the Scuttle control, and actually that's a pretty big deal with how much better SKT have been warding. That Scuttle cannot be removed for a minute.
Also, really need to note the Spirit Visage on Meteos. Increased healing for Olaf. He already has a tremendous amount, but with Olaf plus the Alistar, he can soak up a lot of the poke here.
Realm Warp Bang is on the wrong side of this one. He's gonna flash over the wall. And that is a flash for a Realm Warp. Well played on that one, and it means control of the bottom turret, actually. That's a nice rotation by C9. They got control of the river back. They got a turret to tie up the gold a little bit, but Faker is alone in the mid lane and could easily kill one back for SKT.
Yeah, this is SKT kind of letting C9 take the first punch, dodging, and then giving them an uppercut because the continuous pressure in the top lane from Duke onto Impact is forcing C9's hand.
They still have to worry about the flanks, though. We talked about this. They're around the back. Impact does have teleport. He's going back to base right now, and C9 are actually threatening to flank.
Sneaky nearly got rooted. That could have been a death if that were a little bit more to the right from Wolf. Now looking for a bit of a play. Meteos in the back line looking for Bang, who does not have a flash, but he's running out of health. The Alistar Pulverize not doing a ton of damage right now as Duke is pretty safe to land the poke. A root on a Smoothie, and Sneaky down to 1/3. Meteos almost dead, and here's the curtain call, and it could be just that for C9. Looking for the damage. They picked up one already. Can they get more? A quick knockup on a Jensen. The chase down for Duke, and he's got a flash back out with the Hex Drinker pop. Now Impact wants in, but be careful. Faker's looking for you with the old teammate losing a lot of HP.
Yeah, we saw Crown do it before. Victor actually really potent against these Cannon flanks because there is one weakness to Cannon. He doesn't have that much health if he builds aggressively, and Victor with the QE as he walks in, extremely punishing.
Especially a Cannon who builds against a physical damage dealer, no magic resist to survive that.
Cloud9 still playing on that Razor's Edge. They try and contest the Dragon.
Jumps forward on the Faker, a little bit of damage there, looking for the root back on a Sneaky. They find Jensen, and that's going to be a deletion, but it's going to be one back in the mix as the top laner's down. Sneaky cannot quite kill one off. Looks like the Q can't get it. 2-for-1 so far in favor of SKT, but Meteos is here to rejoin with Sneaky. The flash engaged by Faker, forcing the flash away from Sneaky, a trade of summoners, but a health bar lead for SKT.
And it's both Faker and Bang out of mana here, so they trade an extra kill for the Dragon being kept alive, and honestly C9 trying to stay in the game, not giving up too many objectives against his SKT lineup.
If we rewind all the way to the first engage, though, that Razor's Edge from Cloud9, they were not as coordinated as they need to be in those flanks. Meteos and Smoothie pretty far ahead of the rest of the team, and if the front line is taking damage for 1 second without the rest of the team, then it costs them a lot.
And that's the turning tides of this game. C9 started out very proactive, timing Meteos to help them with their weaknesses in the bot lane, later in the top lane. Right now, they're playing a very reactive game here to what SKT is doing. Yes, they made the first move in the map, but that was in reaction to all the top pressure. The fact that the first axe didn't connect and left Smoothie outside means there's no damage to follow up on the tanking being done by Meteos.
Maybe some miscommunication that they didn't have Rise Ultimate available because Sneaky was with Jensen, but that ability not up, and then the punish here from Bang with the Jhin ult.
Impact wasn't doing much this fight, honestly. The teleport, I had trouble finding out where it even came in from because it looked like that was C9 looking for a fight with nothing being done.
But if you have C9's composition and you opt into a fight and you have to use your Alistar flash defensively, you know there was an error in communication, but there's more action in the top lane right now as Jensen's getting circled. Lee Sin at bottom of your screen.
There. Gonna look for the kick into the wall. Oh, a nice Rune Prison to buy some time. Jensen playing that well. Now, can he juke the skill shot? That's one. That's two, and it doesn't matter anymore. Nicely played by Jensen, and all that pressure gives C9 the numbers lead in the mid lane. Faker respects the chance at a dive, and Cloud9 are able to tie up the turret score. The gold still 1,500 down.
Meanwhile, Impact down bottom lane, trying to clean up these minions and protect that turret. He does have ultimate available.
There was a faint move from Sneaky down to the bottom lane, looking to maybe collapse onto Duke. Honestly, doesn't want to walk into Fog of War. Engage here, triple kick!
Knocks up two, they caught out Sneaky, and he's got the damage. Faker gets the shutdown. Well played by SKT Jungle to start it out. Now Smoothie gonna run out of Unbreakable Will. He will be broken, picked off Blank, getting his third kill of the game, an immaculate engage.
And that's SKT being aware that there is no teleport on the cannon from C9, and honestly a beautiful opportunity. Not many Lee Sin players that would have went for that triple kick because it wasn't kicking anybody in their team, but they basically took the bowling approach.
And you don't get too many mistakes like that. This is the breaking point. Cloud9 trying to contest the Baron.
3 versus 5 Baron, definitely doing plenty of damage. SKT not high on tanks. Blank is low. The Undertow gives vision. They know about how much threat there is right here in this one. 4,000 health on the Baron. Will C9 go for the play? The question is when they want to go in. Realm Warp looking for the chance at a steal, but it's not going to be in time. Great secure there by Blank, and it's Meteos left alone inside the pit. Not going to get anything done. That's 3 kills in a row, plus the Baron for SKT.
What a creative solution by C9. If they got Meteos in just a little bit earlier, that could have actually been the steal of the century. Zyra and Vic are so good at keeping people out, either by zone control in terms of crowd control or just sheer amount of damage. I don't think they were actually ready for a Realm Warp Olaf into the pit.
Definitely a good attempt there from Cloud9, but SKT, with those last 2 plays, take a very commanding victory here, or lead in the game. They've got the Baron buff to help them out with that siege. Man, Blank there does get that triple kick that you guys talked about and scatters Cloud9.
Really beautiful stuff. And just Smoothie, Unbreakable Will lasts a few seconds. Yeah, you die last, but just not enough getting done for him. So nicely played SKT off of Blank, right? And he's the one fighting for a spot. Is it Blank? Is it Bangi? You know, Bangi was in when they beat C9 last time. Is that really the right choice for them? But that was a big game-winning style play for Blank. They were winning by a little bit SKT, but the double kill into the Baron that he secured himself, really huge. Flash engage onto Bang. Goodbye. Nicely set up Smoothie. And Impact making it happen. But guess what? Faker is still here. You might kill one of the carries, but SKT's got 2 more.
What about the other one there? Jason, the mid lane. Meteos is after him.
How much can Duke do to get out? As soon as that Ragnarok ends, it's going to be the Thundering Blow to get rid of him. Bop, down he goes, but the slow is still in for Sneaky. One more hit, he'll do it, pops it, and there we go, a kill picked up. So 2 kills for C9, but still SKT had gotten the turret. C9 needs so much more. They're down over 4,000 gold in this one.
But they stopped the setup here before SKT can actually start the siege here. C9 killing that play in its infancy again, taking a book or a page out of Fnatic's book.
Exactly, it's so important to break the siege that SKT were about to pull with all the damage. Smoothie goes in.
Headbutt, pulverize, pop, seal to stay alive. Strangle Thorns to stuns, knocking him up, knocking him around, but he's okay for now. The turret will fall, but the kickback Sneaky, Arcane shifts in time to knock it completely eviscerated. That was a clutch play. Has to flash away from the root that Wolf comes to set up. He flashed for that one out, and looks like that C9 able to convert that kill into the turret while Duke was dead, run away successfully, and bandage up their wounds.
Yeah, look in the top right of your screen, an 1,800 gold Baron power play rather is not high at all because it includes the 1,500 you get initially from the Baron here. So C9 trading very evenly against a much stronger opponent, so they're clawing back into the game.
It even counts the kill they got on Meteos when he tried to steal it, so a lot gained here as we watch the replay of that bot lane.
Right, this is the counter play here from Cloud9. Impact waits in the bush. He's rewarded as Smoothie goes in. Then the mid lane, same thing. Cloud9 charged down the Jace as Meteos. Very patient with his undertows. Watch how he holds it as Duke is trying to zigzag. He's getting a feel for the movements here of Duke, and Duke held the same pattern there. Meteos able to land that one.
And that's one of the favorite things in the world to do in League of Legends is watching people juke themselves to death. The threat of the skill shot far greater than the skill shot itself.
Yeah, exactly. You just do that all the time on Amumu when people are trying to and dodge your bandage. Just walk up until you're in ult range. Nice dancing.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. And of course, you know that as soon as Ezreal's in range, the Iceborne Gauntlet converts the slow as well. So we're now 33 minutes in, but it's a 4,000 gold lead. SK Telecom T1, the favorites of the group, still holding a lead against Cloud9, but C9 and the rest of North America hoping this can be turned around.
And SKT seem okay with not really committing for the Dragon Vision because the nature of their composition is relatively slow in the setup. No fight comes from this. We can finish the point. Because they're so good at defending an area that's already warded, they're actually staying around the top side of the map, keeping that Baron Vision under lockdown. C9 is opting for the Dragon here, but we see a bit of a fight.
Chance at a siege. Smoothie has to pop the ulti pretty early on, gets the headbutt onto Blank, saves the pulverize for later, lands it here. The kickback on the support, but it'll be a trade of jungle for support. No! Blank gets out, beautifully done, secures 1 kill. Now, how's the re-engage gonna look? True Shot Barrage gets very little damage across. They're waiting for Impact to join from the far backside, but it just doesn't mean enough. It's Blank once again getting SKT a kill and control the map.
And again, it's these team plays. Whoa, Cloud9 going after Bang though, not gonna get in range. It's the team plays from SKT. This is again, a time where they see Cloud9 spread out. Impact didn't have teleport, SKT tracking the cooldown and they pounce.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you use your abilities a little bit inefficiently, if it's in a numbers advantage. 5v4, SKT make the play, but C9, honestly, Smoothie played that very well. He delayed the flying kick from Blank, that held his pulverize and at least forced SKT to take it slow and C9 get a Dragon on the back end.
Really nicely done, yeah, just forcing the movements and good to have some clutch shot calling where in a 4v5, yes, we'll re-engage. 4v5, okay, we have 10 seconds to kill the Drake, and these are good plays by C9. Just SKT or that Juggernaut that will not say die, up 5,000 gold.
Here they are looking for a flank again. Smoothie from the top side, seen on a ward, Impact as well. So I don't know, they're make the call to go anyway.
Looking for the play to get a stun. Faker is low, but actually the Proto Belt misses a nice kickback. Looking for the re-engages. Jensen can't get it though. He can be killed off. Faker and Blank looking for the damage. Can't quite find it either. Both mid laners chunked out. A nice shot from Duke. Blank nearly lands the Q as well, and a disengage.
And for the second time this game, we see a communication error on the side of C9. They need to help each other right now as a team, and they will survive this.
Got one around the side, but all is well, and Jensen's going to get back to his side of the map, looking to clear some minion waves away.
But you could see as the cannon came over the wall with the Flash ultimate, Smoothie did not decide to use his ultimate to break the Zyra snare right there, to join this fight from the left flank there, so he kind of fell apart. Yeah, I think he had it. I was looking at the screen and it seemed like he had it at least. Okay. Double flank opportunity was there for the Alistar and Kennen. Decided not to opt in there.
It's always going to be a tight race, though. You know this damage is going to be explosive. It's fairly large numbers of squishies on both sides. Once again, the fight for the red buff grabbed securely. Nicely done. No big problems here. So far, SKT continuing their stranglehold on Summoner's Rift as best they can do it. Up 2 kills, 36 minutes in. SKT would advance, improve, I should say, to 3-1 if they can win this game with only 2 opponents left. They'd almost be guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals.
And again, the percentage of time where SKT have had vision control is huge for this game. Cloud9 have constantly been trying to combat the extra information that SKT have. Slowly taking its toll. The split push also still working for Duke there on Jace.
So again, it's just the trade back and forth. C9 doing what they can with a 5,000 to 6,000 gold deficit, clawing what vision they can. The fact they've gotten a couple of Drakes speaks to how well they are playing from behind. You do have to compliment the fact that Cloud9 are holding up against a winning SKT, but make no mistake that SK Telecom T1 have had great plays coming out of Blank, and Faker has so much damage with the depth cap done, only one more item to go.
And they're holding up, but you see some of the weaknesses of the C9 draft in terms of range. An aspect very often overlooked. Father Jensen's only done 7,000 damage to champions. Smoothie himself has done 5,000. Compare that to Faker's 25,000 overall. He's having such a hard time here, Danish mid laner, to actually get into the fights and make an impact because there is so much damage, threat, and reaction onto SKT. Every time he steps in, there is just the punish in the choke points.
Yeah, a battle of a lot of poke. You see Meteos right there forced to burn his own ultimate to get away from this encounter. Just the 10 CDR, really all he gets to keep himself up with this one. Looks like we have the re-engage towards the mid lane here, putting what damage they can. The laser coming across, and the curtain call putting a couple of hits in, and Meteos starting to run out of health here, and this one, Guardian Angel is up, but now Smoothie also about to be chunked out here. This is several health bars missing for C9. The Ocean Drakes won't kick in fast enough to really feel that good for Smoothie. 5,500 gold puts C9 into a hole here, looking back up at the mid lane. True Shot Barrage to reveal some of what SKT was waiting to do. C9 knows they're not on Baron just yet, but still waiting to come around the side. Ocean Drake putting Smoothie back up to half HP, and he has his ultimate, so the re-engage could work okay for Cloud9. SKT bunched up, and we still have the ulti available for that cannon. The Slicing Maelstrom can instantly win a team fight if Wolf can't land the exhaust in time. A trade back and forth with skill shots.
Cloud9 are trying to keep pressure here on the mid lane so that SKT can't continue to bait this Baron. If they keep shoving up the minion wave and threatening that mid inhibitor turret, then SKT have to respect it, and they're doing just that, lining this river with traps and plants.
Plan's gonna time out for now, but it's still SKT who control the wards on this part of the map right here, looking to get whatever they can to take this one home. This late in the game, 40 minutes in almost, the death timers are long enough that I think SKT with a clean ace just kills the Cloud9 Nexus. C9 have, I feel like, just a bit more to work through and a bit less damage to kill the buildings with it. And they don't have that same luxury here based on the gold differences between these two teams. But again, we have the standoff continuing, the minion waves being cleared out, the Baron was not secured, C9 played around the vision deficit well enough to stay alive.
And we're seeing the constant struggle between the Infernal Drake extra damage poke team and the double Ocean soak from the front line of Cloud9, allowing them to stay up in that mid lane. This is so touch and go. We've been talking about this Razor's Edge the entire game, and it feels like we've been standing on it the entire game, even though SKT, their gold lead, very impressive at the moment.
But both teams can slip, especially in the late game when all these flashes are available here. We had very chaotic, fast-paced fights earlier in the game here, but with flash up on Kennen, flash up on Alistar, everything is always possible. We saw it yesterday as well. A good Relmar flank, just like Bjergsen did yesterday when he was playing from behind, could completely surprise SKT. Remember, these guys are playing with almost no tanks. You can somewhat classify Lee Sin as a tank here, but there's not that much he can do if they're getting cornered from every angle.
And the thankful thing for Blank's Lee Sin, he's mostly magic resist focused, which actually works very well for him up against this Rise from Jensen, the one who's been hitting him more often than not. He's just withstanding all the punishment coming through. Finally, Void Staff is in for Rise to make that a little bit nicer, but still, seeing what else can happen here. Tons of attack damage here. Duke's got the Bloodthirster. He's got just huge completed items. One last MR spot to go for him. You even got the crit coming through for Bang now, looking for even more punishment out of those shots.
I think that SKT need to keep this pressure up. They've got this gold lead. They need to make it work for them. Jace can do so much work on a turret. He's so much damage, and the teleport is there as well, ready to rejoin the rest of the team.
Honestly, that's what they've been doing the entire game here, putting that Jace in the bottom lane, using that pressure point to force rash decisions out of the C9 team here. C9 desperately looking for an answer, and when your answer is that obvious, when it is a Kennen flash all in rather, and when it is an Alistar looking for the combo, it is very easy to spot for SKT as well, and it's that kind of dance that SKT is winning right now.
And it's not even just spotting it, they've got so many actors to deal with it. The Thundering Blow from the Jace top lane for Duke, Faker himself just zoning out with raw damage in the gravity field. You've got Wolf with the root, you've got Blank with the ultimate kickback as well. There's a lot of tools to eject impact from these team fights.
Plus, the late game damage from SKT does not fall off, whereas Olaf is very difficult to use in the late game team fights as well. We talk about, comparing the junglers. Uh-oh.
Seeing a bit of it here, Smoothie has to pop the ulti and flash to keep himself alive. Gonna lose a lot of his health bar here, shielding himself, and ooh, that final shot still comes through with the ulti on, so it won't be a kill picked up. The poke from Duke not quite gonna kill him off either.
That's a huge victory for SKT, though, to remove the threat of the flash from Alistar and the ultimate from Smoothie. Very, very big, and it should encourage them to get more.
Looking for a bit more. It's Meteos. We've seen this before. Him in that same spot have to pop the ult to get away, and it's more and more cooldowns missing from Cloud9. Now the Baron started.
And C9 being punished for entering two choke points, but they have to get there. The Baron's at half HP already. 6,000 health remains.
The cooldowns from Meteos gone, the cooldowns from Smoothie Dawn. It's mostly up to impact now on the Kennen.
And down to the bottom left. Nice slows by Sneaky Vine. Gonna find Smoothie Watson. 3-man not gonna have the damage though. Stranglethorn's gonna hit nobody. They find Blank. It's 1 kill already though onto Smoothie. A kill back on a wall. Both supports dead. Duke running away. Picked off, but a double kill for Faker. It's back and forth chaotic. And it's gonna be the escape as well for Blank. 2 dead for SKT. 2 dead for Cloud9. A 3-on-3 on the map.
SKT backed themselves in a corner, but they fought their way out. They stayed level-headed and committed to one exit path. Yes, there were casualties along the way. Duke had to drop, Wolf had to drop, but C9, they lost both their flash engagements right there, and they only traded 2 for 2.
Definitely going to be scary moving forward for them. Every extra flash lost is an opportunity. So here, Smoothie, he's going for the engage and immediately tries to disengage because they know the Zyra ult is coming and they try and get out of the zone.
And then it was really hard for them to win that fight, especially when Faker got a kill there. Yes, there was a top-end kill from Impact right there, but Blank makes it out. Doesn't lose any of his life there, especially doesn't lose his GA. Very important because at least Sin with the Guardian Angel will play with extra confidence.
And Blank's been at 5 to 10% health so many times this game and is still at 0 deaths. He has just barely safeguarded out, and that is a big deal. One of the criticisms of Bengi from SKT, their sub-jungler, has been his mechanics aren't always up to snuff, and Blank has navigated situations, these, bowling pin ultimates, knocking up 2 other champions with the kickback, and these safeguards at very little amounts of health. Very, very adept plays here from Blank, mechanically working so well, creating the plays and not being a liability himself. Very well played by the SKT jungler.
Remember as well that Faker, the one with a lot of the SKT gold, and pretty much full build Victor here, also is running cleanse for the team fights. It's so important when everybody's burning their flashes and the cooldowns are long. Cleanse very short cooldown and really big in getting him out of that cannon stun to be able to dish out the full damage build that he's got.
No, and still those 2 objectives on the table here. SKT don't really fancy.
Realm War brings in the Alistar. Can they find the play? Oh, it's huge! They've shut down Faker. Do they get anything else, though? The kill comes back, and Bang does so well. Curtain Call plus for the disengage. How well can C9 withstand this? Smoothie's going to lose his life with this shield. He's going to take the final shot. He gives his life to let Jensen run away, it looks like, but that is still a positive trade. SKT with the 2-1, even with Faker dead at the start. Jensen looking for the re-engage. He sees a little bit with Bang, but he's going to lose his life. The root's going to land, and Bang makes the big play. The trade back on the Guardian Angel. Sneaky losing his life as well. It's multiple kills in for SKT, only for the Guardian Angel of Blank. A better played disengage.
Exactly. He's got a Guardian Angel there. He's back up, and Baron is on the table here for SKT.
Ooh, and it started so well with Faker immediately being removed off the map, but then Jensen at the end, he really felt that range disparity between him and the Jhin. Walked up backwards, walked up again, so close to finishing Bang off there, but in the end, he just couldn't quite get the kill, and that means Baron for SKT.
Very well secured. Jensen couldn't contest, and Meteos can't make a 1v4 happen, so nicely down to the back foot of that one. SKT outplaying the end of the engage. Luwak's commit.
Realm Warp completely caught us off guard right there. Instant cannon delivery system into combo. Faker and Blank, they were ready to kill whoever came out there, but Gravity Field wasn't ready just in time, and at this point, C9 are looking for disengagement. Smoothie decides to sacrifice himself, and then in the end, it was so hard for Jensen to reach anybody in that fight later on.
And he sees the low health bars. They got a bunch of poke on a Duke at the beginning, but he's so far ahead. He's got the Guardian Angel himself, the Maw, shield still coming back up from cooldown now, but yeah, even the damage dealers of SKT are actually reasonably tanky. A lot of magic resist on several of these members.
And SKT now wielding that Baron buff adds a lot of threat to their siege with the constant poke that they can throw out. If they buff up a couple of lanes there with with Baron buff minions, it becomes hard for Cloud9 to really threaten back.
Another curtain call opens up here just for the slow. SKT looking to hunt.
Get a slow onto Impact. That's a 1,000 HP cannon. They get away from the Sonic Wave. Now Meteos once again forced to run out. Has Guardian Angel, not under a incredible amount of threat because of that, but see what he can with this one. Now fighting over the Scuttle Crab control as SKT takes that one away. You've got that Drakon ready. It is, of course, the Elder. It's barely, well, very late, I should say, into this game. 6,000 gold, SKT's lead, wearing the Baron buff. They've got to feel good about their chances here in this one. But the Realm Warps can always turn things around.
They fight always over that vision, trying to land the poke for SKT first.
The flank from Smoothie gets spotted though. Faker with the damage force.
Wow.
With ultimate, there's
By
no reaction.
himself, he forces the 2 biggest cooldowns out of Smoothie.
That's how you counter a pincer. You engage on the weak side, force him back, make sure you don't get close in. SKT very aware of their position and who's surrounding them.
Meanwhile, note the prep work that SKT did. Got the top lane pushing. That huge minion wave of SKT is going to threaten top side of the map, whereas they're bringing Cloud9 over to the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, reminiscent of Blaze's 6th man, as they called it back in the day. The first time teams started using this strategy. Always so important to manage your side waves. The objective gets engaged.
Impact does have teleport though, and they're threatening the Dragon again. Meteos getting caught.
And he's going to run out of HP rapidly. The Guardian Angel might just be popped. Yes, it is. Nicely done by Faker to get that killing blow, sort of as it were. The re-engage. They're not quite going to stun him out though, but here's the curtain call, making it painful as C9 tries to run away. Smoothie going to tank up the shots. Not too big of a concern as Jensen just takes a shock blast, and they're okay with this one. But the Drake can be re-engaged.
at will. And the time bomb in the top lane is still thinking quite peculiar that SKT is actually disengaging right here instead of opting for the commitment, because they poked one low and had another one having to clear the top lane. There is always still the threat of that looming teleport.
There's always the threat, and it's also part of this, I really think, is the double Ocean Drake that C9 managed to acquire. It's a very poke-heavy game. The Zyra plants, the Shock Blast, everything like that. C9 are constantly re-topped off for these little plays, and SKT just used the Baron buff to reset one more time, buy the items, and play for this Elder.
So much damage, they can burn through it as well. Cloud9, really rough for them to try and get back there. I think SKT have this.
They're going to look for it. 2,000 health on this one. Shouldn't be a concern. And it's not. Nicely played. An attempt by Sneaky, but Blank mechanically playing this game so soundly, playing it right. None of these steals come through. Elder Dragon on for 2 minutes.
And unless C9 can predict what objective SKT is going to move to next, and then wait in the wings, have them pass by them, and then collapse on them, it's going to be so hard to make a flank, because SKT is constantly looking for that Alistar on the side, for the Kennen TP wards. Really methodical and slow approach right here.
And that being said, we're approaching 50 minutes in this game. Cloud9 have fought tooth and nail to keep their inhibitor turrets alive. SKT slowly getting so much map control, but what matters is cracking through the inhibitor turret. They do have that true damage burn for a little while longer.
They might just control the southwest portion of the map, Cloud9's base itself. You've got the Elixir of Brilliance now onto Faker, even more damage coming through. This one can chunk down the auto attacks pretty easily. The Elder Dragon, of course, helps quite a bit, and you see them still pushing forward ships onto this bottom turret.
But look at the minimap. Zyra's pathing around, you know, using that sweeper. We had
coming in.
Look for every ward.
Into the jungle. It's going to be the Alistar, the Olaf, looking for the play. Can they get the damage they need? Headback Pulverize catches only on the Blank. They've already killed off Smoothie. That's not enough here for C9. Sneaky getting caught out. He's in danger. He could go down, and he does. Blank is on a rampage. 2 for 0. Now a double kill for Bang. Make it 3 already. Meteor's going to lose it, and Impact is not going to be enough. A single kill doesn't matter enough. Sure, he walks away, but SKT in complete control, looking to close out the game.
Major props to SKT's shot calling there. Their shot calling and the flank awareness is what won them the fight. Wolf single-handedly kept Impact out of the fight, and C9 could not pull the trigger.
Beautifully done. Onto the turrets they go. SK Telecom T1, the defending world champions, move on to 3-1 in the group. They are in the driver's seat, and C9 has to wait another game to get that first win.
The discipline and late game poise of the world champions showing through. And SKT earned their victory here today.
Definitely a well-played game. It was held close. You have to commend Cloud9's ability to defend for so long, but still, that stranglehold was never given up. To play an almost entirely squishy composition, to navigate these Kennen flanks so incredibly well, that requires so much skill. Wolf single-handedly delaying Impact's flank at the end. The ability to say, oh, Roamwork's coming, and smashing those champions in the face as soon as they came in. So many good plays out of SKT.
I mean, proof was in the pudding. Slow but methodical. I think we have to mention over and over is that the fact SKT came out of the draft with 2 pushing lanes throughout the entirety of the game, and then 1 lane that obviously was in favor of the Ryze early on, but as Faker approached level 7, 8, 9, that balance tipped over, it swung, and the Victor could at least match the laning phase in terms of push, and then suddenly C9 found themselves suffocated, and it made it very predictable where they wanted to strike with that Alistar, with that Kennen.
There was so much pressure on Cloud9 all game long to continually create plays and create their own advantages, and they did for so long, yet SKT just stoic in the end game there, and the discipline to just keep up the wards so often. Like almost never saw a moment where the vision completely collapsed for SKT. They were always there to replenish it,
and they never went for the super risky choices in terms of which objective to go for. At one point, they could have moved their vision over to a dragon before setting up the Baron, but they were no, we're just going to commit to this one area, use our composition well, punish people for contesting it. And that's what C9 had such a hard time fighting, because there's a couple of moments where you can be like, C9 could have played this a little bit better. Smoothie and Meteos could have been slightly better on the same page, but more than that, there wasn't any abundance of clear big mistakes made by the North American team. They were just outmatched by, honestly, a world-class team.
Absolutely world-class. And 2 individuals I really want to highlight here is Blank on the Lee Sin, deathless the whole way through, made huge plays, secured every major objective. I didn't see him miss any important smites. Early warding helped for sure as well, and then to back him up, bang. Even in the team fight where Faker got one shot at the start, he had been a consistent damage source, only one death the entire game for SKT's AD carry against such a scary composition, and played a 50-minute game with tons of essentially assassins with barely dying once is very impressive.
Yeah, SKT definitely looking like they're going to take their spot at the top of the group. Impressive performance to start out the day. But we've seen, you know, group stages, a lot can still happen.
Yeah, but it just shows you again, when you look at things to value in team composition, like, okay, we need a couple of tanks, we need some range, we need some hard engaged. C9 had all that, but they were all so short ranged. Like, Rise has a really hard time entering into these fights against the zone control from this Victor and the Zyra, and it just shows you why these control mages were supreme for such a long time when a lot of League of Legends was based around objectives.
Absolutely the case. Well, it's been a beautiful game. SKT starting the day off with a win, C9 with a loss, but for now, let's send it down to Shox, who's sitting by with Wolf from SKT.
Thank you very much, Freak. Indeed, standing by with SKT support after beating out C9 here. And, well, it was a much closer game than the last one you played versus C9. And as they are the last North American team in the World Championship, what do you think of them as a team? And do you think they can advance to the quarterfinals?
우선 오늘 첫 승리를 축하드립니다. 그 신한인과의 경기에서 지난주보다는 훨씬 더 혈전이었는데 이제 그들의 경기력에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 그리고 신한인이 북미의 마지막 희망으로서 8강에 진출할 수 있을 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요.
네, 일단 지난주보다 좀 C9이 훨씬 좀 잘해진 것 같아요. 그래서 저희가 좀 초반에 고전한 것 같고 아마 이 경기력대로라면 저는 가능성이 있다고 생각해요. 꽤 높다고 생각해요.
So I think C9, they improved a lot compared to last week, and that's why we had such a difficult early game. And as long as they keep their performance as they played against us, then they have a really high possibility of advancing to the quarterfinals.
All right, well, we will see what happens. You guys have been very impressive so far. You did go for the Zyra, which was a famous Pumandu pick for the Season 3 SKT. Was that an inspiration for you to play it, and why do you think she's a good pick in the current meta?
그 자이라로 되게 인상적인 경기를 보여주셨는데 자이라 픽은 사실 이제 지금 코치로 있는 푸만두 코치의 시즌 3 당시에 되게 유명한 그 푸만두 선수의 전용 픽이었는데 그 혹시 영감을 받은 게 있는지 그리고 자이라 픽이 현재 메타에 어떠한 그 위치에 있는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 만두 코치님에게 영감 받은 거는 지금은 좀 메타가 많이 바뀌어서 그때랑은 좀 다른 거여서 딱히 없고요. 그냥 라인전이 강력하고 요새 상대 챔피언들이 뭐 올라프나 케넨 이런 돌진하는 챔피언이 많은데 그거를 카운터 치기 좋아서 요새 꽤 좋은 픽인 것 같아요.
So the meta right now is completely different from what it was back in Season 3. So actually I didn't get too much inspiration from Pumandu. But I think Zyra is a really good pick in the current meta because it's really good to counter those like champions that kind of like charge in like Olaf and other champions.
Yeah, as we saw in this game as well. You guys are obviously huge favorites to win the trophy again this year. How do you reflect on your own performance so far, Wolf?
So SKT가 올해도 매우 강력한 우승 후보로 지금 경기를 하고 있는데 현재까지 본인의 경기력에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
지금까지는 그렇게까지 제 폼이 뭐 최상인 것 같진 않아요. 좀 실수도 많았고 근데 이번 롤드컵 탑 20 선정에 제가 좀 빠져 있더라고요. 그래서 이거 좀 보고 약간 서운했는데 그래서 지금 저보다 잘하는 선수가 누가 있는지 좀 궁금하네요.
I don't think I'm playing my best performance yet. I made some mistakes throughout the weeks, but before the World Championship, I saw the top 20 list, and I noticed that my name is not on there, and I was thinking, so who's better than me? Who's actually on the list? So it's kind of a mystery for me now.
All right, well, maybe our analysts know what to say about that. Thank you very much, Wolf. Congratulations on SKT. Another victory here in the group stage. Take it away, Dash.
Thank you very much, Shox. Spawn, first things first.
Come on!
What do you have to say for yourself in that top 20 list there?
You put Mithy there.
This is 3 times that I've been brought up today. I mean, the list was done before Worlds, no cross-regional play.
All right, okay, but massive victory for SKT here, really separating themselves from the rest of the group. And honestly, a crushing defeat for C9 for it to have been as close of a game as it was for so long. I want to dive into Champions Select and talk about this high damage composition crafted by SKT.
Well, the first thing, obviously, you come in with Blank as the underperformer. You're thinking, they have to put him on a simple champion, Lee Sin, and he delivers. Oh, he had such a great game on Lee Sin, but the composition just having no front line, and it's just so difficult to play a comp like that. And on the reverse side for Cloud9, they have to match that with a lot of coordinated engages, and we didn't see that out of them. We saw it towards the middle and later stages of the game with the Ryze ultimate, but if that's not in every single fight, they're not going to be able to fight that heavy disengage.
I think SKT's comp is a comp that only they could play. Like, it's so hard to play. It's very fragile. If C9 get one engage, the game's absolutely over, but they disengage that so perfectly. Also, if you look at the lanes, the bot lane, they actually kill traded twice with the Olaf instead of just going down, and they also traded objectives better, which kept them in the game for so long.
Now, within the composition conversation, Spawn, I've got to wonder if Rumble would have been a better pick instead of Kennen, having seen Jin and Zyra locked in, knowing that, hey, I don't want to go into essentially melee form to get my AoE damage down. We could get this from range.
Yeah, you definitely have a look at this composition and you think they have to be on top of them to make it work. And with, Victor keeping you at bay with the Rylai's, with the Zyra running around, that was always going to be a hard job. But I think that Cloud9 did have the early game that should have been able to set them up for success. They were riding this on the razor's edge. If it tipped over, they would have been snowballed enough to get it done, but it just didn't ever get to that point.
And as you mentioned, SKT was able to craft a couple really fantastic fights. The first one coming 28 minutes into the game, Sneaky getting caught out. Netza Baron for SKT really extends the length of the game.
And Blank has only played 5 professional Lee Sin games, I believe, and being able to get a triple kick into a tag and assassinating Sneaky is a clutch play.
Multiple times throughout the game, he's been able to do that, and off this pick, they're going to be able to just pressure the actual Baron, and that's when SKT really grabs a hold of this game and never lets go. They're so disciplined at it, and it was just very enjoyable to watch.
And Lee Sin either makes you look amazing as a player or really, really bad. And Blank has had some poor performances on an international stage, but for him to be able to pick up that, turn it into what now looks to be a comfortable pick for him, and still show his mechanics is just really nice to see.
That fight gets SKT into the driver's seat, but let's take a look at an ace replay of the fight that secured the win for the defending world champions.
Again, the eyes really have to be on the Lee Sin right here. You see the Ryze engage coming in. SKT knows this very well. They get Faker, but Blank also gets a 3-man knockup right into the Zyra ultimate. The disengage is on, and now C9 figures out that they can't actually pursue this fight anymore.
And what kind of composition is there that you're like, oh, we didn't get the Zyra, for all of a sudden we've all been nuked and everyone's dead? That is just so bizarre to have to say. But SKT, they play it perfectly. Wolf gets out, and then they're just able to continue this. And one more time, they're flirting with danger, but they always come out ahead.
They kite so well with Bang. You saw initially Smoothie kind of giving himself up to kind of protect the entire team from getting chased, but unfortunately they were too close and they're able to get picked off, and the graph just shows that gold graph going crazy.
Well, and just look at the damage dealt to champions, right? You've got 2 players over 45k damage for SKT. The highest on C9 is just under 30k for Sneaky. I mean, that's just such an imbalanced damage chart. But the player that I want to highlight here, player of the game, goes to Blank. And Clement, I mean, I saw your reaction in that final fight under the inhibitor turret. What a play. I mean, he set up a couple highlight reel plays for
that. Really reminded me of Dandy level of Lee Sin play. Right at the end of that, he actually got both carries dead. He kicked and killed Sneaky and then kicked the Ryze right out into the enemy, into SKT's composition, which was amazing to watch.
And we know he's a confident player, and being able to step on stage and montage people in the first game means that this team is now set up for huge success.
I was about to say, I want to talk about how now this affects the group, because SKT out to a 3-1 tournament record so far. Now, of course, IMEI and Cloud9 are evened up at 2-2, and Flash Wolves, who we thought was going to be in contention, is down at 1-3. But SKT seem to be sitting pretty, and now it's a 3-horse race for that second slot.
So I think right now we can just forget about SKT. Just let them have first place, battle for second. I think the American pie is getting soggy, but it's still edible. I still believe in them, and I want to see them be able to take games against Flash Wolves and IMEI.
Well, on the flip side, that's the exact game that we have. So join us on the other side of the break when Cloud9 matches up with Flash Wolves.
You guys know where his last shot was? Yes. Holy shit. Oh, here's Meteos.
And here comes the play. They're going to land the headbutt pulverized onto Wolf, who's going to run out of health pretty rapidly. No flash. And who do they give the kill to? It's going to go over to Sneaky.
I'm TP behind Victor. I'm behind Victor.
Yeah, combo?
Yeah, combo.
Lead flash.
Okay.
Yeah,
they're in.
They canceled. Nice. They find Jensen, and that's going to be a deletion, but it's going to be one back in the mix. As the top winner's down, Sneaky cannot quite kill one off. Sneaky getting caught out. He's in danger. He can go down, and he does. Blank is on a rampage. 2 for 0. Now a double kill for Bang. Make it 3 already. Meteos going to lose it.
SK Telecom T1, the defending world champions, move on to 3-1 in the group.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back to San Francisco, where Cloud9 and Flash Wolves are readying up on stage. And as the players are just about ready to get in the game, gentlemen, we're going to move quickly. I want your predictions and I want your reasons why you think the team is going to walk away with it.
I'm still going to go with the Flash Wolves. I think that if you look at this draft, they're going to have the mid lane counter pick, and they're going to get their pick of Lee Sin, strong jungler. They still have the better early game. Shake off game one. You still got this.
All right. right, so faith in the LMS here. What about you, Spawn?
I have no faith in their early game after that performance earlier today. I think what Cloud9 just showed against SKT is good enough to get it done against Flash Wolves. SKT still look like a world-dominant team, and Cloud9 was right with them for majority of that game. They'll get it done.
I'm with you on that one completely. I think that what they did, if they crispen up their execution, will be a little bit better. On top of the fact that blue side right now, I think, is a lot stronger than the counter pick. Making sure that you get that first pick on whatever power mid lane that you want or any other picks, I think is a much more valuable thing.
Now, of course, we have to recognize that both of these teams are coming off of a loss, and when it comes to that race for second place, you mentioned with SKT out in front of everybody, the intensity and the weight of this match and how it might affect these teams. Do you feel that one squad is maybe more mentally able, rather, or up to the task for this time around?
Well, time and time again, Flash Wolves leadership group has shown that they are very good in that regard. So I will say, you know, Sword Art, Maple, Caster, they're definitely going to have their troops ready to go into this game. However, I've also think that we're seeing a pretty determined Cloud9 this time around. Their engages just kept coming, and, you know, they were unsuccessful, but they were unrelenting. So I do not think that they will be that tilted, or whatever word you want to use.
Yeah, and they also would get the head-to-head out of this one, so this match is just even that much more important towards making sure that you get out of groups.
All right, of course, we talked about the importance of getting Smoothie out of lane for C9. What about on the flip side? In terms of playmakers for Flash Wolves, who are we looking at to really bring this one home?
I really feel like you have to look at Karsa. If you look at the C9 draft, they're banning Nidalee and Elise on the blue side, so he's going to have his pick of the stronger jungler right here. If he can make plays early, that's what they've been good at. They just have to continue it throughout the entire game.
C9 seem to like to run Olaf into Lee Sin. In my opinion, it's a good matchup as well. So I do think that Karsa will have a playmaking champion, and I'm going to be interested to see if he can actually not have a good early game, because we've seen that out of Karsa, right? It's about how he transitions it into that mid game, and that's why I have questions.
And I do think that the Alistar will be such a powerful pick for this match, maybe even to the point of being banned or taken away, because watching Smoothie roam away for greener pastures and just make plays on the map was such a catalyst for getting his lanes ahead.
Yeah, and both AD carries aren't really lane dominant, so I agree that get these roaming supports going, see what you can make happen around the Rift.
All right, well, big game regardless of the result for either of these teams. Now over to the casters to bring you the call.
Thank you very much, Dash. We are here to witness the next game here in this group stage. Game 3, both Cloud9 and Flash Wolves' second game of the day. After that, they've only got one left. And I want to quickly bring up that if Flash Wolves lose this game, they are out of the quarterfinals. They are at max 2 wins. SKT already have 3. C9 would already have 3. And with IMA already 2-0 over Flash Wolves, I'm pretty sure it actually would guarantee Flash Wolves and fourth no matter what they do in their match against SKT.
That being said, let's look at the bottom lane that the analyst talked about as we head towards Champion Select, because I really did agree with Krepo with the Ezreal Alistar being such a great combo that they actually utilized really well to not only secure the bottom lane, but also allow him to roam up. And those have been Flash Wolves' bottom lane best champions. This is NL, Ezreal, something that he can say Stave on, which is very important for him. And then the Sword Art Alistar is actually legendary.
Yeah, and some of the community critique towards C9 right after this game was like, Smoothie, had to flash out, had to burn his ulti. Oh, Impact couldn't get the flank off. But they were playing against a very well-refined SKT that was continuously aware of their positioning and who could punish them. And I don't think Flash Wolves is just up to that level.
And that double value from stealing picks away is actually really important to me.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So we are going to get ourselves into this one. And here we go. Champ Select about to get underway as Cloud9 from the North American LCS takes on Flash Wolves from the LMS. Flash Wolves fighting for survival. Cloud9 destiny in their own hands. If they keep winning, they will make the top 8.
And one of the matchups that actually last game was heavily influenced was the top lane. Duke was continuously pushing in Impact in the top lane. But right now we have Impact, who is a very strong top laner, in my opinion, going up against MMD, who is considered much weaker across the board. So this could actually be an additional pressure point for C9, opening up more roams, more opportunity for Meteos to invade and get some of the deep vision as well.
I think Flash Wolves agree with you, and they have prompted them to ban that cannon away from Impact. Syndra also obviously very big at the moment all across the group stage, but also specifically for Jensen.
All right, one final ban to come through here. Worth noting that Nidalee, the only 100% contested champion here at Worlds, is so far still on the table. And Flash Wolves debating whether they want to leave it up or not and trade it for something else. They will actually ban Sneaky's Jhin away.
Yeah, they might be thinking about, do we ban Nidalee, give over the Rise? That's what C9 did last game. Obviously, they will now be forced rather to pick the Nidalee up early, which means the reaction Rise from Flash Wolves could come out. And then Jensen has to find out what his counter is.
as well as what the other champions they want to have are, with right now Caitlyn also grabbed up alongside the Rise for the bot lane.
So that tells you what Flash Wolves' plan was. They had too many strong champions open, and actually banning one of them would lead to a bit of a tough spot right there. So they want to give the Nidalee over, trade it for a Caitlyn Rise, and because they ban out the Jhin, it means they have a favorable AD carry matchup almost guaranteed in the bot lane.
And part of the reason Flash Wolves felt comfortable handing over that Nidalee that has been so highly prized is that Meteos hasn't had a game on Nidalee in Season 6. However, he has played the champion. It's again one of these things though, how can you judge the strength of a player based on just scrim results or rumors?
Yeah, it's definitely very hard. Now C9 looking for an answer. Lost the Rise first pick. When in doubt, ask yourself, what would Faker do? Faker went for Victor. They decide against it though, because they know exactly what bot lane they'll be playing against. They get their favorite support that's left. No more Alistar, but they still want the semblance of engaged, teamfight utility. Supports are shifting farther away from that range support meta here.
And I love the adaptation because Braum is so good against Rise. Rise's main weakness we always mention for the team fights is the line damage and how it's hard to have good target selection on Rise because it's so easy for the enemy to block it.
Yeah, definitely. So Braum to Caitlyn a little rough here, but C9 going again for that Ezreal. So they want to mimic that style. Passive bot lane, ranged farm, get sneaky through the laning phase, maybe eat a small deficit in CS, but have Smoothie roam once he bases, group up with Jensen, group up with Impact in the top lane very early, surprise the Flash Wolves.
And those proactive moves are even more important with a Nidalee, right? You're spending your first pick on this Nidalee, that requires him to work with the rest of the team. Jungling, counter jungling, river control, these are all team-based objectives. No longer can you just blame the jungler.
And this is interesting. Flash was actually leaving their support pick for last. They willingly blind picked top, and I don't think Impact was at a rush to grab Poppy for himself, so
might just be that they consider themselves to have a weaker top laner. When you do, Poppy's such a great pick. Poppy throughout this entirety of the tournament has gone down 10, 20, 30 CS early, then kept it at a stable 30 CS deficit and had a massive impact in fights time and time again, even when the player they were playing against may have been better individually in a 1v1 scenario.
First thing I think of when I think of MMD and Mouse is Poppy, because build full tank, be useful in the team fight, you can create space. There's so many uses for the ultimate. You can zone people off towers. It makes it easier in the late game because you can push things down much quicker. But
surprisingly good sieging tool as well.
Yep.
While people are grouping up to challenge a wave, you just knock them away, take down a turret here.
And now we get Impact looking at a matchup that he can probably abuse. The Gnar is in, and laning phase should be good. We know Poppy can stop the Gnar engages, use the steadfast presence to try to stop the hop with the crunch from getting in, but still, you expect Impact to have a huge laning lead.
Still, it's similar to the way Jace lanes into Poppy, but it doesn't come at the weakness of not playing with a tank right now. Now there's a good tanker flanker in the top lane. They have a tank support on Smoothie. It's actually quite a similar composition that they ran earlier. Less on a hard engagement with the cannon, but they still have a good teamfight utility pick in the top lane that can also bully 1v1, so I really like the Gnar pick.
Yeah, versatility is the key. That's something that Gnar has in spades and why it became a big pick in the first place. Can play defensively, can go offensive, and one of the biggest things for Cloud9 has been Impact absorbing pressure top lane without calling Meteos. Meteos very, very rarely does go up there, but when we have seen him go up there with Smoothie, they also find kills. So that ability to play both sides is very important.
And now we get to judge Maple how he does on that Rise as well, when he has to walk forward in fights to catch the Victor, to catch the Ezreal while they kite, Victor Ezreal, incredibly potent at kiting somebody that's coming very obviously at them. It's going to be hard for Maple to find good quality targets and get around Smoothie's Braum.
Jensen just put in an hour of training this matchup against Faker, so we'll see what he's been able to take away.
Do what Faker did, get 6 kills reasonably easy early on into the game. We'll see what can happen. The Cloud9 and Flash Wolves now have their champions locked in. NL, we knew him primarily for playing great long-range, high-damage champions. Last year at Worlds, made top 8 playing a lot of Jinx. The Caitlyn can play a similar role here, and he's even got a Tahm Kench to peel. There's definitely a lot of tools that can let NL carry this one.
All eyes on Meteos though. He has to secure his bottom right jungle with 2 pushed lanes against him. The Caitlyn's gonna push in. The Ryze is going to push in early, which means his red buff will be contested very early on. He may actually alter his path to start on the right side to move away from the weak side of the map. Definitely keen to see how Meteos does on his aggressive mid lane despite having some losing matchups.
Exactly. His one win lane is going to be Impact up in the top lane. We'll see if he does play around him this time around. And either way, make sure to join us on Twitter and share your favorite Worlds moments using the hashtag WorldsBigPlays to join in on the conversation. Also, of course, vote for your favorite teams here. Hashtag C9win, hashtag FWWin here. The LMS's Flash Wolves, the last hope of the region. Cloud9 from North America, the exact same. And again, Flash Wolves fighting for tournament lives. They must win this if they want to make the top 8. Cloud9 have a couple of chances here, but hoping they can strike a second kill against Flash Wolves here as we start the third game of the day.
First thing I want to point out as they head onto the Rift is that Jensen in this Victor versus Ryze Lee Sin match is opting not to take the cleanse. Contrary to what Faker just did, Ryze can just straight up walk at you and 2 seconds snare to set up a Lee Sin gank. That's going to be very scary.
They're doing this circular Braum invade again, where he comes from the top side, and then they want to surprise whoever's in the brush. Max range Q actually very easy to connect, so is it going to hit or not? It's a gamble at this point.
Oh, nope. Nice by MMD. Knows enough about how smooth he likes to start this out that sits in the back of the brush. The Q doesn't land.
It's a gamble for Smoothie. Either you walk up into vision, but you catch him snoozing, and you get the max range all the way into the brush, or you just guess that they're being lazy and stand halfway into the brush. Also, if there's 5 people there, you don't want to walk too close. So it's a bit of a gambit.
We also saw that Sword Art was able to get that deep trinket ward to spot what C9 was going to do with their duo lane. Will they start with the Krugs? And if they do, NL and Sword Art have the chance to fight them. Otherwise, you see them sitting in the front of that brush saying, hey, if you face check into me, you're going to take a tongue to the face.
Yeah, and if they see them on the brush, they're actually probably not going to go for the contest. They'll probably do the lane freeze thing, where you deny a couple of melees and then get access to the wave. It's definitely the favorable start, seemingly by a lot of bot lanes here. It really punishes the Krug start.
We'll see if they do one small Krug in, something like that, maybe a half measure as they take one, and they're going to walk into lane, so the freeze will not hurt them. They just get a bit of free golden XP.
Yeah, no freeze actually going off here, so C9's super happy with this. This is different choice from Flash Rules.
Low risk, medium reward. C9 comes out slightly ahead.
And as you mentioned, the Flash Wolves vision there, seeing the bottom lane, you also want to note the top side. There was a C9 ward on the Krugs that Karsa started. And again, I have to reiterate this Lee Sin plus Ryze combo, very deadly. Karsa has been one of the most active junglers of all the junglers here in group stages. And Jensen is going to rely on his skilled dodging ability with the Ghost. I mean, this is something that we lauded him for in the North American LCS, his ability to dodge cocoons and ganks, but definitely puts more pressure on him.
And we can actually see interesting path here that could indicate an early gank here, because Karsa seems to be prioritizing large red uptime by skipping the red on his initial clear, going to Raptors, then returning to red buff, could indicate an early gank.
It is also a safer route if you think that the enemy does also have that deep vision that saw them on Krug.
Cheese.
Yeah, it lets you smite red buff when your smite comes back up as your third camp. He's at full health with a potion stack still there, so Karsa is very healthy on the clear. Kobe, double thumbs up. I played enough Lee Sin to know that one.
Yeah, he seems very set on defending
Ooh, cannon minion dead.
Seems very set around defending his own jungle too, though, because he's going for the Scuttle Crab immediately, kind of blocking off his jungle. He seems very afraid of Meteos invading early on. We've seen Italy's go for level 2 red buff cheese. He's now defending his right side of jungle, so it looks more power farm heavy on Karsa.
Yeah, if you know Meteos, it's not really his style, though. Super heavy clear here. Is going to get the very quick level 4, go back for that first purchase.
I mean, Meteos has taken now 6 full camps to the, 3 and a scuttle, now 4 and a scuttle of Karsa, so he is ahead.
I have to dock you half a point. Yeah, exactly.
I know. But all the XP and gold's in the big one. I still give myself full credit.
A minus.
A minus. I'll give you, okay, it's still a 4.0. We're good.
Meanwhile, Karsa here with the A plus as far as Maple is concerned. All you have to do is give him blue buff. And there you go. Mid laner approves.
All right, it does mean a pretty reasonable recall for Meteos, though. Doubling up on wards, he's got the Tracker's Knife plus the Pink Ward. And, you know, you mentioned how scary Lee Sin Ryze is. If Meteos can track the Lee Sin with wards, it's pretty good for Cloud9.
Exactly. They had the ward on the Krug side. He knows the wards are back up right now. He went with the power farm, and he's rewarded.
Yeah, he's also moving in between 2 wards. There's a ward at every single entrance of the jungle, but Meteos hopped in between, placed the pink ward. He's now getting behind Poppy. Flash Wolves have no idea that this is coming.
And it's even during Mega Gnar. The stun was already used by MMD. Oh, he juked back into it, and the flash to save! Mechanically perfect from Meteos. A mistake by MMD, of course, but the first blood comes through.
He uses the element of surprise. He knows pro players twitch backwards the second somebody reveals in their lane, and a beautiful spear. Then he doesn't go for the pounce immediately. He closes the gap with Flash to follow up afterwards. This is mechanically perfect play by Meteos.
Meteos could literally not be further ahead in this game. He efficiently cleared every single camp, stole away the large Krug, and got the most efficient gank. Just passes there by a few seconds, gets Impact ahead. The huge split pusher, you set up this Gnar to be able to bully on that side lane, and my goodness, that is a promising start for them. MMD dodges backwards into it, then flashes. As much as you say perfect from Meteos, it also requires MMD to make that mistake.
It's an opt-in play from the enemy top laner, but we're watching pretty much a speed run right now from Meteos here, doing everything perfect. Perfect clear, perfect gank. Right now, pulling Impact ahead as well, and this is so different from C9. Very often, Meteos would help the other parts of the map to get them ahead, and Impact would have to play solo, but he already got to get an assist in that laning matchup.
And it is smart of Meteos to play to his one winning lane, the one that expected to be pushed out. Impact is doing very well for himself. He's got the assist in the first blood. There's good elements here.
And MMD knows that he made a huge blunder, right? How is that going to affect his mentality? There was actually a video when the groups were drawn of Flash Wolves when they saw that Cloud9 was in their group, and MMD's face just drained of blood when he knew he was against Impact. Now that he's also given up that first kill and his summoners, he has got to be extremely scared, and it's definitely going to affect his playstyle.
Yeah, and Impact is taking his sweet time pushing out that lane here. It's not frozen, but he's going to build up a massive slow push here, and then he's likely going to bully MMD on the tower or just get a really good base timing here.
And the call might be for Meteos to rejoin in the top side. If you have a giant wave and a flashless only level 5 Poppy with Mega Gnar about to pop, that is the elements of a dive, but you've got Karsa saying, hey, I'm going to control top jungle, we're okay here. Nice chomp, devours in. Yeah, Smoothie getting real low on health right here. He's got to be careful, burns the flash as well as the heal and exhaust. 3 summoners down, beautifully executed by Flash Wolves, getting a big chunk in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Sword Art must have had the Braum passive on cooldown because a simple tag there by Smoothie could have delayed that play. Maple moving down though, he's skilled. The Realm Warp rises right now, have been skilling it much earlier than usual, but Meteos is ready with the spot.
And he sees there's 2. Karsa slightly late on the shield either way though. It's going to be pieces of a
Jensen is level 6 there on Victor, ready to come though, and he actually just says, hey, handle that smite fight yourself. I'm going to stay here and grab the extra 2 CS. They do that, but Karsa does come away with that smite.
Yeah, and the fact that Meteos is continuously revealing Lee Sin on the map breaks apart some of those combos that Kobe was talking about earlier, how it's really easy for a Ryze to go for the snare, follow up with the Lee Sin damage very early on to break a Victor that is not running cleanse. As long as you are aware of where Lee Sin is on the map, Jensen can just play on the opposite side, lean towards his safe side in his lane.
At the same time, though, of course, it's still Flash Wolves. Karsa winning the first smite fight of the game, and the fact that the first blood is worth 600 gold, yet Flash Wolves only down 400 means they are starting to win their lanes, and they're keeping Meteos from upsetting them too terribly much, as Maple's got a 10 minion lead, and NL's got 12.
Yeah, you can see where the different teams want to try and apply their pressure by the vision. You know, there's so much vision from Cloud9 up on the top side where they have that lead. You always want to play around the side of the map where you've got that advantage. That would be Impact. The ward and the Tribush did just time out, but Impact trying to bully MMD under a turret. You know, for MMD's sake, though, it is worth saying that he is doing a good job of grabbing a decent amount of the CS while under pressure.
Yeah, and these are also the expected results of some of these matchups, and they show the victories that will happen on both sides in Jam Slate. The Jhin ban into Caitlyn early pick will guarantee you a favorable trading pattern, especially if C9 doesn't solve that problem with the range support. They went for a melee support, which means the range disparity between Caitlyn and Ezreal early on will manifest in a slight CS lead.
And there's a lot of minions still left standing in that lane. Perfect control there from Flash Wolves. So there is a pretty sizable advantage down there at the moment.
But we're waiting for Smoothie to hit level 6 and start influencing some of these other lanes. The preemptor to that is obviously River Vision first.
And they've got just that. The River King himself on top of a ward gets one, and the place he's given his name over to as they're hoping to control the bot side for both these teams. Blue buff's been handed over several times now, and Jensen got one recently. Maple just now handed his. Jensen does have his first augment, and down goes the caster minion wave.
C9 lose their pink ward. They place it in the River Brush, but the farthest one Flash Wolves just walked up and cleared it, so that's kind of inferior placement here. Media's looking to contest the pink ward of his own. You can always expect the ward to be there.
Going to constantly fight over that portion of the map. Meteos going to get a ward over the wall as well to help track some of Karsa's movements. They know he can't slink in from the right side now. There's just no good routes for him. Waiting in the wings.
Speaking of the ward placement as well, I do love the ward behind Dragon Pit that Flash Wolves has placed. Because of that roaming you talked about from Smoothie being a big factor, you can see it whenever he moves up. Also, they can see Meteos. He's going to contest Sword Art on
the flash to chop him down. Here's two teammates, Meteos. Oh, man, assassinated. Nicely done by Karsa and the rest of Flash Wolves.
Super aggro move there from Meteos, knowing that they don't have the support of their support.
So many supports everywhere. But yeah, really bold move, and actually Sword Art read that perfectly. He baited Meteos in, looking like he was just getting caught de-warding right there, being super slow on a Tahm Kench, but then the Flash Devour into perfect setup.
Oh, close one, but still secured better by Karsa. That was one of the tighter steals we've seen, but still perfect spending so far by Karsa.
You could see that Meteos instantly regretted the all-in there, but can't get out. Sword Art with a good Devour enables them to get Drake afterwards, and you talked about it last game. Ocean Drake early bodes very well for the lanes.
I mean, Meteos right now, how is he supposed to know? He has deep vision. Look, he has vision behind Sword Art. He has vision in River. He thinks he's so fine right here, and then everything disappears, and Lee Sin just shows up for a fraction of a second.
Flash.
But the speed boost on the rise as well. He triggered that Surge combo, or we actually popped the Ghost. More likely, Maple rushing in.
Sorry.
The respect should be given to Tahm Kench, though. Whoa!
Damage to Karsa forcing his flash out as well. Jensen had to flash to get rid of the ward hop, the insect that could have come out from Karsa there, so good respect from Jensen doing it in time.
Karsa was buffering the kick flash. Basically means once the kick animation starts, he wants to flash behind, but I think he failed it just by a hair and ended up just kicking, leaving him in a position where he had to flash out right after.
Not going to get quite what he needs. MMD getting chased down by Impact, and a little bit more damage being dealt. But you're seeing this scoreline 95 to 69. And yes, there's a bit of a minion wave here by MMD, but that will not tie up the score. Impact is the winning lane for Cloud9. And Flash was, even after tying up in kills, it's still C9 holding the slightest of gold leads, and that is pretty much entirely now on Impact's shoulders.
Yeah, meanwhile, the strong point for Flash Wolves is NL on the Caitlyn, stacking up the CS advantage down bottom. Plus, Sword Art there, feeling very confident on the Tahm Kench. Now he's post level 6, so you also have to worry about those Abyssal Voyages.
Yeah, absolutely. NL, to highlight him though, almost perfect CS numbers right here. 126 minions in 12 minutes, very good, especially for a bottom laner. You get the minions about 10 seconds later than a mid laner, so it's like slightly deflated based on what someone like Jensen or Maple could do, and that's also after one recall. So huge props here. Now the push in towards Sword Art. The stun's going to land. Meteos not far behind. The chain CC, they don't get it in time. The thick skin comes out, and Smoothie has to flash away, but here comes MMD, but he's not going to get the damage across. Still looking for a bit of a chase. They won't kill off Smoothie, though.
Flash Wolves have committed to this, so they should actually call Maple down and try and rush for the first turret gold.
So many teams have stuck here too long, though, and ended up dying here in the defense right now. But C9 actually is disengaging properly. They may lose first turret gold, but it can be worth because they're funneling so much farm and turret gold into Impact, specifically in the top lane, who still is there because he used teleport earlier on.
Yeah, he had the TP back to laner. He cancels part of the push, but looks like he's not going to knock down the turret as fast as the rest of Flash Wolves are going to. So that is first turret gold, a cool 1,000 overall coming in towards Flash Wolves. As Impact will answer that a little bit later, but for less money.
But it's not the worst thing to happen because spreading out resources on the map is always more efficient here. There's a couple of waves that have just died here in vain. So in that sense, it will equalize out, and it's funneling all the gold into a carry player on a side lane, which is what you want in League of Legends. Later on, C9 will be able to play 4-1 with split push being driven by Impact.
And it's really touch and go there, because Cloud9 did have the choice of channeling that teleport much earlier from Impact. They made the conscious choice not to do it until they saw MMDs, and then try and keep Impact up there. It's that balance between top side and bottom side, because Caitlyn is slowly whittling away at that bottom side turret anyways, whereas Impact is doing the same on top, and eventually they will be traded.
And just for some specific numbers, the first turret gold bonus is worth roughly 3 full minion waves worth of gold, and if that's how much got denied from MMD being in the bot lane, the overall impact of that trade is actually equal on a gold level. XP-wise, even better with Impact, absorbing at least 2 waves from all the time MMD spent elsewhere, but the lanes have been swapped in. Caitlyn has a ton of items right now, 143 minions, BF Sword plus Azeel plus the Zerk Greaves. he is the point of power, and they're pushing with him.
Yeah, there is a ward deep left in the lane though, a pink ward. No teleport just yet, but if this keeps going on, there could be a big surprise waiting for the Flash Wolves in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Cloud9 have also seen the Lee Sin played by Karsa via a River ward. They pinked him recently, so Cloud9 knows exactly where everyone is for Flash Wolves right now, and they've got enough resources to defend that top turret.
And that's honestly the dream for C9. Make a teleport play top and get access to the Rift Herald. If they can get that buff before it despawns, it's actually really good in a split push scenario right now. But the game is so even. That's why so many of these teams haven't been contesting Rift Herald, because you put yourself at such a loss trying to tank it.
It does a ridiculous amount of damage, takes very long to take down, and the opportunity cost is extremely high, especially at this level of play. The other team can make a power play on the other side.
Let's see if those power plays start happening right now. It's just Sword Art going to recall back and wait as NL plays more defense on his side of the map. Impact taking a scuttle, shouldn't be contested, and yeah, he's going to get that, secure more vision for himself as he continues trying to split push against MMD.
You can see Karsa is going down towards the bottom side though. They're going to try and prey on Impact's aggressive tendencies.
They might be able to. Here's the knockup. Here's going to be the rest of the damage. It's releasing, kicks him around. The big Gnar comes through and he's going to flash to try to get away. The skill shots will come up soon. There's the flash. He's going to get the follow, and he dodges the stun. Beautiful by Karsa, getting the kill on the Impact.
Very, very crisp play there from Karsa. Well-deserved kill. They do commit a lot for it, and Cloud9 are actually multiple people shopping, so they don't get anything back.
Yeah, Flash Wolves had no faith in Karsa's sidesteps right there, because both Realm Orbs seem to be used and the Abyssal Voids from Tahm Kench just for a single pick-off. So Impact, he still died, but he wasted a lot of resources right there. C9 couldn't cross-map though. They were waiting in the brush for nobody to face check.
You can see this fight again, and it's Impact going for a very aggressive build. Black Cleaver first. He's got a level lead, and MMD says, that's okay, I've got Lee Sin coming.
Yeah, he knows. The second this Puppey starts aggressively fighting you, you know somebody else is going to join this party.
Exactly. Tries to get this done and then gain distance there with the flash, but good flash from Karsa.
Q is also timed really well. It removes one dodge option because he couldn't dodge upwards because there was a wall there, so he chooses to angle it slightly downwards, you know, maybe half a width of the spell downwards, so you can't dodge up, you have to dodge down. Pretty much a guaranteed hit there, so it's those little things that work out really well for Karsa.
Meanwhile, the next thing you need to turn your attention towards is the vision around this Drake, because yeah, one kill is a decent amount of gold, but it doesn't change the fight that's coming up nearly as much as the summoner spells and ultimate usage does.
Looks like right now no real contest for the Drake. There's even a Trinket Ward in there from Flash Wolves, so C9 couldn't sneak it over the wall with Meteos even if they wanted to. Karsa is going to see sneaky.
I would say that Cloud9 would want to either force this quickly and then use Impact's teleport up to the top side, or they would get MMD's teleport coming down here.
I definitely want to force the play here because they have teleport on the top lane on the side of Flash Wolves, but 5 members here already, and this is C9 really strong.
Whoa! Karsa stunned up, forced the Devour out of Sword Art, and here comes the teleport. Smoothie a bit low, but he's going to be okay. Off to the side is Maple a bit alone. The snipe's going to come in and attack Smoothie, but it's C9 running away, and that is Flash Wolves using a teleport with nothing gained. C9 grabbed the Drake.
And just like SKT, C9 is playing a Victor composition with an Ezreal later on that will be a full Blue Ezreal build too, which means you can kite so well. Iceborne Gauntlet, zone control into choke points with the Victor W right there. That's what they want to do. They want to keep them away from the objective and then punish them as they walk in.
Plus, later on, they will be able to... Ooh, actually, we're going to have 3 members go after Maple and get his ult out. Yeah, I've had a lot of those moments where you start to talk and they go for it and move. But anyways, Maple's ultimate, not a big deal for Flash Wolves to burn right there.
He's going to get that stun on a sneaky, nicely aimed, gets the overload around the minions for the bonus damage on a sneaky. Nice shot here by him. And it's Flash Wolves. Much like their game at the beginning of the day, they have a small gold lead here, cresting 20 minutes in. They've got one of the Drakes for themselves as well. It's a close one. We have known from history that Flash Wolves had a harder time closing out games. They had that comeback win that IMEI got against them, and the failed closeout against C9 last week as well.
And we see the difference in compositions here too. Caitlyn is a champion that loves being in the mid lane just because of this very reason. She can put the traps up anywhere she wants and kind of fend off. So Flash Wolves, they want to play 1-3-1. They want to put the Ryze on a side lane, use the isolation or the nature of the lane router to get a 1v1 scenario where Ryze is really strong. C9, however, have a champion like Victor who has to stay in the mid lane.
And if you go to the 1-3-1 also, we have to look at Impact almost completing the Frozen Mallet here on Gnar. That combined with the Armor Shred makes him very powerful in the 1v1 with Poppy. Not quite so much versus Ryze. So Cloud9 would have to choose their lanes to actually move him over to the Poppy lane rather than this Ryze lane because he doesn't have MR.
And that's exactly what Karsa's trying to protect here. Get some vision, so at least it stays a 1v1. And Maple is getting access to that turret because he is the strong point for Flash Wolves.
Doing plenty of damage here in this one. And of course, NL continuing to siege mid. More chunks coming out of that turret, down to 1/3.
And the reaction usually from a team in the lead is to opt into a 1-1-3, defend the wave clear in the mid lane. But C9 is under so much pressure that they actually had farm share mid lane. They were sharing farm between Sneaky and Jensen. So they're losing that lane farm in the bottom.
Also remember, if they're moving back and forth between top and mid, you have to watch out for not only Maple's ultimate, but the Abyssal Voyage still in use here for Sword Art. They are very much ready to try and catch Cloud9 out in rotation.
Yeah, C9 want to keep the map small, play a 1-4, really get the benefits of teammates kind of enabling each other. Flash Wolves, they want to make the map big. One guy on the side lane, one guy all the way across the map, and then use, just like Kobe said, Abyssal Voyage from one side to the other. Ryze ultimate, surprise people, and then create numbers advantages. Make picks, in a sense.
And we'll see which team can get the type of game they want. Right now, it's individual splits. You've got Sneaky coming back down from the top side, pushing that lane in. MMD on the bot lane alone right now, and the Mega Gnar will be joining against him pretty soon. Jensen versus Maple in the mid lane, and the shielding keeps Maple in a decent enough spot. That is an ulti down from Jensen's Victor.
Yeah, he peeled down from the top lane, looking for a play here, but Jensen just using Ghost is a really good trade.
Yeah, a lot of focus there from Flash Wolves on Jensen. They know that he's not one to back down. Jensen's a player with a lot of pride, and if they challenge him, then he'll usually take the fight.
The reason you have Flash is so you can test whether the skill shot was going to hit and whether you could juke it or not. That's usually Jensen's mentality when it comes to skill shots. Dodge first, think later.
Sometimes it can bite him back, though, if the enemies play well enough. And Flash Wolves definitely no slouches in this one. 400 gold lead, pressure in the mid lane.
And we can follow the details a little bit. We see Poppy pushes out in the bot lane. We know he loses the 1v1, so instead of staying in that lane, he roams to the mid, look for a pick here. So you kind of move out big and then detract here in the 1-3-1, and then look for flanks every time. That's the way Flash Wolves want to play.
Meanwhile, Ryze taking his toll as Maple once again splitting, pushes up top, almost done with the turret.
And he's pressuring much, much faster than Impact is. This similar sort of lopsided side lane matchup. This turret down to a couple hundred health.
And this, it all looks so beautiful when they execute it step by step by step, and they kind of annihilate the advantage, albeit small, that C9 had. But we're waiting still for the big mistake. That's happened every single time with Flash Wolves. They know how to play these games. Like 1-3-1 is a very tough composition to play because it requires everybody working in unison despite not being very close.
Yeah, you mentioned the mistakes. There was one game where they didn't fail to close it out, and that was the SKT one back in week 1, the big upset that you almost never would have expected from Flash Wolves with how they looked in the earlier games, but they might finally get that consistent one they're looking for. It always looks good for 25 minutes till it falls apart. Maybe they finish it out before it does.
Yeah, and Jensen is always getting access to this wave second. He's the second guy to clear, and the second guy to clear is behind on the play, as they say. And in the bot lane, because the map is so split, nobody's going to kill MMD. It takes a while to die in a top lane fight. We all know that. So all he has to do is clear out the wave and back off. He's never really want to see Impact anymore, and Impact can't use that 2-item spike right now, so the stalling is essentially working out decently for Flash Wolves.
And as they stall, the tension does build. When both teams are, drawing the map out like this, the vision in between all the lanes is so important. We've already seen Impact be punished one time by Karsa. They'll have to be very wary about committing a bunch of resources to one side, though, since there's so much opportunity for counterplay.
And definitely, because vision is sparse, there's only 4 wards in a Sightstone. Gone are the days you could stack 20 wards in your inventory, which makes the location of those wards...
Have you ever stacked 20 wards, actually?
Probably like 10 or 14 back in the day.
Nice.
Achievement unlocked.
Yep.
Good old days.
I don't think I've bought 20 wards total.
All right, well, Ocean Drake on the menu here.
Yeah, it's going to be Cloud9 getting cupcakes in the menu here, getting rid of the appetizers, hoping to fight for the main course, the Ocean Drake. First damage coming in, it's going to be secured. Nicely done. Karsa, again, is landing his last hits on these objectives. Cloud9 came to contest that, but now they get the first dibs on the mid lane. Problem is, Flash Wolves are shoving the bot lane even harder with NL and Sword Art getting a lot done on that bot tier 2.
Yep, and MMD looking to stop this push.
This is a 3v5 that C9's not fighting. They're just letting Flash Wolves knock to the bottom
Because
turret.
there's no minions anymore. They cleared out a little bit of the minions. It was a forced kind of predict juke on MMD. He was forcing people to sidestep into the ulti. Jensen didn't really care, but the minions were gone, so really good map play here by Flash Wolves.
3 objectives in a row taken by Flash Wolves with no answer from Cloud9. They are doing a very good job in the mid game, keeping up the pressure.
And look at that play, the tackle on a Jensen, beautifully done. Karsa on a killing spree, 3-0-0. Mid lane outer gonna drop as well. Flash Wolves really playing the mid game.
I'm loving the macro play from Flash Wolves here. They fan out. They know they were beaten in numbers, so they go for the 1-3-1. Once the waves are in a good position, they collapse. Either on a pick or an objective. Right now, Maple is dealing out so much damage.
And look at Smoothie running for his life. Shield up, does slink away, but Flash Wolves really crushing it. A 3,000 gold lead back into the mid lane they go. Sneaky cannot stop this wave enough, and this could be another turret. NL just knocking down these structures.
All right, Impact's here though.
He's going to get a couple of slows. He's got a Frozen Mallet, but it's still a 3 versus 5. What are they going to get? It's going to be Maple getting the first kill. Now Sneaky trying to get the trade, but look at the damage. Maple with the triple, killing absolutely everyone. That is an ace, and Cloud9 are falling apart.
Cloud9 collapse, and Baron is now the next objective. They just cleaned house here for Flash Wolves.
What a tutorial in 1-3-1 into objectives here by Flash Wolves, and also Maple showing what happens when Ryze does close the gap, when he does get into range, and he can actually use that spell combo beneficially for his team.
Absolutely slaughtering Flash Wolves, now 7,000 gold up, wearing a Baron buff. They are playing on point in this one.
Incredibly impressive last 5 minutes from Flash Wolves.
All right, first guy to go down is Meteos. 1-2 shot. He flashes, dies. Smoothie goes in, tries to block for his teammate, but then realizes Ryze does a bunch of damage. Sneaky can't kill him. Ooh.
Gets the shield back up in time, Maple.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't even know why Flash Wolves decided to, C9 even tried though, because they're in a guaranteed 4-on-5. They are outnumbered. Impact is minion R for sure, and he's like, yeah, let's dive the backline 1v3 and dies for it.
Man, probably chasing a loss right there. You know, wanted to make up for the mistakes made earlier immediately instead of looking for the long con for a well-orchestrated fight here. Flash Wolves pulling the trigger this time.
Yeah, not expecting the 1v3 from Maple to come away with 3 kills for Maple.
That is Maple doing so well for himself. The big stars of Flash Wolves really, for the last several years, have been Maple and Karsa, the big playmakers, and they own all 7 kills and no deaths in this game.
And look at Flash Wolves right now. They group first in the mid lane. They push in mid. They work together to get the foundation of the vision. Couple of wards left and right, so the mid lane's safe. All right, and then they fan out. Then they send Ryze to the top lane again. Poppy's bot. He's a little bit too far out right now, though, MMB. Likely has to flash.
Gets the point blank ulti. The stun's going to land from Jets. That will get the trade kill. So Cloud9 spending literally all 5 players get a kill in the top lane. But guess what? When all 5 of you are in the bottom jungle, that means top lane is alone. And a kill for a turret is still a positive trade for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, Baron buff makes it very easy to counter like that. And again, net gold gain there for Flash Wolves. Seems they can actually collapse because they're closing in on the 3 members of Cloud9 net.
Maple might be looking for a Realm Warp here with the Lee Sin. Still a tower left, so that might be a little bit deep. While that looks like a beneficial trade for Flash Wolves, it was kind of the only play C9 could make. They punished an overreaching Poppy while they were trying to set up the split push, because if they're allowed to get the split push router in full motion, there would be more damage done by the Flash Wolves. So at this point, C9 have dug themselves a hole large enough that they will take more losses before they crawl out.
Yeah, I think, you know, Flash Wolves, they're the ones who actually dug the hole. They deserve credit for this. Is honestly the most impressive last, what is it, like 8 minutes now of play. They got 6 uncontested objectives or unanswered objectives there. Very, very good mid game from them. But again, as tragic as it sounds, we always have to caution in these games.
Step away from the Baron. Whatever you do, do not pretend.
Well, they're wearing it now, so they've got a long time to wait for the next.
But everybody was dead. That was the prerequisite for Flash Wolves.
But this still feels much more like their SKT game than their last Cloud9 one. It's a sizable lead, and they never let up against SKT. It took them a little while to close out, but the lead looked like this, and it kept growing like this.
Yeah, and they're confident too. Let's see what's happening right here. Maple, that's a Sneaky. That's no more Sneaky.
80 carry feels.
Feels bad, man. And they're even sieging on multiple lanes without the Poppy even being in place here because they made that pick earlier. Look, they're hitting the base, and MMD's actually nowhere to be found. He has teleport, but they're definitely comfortable here.
Sword Art slowed. Realm Warp's going to get him to safety. Maple feels totally fine. Good guy.
Get out of
Maple.
here. I want a 1v4.
Yeah. It's great. There's some teamwork. Sword Art will save Maple sometimes. Maple saves Sword Art. You can just deliver anyone you want around the map. Ryze.
Who's going to save Cloud9, Freak?
Who's going to save Cloud9? I don't know. Maybe Game 6. Because right now it's looking very good for Flash Wolves here in their 5th game of the group stage. Flash Wolves have been a bit disappointing. They are coming into this one only 1-3, but they still have the fate in their hands. They can win this. They can beat SKT in the last game and maybe get into a tiebreaker and battle for that top spot.
And look, they've denied so much vision. It looked like Flash Wolves were changing up their strategy by no longer making the map big. They're actually just defending access to the Infernal Drake. They're using it as a lure. Asking C9, do you want to come and face check?
Goes, there's going to be the play. Yep, forcing the flash out of Sneaky. He was going to run out of health rapidly, and that's Karsa making that play happen, so nicely done.
And Jensen's clearing wolves right now. Sneaky forced the flash here. Flash Wolves changing up the pattern of their setup, really catching C9 off guard.
Watch out for Sneaky. The Q's landed. Karsa might go for it. Won't choose to, but the knockback is enough to knock down that turret. 9,000 gold lead now for Flash Wolves after the Baron buff time's out. Still pushing.
Just a checklist now for Flash Wolves. Rinse and repeat. They've gotten so many objectives recently. The lead is gigantic. They can easily pull back to this Infernal Drake and check what Pokemon have spawned around their lure. Krepo?
It's another Pidgey. Of course it is. Javelin not in range, and that's why you pull the Drake out of the pit as far as you can. Take 63 seconds to make it walk out. It's the right choice.
Honestly, Flash Wolves, they're playing a style that really renders your opponent furious because you leave him with very little counterplay. Every action they can make can get countered unless you get hit in the setup. 1-3-1, the way they've been playing it the entire game, the only way you beat is if you pick the guy off while he's trying to catch the side waves.
And the tragedy right there was Cloud9 actually could have knocked that turret down with no one around. Flash Wolves all recalled, and it's slow recall. Baron's gone by now after that Drake take. That could have been 800 gold back out of Cloud9's pockets. These opportunities back in C9 are unable to take them because the vision control largely.
But they gotta be so careful because they're playing into Fog of War. An Abyssal Voyage could come at any time, carrying Elise in, kicking somebody out. A Realm Warp could find out, and that's exactly what Flash Wolves have done. They've made their opponent scared by showing them what their composition does.
C9, who have stuck with 1 Drake, 1 turret, and only 2 kills this whole game, nearly completely shut out.
The decision to put Maple on a side lane has been the best one in the entire game right now. Flash Wolves looking to set up the map again.
And I don't think they need to shy away from it. You know, to your point, there's an exposed inhibitor now in the bottom lane. They can apply pressure. 50 seconds left on the next Baron, and the setup for Flash Wolves is to shove Cloud9 back into their base so that their vision will expire, and they will again be playing into that Fog of War.
Yeah, and they put their top laner as far away from the objective as they can just to utilize that teleport here. They're going for the deep vision together. Again, yes, MMD will lose that 1v1 duel, but he's tanky enough that that duel will last quite a while.
Yeah, gets him down to 2/3. Congratulations, Impact. Your winning matchup means almost nothing thanks to the gold difference. Up 30 minions doesn't really matter. Looking as we have Maple once again, the 1-3-1. He's the side lane pusher. And the minions just die so incredibly quickly in front of him. No one from Cloud9, maybe not even any 2 people of Cloud9 can really stand up against him as they struggle to take their own jungle back.
The problem is C9 never knows when somebody's basing. You know, they could be mid lane right now waiting for the wave, or they could be in base, there could be a Baron. There's so much hidden information
There
here.
could be Maple right here in front of Smoothie. He's gonna have to flash away, so there's some moments of happiness for Cloud9, just not enough to really snowball forward. Finally, Impact does get the presence that he needs. Some gold back in the pockets of Cloud9.
Karsa?
Finding him with the kick flash. Goodbye to Sneaky. Well done on this one.
He had no flash. He only had Arcane Shift, so if you kick him far enough away from a wall, he can't actually get over. Now it's 4v5, and this was a reward for the vision they set up earlier. Despite C9 making the right move, attacking the weak, overextended side laner, a single pickoff gets made by Flash Wolves, results in a Baron.
And the only option for Cloud9 is to turtle at the moment. They have to hope for Flash Wolves to make a very big mistake at the turrets. Sneaky dead for 20 more seconds, and they don't have very much damage to work with.
Yeah, they can yield these outer turrets. They don't need them. Priority right now is to break open the base.
Yeah, and right now it's just Flash Wolves happy to play the 4v4, the 4v3 basin where Sneaky respawns at, because they don't mind the minor damage done by the bot lane tier 2. They would rather keep the push going in the top lane.
And when they siege in mid and top, they can actually hop between the lanes. Realm up to mid, Abyssal Voyage to top here. Definitely possible. They just group up.
Or strong Laka Shield is there. The turret gonna trap down. Nice auto attacks by NL. Down to half HP. He's under a little bit of threat, but he's got enough lifesteal to probably be fine. C9 can't really land the poke. Realm Warp to keep him all safe. Maple is gonna get out cleanly. Well done here. No major threats. Flash Wolves are fine. They got an inhibitor turret and they feel good.
Yeah, plus they also got Impact's teleport there.
Yeah.
Removes one of the ways that Cloud9 could try and flank to take out the back line, because this Caitlyn hit that 3-item spike. He's almost on item number 4 here.
Yeah, and this must be so rough for C9 because they came out of the matchup last game really valuing that Ryze early pick, got counter picked by Victor. This game they're like, Ryze early pick, I know the counter. It's Victor, but the damage numbers are turned upside down again here. Much more damage on the side of Maple. He's done over 20,000 damage, while Jensen's only sitting on 9,000 roughly, and that's with an AoE mage.
Yeah. Cloud9 so good at being proactive. Pretty much all game long last game.
Damage.
Whoa.
Tank it.
Yeah, there you go. All right, gets a good chunk on NL, but there's the kick right back into Jensen, but he's able to flash and ghost away. Karsa low on health in the front line as well. Impact a bit of free time, but he's still going to get pushed around. Will not lose the Guardian Angel. Now a slow on MMD, but they will not finish for the stun. Still some decent damage out of C9, and they reset.
Exactly. They fend them off for now. Cloud9 buy themselves a little bit more time, and the GA actually critically not going down there from Impact. They need every single little bit of gold value that they've got.
Yeah, that's because Flash Wolf opted into C9 strengths here. Remember, when we go back to Champs, like we were talking about it as well, when grouped, C9 kind of help each other, you know. The Victor is a control mage in team fights, Sneaky can kite, Braum can protect him. It's in isolation and splitting people up that Flash Wolves have found their largest victories.
Flash Wolves may yet find some more MMD invincibles. They still got about a minute left of this Baron buff. Once again, returning to the middle lane. Even though they got chunked out, the reset, the recall, the run back to the mid, they've got a wave and they're ready to do some damage.
And for pro players at this point, when you're at Worlds and you're facing elimination, it's a double-edged sword because you want to split, which is your strategy, but you feel so much more comfortable in greater numbers. It gives you much more room for error, but it isn't the best high-yielding play.
More right into the front, and it's just to bring the minions in.
That's actually super smart.
And it's going to be the turret dropping down. Well played. Flash Wolves looking good into the middle inhibitor. C9, will they even be able to defend? It's just poke from Impact.
It's so difficult when both backlines are so safe here, and the gold advantage is in Flash Wolves' favor to this degree. Cloud9 can't just brute force through the 5-on-5 and try and take out NL. He's got life steal with the extra Bloodthirster. If you don't take him out very quickly, then it's very difficult to come out with that victory.
You gotta split though. To get that last 20% down, I think it's advised for Flash Wolves to just put the split pressure again here. C9 are looking for a reason to pull the trigger.
Maybe they can get more right. So difficult for C9 to chunk on NL, but he's got a Bloodthirster. He heals back up. And there's the inhibitor going down. Impact's out of HP as well. He's got to run away from this one. Flash Wolves with the inhibitor take. Very clean. A couple of cheeky moves from Maple to make it even cooler. And they can recall one more time as Sword Art is going to deliver his AD carry to the Elder Dragon.
I'm loving this world so far. We're seeing so many creative plays that people don't always think about. Hopefully, no fight here.
Surprise minion wave!
Surprise minion waves. We've seen Anivia Poppy. I remind you that Poppy W cancels a bunch of gap closers, which people are not being used for. A couple of cheeky invades. The minion wave delivery system with the Realm Warp.
And you can see max range javelins from Meteos do almost no damage. Of course, he did go for a more defensive option in getting the Athene's Unholy Grail after the Rylai's. No Void Staff, no Abyssal, no Zone. It's just not the same kind of damage you would get with a different build. Going for that more supportive, keep the backliners alive, get the health in. And it's not necessarily wrong, it's just you're seeing that poke mean nothing.
I also have to question how C9 are feeling right now. Coming to the day, a lot of hopes. Sneaky said it, we could go 3-0, we can go 2-1, but right now it looks like they going at best 1-2, and what does it do with their mentality? They had this preconceived notion that Ryze was super strong, but now Jensen has lost both sides of the Ryze Victor matchup.
They definitely seem a bit sluggish in this game and compared to their SKT game where they came out guns blazing. This time around, though, Cloud9 are again hoping for the same thing that they did in week 1 versus Flash Wolves. They want to try and drag this out to super late now. Meanwhile, Flash Wolves, they're taking it just step by step slowly. They don't want to allow any opportunity for Cloud9 to sneak back in with one of those big plays, throwing around an important objective.
This is where it gets hard, because you have 2 objectives on the map, you only have 4 wards, everybody starts filling up their inventories, which means pink wards become a very rare commodity, and objective trading is so easy for the enemy team here. So Flash Wolves no longer playing the split style, they're going for the hard commit, group up, around the Elder, but it might be a 50-50.
They've got push control. C9 has members around 3. Doesn't help on the Elder Dragon. Do they even choose to steal? Ulti out from the Poppy. 1,000 health. Looking for it. The smite, and it's still gonna be secured by Karsa. Jensen caught out by the stuns. Knocked into the air. Not dead just yet. Trying to stay alive. The tackle. Gonna finally take him out. MMD gets one. Smoothies next up. 2 for 0 to Flash Wolves. It's Karsa still alive in the backline. Sneaky running for dear life, but he's running out of health. A double kill for Maple. Impact's next up. The ace for Flash Wolves.
The setup was beautiful. The steadfast presence, which canceled a jump from the Cougar, which meant he just had to flash. He flashed straight onto a trap, and it was over. Even if they get the steal 5v4 follow, Flash was methodical, clean, calm, and collected.
And it means Flash Wolves stays alive at the World Championship here now 2-3 alongside Cloud9. We still might see an LMS team into the top 8. Flash Wolves have one more opponent before they might have a tiebreaker.
The #1 seed from the LMS not going down without a fight. They want to get back there just like they got out of groups last year.
C9 are still in control of their own fate, however.
Yeah, Flash Wolves in a reasonable spot as well, to be honest. Of course, keep in mind, IMA can get up to 4 wins and secure it if they can beat SKT, if they can beat Cloud9. Flash Wolves, their last opponent's going to be SK Telecom T1. They can max out at 3 wins and then hope that there's still a tiebreaker left for them based on how the rest of the results go. It's going to be a very, very tight group. These games are all going to matter, but we cannot take away what Flash Wolves did here. A commanding win, a very well-played win over Cloud9.
Definitely credit due there for Flash Wolves. They've had so many times where they got those big mid-game leads and not been able to convert. This one was very, very well played, though, in that mid-game.
So even, and then especially once you started the counter, Kobe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 objectives in a row.
Lost count.
Where did we end up? Nexus went down 8.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, for Cloud9, they did look a bit sluggish in this game, and they need to take this game off that they have before their next matchup to really refocus. The mental game in these days where we play the whole group in one game, it tests different things for these teams, right? And this is one of them.
It absolutely is, and you know, Flash was able to recover as well, you know, with the rematch against SKT, the final game of the day, and hey, they beat in week 1. This game looked good. That Flash Wolves is the one that people remember. It's like, oh yeah, you know, they 2-0 SKT in the group stage at MSI, they 2-0 Rocks Tigers, then Coup Tigers at Worlds last year. Like, that Flash Wolves shows up sometimes, and the one against IMA shows up half the time.
And especially the way they did it, like the European regional fanboy here in me was just so happy because Splice won so many games in a row with 1-3-1. And 1-3-1 seemed almost non-existent at Worlds because teams kept countering. And it's really nice to see that strategy actually performed to a T and really showing the value, you know, with those little global ultimates like the Rise, like the Tahm Kench, and completely suffocating, leaving C9 so often with almost no good choice.
Yeah, it was just beautiful. Well-controlled. Karsa did good for himself. After the early game leads that C9 got, the mid-game so much better for Flash Wolves, and they still have a chance to make it through into the top 8 at Worlds. So that's going to do it for us here. Let's toss over to the analysts for a closer look at that Flash Wolves win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Cloud9 going to be in a tough place here mentally after losing 2 games to start off the day. And Flash Wolves, what a way to rebound. I mean, you basically a very stark contrast from game 1 to game 3 of our day.
Yeah, and especially this game, I think the big difference is that they have a split pusher in the side lane, which they can end games with. And that person was Maple on Rise. I think that makes a huge, tremendous amount of difference where they have 2 teleports and the person on the split push. 1-3-1 was the way to go.
I honestly have no idea how that game even got to that stage. Nidalee out-tempoed the heck out of Lee Sin. Was able to go top, get first blood, was 2 camps up at one point, first blood, and there should have been no way back into this game. When you have a Gnar that ahead of a Poppy, that should like literally be lights out. But all of a sudden, Karsa just makes play after play after play, and then Maple 1v3s under a turret. I mean, this was a perfect nightmare for Cloud9.
Yeah, the second that Flash Wolves got a grip in that by that pick onto Nidalee, it was just game over. Cloud9 seemed unable to look for any opportunities, and Flash Wolves just took all the ones that Cloud9 could have been able to come up themselves and just used that against themselves and got so far ahead. It was really great game by them.
And not to take anything away from the Flash Wolves, but I think that play that you just highlighted there, the pick-off on Nidalee, which was an aggressive move by Meteos in the first place, to me is the story of Cloud9 so far today. They look like a solo queue team. They don't look together, right? Well, I mean, they're giving up objectives left and right around Dragons when they have compositions that could probably stand and fight.
I think their control is like what I would really highlight. They don't know when they should be aggressive, and then they don't know when they shouldn't be be aggressive. We saw in the game against SKT where like time and time again, just flash on the Zyra. She's already used double summoner spells, blow her up. They don't do it often enough with the Alistar. Then this game, when you should play passive because all of a sudden your Nara is massive and you stall out the other two lanes and let Impact go to work one more time, they're just incapable of doing that as well, and it all falls apart at the seams.
Yeah, and then there I want to return to the good for Flash Wolves, which is that we had questions around, hey, their late game decision making. And here, once they had control of this game, they did not let it go. It was pretty smooth and steady, although it took some time, but they pretty cleanly won the game once they established a lead.
Their answer was pretty much just to group together, and because they were so far ahead just from the regular laning phase and so strong in Maple particularly, they could just bulldoze anything. And I mean, they group 5 middle, were able to take that group 5 bottom, just straight up took that turret and took the objective. And once you're actually that strong enough to do that, then closing out the game is relatively simple.
Yeah, and I just wish that Flash Wolves would pick for these later compositions. You know, NL has actually been good in this tournament. His Caitlyn has looked fine. Stop going for the Jhin and the Lucian. Just pick this late game composition where you can out-team fight and out-rotate other people.
And I think that's fine as well, because, I mean, Karsa and Maple are good enough to get you through the majority of the early games at this stage. And, you know, MMD picking more for the composition, NL picking for the sieges, which is where they really have struggled, is that setup stage. Just makes a heck of a lot more sense. And, you know, if I had have known that they would have gone back away from the Jhin to the Caitlyn, like, this is a completely different game now.
Yeah, very much so. And Clement, you mentioned Maple being a split-pushing threat, but the team fight that I want to take a look at is where he's a 1v3 team fight monster. 25 minutes into the game, about C9 aced in the mid lane, a turret plus a Baron for Flash Wolf.
This is really the point where you remember that Ryze wasn't really actually nerfed. He just got a new shiny ultimate. And you see right here, the damage is just 2 items on Ryze is like unbearable, even for the tankiest members of C9. We see the push coming in here, and then Ryze is going to sneak up to the side. Meteos is looking for some opportunities here, but he doesn't expect who he runs into. Gets 2 shots to the face, and then another Q kills him right there. Now it's a 1v2 scenario. The exhaust is on Ryze, but the damage is still going in. The last shield prevents him from dying, and he cleans up the 1v3.
And that's the biggest thing to me. I mean, knowing when you need to go for extra damage, knowing when you need to go to pop that shield, that just shows that Maple really has mastered this champion, has all the combos down pat. And honestly, that looked like a weird flank one more time to go for. It looked like the turret was actually defended this time around. Still, Impact wants to go for it, and they get caught out.
And Crumbs, you talked about at the very beginning of the day, C9 lives and dies by Jensen. And that gold graph there, or not gold graph, that damage graph there does not speak well when a player is on Victor, one of the highest output AoE damage team fighters, and he's only matching his jungler and his top laner.
Well, we actually did see him get bullied in the mid lane by the likes of Maple, and when you don't have a very good synergy with the jungle, mid, and support, it's very hard to maintain a control on that area and have a mid laner that can push in and move around the map. With the likes of Braum and Nidalee, you have to be able to go in, secure the vision, and Cloud9's vision has, again, been suspect this game, and it just becomes so much more difficult for a mid laner to try to play their own game if they don't feel comfortable pushing past River.
And that's a big reason why Maple's going to take player of the game here for the control of the mid lane. We've now seen Jensen play both sides of this matchup. The casters talked about it in game, and both times he's come out on the worst end of it.
45% of damage, that's absolutely gross. I mean, I'm just looking at this and replaying it in my head, and so many of these game-winning plays for the Flash Wolves now come down to 2 people. I think like Sword Art's having a solid tournament, but really when they win, it's Karsa, Maple going absolutely bonkers at the moment.
The key here is that Flash Wolves needed that win in order to keep their quarterfinals hopes alive. For those C9 fans out there, have no fear. There are still a couple different opportunities that they have to make it to the quarterfinals. SKT and IMEI are up on deck next. Stay with us.
TSM goes Sky is bad, man. TSM goes Sky.
Let's not join them in the Sky.
Let's do it for TSM.
Oh, he juked back into it, and the flash to save! Mechanically perfect from Meteos!
Meteos, he's gonna contest Sword Art on
the flash to chop him down. Here's 2 teammates, Meteos. Oh, man, assassinated. 3 versus 5. What are they going to get? It's gonna be Maple getting the first kill. Now Sneaky trying to get the trade, but look at the damage. Maple with the triple kill. Jensen caught out by the stuns, knocked into the air, not dead just yet, trying to stay alive. The tackle, gonna finally take him out. MMD gets one. Smoothies next up, 2 for 0 to Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves stays alive at the World Championship.
작년에 해서 뭐 좋게 나왔던 챔피언의 스킨을 만들어준 거잖아요. 그래서 그건 어떻게 보면 제 스킨이잖아요. 그래서 뭐 남들이 제 스킨을 사용하거나 뭐 제가 저만 쓸 수 있는 스킨을 쓰니까 되게 기분 좋죠. 그때는 좀 마타 선수가 썼을 때는 조금 애매했어요. 약간 제 스킨임에도 불구하고 꽤 좋은 모습이 나왔잖아요. 그래서 약간 저를 뺏긴 느낌이었어요.
Well, Wolf's right, the skin's been running around everywhere. Hello everyone, I'm Julian Pastry Time Card, teaming up with Zach Rusty Pie and Aiden Zyron Moon to bring you the call for this match between defending champions SKT and the Chinese third seed Aimei. Aimei will be starting Athena at mid and Rhodey's back at support. So a successful roll swap for one game, but they only needed it for one. And do not forget SKT, they'll secure that first seed into quarterfinals with a win. So a lot going on here in the back half of today.
Yeah, everything is neck and neck in the standings right now. There is still a possibility that we have a lot of ties by the end of this, but SKT, they can secure their spot with a win here and go on to the quarters. And at that point, it would be all three Korean teams having first seed in their group, which is still, you know, we talk about the gap closing, but they still look damn good.
Yeah, that's a very scary thing to consider. Of course, coming into the second week, the Korean teams always seem to show up. They adapt well to the world's meta. And funnily enough, most regions seem to just go to what Korea does because they're usually winning those games. The gap closed in the first week, but this time around, it does feel like they're hitting their stride at the right time.
And in general, it feels like a lot of the teams that maybe underperform somewhat, we can look at maybe Aimei and Flash Wolves, who can still win out their day potentially and see how they can get it done. Flash Wolves looking good in their last game, although picking up a loss in the first one. They'll play SKT to finish their day. But Aimei, a team that definitely kind of flopped around and struggled in the first week, but got a win. Maybe a couple more, and who knows, Aimei could make another miracle run.
Absolutely. Aimei started this as a dark horse at the start of the day, but getting that first victory means they're well and truly in contention. In fact, I really couldn't tell you who'd come in second. C9 didn't look all that great in their last couple of games, and Aimei, they're a slow team. Flash Wolves let them play their style, but you've seen now how they can win when given the opportunity.
Yeah, but Aimei, they are no stranger to being the underdogs. Even how they got here was by being an underdog and the winning team fight for them. They were still down so much gold to get here to Worlds, and it's actually incredibly impressive. But can they keep pulling that off? Can they do it against one of the tournament favorites?
There's a really cool comparison you can draw as well between Splice from the EU LCS and Aimei. The exact same story of going from the Challenger Series effectively instead of relegations to getting all the way to Worlds in a single split is a really compelling tale for this team, to the point where their coach didn't even know they'd make it here. Only Amazing Jay was the one who said that we can make it, and they all thought he was insane. So it's really cool to see them doing it.
Well, it has been a kind of insane lineup, to be honest, because the role swap coming through in the previous game, coming out with a victory when that seemed like it might be a free win for Flash Wolves, it was absolutely not. And that's the thing, is Aimei, they never seem to give up. When the stakes are against them, when the odds are against them, when they have a player who can't play that game, they still play their hearts out on that stage. And that's what I'm looking for from this squad. And you were talking about how, you know, their coach didn't even think that they were going to make it. Well, this is a lineup that they came through the first week with some of the worst stats in the entirety of the 16 teams here.
And that's kind of where I was going to go, because stylistically, unless there's another surprise, which you can do in these best-of-1 situations, we saw one already, this is a very rough matchup for IMA. Their early games looked a little shaky, SKT's has looked great, and we know their mid-to-late game is also good. Like, where IMA want to be comfortable, SKT already are good, and SKT have won a lot of the games just by bulldozing over teams early on.
And that really is the big thing we have to highlight coming into Champion Select and into the early game. Blank is aggressive at the moment at Worlds. He's invading all of the time, 5% more than the average of every single jungler throughout the Worlds group stages. And they play hesitant and slow on the side of IMA. Hesitant's the important word. They are reluctant to do anything. They don't want to. They just want to sit back and scale, just lane, and they're generally losing those lanes at the same time. So it's important that the jungler of Voidless actually gets unlocked and makes something happen.
Exactly. It was Athena previously on the Lee Sin that we saw earlier today, but Avoidless is a big facilitator of the team for IMA. If he gets off the ground, can get Amazing J off the ground, and the rest of the team, then they succeed. But the problem is the lanes by themselves, without that jungle influence, they have some of the worst CSD numbers at 15, whereas if you look at SKT, some of the best, if not the best.
Just a quick update as well. We are waiting for something to be fixed on stage, so it shouldn't take too much longer for Inter-Champion Select. And Draft is probably a decent spot to go, because we've seen time and time again in the group stage format, drafting in a best-of-1 is very difficult. You need to be precise. You need to be very, very particular about what you're banning, because you have to take in consideration not only comfort picks and signature picks, but tournament meta as well. And if you get it wrong, things go really wrong very quickly, and that's your best-of-1 done.
And here's the thing as well, is you have to be very cautious, because you see SKT pulling out strategies like Zyra. It's like, we haven't seen that before. Samsung Galaxy, they pulled out Zyra. Is that something that's between the Korean teams and nobody else saw that? Do they know how to play against that? Do they have to ban it out themselves? Because you don't get days in between seeing that Zyra picked up. They brought it out in week 2, and you have to play them an hour later. How are you going to deal with it is something that has to be on the coach's mind.
Yeah, and usually you default to just the ban phase in that particular instance where you just don't know how to deal with it because you've only had the hour. You have to get rid of it. And that actually opens up a lot of pick and ban strategies for SKT, because it's simply just a target ban from them, and they have the availability of all of the strong champions. The Syndras and Nidalees and Elises that need to be focused away from Blank and Faker are super important.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, it's also IMA on red side. The Syndra ban will most likely come through from IMA. If not, it's most likely picked up by Faker in the mid lane as first pick. So there's a couple of things out there like the Nidalee, and on top of it, where are their bans just Syndra, Nidalee, and Zyra because they have to.
And I do have to highlight as well, with IMA, they have tendencies to comfortable champions. So Echo in the top lane, Poppy in the top lane, doesn't necessarily do well, but he will always pick these champions, which gives the counter of tanks or carries even for Duke to try and win the 1v1. They've always got the Zac, if possible, perhaps in the jungle. You'll always see Sivir and Jhin for the AD carry of IMA, and Road likes his Bard. So they're predictable in that respect.
I think it's interesting to watch teams have to adapt very quickly. We talk a lot in best-of series, especially best-of-5s, which of course will be the knockout stage format once we move forward from groups. I think it still is important to note that adapting between games is important, and it's tough. We can see like the Korean teams are likely all getting out first. SKT are 1 win away, I believe, from locking that position. And then you kind of think, well, how are they this good? And I think a lot of it has to do with the infrastructure and how they approach the game, because they just seem better prepared in week 2, and this is a consistent trend at international tournaments.
I mean, this is a very deep topic to actually jump into, especially when Champions Select started. But the thing is they respect the authority. They also make sure that they're all on the same page. And SKT, they have had their troubles. You know, it hasn't been an immaculate season for them. They even struggled to get here and did off of points because they made it so far in spring. It's been rough for them. Blank has had a lot of issues, but the team has actually believed in him. A lot of people have been like, hey, where's Bengi? Even at MSI, Blank underperforming. Hey, where's Bengi? They believe in this guy. They set him up for success. He played the Lee Sin earlier, and he had a monster game. It's because the team believes that he's put in so much practice time, and he has the mechanics that it's just a bad game.
Well, see if he does it again here. SKT IMA out in the Champ Selects for our 4th game of the day. Alistar and Aurelion Sol banned away from SK Telecom. IMA selecting Ryze and Nidalee as their first few bans. So very standard so far. And like we said, mistakes in draft can really cost you in these single games, as Vlad will be the final ban from SKT.
That's super good from SKT because you force the Syndra ban 100%.
There it is.
Because those are the mid matchup counters. You ban that Vlad, have to ban the Syndra.
Now, Syndra being banned, yes, as a necessity, doesn't leave open a lot of mid lane champions. Ryze, of course, gone with it, so that's 4 taken off the board. You wouldn't actually even expect a mid lane pick here, however, as you don't see it in the first rotation. I was expecting perhaps jungle, but they seem to have a strategy here, SKT in place.
Yeah, you don't have to pick a jungler this early when they are all up, save for Nidalee. And in terms of mid laners, well, Cassiopeia is still on the table. You still have a couple of other things like the Varus that Athena absolutely loves. And even Victor has been making an appearance in this group and in the previous group we saw yesterday.
And Athena does have a mean Victor if he looks to bring that one about. Of course, the Korean teams have been playing a whole lot of it. Would not be surprised, honestly, to see it taken away or a champion that can deal with it effectively locked in.
Well, it's a mid-heavy focus in these bans, so Caitlyn's actually a curious first pick from SK Telecom. Aimee, though, we'll see where they want to go with their next few picks. Currently hovering Cassiopeia and Jhin, but plenty of other things to look at here. 10 seconds left to lock the picks in, and they will decide on those two. And Blake insta-locks Olaf.
Yeah, Blank definitely ready to go. There's no mobility to really be seen from the carries of Aimee now with the Cassiopeia and a Jhin. Olaf's going to have a Karma with him, which was conveniently locked at the same time. So not only do they get an oppressive 2v2, they get a really good option to kill the backline by speeding up the Olaf.
Exactly. The Olaf will be able to dive in. The Cassiopeia won't mean too much for him, but also it's a very bully-centric bottom lane here. It's not the Zyra, but if that Karma is going to Wolf, it is a Caitlyn Karma lane, incredibly punishing, and you may have to pick up a ranged support here to try and match, or you just go the opposite direction for Aimee and you try to go for the team fight.
Yeah, I would expect a Nami perhaps if they want to sustain through the lane, just scale up a little bit more. That speaks towards Aimee, but there's also the options, which isn't available this time, of the Alistar, but something similar to that perhaps with the Braum to just try and survive and hold on and have a jungler come in and gank.
Yeah, Tahm Kench has been absolutely very effective, but we were talking about Road. Very predictable in the pick ban phase that he loves that Bard. If he does pick it up here, it's another ranged support just to try and keep that matchup alive in the bot lane.
Well, he is going to take it, but Kha'Zix actually will be the jungler for a Voidless. This was something in the LPL that Clearlove was famous for. A Voidless going to see if he can't channel the legend himself.
Of course, has played a lot against EDG, knows all of the Kha'Zix strategies. One big thing you have to remember when you watch a Kha'Zix play in competitive League of Legends is objective control. They look towards neutral objectives in particular, so the Drake and the Baron, rushing it at 20 minutes is a viable strategy when there's a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, also against the Olaf loves to dive into that backline, but he's usually alone because he doesn't have a dive buddy on this squad just yet, and it is a ranged support that SKT currently have unless that Karma is flexed. So Kha'Zix does a ton of damage to the Olaf as he Ragnaroks in, and he tries to dive that backline because he's isolated almost every single time.
I think Bang's having some fun. We'll see what SK Telecom have lined up here for these last few picks. Duke has seen lots of success on Jay, so that could be a pick that SKT still decide to go to, but it might be that Karma Flex that you mentioned. Lots of poke potentially as they are going to lock in Varus and Jace. That's huge amounts of poke, so double pivots almost in the back end of the draft.
Yeah, I was originally going to say the Caitlyn first pick's curious because I was expecting something like the Jhin. They could maybe go towards a composition with poke like their last game, but they picked the Jhin away and they get the Varus instead.
Yeah, right here, if you're Aimee, you're probably going, hey, Poppy top, stack armor, 100%, so much physical damage on the enemy team that it's between one of those tanks, that or Echo, and you want to just stack one resistance because SKT are honestly filled to the brink with physical damage.
If I'm choosing between a Popular and Echo, I'm definitely not saying Echo in this game. There's too much to lock you down. You'll never even really get the opportunity if you're next to the Varus to use your ultimate, if he times his well enough and locks you down. So I'd expect a tank. This is a signature pick.
I mean, tank, we are looking for it. We'll see what Aimee locked down. 10 seconds to decide on this final pick.
And he's going to do it. This is the pick that helped Aimee get here in that Game 5 in the regional qualifiers for the LPL. He trusted in it then, and he's going to trust in it now.
This is a very big moment for Aimee, actually locking that one in. We said comfort earlier is a big thing for them, and that is exactly that for Amazing Jay. He didn't have the best performances when you look at his Nautilus in terms of his KDA or his score or even participation in kills until late game, but he still comes up clutch. He's a big part of the team's communication. and we'll be able to utilize that Nautilus effectively.
And he's quite disruptive. He has an engage option as well. And you look at SKT, it's once again a composition that is incredibly squishy, save for Blank in the jungle. Very reminiscent of the composition that they ran against Cloud9 earlier today. SKT are trying to use their mechanics and their game knowledge to actually run almost a tankless comp.
And I do have to highlight this again, the Nautilus compared to the Echo or Poppy is actually really smart in my opinion because it's guaranteed engage. You're knocking that person up, you can kill them really hard to actually catch an Olaf Karma comp when they are that quick, but Nautilus ensures it.
Nautilus was buffed a little while ago, so we'll have to see what Nautilus Ult can do here. SKT, again, you can't help but highlight how precise their comp had to be, and they've got a very similar looking draft, so we'll see if it happens. But don't forget, of course, to vote online for your team. Use the hashtag SKTWin or the hashtag IMWin if you're behind SK Telecom or IMEI. SK Telecom could lock it all up here, be the last Korean seed to go through. One of the tournament favorites, another first seed for the region, or IMEI could continue to play spoiler. They started the day that way. We'll see if they can do it here against a Titan in SKT.
And perhaps bring the third LPL team towards the quarterfinals themselves. This is essentially a battle of brains against brawn. When you look at how both of these teams play, SKT disciplined, elegant in the way they were executing their composition. IMEI, they are brute force heavy. They do have a high mechanical ceiling reflected through the champions, but they're just going to run at you.
Scrappy, chaotic, fun. These are all words people have described IMEI as.
And IMEI, you know, they have fun when they play the game, and they are actually willing to take those risks. And I think that's been something that underdog teams at Worlds have absolutely done, is go to what is comfortable with them, even if it doesn't seem to be the meta. The Nautilus, the Kha'Zix here for a Voidless, it's just like picking a brand for Licrit, right? Stay with comfort. There's been success with it. Other teams don't always know how to deal with it because it's a little bit out of the ordinary. But I want to see how this works out, especially for a Voidless in that jungle, because his clear is going to be a little rough.
I was just looking, where would Kha'Zix gank, do you think, right? It's going to be pretty easy against a carry top laner with a Nautilus that can lock him down. One of the other cool things, though, that I'd like to highlight is Cassiopeia, because you can ground them with the W. There's no way to flash away from a Kha'Zix if he gets a flank or gets into the middle lane. Of course, many avenues of attack, many choke points to hit from, and you can actually burst out Faker before he can flash away.
I think that almost every lane, save for the bottom, is a great place to go for IMEI. A Voidless just needs to stay okay in the jungle because the Olaf has some very different routes. He can start out his blue, he can go for an invade, he can actually try to pick you off, and that's what IMEI are actually planning for, and that's why they're starting on their red buff here.
And we'll see what SKT can do, because this team has been two strong solo laners, a defensive bottom lane that are very good in mid to late game, particularly when team fighting, and a jungle that's been a little hot and cold. Blank has been rather hot, especially this week, or today, I suppose. Definitely looking better than last week, but many questions here. We'll see if he answers a few more, but this lane is impressive, and we're starting to see so much more Caitlyn. Mid laners are getting banned everywhere. Nobody wants to play against these top tier mid laners, and Caitlyn's starting to seep through in the bottom lane, and even Jing with his long range is struggling to contend.
Yeah, she's even seeing a lot of bans because of the fact that 615 dropped, and lane phase is pretty much what the game is all about. Getting that pressure and having a winning / shoving lane early is so hard to get. Outside of Caitlyn, you really want that pick for yourself, and it's very highly valued because of it.
Yeah, now it is an oppressive lane. They will have level advantages, so completely stuck under the turret. IMEI trying to bounce it back perhaps after this one to get a reset, so they might have a chance of fighting. But they are still comfortable champions for the comfortable players that are just doing their best to scale.
And right here you can see Blank goes for the invade, wards over. Oh, absolutely avoided there, but then you see Voidless catches him out. Blank
There's a
caught.
collapse. Has to actually burn the ghost.
Oh,
Great
nice
juke
dodge.
out of the cube, but the Johnny team juked out as well. Blank outplays everything, takes damage on the back from Jin, but easy as you like from Olaf with only Ghost.
There's been a lot of criticism towards Blank coming into the tournament and even week 1, but week 2 seems to be his week so far.
No one has ever criticized his mechanics though, really. He's always had that ceiling as a player, and I like that he is starting to show it off a bit.
A happy feat there, of course. The first time he jukes it, fair enough. The second time, like, are they going to aim for it? But there was no third, of course. But it was still an early collapse from IMEI, of course, in their own jungle. So rightly so, they get there early, but still very well executed from Blank. And the rest of SKT's bottom lane do get there.
Yeah, and the big question is what ends up getting traded there, because it's a summoner spell for Jin Zhao's CS deficit, because he had to go help. Caitlyn continued to push and push some into the turret. So you can see Bang already ahead, 15 minions.
Probably not getting any better, unfortunately, as Wolf continues to throw poke into the back line. Nice stun from Road. Gonna follow up there with a bit of extra, but Bang happy to use the Q. Minion advantage heavily in favor of SKT's pushing lane. Blank's going to go ahead and take that left side Scuttle Crab away, and Avoidless, who's trying to take some back and challenge Olaf in the jungle, has just fallen a bit behind from that early invade despite no counter jungling. And Avoidless trying to get aggressive, could cost him. He's going to fall back into his own jungle, try and farm it out now.
This does still feel like SKT are playing their style of League of Legends. They're not being forced into any awkward positions. Bots pushing. Top lane is still doing well in the carry versus tank lane. Faker's doing his part. He's just going to scale up, maybe get the tier build, and then just continue to fire arrows out from long range. And Blank is invading and keeping Avoidless away from upsetting all of this natural progression of SKT's lanes.
You can see top lane teleports were burnt there as well. Double Dorans for both of them, actually. Rings there for Amazing J, and Blades for Duke. With an extra longsword versus cloth armor. Athena going to damage onto Faker, but Varus can play awfully safe in any lane. If Cassio gets a nuke, could be troublesome, and no cleanse for Faker could prove to be problematic as well once Cassio has the ulti.
Yeah, the cleanse will hurt, but Nautilus knock up something you can't cleanse. Bard ultimate also something you can't cleanse. I understand that he's gone for the Ghost to try and outplay a lot of the spells, and very mechanically gifted if you didn't know Faker. Can
Pretty
probably
good.
dodge skill shots better with Ghost.
I mean, if Blank can, surely Faker can.
Speaking of dodging skill shots, in the bottom lane, though, it's just been an absolute punish from Bang and Wolf with this lane. Athena, early cleanse there.
Flash as well. That's all the summoners gone from Cassio. Nice bit of pressure there from Blank. Faker almost out of mana. Does want to go back, so we'll be able to shove this back out here thanks to Blank sticking around the mid lane and being annoying. Wolf's going to try and check something out as well. We'll be blocked by Roe, but Avoidless is just constantly back in his side of the jungle, worrying if anyone else is coming to visit as well.
Yeah, very slow stuff now, though, from SKT. They haven't continued too much pressure. They're waiting for a gank, and they want Athena here.
Going in for it again. Faker a little low, forced to flash up. Blank's actually collapsing, but Rhodes here with Wolf and Avoidless in the back, but Athena's a little too low. Damage not quite there, but it is enough from Blank as Olaf will collect first blood.
Yeah, they knew that Athena had blown both his cleanse and his flash, and what it looked like in the previous gank was that he thought he had Ghost. Because he popped it, there was no CC on him previously, and so he had to flash immediately afterwards, and that cost him because now he doesn't have those spells to chase down Faker.
That's right, completely out of mana, and Road tries his best to get in, but Avoidless also too slow. One step ahead every single time. Blank at the moment. This is a reinvigorated jungler.
Nice play there from Faker as well, being very dangerous, but knew he had backup. I may do the right thing and get there, but they get there late, which will cost them the first blood onto a jungler that's starting to really snowball a bit here. Cooldown Boots already done for Blank. Road is busy collecting mid lane CS, and level 6s have been hit a little earlier from SKT as Avoidless going to clean out what he can, takes a pink ward out of his own jungle.
Yeah, level 6 very important for the Kha'Zix, so as soon as Avoidless hits that, his gank options will just open very widely. Right now, it's a little bit riskier to do so. He's not quite a level 6 jungler, but you can definitely treat him like one.
Duke is going to slap some CS down. He has got an advantage in this lane, which I think is expected. Jace, a very good laner, and Duke has been consistently strong 1v1 on most champions, so Jace certainly been something he's shown up with on the world stage. Faker with a tier now after that back, and a longsword and some boots, plus that pink will collect his blue buff. And Athena's full up now as well, going to be charging his tier on the other side, but with no summoners, he has to play back, especially now that Faker has ultimate in. Faker with blue is just going to make this very tricky.
Yeah, of course, both mid laners could have blue, but Faker would have an advantage in that situation, having a longer range, needing the cooldown reduction, mana regeneration. They're both tier stackers, but the Varus, I would say, gets an immediate advantage just by having the blue, because he does outrange, and it's a soft counter match.
When trading though, Road actually went pretty deep to try and get a ward into the Tribush and did make it out with the magical journey. CS looking great for Bang though. 70 to 46 in that bottom lane, 61 to 50 in the top lane, and Faker not quite out in front in the mid lane, but very safe and could maybe bully if additional pressure is coming in. We talked about this 2v2 being rough. There's been almost no pressure here apart from maybe jungle invades, which certainly does help out, and Bang is taking over BF Sword Dagger versus just a serrated Dirk and that Doran's.
The scary thing to me as well, we know Road doesn't like to stay in lane. He always wants to disappear. He basically is Bard as a player. So it's not a surprise that he's gone, but this is also an impressive bottom lane 2v2 as Blank.
That's keen.
Yep. Got the Ghost.
That's how you go.
Wolf gets Thunderlords up though, Road doing decent damage. There's other side, so going to try and get that vision down. Make sure SKT can't get him for free. And Athena now is going to get that blue buff, but that'll give Faker a bit of pushing time on that mid lane. So should just continue to see it farmed out now.
Voidless actually got it.
Big mistake. But yeah, once again, the Caitlyn Karma going to push in. They'll get that turret eventually just from naturally pushing. Jin Zhao will fall further and further behind the more that Road isn't there. And at this stage, even when he joins them, they both just struggle.
Well, you can see Athena actually with Blank here. Good cleanse this time, gets off the ultimate, but Blank going to slow him down. There's the arrow in. Athena knows he has to go all in, but he can't really do much. Dodges the first stack, but Faker jukes out of that ulti, and Blank gets himself another kill.
Faker ducks back again, had the poke down, and Athena, no flash just yet either. Cleanse had just come back up.
But quite simply just using range to an advantage. Watch the way that Faker always positions himself just outside of the Q firstly, and then the ultimate, just constantly standing back. Knows the Blank will do enough work, and he can't be stunned, so Cassiopeia will not ult him.
Infernal Drake doing damage to Blank as we pop back into live. SKT are trying to take this down, but avoid this actually pretty close in the area. Faker going to get jumped on. Blank actually the target. Not going to go down. The Dragon's going to get the kill. So a trade happens. But this time, Faker's got a kill.
Yeah, no isolation damage there from a Voidless. He evolved the Q first, but because of the fact that Faker was right next to him, enough damage to return it. So good sense there from SKT to pull off of the Infernal Drake.
I mean, the Drake was the real MVP there, though.
Yeah.
Huge amount of damage as Amazing J and Duke actually trading back. Duke out of mana, so probably time to go back home. We'll see if he wants to teleport up to the top lane. But you can see Nautilus can get trades in here and there, but Amazing J is still a little behind. I thought for sure he was going to go for something crazy, but not just yet. Duke's going to get that recall cancelled. Amazing J will play up as we watch this one again.
Yeah, so I think Faker even being next to him stops any isolation damage when Blank comes back. So what could have been an instant kill was very close. And Infernal Drake says, no, you can have it.
Picks up another. So yeah, they get the return kill, the counter kill there. But it's just a problem that Faker with the tier is now 1-0 and 2 and already doing well. Oh, the trap.
Duke actually already getting blown up here. Avoid this with the damage as Amazing J gets one. Blank gonna chase him down in Ragnarok as Amazing J flashes into the brush, but Blank on a rampage going crazy. Gonna find a Voidless, but Blank time for all that. Oh, Voidless does get the kill in the end.
Even with the W missing from a Voidless, such a clutch play to actually get out even alive. Really close, could have gone either way. Just got the extra auto attack off. Surprising, given Olaf's attack speed.
Oh, Jin Zhao, bad news. Bears has to flush out of Ace in the whole range.
He doesn't have enough mana to actually use the ultimate, sitting at 24. This here, though, complete bait from Amazing J. Duke, though, swaps to Hammer stance and had Blank coming in. They pick up Duke rather quickly, but because of Blank already being at like 2 kills before this, now he's at 3. Just so much damage. W dodged, but he's taking some minion aggro.
And see the difference
just
here,
enough, barely.
because Olaf has no health, he should have stood still and just autoed.
Yeah.
Like the attack speed bonus that he'd have from being that low would probably have been enough.
Well, it wasn't in the end. Avoidless does get away with a trade in top lane, but SK Telecom up almost 2,000 gold, and that bottom lane, we keep ducking back in there. It's just going from bad to worse. Bang is so far ahead on CS, up pretty much 30, and that tower's almost gone down naturally as well. Road's going to find him. Bang's going to start shooting him once it wears off. Avoidless going to try and turn it around, but Bang, he knows much better than that.
Yeah, it'd be very silly to try and take the fight if you don't know where anybody is. Of course, the Voidless walking through the river doesn't actually get spotted. I believe that's just the Scuttle Crab that you can walk around. No, that's a word. They saw him.
Well, we're going to start the Infernal anyway, because I'm a team that do like to be a little unpredictable, but SKT not quite here to contest.
Oh, they know that Olaf is most likely on the top side of the map.
Teleports are in.
There's the TP. Avoidless is taking so much damage from this Wolf.
Yeah, Infernal Drake again is doing damage.
Whoa.
That's a lot of damage. Duke snipes him as he's going to go over. Wolf does get stunned as he goes through the portal, but Blank cleans up the Infernal on the other end. SK Telecom, no more kills to speak of, but Avoiders are way too squishy there.
Yeah, it feels like a massive miscommunication from Aime as well. Amazing J just stays top. He wants to get damage onto the turret. Committing to the Infernal Drake is a massive risk. Yes, you have a Kha'Zix composition that can destroy neutral objectives, but there's just no way for you to fight this when they have a ward on it, and you saw them ward it, yet they stay around to commit.
Yep, Road right here. Avoidless doesn't take the magical journey as well.
He does get smacked here though.
Gets hit by the ultimate and hit by the shock
There's an axe
blast.
coming too, just in case.
Ugh, just in case, yeah. Doesn't take the magical journey, and that's kind of his undoing there. He had leap as well.
Faker.
But didn't want to risk it.
Amazing J looking for someone. Faker with flash does
Yes,
commit it. Amazing J, no vision. Can't finish the ulti as Bang nets his way out of the cone of Curtain Call. And once again, SKT dissipate a situation effortlessly as I may try and pressure, and it's just keeps putting him in an awkward spot. Bang's even counter jungling, because why not?
I mean, if they knew he was there, there's a chance they take out Bang. He doesn't have any mana, but will now. It's very aggressive.
Oh, gank onto Duke.
Not bad there with the ulti from Nautilus. Amazing J follows in. Good stun from Royd. Avoidless piles in as well. Duke heading it out. The hook does not land. And Avoidless almost goes down to the turret. But a kill for Aimee nonetheless.
Duke does so much damage right now. Almost took out Avoidless underneath the turret, and then the extra tower shot comes through. That point, oh, you're clenching if you're Avoidless, but they're going to give up this mid turret.
Exactly. There's still such an easy trade for SKT. They commit top lane. They're not going to get any damage on it. There isn't enough minions to commit towards the objective. SKT, they can just take the objective down, grow the lead a little bit more, and it's just very calm and measured play from them. Reacting this time, though, to Aimee.
Yeah, and you can see they gave solo turret gold to Faker, so now both Faker and Bang are 1,600 gold up over their lane opponent.
Yeah, I believe Bang collected that bottom out of first as well. So 2 turrets already for SK Telecom. That bottom one, again, naturally being taken really by the pressure. Bang and Wolf were able to put out 2v2. Bang is still up 30 CS, just went back to finish that Infinity Edge. We have a Ghost Blade for Faker, a Black Cleaver for Duke that almost got him a trade in that 3v1 turret dive in top lane. SK Telecom, gold lead sitting at almost 4,000 gold, which is pretty good at 15 minutes, but the item advantage they have right now is just insane, and this is a team that will snowball out of control. Bang already starting to rotate top lane.
Yeah, it's a great rotation here as well. You bring your AD carry from the bottom lane, your mid lane already got taken. Take that last outer turret and start taking control of the jungle, and SKT are just going step by step through this game.
But it really is that clinical, right? The item spike that you mentioned, Pastry, and then they just go to the opposite side of the map, take the turrets down. If they want to stop this from happening, Aimee, they need to use their high mechanical ceiling champions, make big plays, and try and outplay SKT, because the items they have is just far too dangerous.
And another note as well that I want to talk about on those items is Duke in the top lane, the Black Cleaver. Some people were talking about how Black Cleaver first on Jace is a little strange compared to a Youmuu's. Well, he's up against a tank, so Black Cleaver is just way more gold efficient for him. And the fact that his team is all physical damage, he's got to buy it sometime. So the fact that he starts building it early is good, because just in case SKT get behind, then you're not completely out of the game, and the Nautilus hasn't just armor stacked and gotten out of control. So it's insurance, but it's also a really good item to buy if your team is physical damage.
Continue pressure here actually with SKT in the jungle. Blank a little too far forward. Gonna pop the ultimate, but ulti not even gonna cancel through Ragnarok as Royd might go down to the Karma. Heal on the other end there. It's Amazing J goes through the portal as well, but Blank not done yet. Avoidless chunked out by Faker's arrows. It's just getting so unsafe. Ulti's gonna hit, Bang takes the top outer, and SK Telecom is set up a very brutal siege.
Yeah.
Watch out for Duke.
So that one misses. This siege composition, however, does have a wave of minions. This is the top lane inner turret at 16 minutes that they are looking towards. The only unfortunate thing now is that Faker doesn't have his ultimate available, or they could threaten further.
And we talk about how poke compositions, when they reach that mid game, they start to lose a little bit of steam, or that late game, it's like, oh, there's so many stats and resistances on the enemy team. Well, SKT, they're trying to keep the tempo up so high right now that you can't catch up to them, and it is just an incredibly oppressive composition to play against, and you feel like you can't do much against it, because if you hard engage, you're at a stat deficit, and they're just trying to make that even worse here by trying to pick up a Rift Herald. Amazing J walks around the corner, but
Whoa, one got Wolf, gets Bang as well with the ultimate. Jhin ultimate's gonna open in as Avoidless takes out Blank. Wolf forced to flash away, but can they snipe it out? Last bullet's gonna miss. And that one hits the blue buff, so SK Telecom only one as Blank goes down.
That was the weirdest interaction I think I've ever seen, but he did connect it, got a 3-person knock-up as well afterwards. An Amazing J and his signature champion kicks off the fight the right way to unlock all of the isolated damage that can follow.
That was the weirdest thing I've seen from a Nautilus. Actually, no, it's not. I've seen a lot of weird things. He's had some visual bugs before, but that was Thresh levels of facing one direction and throwing the hook the other and faking it. And I don't believe Nautilus is actually coded to have it that way, so unsure of how it looked to the other guys, but he was definitely taking everybody off guard there.
Let's watch it again then.
Yeah.
Because SKT get a little greedy on the Rift Herald here.
Amazing J's like, I'm going backwards. No, I'm not. Pump fakes. Actually gets the ball and Avoidless, of course, isolating one target there because of the knockups. Means that he wasn't able to walk away, and they get the kill.
Scuttlecrab being taken down in this right side river as well as Mountain Drake will be up in 20 seconds. Bang getting stronger as he has added a Zeal to his inventory. And gold lead closed a little bit there from Aime's kill, but SKT still well up as they are looking to continue their clinical snowballing of this game. They'll look at that Mountain Drake. It'll be great for the Siege comp they built for themselves, and we'll see if Aime can challenge for it. They should have most of their abilities all ready to go, and they're on the area trying to contest.
Yeah, getting there first is always going to be important, so being in the river means they can at least establish a start. And they just need to try and find where SKT are. I don't think that Aime will be confident enough to actually kick off the Drake by any means. SKT well and truly in the driver's seat. It's on them to do it, but the onus is on Aime to prevent it if they put enough value onto the Mountain Drake, which is important.
They're in an interesting situation as well because Duke is shoving that top wave as Jace. And now he's going to back and actually maybe just walk to that Drake as they start it so that he may not have to use his teleport to actually match, and Amazing J would have to TP into the fight if he wants it.
It's a good time to remind everyone how open the map is for SK Telecom. It's 3 turrets to nothing with the top tier 2 also taking some damage. So Aime just don't really have a whole lot of wiggle room to work with here. And SK Telecom pretty cleanly take out that Mountain Drake again. Good vision, good map control, and an ace in the hole to boot.
Yeah, you're talking about how the map is so wide open for SK Telecom. It's so easy to shove things to the tier 2 turret, and then that's 15 seconds that Aime have to deal with minions before they can actually group up and come over to where you are. So they use that, they push in the top wave, they push in the bottom wave, and they actually can just get wave control all throughout. Now they're invading the jungle.
I mean, they've just repeat occurrences now going into the jungle. Blank goes first. He can never get one hit by the Kha'Zix. They push the Kha'Zix out. Doesn't get the red.
Yeah, looks like Blank did smite it away, so keeps it out of the Caitlyn's hands, I guess. But Faker's having a fun old time here in mid lane, just shooting arrows into poor Athena. I mean, Athena's used to doing this to Faker, but not this time. Bottle finds 2 great chain of corruption from Faker. Might disengage, but Wolf is going to get knocked off. Bang hits it as well. Athena, he's in the back as Wolf goes down, but Bank's the target. Faker takes out Rover, the snipes down, and they get a couple. Aime, 2 for 1 so far, but they do have to be careful. Faker looking to line it up and barely misses a Voidless. Duke gets the poke into the other side as Amazing J's trying to soak for his team.
Oh,
they got
Faker!
big fight as Faker gets caught. He's going to go down. They managed to take him as Jin Zhao gets another. Aime up 3-1.
It's so cooldown reliant for Aime. They need the first engage to work. They do get kills, and that's incredibly well done from them. And they juke everything when running back. That's the danger of SKT's composition. They can poke you with the Varus, with the Jace, and hit you constantly with the Caitlyn. But this engage was great. It unlocks the Cassiopeia. She just hails the Twin Fang.
Oh, this is absolutely disgusting. Ultimate comes out, Athena. He doesn't even cleanse this right here. Amazing J, 2 seconds down on everybody. Grounded comes down there. Bang, can't flash off of it in that moment. He has to get out of the grounded first, but he's rooted on top of it because of Amazing J. And then the re-engage here, Faker gets pulled and rooted from the corner from Amazing J on this Nautilus.
The kind of thing you'd never really expect.
Right on the grounded too, he can't flash away in that small second.
Such a thin area of wall that you don't expect to be able to be hooked behind it, but definitely can. Nautilus things.
Nice little abusive terrain there from Amazing J, who is showing up on a pick he is famous for. Aime again keeping the gold a little more balanced now, only 4,000 gold down, still struggling versus the poke composition. And we have talked about how good poke is when you're ahead. When you get caught though, poke tends to be bad no matter what. Because if you can't poke them from afar, your comp's really not doing what it's supposed to.
Exactly, and then if Amazing J can just stand in front of Shock Blasts, pop his W, he has enough resistances to actually just keep doing that. And you can see right now, it looks like he's working towards a Frozen Heart. So that's going to be really bad for SK Telecom as that continues if Amazing J gets to those breakpoints.
Full credit to SKT as well, because they played a similar looking comp versus Cloud9, had a much less explosive early game, and were still able to play team fights very well despite all the engage. So they have navigated these situations, but Aime are a team that when they commit, they're just going all in.
Yeah, the SK Telecom, like a little caveat there, is this team is about poking, whereas the previous one was about disengage and making sure that it was very hard to get in on them. Whereas this one, not as much disengage in this lineup here. Whereas Aime, they actually have a bit of counter engage and hard engage themselves. They have a mix of both. They like to kite backwards, but they also can go forward and dive you.
Again, this is why we call it effectively the Brains versus Brawn matchup. When you look at both of these teams and the drafts behind it, SKT, they don't want to actually go all in on you unless you are low enough that they will get the objective or they'll actually just get free kills for it. Aime just want to go. If they find an opportunity to hit a Nautilus hook on a target that is really important. If it's the Varus or the Caitlyn, even Duke at this stage is worth getting, then they will follow that up with everything.
Yeah, and everything right now is a 4-2-1 Kha'Zix because of Voidless. That is so much damage out of a Kha'Zix so early against squishies. And almost every AD carry knows the nightmare of a fed Kha'Zix that starts getting off the ground and hitting those break points.
Got good follow-up there. So you just saw how many different ults they could combo in between Cassio, Nautilus, Jin's utility, and Bards. IM certainly have the tools to get stuff done, but SKT are going to continue resetting their lanes. Things have calmed down a bit now. There's a Drake up in a minute 50. Ocean Drake would be nice for SKT, who already have a Mountain and an Infernal. But Duke busy trimming sideways. Fake is going to go play side lane duty as well, as Bang going to gatekeep this mid outer for as long as he can. And as long as the game kind of stays at this pace, this is where SK Telecom want to be. And just don't base check the Nautilus and things should be okay.
Yeah, and don't let them have the flank wards to get the teleport behind you to get the Nautilus engage as well. It starts with that vision. The setup is always going to be there. The slower the game goes, the better that SKT are. Such a disciplined side is what we're seeing from them today in all of this group action.
Well, see if IM can crack it. SKT also have the safety of their outers to still play to. Don't forget that no touch for IMA means that all the playmaking in the world isn't going to be too much help if you can't find a way in to actually start and engage. Baron is also a consideration. Teams have quite a lot of damage on either side, and 25 minutes in might seem a little early, but it is a potential option here. As Bang looks like he'll go back. He's got his Hurricane finished already, working on that third item. On the other side, though, Jin Zhao, 2 items done for him. Athena does have that Rylai's, which will help. And a Black Cleaver for a Voidless. I like it after the Warrior skirmishes.
Yeah, there's a few power spikes here for IMA. And this next Ocean Drake, SKT have to play this fight very well, because if they don't, it could be the game snowballing and rubber banding back against them.
That's the interesting thing. It's a Nautilus that can kill you when you're at the objective. It's really easy for a Cassiopeia to line up an ultimate if you're fighting within the Drake area. I think what SKT actually want to do is put vision further forward. You can see where they're placing it now, establishing areas that I may have to walk through to get to the Drake and the river so that they can poke out the carries and prevent them from even saying that we can fight.
But then the other thing is the poke. It's only Faker right now, and he is doing a good job against Road, but Duke is shoving out the top wave, trying to get pressure there, and that's been the Jace's job so far this game, is apply pressure on the map that needs to be answered for the possible teleport so they don't have to tank there. And SKT, they're just going to pick this up. Really well done.
Easy as you like there for that third Drake for SKT. They'll get the Variety Bucket in there, as the Ocean will be added to their tally. The next one will be a Mountain. And it may have one more after that, but you can see just how controlled this team is. Even after things went a little wrong, they maybe overreached looking for tier 2s in mid lane and got a little punished for it. SKT still know, find the objectives, poke out Athena, and continue as normal.
Yeah, so they're trying to actually engage on him there with Faker's ultimate. Kha'Zix just revealed himself farming on the bottom side of the map, even used his jump to get down there. So definitely a vulnerable target was what was left in the middle lane for IMA. Thankfully for them, they don't actually get the Chains of Corruption hitting. They can see another day.
Not a whole lot going on as far as hard engage either for SKT. They've kind of just got Faker's ulti and a whole lot of poke. So Duke going to continue pushing in. Again, SK Telecom will happy to play in 3 lanes for as long as possible. They kind of have 380 carries, so the more farm they can get, the better they're going to feel, and they've got good control around the Baron area as well.
Yeah, all of their pink ward visions actually moved up besides the one at their red buff towards the Baron. They'll probably reset one more time with those next recalls. They even have 2 pinks now to place. This is complete control of the area where they pressure IMA to have to walk into things.
Right now, again, it's just controlled from SKT, and IMA have kind of let SKT dictate to them. They've only found plays when they've been able to be reactive, which is not really where they want to be. They kind of have to weather the goal difference for a little longer. But SKT, again, just such a disciplined side.
Yeah, I feel like IMA are completely fine with slowing the pace of the game down. We have known them to be a very reckless team, but it seems like they're being a little bit more calculated here, and that they're actually saying, all right, we scale. Don't worry. All we have to do is stack armor, let Amazing J get to 3 armor items. It's going to be almost impossible to kill. And then go from there.
Looking like it as well. Randuin's and the Sunfire are also done, so holding his own, or more than holding his own even, against Duke, despite the more Malmortius Black Cleaver and the Last Whisper, which is all of the armor pen he could ever want.
But forcing a Last Whisper out of the Jace as well so that he can still do damage, perhaps be a split pushing threat or have relevance in these team fights, means that he doesn't have as much raw AD. At the very least, won't be doing as much damage to structures. It's also not going to be enough to really dissuade Amazing J from being able to split push. He has so much health and armor.
Ace in the hole burnt there in mid lane, trying to poke out Athena, but not doing too much damage just yet is Bang. His autos look good. He's got rapid fire cannon now finished, but it feels like forever that SK Telecom have even hit a turret in the tier 2 section, and I'm happy to again fight it out because this is what happens.
Ooh.
Faker forced to flash out of the Bard ult, and a hook barely misses onto Blank.
This is really good for IMEI because SKT now, they have to worry because Faker's summoner spells, both of them are down. He blew both Ghost and Flash. So, next Bard ultimate that comes around, if you can nail Faker with it, that's your engage right there. Whereas SKT, oh, they've been going back and forth between Baron and mid lane, trying to get control and trying to have this poke land. It's landed a little bit on the road in Athena, but IMEI have actually stood strong. And here's the point where Athena's been poked out, and Jin Zhao, he's backing right now.
And again, a fundamental thing I do have to bring up, don't stand in between the turret and the wall.
Yeah.
You're a Cassiopeia, you're going to take a lot of damage. They have a lot of line-based damage as well. If you put yourself in a small area, you're probably going to get hit by it.
We saw Amazing J actually was able to use terrain to his advantage, so fun tip for everyone back home. Athena, though, able to get back safely. Once again, IMEI push SK Telecom off of their mid-tier 2, but SKT this time, despite Faker's lack of summoners, do not get punished for it. So still up in the lead here, but this gold lead has been fairly static. About 5,000 up for SKT, but it feels like it's held for at least 10, maybe 15 minutes. I am also going to clear out vision around the Baron, which means SKT, who do want the next mountain, although it's not up for a few more minutes, have to kind of run back there and worry about that major objective. And it does feel like 30 minutes into the game, SKT have slowed things down maybe a bit too much, and IMEI could find an opening.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. You see Amazing Jade back, picks himself up a Chain Vest, maybe Thornmail in the works for him coming up, which would be a big buy against this team because a lot of them want to auto-attack you, especially that Caitlyn, who's almost purely auto-attack based in the mid-game.
I mean, even the Varus going for the Bloodthirster wants to intertwine his auto attacks, naturally having the upgraded item as well, Manamute.
You can usually tell if the Varus is going to go for more poke-based or if he's going to get those autos weaving in, or woven in, because the difference between Death's Dance and the Bloodthirster.
And again, important to reiterate, IMEI still don't have a turret on the map. They're also down 3 Drakes, which is a lot, but they've stalled this game out very effectively, and it's hard to say if it's SK Telecom happy to play at that pace or IMEI just making them a little scared.
And that's really good by IMEI because you have to seed objectives to this type of composition early on. If you fight them too much early, the game can snowball out of control. It got to a 5,000 gold lead for SKT, but it hasn't gotten any larger in the past, I want to say 10 minutes at this point.
Well,
because IMEI playing slow.
Poke battle continues, but IMEI, they do like to play slow. It's tough to contend with the late game of a team like SKT, but if we get there, and at this pace, it does feel like we will. IMEI again just playing around, making sure they sweep out the major objective vision. Duke still in the side lanes, having the time of his life, farming up a Storm. Amazing J still behind 30 CS, but has got a decent amount of gold. Jin Zhao also looking for that third item, so carries are a little behind on the side of IM, but they'll get there eventually, and with the way this is going, we might just have one big fight around an objective that could decide the game. And for SK Telecom, I'm not sure that's what they want, given what happened last time.
Exactly. They don't want to have to go through that. It's a little bit too risky, and if you get outplayed by one member...
Good flash, and great cleanse from Athena. Gets him out there.
Yep, gets hit by it. Avoidless, though, sticking around and taking a little bit more poke here. The Mountain Drake is coming up.
Road is
very sneaky. Perhaps too sneaky.
I don't know how you got there, but you don't really want to be there.
Well, he's out, kind
well,
of.
he's not really.
He's on the wrong side. He's out somewhere. This will be quite the magical journey. Road does get slowed. Faker not going to get him. There's another one, but the tether's still going to land. Road does have to flash now. Part of eats some Coco. Needs to keep running. Bang. He's going to chase for him, but he doesn't have his ulti. Road, you have portal up soon. Bang's here to cut you off at the pass. Road, you need to get out again. No. Coco, Bang going to take him down at the last crit. Oh, it's a disaster.
That's just not fair, really. Why'd he crit? That's not fair. He does manage to go down eventually. It's a really good opportunity for SKT, however, straight to where they have been pretty much the entirety of this mid-game, sieging mid.
Yeah, and this is why they walk straight up here, because a lot of the engage is down, hook onto Blank, and that Bard was a huge part of how they got that first engage when he got 2 people caught in it. And now they get a lot of chip damage on that turret. It is so close to going down, but the Mountain Drake is also on the table, which would once again help SKT in these types of situations to not stick around as long.
And again, really easy for them to work towards. They know Kha'Zix goes top lane. They set up the minion wave there earlier. They're going to go to Drake. You'd expect Duke to go back towards bottom, and then they set up perhaps for the Baron one more time after they get their recalls and their item spikes. The only danger is if they recall, they can just start the Baron on the side of IMA, because once again, it's a Kha'Zix that does a lot of isolated damage. So does Cassiopeia.
Oh, Voidless getting spotted on top of a ward. Bad news bears does clear out the pink though. I think thought about doing the Baron, but decided against it this time.
I was just told a very interesting stat. Athena has actually done less damage than every single member on SKT's composition, including the Karma. And Faker's done 4 times as much damage. That's how much IMA has been in these situations where they're being sieged on. The Cassiopeia can't play to her pattern, which is usually kite back and counter engage.
You can see Duke finally gets to tier 2 for SKT as well, so pressure finally mounting on IMA. They've been defending for so long, and that mid tier 2 is still a big sore thumb sticking out for them. But SKT, they'll now grow the gold lead again. They should have control around the Baron side as well with such a long bottom lane that they'll have to clear out. I mean, IMA, again, they're one good engage perhaps from tipping the game back over. There's so much standing gold for them to take as well, given how many turrets are left on the map. But SKT, if they just want to suffocate you, they're in position to try and do so. And this is a team, again, that does not let their lead slip away from them very often.
And this is the timing to do so. The blue buff's about to be available. Once Varus picks that one up, even Duke, if they give him that opportunity, they can actually poke people out. What I will say, however, is that they're best off sieging, having Jace around if that's their goal, if they want to win team fights behind it. I don't think that Duke can actually just deal with Amazing J. He can just walk up and clear waves now, the Nautilus, and they should never actually have the Jace hitting turrets because he'd be at a risk, he'd be too deep. The SKT should be pressuring the other side of the map near this Baron, and they should actually bring the Jace with them if their goal is to siege and poke. But again, quite content doing nothing.
IMA are actually looking like they want to fight soon. You can see that Jin Zhao, he went for the Serrated Dirk and a BF sword, which will delay his build because he already has a Dusk. So that looks like Infinity Edge / Maw / both, but he just wanted more armor penetration before he started going for that IE. And Amazing J, he was actually swapping between Frozen Heart and Thornmail. Like, which one do I want to buy here? And he went with the Thornmail ultimately, which signals to me that he really wants to find an opportunity to get on the Bang, and they're just going for stats now. They want them now on IMA's side.
I think they know that there's likely a Baron fight in their near future.
Oh, there's the TP from behind. Amazing J is looking for a flank onto Faker. They try to get the flash.
Though, and Royd almost died, so commits everything for it. And Athena's caught out of position. Amazing J finds a flank, gets Duke. That could be an up, but Faker's going to clean him up. And that damage, disgusting as Bang takes out Amazing J. Jin Zhao better run because he has to get out of the ulti. And SK Telecom, that's not a tank that I just saw die.
Nope. No, and if the tank dies that easily, they have so much availability to go back towards the Baron, look and set up one more time. Just use Faker. He doesn't even need to hit the Baron necessarily. Just throw Qs out constantly. This is a really good opportunity for them. Voidless too low.
This Baron is going to take too much damage. Voidless has to get in pretty much now. He goes! Oh my god, a Voidless! Leaps over and steals it. Athena ultis them out to disengage the team. And I am hold on to this game.
What more do you want from your jungler? Doesn't matter. Athena, a Voidless, still gets the Baron. This guy's a smite-stealing god. That's filthy.
What have they been beating these guys in the off-week? Everyone's stealing Barons. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, this right here was the setup. The TP comes from behind from Amazing J, but the poke is coming through. Road gets incredibly low. With combination, they're using Caitlyn as part of the poke composition in the siege. Stop them from moving forward a little bit, slow them down. Amazing J gets the hook onto Duke, but then, oh boy, all the crits, all the damage, and he's absolutely decimated so quickly.
Yeah, it doesn't actually look like he's a 3-armor champion, to say the very least. It gets absolutely annihilated.
He's about to be 4. You don't get much tankier than that.
And this makes sense to me, SKT going to Baron. They could have probably sieged mid, but there weren't minions available, so this is the next best move of Voidless, predictably about to go in. Duke's goal was to knock him out by changing the hammer form, but you can't do that when he's invisible jumping, so he gets the smite off.
Really well played there from a Voidless. Ducks through the vision, goes through with the leap. And now they can start getting these turrets. The first one of the game, 37 minutes in for IMA.
I mean, they're a slow team. This is maybe an exaggerated look at how slow IMA can play. Ulti, it's Duke, Amazing J gonna line it up. Duke in a flash, he still gets hooked, not quite through the wall though. Amazing J finds the knockout, gets Bang and Road. Barely gonna miss that double stun. Amazing J now has to book it out, but Athena there to cover for his teammates. Where's the flank from SKT? It's Blank running in with the ultimate, but I am already out through the magical journey.
Yeah, thankfully Bard also gives you the way out that's quite easily accessible. Olaf can't chase you down any further. They do make a mistake by overcommitting there. Unfortunately, the hook doesn't bring him through a wall a second time, and SKT hold on. Just that one turret really gained so far.
Well, Elder up in 50 seconds as well, and that's a mighty, mighty Elder Dragon that SK Telecom's going to try and take here. This finally, they're going to spit on it, and I think it's going to go down, but IM have defended from worse. Doesn't need much. See if they can get in there for one auto, but Cassio's going to clear that down. Jinjao's going to hop in as well, and still standing.
How frustrating as well for SKT. All it takes is a stiff breeze, and the whole turret will fall down.
Well, Baron up minions now fighting back. And again, the longer Iron can hold on, the better. Although I think it's now finally going to fall. Bang, he wanted, he ordered it once and it wasn't enough. Gets himself trapped down.
Top though. You have this Jace up here by himself.
There we go.
Top outer's going to go. Top inner to the Jace, and so is the mid.
T2's out as well. That's 6 turrets now for SKT. Looking good as they finally gear it down. Blank actually, no ulti, does get hooked up again, but still ready to go. Bang gets destroyed. Amazing J leaps in there. Voidless wants him as well, but Blank's kiting him. Bang, just kites back and blows one up. Now Athena caught in the front line, pops a Seraphine, needs to keep kiting. Poke is there from SKT, and I am lucky to just lose one.
Yeah, considering this is a Baron buffed IMA, they are on the back foot constantly. SKT now starting to get more and more oppressive. And because the health bars are so low, this defense of this turret, even with the Baron buff, becomes really tough.
I mean, he needs more hit points, but that turret's going to melt under the combined might of SKT. There's Duke with the last auto attack, and finally they bust open the base 40 minutes in.
And now they're going to back off. Mission accomplished right now. They need to reset, because if any of them get picked off or they allow Amazing J to actually flank behind them, then Elder Dragon goes down. This right here from Bang is actually perfect. Blank gets hit, Amazing J has to commit on him, turns to Bang, throws out that QSS mid-air flash. You can QSS knockup / stuns, but you have to have that flash mobility spell available, and you get immediately out of it. So Bang knows that and executes on it so that he gets out of that CC from the Nautilus.
Yeah, everything committed towards killing the Caitlyn, but by not killing him, very easy to turn around once more from the side of SKT. There's a lot of carries on that side anyway. Even if Bang went down, I'd warrant that they'd still probably win.
And you saw that Athena doing good damage despite getting jumped on there by the Olaf. He's maybe a Void Stuff away from taking over that team fight, and that is the next item he has ready to go. Cassio, of course, has a bonus slot, which you cannot buy boots. But SKT now lining up for this Elder Dragon, and they're already maybe too far ahead. I am looking to force again here.
But the thing is, no flash available for a lot of these carries on the side of SKT. Faker the only one with it, so if the Nautilus connects, the follow-up is going to be very dangerous.
Ooh,
Faker's also split.
He's trapped, actually. As Ime looking at his lineup, a tower dive road. He's going to go ulti the tower. Faker knows he has to book it. Amazing J, 4 armor items strong, zones him out. Faker just dodges forward. Gets out from under the Bard ultimate, but there's the mid turret, finally broken for Ime.
So that was really close. Amazing J was aiming to hit the wall so that he could pop the ultimate, and of course Rhodes still thinking he'd go forward. Again, a miscommunication, mistiming, and now SKT, whilst they lose a turret, have the tempo and the advantage again.
Yeah, and it's so hard for IMA to actually get that tempo and advantage back. Their Baron power play was actually negative 1,500, which is the worst of worlds so far, because SKT, they were so far ahead to begin with, but it's so hard for IMA to actually pull off plays right now. It has to be an absolutely perfect engage, or else it gets turned around with all of the damage.
Probably the biggest wave that I've ever seen starting to mount in top lane, just on the minimap alone. There's a lot of red dots.
It's like the size of the Baron pit.
It's like eating those
like
dots.
Duke has to get red dots in roam soon.
Well, Elder Dragon's also a thing, so IMA have actually a nice little stroke of genius in macro could give them an advantage here.
There is the
wave
ward.
Huge, and they're going for it. This Elder Dragon's melting.
Yeah, there's so much damage on this squad. A Voidless, he may have to go for another steal here, but this is also where SKT do not want to be.
They do it again. He's looking for a Voidless. No, not this time. An Amazing J goes in. Huge drop from Road. And there's the curtain call lining up. Blank gonna chase in after Athena. Road gets exhausted as a Voidless went straight to the back line. Blown up as Bang will get sniped by the Jhin. 4v3 right now as Blank took out Amazing J in the front line. Athena needs to get in there, but he has to be careful. Finally gets sniped in. Faker flash autos after the Q to take him down. Jinjao's gonna flash the wall, and SKT, they'll chase with their poke. Duke just needs to line up a real good-looking shock blast as Road gonna try and save it. There's one. Jinjao almost falls. Oh, through the gate. Gets burnt down by Elder Dragon.
A lot of damage comes out of the Elder Dragon. SKT, by getting the smite, you have to say secure themselves the fight. That was close, and there was a lot of damage coming out of IMA, but a Voidless, he can't do the stroke of brilliance twice in a row.
They end up getting banged down with that last little shot there. It went down to about 300 HP is what I saw on that Elder Dragon last. Very close, up in the air there between the two junglers. See it one more time here, because this is, your heart has to be pounding.
This feels so risky.
On stage during this play.
Yeah, and everyone turns gold for a bit as well, so it's really good setup. They can communicate here, IMA.
200.
So close.
Yeah, it looks like an early smite there from a Voidless, just barely. And that prompted the reaction smite from Blank. Flash shot comes out, almost 2,000 damage to Bang to finish him off. And right here, IMA, they stick around for so long.
This is great from Faker too. Make sure the auto is what is required to get the kill. Very clever stuff, knowing the limits of his champion.
You can just see the total amount of damage SKT can do now with a 4 Drake-empowered Elder Dragon buff. Won't be up for too much longer. In fact, it may just have dropped off. They did also get Baron in the replay there as well. So all the tools in the world now to close this game out. A monumentally huge gold lead. Although IMA at this point are kind of all built up. It'll just be execution here for SKT. But they've got such a big lead still in Road. Wandering down, as always, might get himself sniped.
Speaking of execution,
was he chime hunting?
Maybe. The chime greed always costs the Vard. But he does get out this time. His Penguin's running behind him. I mean, it's so scary as a Bard to just be out there against this team comp. And SKT, they're going to run down bottom lane and try and break open another portion of the base.
Yeah, SKT, they definitely want to lock in the #1 seed from the group and join the other Korean teams atop their groups. Move on to the quarterfinals.
Athena sniped out by Faker's ultimate, forced to cleanse Flash. Amazing J, last-ditch effort, Rogue with a flank, finds Faker there with the ultimate, but Bang still kiting it away. Amazing J forced to flash and hook onto his own inhibitor, and Athena's getting chased down by an Olaf. He'll have to kite it out as Ragnarok wears up from the Olaf, but Bang in front there, almost snipes 2 people off the face of the rift. Does take out the inhibitor, but SKT are just collapsing on now.
They're trying to end the game or at least push up with this Baron buffed up minion wave. It is absolutely huge.
Well, I may need a big play to try and pull this one out. The Nexus turret's exposed. They will fall down. And I may kind of out of ultimates to use. Juke leaps forward there onto Jinzhao. Ace in the hole get channel, but he gets buffed by the hammer. And SKT, with an exposed Nexus, will exhaust and take down Athena. Clean up what kills they can and secure #1 in their group.
Excellently played from SKT after a couple of mid-game hiccups. They were getting engaged on by IMA, but the composure enough to be able to do it over and over again. Stick to the strategy that you have and execute on that. Really well done from SKT.
We don't always see poke compositions all over the world because it's very risky to actually run. It takes a high level of mechanics and execution and also teamwork, because if you mess up once, that composition falls behind and it is almost all but over at that point. Whereas SKT, they have been looking on point today. They have been able to run those high damage compositions, and this group has not been able to deal with it.
And a great bit of drafting from IMA as well with the Nautilus to try and pick off what was a very AD heavy comp. But so much credit to SKT for picking what looks like maybe a comp with a couple of key weaknesses that IMA look to exploit, and playing a comp that in sticky situations is very tricky. They did it once against Cloud9 already versus that Kennen and the Alistar. They did it again versus even more playmaking potential with the Bard, the Nautilus, and the Cassio, plus the Jhin. And they just make it look too easy. Like, I think Clement said it on the desk already. There is no other team that can play this style of League of Legends, and SK Telecom make it look like they've just been doing it forever.
Yeah, absolutely right. That was pretty incredible from them. Even not having Faker be the solo carry for the team, working around all of them individually as members, just winning lane is enough to set SKT up for success, it feels like. And it almost feels too easy when they do win lane.
Yeah, SKT, they get those early game advantages, and then those turrets went down, and they didn't give any to IMA. They pushed up to tier 2s, and it did take them a little bit to actually knock those down, especially that mid one. But when SKT got past that point, the base just crumbles, and they're able to take those outer objectives like the Baron, even though one was stolen away from them. Kind of put a little bit of a damper on it, but it would have been very clean elsewhere.
And I feel like you have to compliment IMA opposed to discrediting SKT for all of these big plays or perhaps mistakes, as you'd coin it, that happens for SKT. It was just engaging. The Nautilus would always hit these freak hooks or they'd get a really good flank. There was a lot of positives to actually note from IMA. On the flip side, whilst SKT were playing well, they were starting to step up to the occasion.
Well, a ton of chaos certainly from IMA, but not enough to topple SKT. We are going to go off to Shocks for a post-game chat with one of our newest quarterfinalists.
Thank you very much, Pastry. Indeed, with Bang after locking in first place with SKT in what was a close game. Very interesting team compositions on both sides. Bang, a lot of AD on your side, and then Nautilus and Kha'Zix on the other side. What were the challenges of playing versus that IMA composition?
우선 조 1위로 8강 진출한 걸 축하드립니다. 다음 경기는 이제 매우 치열했는데요. 이제 SKT는 올 AD의 조합이었고 상대방은 카직스랑 노틸리스처럼 이번 때 처음 보는 픽들이 많았는데 경기하는데 어려움이 어떤 게 있었나요?
저희가 처음에 올 AD인 걸 알면서도 그냥 이제 상대 챔프들이 포킹에 좀 약할 것 같아서 준비한 대로 된 것 같아요.
So even though like we were all AD, we thought that their composition isn't good against our poking composition, so we thought that it would be okay, and the game went pretty well.
Well, you won in the end and locked in first place going into the quarterfinals as a first seed out of the group. Now that you've seen all the possible opponents play, who do you think will be your biggest opponent going into the rest of the tournament in the road to the Summoners Cup, and why?
지금까지 어쨌든 모든 팀들 경기를 다 2주 동안 지켜봤는데 SKT1 팀이 3연패를 이루기 위해서 소환사컵을 거머쥐기까지 가장 큰 걸림돌이 될 팀은 어디가 있을까요?
굳이 꼽자면 이제 작년에 저희랑 결승 무대에서 겨뤘던 락스 타이거즈 만나는 게 좀 가장 껄끄러울 것 같고요. 그냥 뭐 지금 사실 8강에 올라온 팀들이 전부 잘하는 팀이어서 다 껄끄러운데 이제 뭐 잘해야죠.
So I think, of course, the team that we fought against last year at finals, Rocks Tigers, they'd be the biggest threat to us to win the Summers Cup. And even for the quarterfinals, all 8 teams are very competitive. They're all really good. So I think it's going to be a very tough job.
All right, well, we will see what happens. First seed locked in here. Thank you very much. Dash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Before we get into anything, we got to welcome Deficio back to the desk.
Do we really?
Well, maybe we don't, but I already did. So, but
Yeah,
what a game to come back to, am I right? We've got a Nautilus top and a Kha'Zix jungle. How you feeling about that?
I don't really know how I feel about it. I mean, Crumbs and I, we went to the Church of Spawn. He tried to teach us about, LPL and IMA, and I will admit, I believed it at first, but now I realize he's actually just super crazy and he's just saying a lot of nonsense.
If you're gonna try to beat SKT, you gotta come out with some pepper jack, something a little different, and actually try to surprise them. Which, to their credit, kind of worked, but honestly, they didn't execute it to the way that it should have.
Hey, and some of those mid-game team fights could have gone either way. Just
you were
unlucky
screaming like it went really well, and then
I was hollered like a hooligan at some points, but I really respect the fact that I'm just going to go back to it. You're not going to beat this team playing standard if you are IMA. You do not have the raw talent on your roster to be able to take it to them. So what do? You play your style of League of Legends. Nautilus has always been a huge pick for this team, and it nearly worked.
That said, going through picks and bans here, having seen Kate and Karma locked in within the first 2 rotations, I have to question the Bard pickup for Road, because we saw how much trouble they had in that bot lane, even keeping their turret alive in the 2v2.
I mean, at this point, we even question if they should have even played Road. Whereas Athena and Baby combination, that worked well the first time around. But I didn't really have too big a deal with the Bard, because if you're, I guess, expecting a Varus, then you can easily deal with that with the likes of Bard.
I think the biggest thing is you have to look at players' tendencies, and Bard for Road is a big comfort pick, and this is a pressure game for him. And he also wants to, he has a small champion pool, so he wants to be on something he's comfortable against if you're playing against a Joy lane. So was it a great pick? No. Can I understand why he locks it in? Sure.
Could you have played, other things like maybe Nami to try and get a stronger 2v2 bot lane? It could actually be a good choice, because IMA's problem in this game was they lost the bot lane so hard. Top lane was actually going well. Mid lane was doing fine. Bot lane, nope.
And that's the thing, right? We saw about a 4 to 5K gold lead established by 20 minutes for SKT, and at that point, your tankiness, can't necessarily keep up to the damage that's being built in straight AD. I mean, at 21 minutes, and I want to take a look at this fight, because it's the one fight that did kind of illustrate how IMA's comp could work, ending up 3 for 1.
Yeah, and they get a big catch here, and then the follow-up is just instant, and that's one thing I will credit IMA on. They don't hesitate, they layer their CC very well, and they're able to pick up a team fight. If the Kha'Zix had a little bit more damage, if they were positioning slightly better in this fight,
if it was a
different
champion.
If Olaf was in the fight, Olaf was just running around the entire time, not even there in the beginning, so it's a lot easier to engage.
What are you
talking about? Fake is dead.
Yeah, now he is. Before that, Fake also was chasing someone on the right side. So the problem with this IMA composition is that individual parts look pretty cool. Nautilus against full AD poke comp. Nice, that looks awesome, right? Bard against Pokemon, you can engage with ulti, great. Cassiopeia against a Pokemon, it doesn't work. That's why SKT drafted a Pokemon position against it, because they saw it so early. She had a hard time dealing damage. Jin sits back and fires the 4 shots. And let's talk about the last guy in this comp, the Kha'Zix.
Well,
brilliant.
The way you want
Let's
to play
not talk
Kha'Zix.
about that. Let's
We
breeze
have
right
to
past
almost.
that one.
No,
I would have liked to see.
let's
I want to
talk
see a
about it.
mouth fight in the top lane or in the jungle.
Well, the reason you want to play Kha'Zix as a flanker, you want him to just be stealthing in and then surprising the opponent. But what ended up happening so many times, I may just charge straight on, and that's never going to work because it makes it disengage way too easy. And time again, we just saw Kha'Zix running straight ahead. And in one of those fights, that one in particular, if you pay attention, Kha'Zix actually contributed 0 to the fight. He did no damage whatsoever, hit nothing, didn't even put any sort of pressure. And that's just the theme of Kha'Zix as a champion right now. You just don't offer too much to your team.
And that's the key thing. He's not a team fighting pick. And you were picking Nautilus to start team fights. I wrote down a few champions that could have been better than Kha'Zix. I might need your help reading some of them. I got Skarner, Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, Wukong, Jarvan, Vi, Nocturne, AD Teemo, Hecarim, Udyr, AD Evelynn as well for the flank.
Yes.
All would
So
actually have done
literally
more
every AD champion that can jungle.
that I could think of and just
Right,
write
I've
down.
seen you jungle Ash, though, so that
Fantastic.
could have been
Okay,
better,
yeah,
too.
that would
Jungle
have
Ash,
value.
man, y'all wait. All right, but no, I want to return to Spawn's point about SKT and the fact that you playing them standard, you're going to lose. Because we saw, even with what these curveballs that were thrown at them, they still were able to play a slow, a smart game, right? They waited for their opportunity, they found their fights, and this is where I want to push us forward to that 42-minute mark in Spawn. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, and when you have a look at how they just set up around objectives as a team, the fact that they have very good vision control and they kite back as a unit, even though 4 of them get hit by a stun. I mean,
it actually is almost better for them.
Yeah, the ability for this team to like just play as a unit, like a very, very disciplined, well-drilled team, and still execute on the micro in the game is why they are just so good. Faker with the flash.
And it makes me wonder if SKT is just trying to have fun here and picking all these incredibly difficult compositions and just saying, how far can we push our limits here? Because nobody else is going to try to draft what we saw this game and the previous one and actually have such success with it.
Yeah, I think it's just super, super scary that when you play SKT, the only way you kind of beat them is in the early game if you can shut down Faker. But often you have to invest like 2 or 3 guys to do that, and you have to consistently do it and then make no mistakes after. That's how Flash Wolves beat them last week. But as we see now with SKT, whenever they do fine mid-game or in the early game, whenever Faker does not get shut down, they get into this mid to late game point where they run around as a group. Blank suddenly has no issues because he's with the team, and their team fights so well. They walk the flanks, they know exactly what to do. And that's why they are one of the absolute best teams in the world.
But it also requires your star player to be the mid laner. And unfortunately, for teams like IMA, that just is not the case. Athena or Bami is really never going to be able to challenge Faker consistently enough to play that style of game, which is why I think you really do struggle. And that's why I'm happy they threw the curve.
And while Faker is the star, the player of the game here is Bang for consistency. Because behind a star player, you need to have a consistent team that can support him.
And he kept getting targeted by the actual engages, but his use of QSS and being able to really put himself in the position where he's not going to be isolated by Kha'Zix, where he's not going to get one shot, which is quite difficult to do, to be honest, as a Kha'Zix, and just being able to dish out so much damage. And honestly, he just crushed the laning phase, Flame Horizon, the other AD carry, and is just never looking back.
I do think SKT have a bit of an easy time when it comes to the bot lane. In this group they're in here, C9 is not known for a strong bot lane, IMA is not known for a fantastic bot lane either, Flash Wolves is the same. So they don't actually get challenged early on. And I think we talk about, maybe camping Faker, shutting him down. If that is not an option, I can see the 2v2 bot lane go in favor of some of the other teams at Worlds, and that can actually give an advantage, unlike what we saw in this game.
Well, the first seed is secured by SKT, and the race for second is on. Worlds 2016 continues with IMA taking on Cloud9, 3.5 minutes.
Going in for it again, Faker a little low, forced to flash out. Blank's actually collapsing, but Rhodes here with Wolf and avoid this in the back, but Athena's a little too low. Damage not quite there, but it is enough from Blank. Wolf is going to get knocked up. Bang eats it as well. Athena, he's in the back as Wolf goes down, but Bang's the target. And there's the curtain call lining up. Blank going to chase in after Athena. Rui gets exhausted as avoiders went straight to the back line, but blown up as Bang will get sniped by the Jhin. SKT clean up what kills they can and secure #1.
Dare to be different. Revel in the impossible. Introducing a little anarchy. Disrupting the natural order. Because a hero lies in all of us. Nothing is beyond your reach. Claim your victory and go forth to conquer new worlds.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of groups here at Worlds 2016. SK Telecom have just locked their first seed. C9, IMEI, and Flash Wolves, though, are still battling for that second seed. And boy, do we have fun to close out I-Day. So if IMEI win, they advance as the second seed, and Flash Wolves and C9 are eliminated. If C9 win, IMEI is eliminated, and C9 can advance on an SK Telecom victory in game number 6. Otherwise, Flash Wolves and C9 will play a tiebreaker to determine that second slot. So it's been a crazy week of Worlds. This one might be the craziest day we've had so far.
Yeah, basically TLDR, this game is deciding for IMEI. They win it, they're quarters. They lose it, they are out. Cloud9, if they win, it's not clinched just yet.
It is really weird to say that they are this close to getting in. Teams that have been underperforming, showing up in occasional games. This has been a really hard to predict group, and rightly so, given that this game means everything.
I mean, the easy groups were hard to predict as well, so I cannot blame you. It's been a wild day of League of Legends, and North America's final hope, Cloud9, will battle for either their slot or a chance to fight for it again. IMEI, though, all of a sudden find themselves in a wonderful position for them. Do or die. They came out clutch to get here. Can they do it again into quarters? We'll find out as we are into Champion Select. Olaf Caitlyn banned by IM. Nidalee banned away from C9. And what's to follow? It will be Varus away from Athena, who's back in mid lane after his early stint in the jungle. Syndra banned pretty predictably there by IMEI.
Yeah, the Syndra ban makes a lot of sense. Of course, the Caitlyn and Olaf are just strong champions in their own right that C9 do like to play. The Varus stands out to me a little bit. Like, you don't have to get rid of that champion. There are many other things that you might want to remove. Given that Olaf and Elise are off the board, and you're not actually on that first pick position, perhaps there was a jungler, but maybe there you go. There's the other one that I was going to say.
Makes sense now that Elise has been banned.
You know what was so interesting is in that SKT game, SKT actually banned Aurelion Sol against Athena, and he's not the one who played it was Baimi. And that's just showing how much SKT did not want to get cheesed by anything. It's like, oh, does Athena play it as well? Whereas C9, they're willing to take risks like that.
They're identical twins, like Athena and Baimi. They may be both subs and interchangeable like that, but they are the exact same person. They just, I think it's a mental fortitude reason that they actually swap.
Well, there's Kennen first pick for IMEI. But like you said, Athena and Baimi, so much overlap that you have to think Aurelion Sol would be on the table. It's been a little hit or miss, mostly hit, but it's your final game at Worlds potentially. For either of these teams, do you want to risk it as Jhin, Rek'Sai are the picks there for Cloud9?
It's the beautiful thing about the way IMEI actually drafted best of series and why they may be better to watch if they make it through to the quarterfinals is game 1, Aurelion Sol wins the game. Game 2, they swap mid laners and you go into draft and you're like, do I ban Aurelion Sol? Who actually knows what to do?
Yeah, it actually trips you up a lot, but we'll see if he brings it out here. The Kennen first pick, we haven't seen that champion highly prioritized in first pick on red side at all this tournament, and that's mostly because Impact in that top lane, what does he like to play? The Gnar, the Kennen. Kennen will counter the Gnar, so they take that away so early on because that's how much they actually want AmazingJ to be comfortable, have him leading the team, leading the charge and the engage, versus somebody like Impact, who has been playing well, but he hasn't been able to have those same types of advantages like he did in NA.
A decent amount of this as well, with lots of junglers banned out. Meteos on the Rex side, very comfy. Jhin the same for Sneaky. But Skarner will be locked in here for a Voidless. Sivir actually the other one, so pretty good setup so far with what IMEI's got. They got Malzahar potentially if they want to take that as well for a bit of additional lockdown, or they can speed everybody else in. Karma is still available, don't forget. Well, Ben Jensen's already locked in. Alstuff is Smoothie, so they're going back to the Playmaker here. They'll lock in Rumble for Impact as well. And IMEI's, the skeleton of this draft looks very scary.
Yeah, what we've got right now is stock standard from Cloud9. Also, the Alistar Rek'Sai front lines can go in and engage, and you put down the red carpet with the Rumble, Jhin locks somebody down if they're knocked up, and that's the thing about this combo, is Alistar and Rek'Sai knock you up. They don't just stun you. You are locked on a Rumble ult and a Jhin's combo, and that, as a 4-man unit, is basically teamfight winning as it stands.
Yeah, and they actually just saved their last pick for Jensen. He has had a very rough tournament. This group has not been good to him, and he hasn't been able to have the same types of advantages in that mid lane.
I mean, Jensen, such a great player domestically, has shown up time every now and then on the international stage, but he's going to get last pick here. And it's not the first time Jensen will have a lot of weight on his shoulders moving into a must-win game effectively for C9. But of course, IMEI, they're in that same position. They didn't take Aurelion Sol when they got the option to, and IMEI will actually brush by it. Athena goes to his very stable, safe Victor, and there's Maokai.
This is a support Kennen. It's actually a Kennen flex pick here. It's either support Kennen or it's a support Maokai. And I'd put more money on the fact that it's going to be a support Kennen for Road.
Have you watched that much LPL? Let me tell you. Support Maokai's run around before.
Yeah, they will be support Skarner. Honestly, we don't actually know when it comes to IMEI. They're an unpredictable team. It should be the Maokai top whoever and Kennen support.
Don't forget, they also did a Rolls at once already today. Maybe they're feeling creative if they are, maybe there's strength elsewhere, but C9 have to look over and be like, okay, I kind of know what your comp does. What is the, where it's going? Maybe it doesn't matter right now. I just have to figure out how to beat it, and what's Jensen's last pick here?
And I have to actually just come back to IMEI's team composition and the reasoning perhaps as to why they go for a Kennen support. I think it's actually quite clever that Alistar wants to headbutt away the carry top lane Kennen, but he's just going to be a peel Kennen.
So much pressure again. Jensen, what does he go to here? C9 are running out of time to make this pick. They will lock in the Rise. Jensen's going to take it onto the Rift one more time.
And he looks rather stressed about this. This was a matchup that he did not win against Faker. And then on the opposite side, he played the Victor, and he wasn't able to snowball. He wasn't able to get the Victor off the ground versus the Rise, and it was pretty much Maple running over his entire team with the damage from that carry in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing for him to do, of course. Rise needing to combo spells before any shields are appearing, and you have to choose the right combos if you want to out-trade. Athena gets a shield just by doing damage and can actually usually win trades in the laning phase. Also can manipulate minions well enough, and this is a pretty favorable thing for Athena in my opinion.
The other interesting thing is, it is support cannon, because Road is going to take that one in. But as a result with the Maokai pick, Amazing Day picked himself into a worse matchup. Like, Kennen vs Rumble's kind of Rumble, I think, maybe slightly favored. Maokai Rumble is actually awful for Maokai.
Yeah, but the bottom lane, the Kennen, the double ranged matchup, that's a lot of damage, a lot of CC you have to respect at level 6, or else you get completely obliterated.
Well, throughout Worlds, we were following the hashtag Worlds Big Plays to check in on the moments and memories that stick out on your minds above the rest. So keep that one going. Get your team hashtags in there as well. For IMA, it is win or you are out. Hashtag I win for Cloud9. And the last hope of North America, hashtag C9 win. I know which side the crowd is on. A warm up.
A little bit on it.
We'll see what happens to Jensen's Rise, perhaps. But we are packed here in the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, and it's a crucial game, the second last one, perhaps, of the day.
There they are.
They found a chant they like better than Go C9.
All right, C9 coming out onto the Rift. It is a stock standard team composition you'd expect from these guys. Team fighting prowess, a bit of assassination. Perhaps you can get really good flanks out of the Rise ultimate. Not necessarily just the Rise being in there, but you can tactically insert the Rek'Sai or the Alistar to knock people up in the back lines. It's got a lot of creativity behind what is a basic composition.
You do have to be very careful, though. There is a lot of CC on IMA's side and a lot of zone control as well. Victor and Kennen will both control areas, and they have a lot of engage. So if IMA start getting ahead, they could run over this composition from Cloud9 and get to them a lot easier.
And I love it here in IMA's do or die game. You've got something different. They managed to flex the Kennen into the support spot. C9, they know they do have to win this game to see where they can go and maybe have to play Flash Wolves again. But I think they've built a much more comfortable comp for them. Impact's on a matchup he'll be very happy with. Even in Kennen vs Rumble, I think he was happy. Meteos on a signature pick. Sneaky and Smoothie going to be happy with these. And Rhodes actually face checking here. It's around the point. C9 will pick up that one outside the Drake.
And of course, the Dominion minigame before Summoner's Rift actually explodes out.
Level 1 action, guaranteed with Skarner.
Extra gold, 15.
That is also true, and if you're poking people down, there's an abundance of gold to be seen. As junglers start, they will be on the exact same side of the map. We do have to highlight if they skip camps. The only one that should do that is Meteos, and that's if he's looking to control the bottom side of the map and perhaps get a gank off from somewhere unexpected and early. Skarner, he just farms. He just tries to get 6 as fast as possible, maybe get one gank off in between, and just utilize his kit at 6 instead.
Yeah, and he just actually starts at the blue buff. And that's been a common start here for IMA. They don't want their buffs stolen or actually cheesed in any way, shape, or form.
I love it from Impact is like, I could use this on you. As both Amazing Day and Impact visit each other there. But instead decided to take a couple minions down. Road playing up very aggressively though on this cannon. You can see how tricky it is for Smoothie in particular on the melee support that's not really known for its laning prowess to stick 2v2.
Yeah, it rings true with Bard as well into the Alistar matchups. The melee champion that's level 2 reliant struggles with
Impact. Doesn't follow in, but
good
huge
matchup.
damage. Yeah, like I said, this is a very old one, but this is one I know. It's good for Rumble, especially early on.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why they decided to go for the Maokai. Even Nautilus, if you're going to go the tank route, could have arguably been better into this matchup. They're choosing to completely sack top lane. You probably won't even see Skarner working towards there after his clears. Very curious.
Drake's angry. He just gets out from it though. Does take the Scuttle Crab and will spot that ward as well. Be able to sweep that out from under a Voidless. We often see Rek'Sai for Meteos, particularly because Jensen does like the early blues, but he's actually gone back for his tears, so we'll see if he runs back to try and collect it. Looks like Meteos on the Gromp. As Road locked down, Smoothie follows in. Sneaky gets exhausted though on the other end, and Jin just steps up to trade with him.
Yeah, quite good to get the exhaust out there because Smoothie has that ignite, so the next all-in could be a possible kill onto Road if they want it.
Yeah, forcing that exhaust is a big deal. Of course, Sneaky on one of his most comfortable champions. I'd say the OG Jin player.
Yeah, We've seen a couple Ezreal games from Sneaky today, and he's certainly a good Ezreal, but it's not quite like his Jhin and his Ashe, these picks that he's really been known for.
Yeah, he's actually had himself forced onto that Ezreal a lot this tournament. I believe he's played it 3 times now.
Oh, Jensen, not again. He's been here so many times, but doesn't have to burn the Summoner or Voidless. Bit of a weak gank there, just kind of visiting mid lane.
Spits at him and stares angrily as he goes away.
Ooh,
down.
doesn't work. Sneaky gonna wall with the Ignite is down. Sneaky, few more autos, and there's first blood. Cloud9 take it on Sneaky.
And Cloud9 with the first blood on to Sneaky on the signature champion in the game to keep them alive.
You couldn't ask for more, honestly, if you're a Cloud9 fan at this stage in the game. Rek'Sai doing his work, Impact winning his lane, and the 2v2, the wildcard Kennen pick, doesn't work as planned because Smoothie and Sneaky do work.
As soon as a Voidless shows in mid, they start planning this, they start moving up. You can't actually spell shield the combo there. As Sivir, you have to flash away immediately, and he doesn't respect that. So the combo comes through, the Ignite comes down, and there's no exhaust to actually counter.
And a huge CS discrepancy building in that lane already, 32-18. As Sneaky comes back with a PF sword first.
To a Cull. So it's the Cull from Jin Zhao. He's just going to be sitting on that item. And Jensen with the blue.
And you can see he's starting to get aggressive. Did get that early blue from Meteos by the looks of things, playing up into Athena's face. A Voidless is here, but he's going to stop this down. And Jensen's going to face check the Skarner.
This is crazy.
His pink ward. He's in. Looking for a 1v2. Royd's even coming up as well. Jensen playing with swag.
He's definitely giving it his best go here, Jensen, to get redemption from his previous Rise game. It was an underperformance, and he's got a statement to make. But better now than before, honestly, because it matters.
He wants it in again. Gravity Field's there. Jensen going to keep going in. Might even commit. Misses that next cube. But the last one not going to quite hit. So close to an all-in kill.
Damage is done, though. He's got Athena out of the lane now. No pots left.
And there's suddenly a Voidless and Road just hanging out in this middle lane. Really weird timing. Of course, Smoothie was trying to match the rotation. The thing is, because there's 2 mid, easy way to invade now for C9.
Wow, and Athena backs. He does have 1,100 gold, and he actually picks up another Doran's and boots, as well as some wards. So he doesn't end up going for an upgrade for himself at all.
Little short there. And
yeah, a little short.
Keep this pressure up. He's going to go back now. He's got the tier refillable. We'll see what he collects. Impact also not quite going for his first back, but Amazing J did actually TP back to that lane as well, and is down CS, although will catch up as the wave crashes into that turret. So every lane is winning right now for C9. The jungle farm is even. This is how they would have wanted to start this game, and this is cute from Impact. Gonna ulti down. Maybe not the angle he wants. Clips a couple minions.
Yeah, you have to say a slight mistake there, honestly, from Impact. Still has control of the wave. It's now going to crash, however, into Amazing J's turret. No jungler nearby, so just being a pain in the bum.
Well, gonna deny what he can here. Clean out the waves and then eventually go back. Amazing J actually hits the recall button briefly, but doesn't finish that one off. Sneaky gonna take out this pink ward in the tri-bush. You can see how unwilling IMA are to even contest, because Smoothie's been roaming for a little while. He's now teaming up with Meteos, actually. Gonna take this point down and see if they can't get some vision or some buffs down in this side of the jungle.
You do have to be careful, though, if you're Cloud9, because Road, he's been in the lane by himself solo. He went to mid and got more experience. So his level 6 is actually quite a bit sooner than you would think on this Kennen. So he has the option of actually forcing an engage here.
Well, speaking of forcing an engage, here we go. Jin Zhao gonna get knocked up again. Smoothie crushes it and gets himself a kill.
That's the second time. Jin Zhao, he's not respecting the Alistar. He's not blowing his flash. He has died twice with it still up, and C9 are exploiting that.
At the very least, it was a flash combo this time, so harder to get yourself out of, but still really well executed from Cloud9. This is the bouncing castle that you'll see from them every single time that they gank. The thing is, there is absolutely vision there, seeing them come in. Flash now. It was the same time as Sneaky's W, and Jin Zhao might have lived. But the Sivir is so far behind. It's already 2 levels on the AD carries alone. Wow, they're making it worse.
If they give it to only Sneaky, Meteos actually going to dip on it too, so. All right.
He's taxed a couple lanes in his time, so we'll split the gold there with good mate Sneaky. Jensen continuing to pressure this lane up as well. Athena with the blue, but really just playing back in his lane.
So Voidless just took that top crystal, and immediately they start pinging onto the red that they know that he's on that top side. And the red is up for Aimee. So now they've been able to track down a Voidless, and they know that his red is up for the taking. If they can chunk him out.
Yeah. No blue? They're just going to posture around. A little tricky situation. But Smoothie once in again. Looks for a Voidless. There's a knock-up. That's going to force a flash out. Gravity Field finds two, but Jensen still scot-free. Good W from Sneaky, but now Athena's going to get chased. He burns both sums as he pops the ghost, and now Rogue's been caught by the stun. Flashes out of the way, but he's still going to go down. Jensen gets C9's third kill of the game.
There maybe flashes out of the way, but it's not towards safety, unfortunately. It's still towards Cloud9. Mistakes aside, that's very proactive and good movements from this team, collapsing with the Jhin and the Alistar in the middle lane.
And Smoothie already having a much better game on this Alistar. Before he was getting caught out having to blow the ultimate. Now he's in charge of the roams. He's ahead of the curve. And Cloud9 take the entirety of this bottom side jungle. And that will force Skarner to the top side jungle. They know exactly where this jungler is. And Cloud9 now have tabs and they have that gold lead.
And again, just look at these lanes, even in the jungle, even in mid. But top and bottom have just gone pear-shaped for Aimee. 80 CS to 55 with Impact constantly pressuring Amazing J, and Sneaky is insanely far ahead. 20 CS up in that bottom lane, looking for that pretty aggressive build as well with the Caulfield's Warhammer already finished. And
this is a big
flank,
actually.
struggling.
Road was in a position he didn't want to be in. Boots of Mobility, Smoothie was sitting at red buff waiting for him. But of course, Kennen can get to safety with a Lightning Rush. I'm surprised, honestly, that Cloud9 is still on the bottom side of the map. It means they really want to keep Jin Zhao and Road down for longer. There is such a big difference between these AD carries.
Oh yeah, Sneaky's already up 1,400 gold. He's going for the crit build right now as opposed to the armor penetration build because there's a Maokai and a Skarner on the enemy team that will eventually build tanky. It's a little bit more efficient to go for a build that has that critical strike on it.
Bit of insurance perhaps as well as they move towards the mid and late stages of the game, but it's been an excellent start for Cloud9 in this early game. They're up 3,500 gold already. Impact and Amazing J gonna do battle again. No junglers in sight, but Amazing J with some good damage. Equalizer down as Impact. He's about to overheat. He might have to flash here as Amazing J is gonna keep going for it, but Impact holds on to his summoners, just burns the ultimate.
Gunner's coming up.
Oh no, bad news bears, good flash, but it's into the turret. They're gonna follow in and Impact, he's overheated. Avoidance gonna chase him down, he impales him, and Amazing J gives him the smash for the kill.
And they always leave him out to dry, but look at this, mid lane.
Playing now in mid lane, Athena locked up, the crit's good, Smoothie gonna wrap it all around, misses the pole, headbutts him anyway, snipe in there from Sneaky, and Jensen gets a second.
And that's the trade. Cloud9 makes something happen on the opposite side of the map. Still, be careful here.
Meteos, they're gonna jump in on him, Road so squishy, and will fall, needs a couple more as Meteos dives in aggressive, but will not fall. Jensen now on a killing spree.
Lucky to be alive, Meteos, but Cloud9, honestly, as a team, are looking entirely reinvigorated. No response from Aimee. We know they have weak lanes, but this is getting definitely out of hand very quickly.
And this up top, as soon as you see the jungler there, you get to make a play on the bottom side. The bottom side of the map is completely Cloud9's with all of those pink wards. So Impact, he's doing what he did back in the NALCS early on. Draw people to you. You are actually drawing attention. You get the Drake on the bottom side. This is your answer, and they get so much for it from Cloud9. If you give up one kill for this, definitely worth it.
I mean, again, they already had the Drake before doing this exact play. It's predictable, and Athena's disrespecting it. Yes, it was a good play on the top side of the map from Aimee to try and effectively trade for the Drake because they reacted, but you have to respect an Alistar's dive mid lane.
I actually don't know if that was a mess up there from Smoothie or not, but I think he was just pulverizing there to cover a flash towards the turret, possibly, and then got the headbutt in.
Worked out certainly for C9. More than enough lockdown. In the bottom lane especially. Impact has a couple of visitors to his top lane. Looks to be safe for now, and Aimee decide that not really too much they can get done here. Cloud9 did good damage to that mid outer as well, as you can see. Athena going to protect it for a little while longer. It's just the one turret and the 5 kills for Cloud9. They do have a big gold lead early on. Aimee will see if they can stem the bleeding, or if Cloud9 can keep up this very crisp early game, which is, like you mentioned, Zareen, what we saw from them kind of all through the back end of the NALCS and the regional qualifiers.
Yeah, and a lot of that was Impact. He doesn't get much attention from Meteos, but if he's able to dodge ganks, or they're able to get much more from the ganks that he suffers.
Happening again.
Yeah, it certainly is. Smoothie in, flash out, but Paul locked into the snare. Jensen gonna lock him up, but the ulti from Athena might be enough. Sneaky lines the last ball up perfectly, but Smoothie might go down in response. He will as Road gonna burn the ultimate down, but Impact's TP'd in this time. Lays down the equalizer. Amazing J locked down. Sneaky grabs a double for his troubles.
Again, just really strong from Cloud9. Their team composition excels near the middle lane. This is starting to feel a little bit like deja vu, honestly, and Aimee keep falling for the same bait.
Can they break the mid, though? That's the question. Enough pressure here as the mini wave rides in. Sneaky going to burn those bullets down, and Cloud9 will open up a big section of the map as they take down the mid outer turret. Not easy to do versus Victor.
And this is so good from Cloud9. They're using Sneaky outside of the lane phase. He has 100% kill participation on this Jhin. It has been banned against him so much in this tournament and all throughout today because that is the fear. Comboing it with the Rise, easy. Point and click, the W is guaranteed to land, and then the shots afterwards. Picks up the kill there, and then the ultimate from Impact to follow. Does route them a little bit. Maybe it could have been a little better, but it's still enough to pick up Amazing J from the top lane. And Cloud9 once again get a better trade.
Yeah, and this can continue to happen. So the bottom lane turret is gone. The middle lane turret is basically broken. Top lane is the easy transition now to make. If you are Cloud9, it's predictable, so IMA can respond. But I don't know if they can actually stop it.
We can see Road doing what he can, but Sneaky with a blue and the Essence Reaver now completed. Going to be moving into likely that first Zeal item as he does have that Brawler's Glove already done. C9 already actually positioning for the dive. They've got Jensen's ultimate here. They're going to clear out this vision, and I think, have to leave here.
Yeah, they're waiting on Smoothie's ultimate, which is up in 5 seconds here. If they were going to make a dive, they would wait for that cooldown and have him go first. So have him walk around, get control of the area before you try to make a play like that.
Yeah, I understand that, but it still feels like IMA were not respecting enough of Cloud9's dive potential. Alistar being level 6, Rek'Sai also reasonably tanky having finished his Cinderhawk. The map's there for the taking.
Yeah, and you can see they're just lugging and just throwing their gold advantage around the map right now. So Cloud9 can pretty much go anywhere that they want, grouped up as 5, and just answer objectives.
And it's quite a gold lead as well. They'll take that top outer. And they're 6,000 gold ahead already at 15 minutes. Amazing J, we've got a lot of work to do. He's going to knock down this turret, and Impact should rejoin that bottom lane shortly. So IMA, everything has gone wrong in the early game once again. Cloud9 have looked very clean.
And IMA, a team made up of, honestly, some rejects, some people who were subs before, go down to the LSPL, make the LPL, make it to Worlds, and this is the game for them to make it to quarters, and they are already off to a bad start. IMA, well, they've overcome odds time and time again. Right now, it's looking pretty grim.
That was rude.
I feel like that exact moment summarizes this game. The red buff smited away by Meteos, as Avoidless is doing it. Skarner is a big champion that I'd have to challenge. I don't think it does enough early for IMA's lack of, as he's pretty caught.
I mean, he flashed. He did get tagged by the last bullet. Sneaky firing into the fog. Doesn't find anything else. Will burn both sums once again to stay alive this time, so that's good news at least. But Cloud9 now on the offensive once more, pushing down mid.
Exactly what they need. Push down mid, get the mid laner off to left side, get Infernal Drake, which is up in 10 seconds here. And that's been the plan for Cloud9. Take control of this bottom side jungle. And Smoothie planting a trap alongside Meteos, but they're just going to bail off of it because Impact doesn't have his teleport, and he's still shoving up top.
They're just so large, though. Cloud9 can do it on spawn if they'd like, or they can sit back and force IMA to come towards them and fight, because there's the biggest rise in the world.
Yeah, exactly. They're just kind of waiting for Impact to get here, though. And now that he's in range...
Road caught, maybe Amazing J in the back line, and Jensen already on a rampage, takes one out. Great ultimate, actually, is Sneaky. Gonna get himself shut down, equalizer in, but it's not quite enough, and Jensen trying to kite back. Smoothie caught again, is gonna force the Jhin Zhao. Cloud9, it's suddenly all gone wrong as they're kiting back to that mid-outer. Very nice setup from IM.
One man on one mission to try and carry his entire team right now is Amazing J. The Maokai is big, but that was honestly just the only thing they have to offer. The damage is lacking, but they're doing the Drake.
And immediately IMA said, get on the physical damage dealer, kill him, because Amazing J, has not actually prioritized any armor just yet. He's all magic resistance. You get that physical damage dealer off the field, then the rest of the fight plays out like that, and that's a 2-for-1 in favor of IMA, and they end up getting the Drake on top of it.
Yeah, not a very efficient cannon ultimate, I will say, from Road. Gets locked down by the Rise here, so doesn't get to do a whole lot. But this is all the Amazing J show, because he flashes and gets immediately onto Sneaky, unlocks Jhin Zhao and Athena, who are over the ledge. So in terms of positioning, that's actually not an ideal fight.
Oh. In fact, touching one here with Meteor, sorry, is Amazing.
Overheat.
Gonna get burnt down. The damage is good. Smoothie here in backup as well, but Athena enough to deter any potential dive. Cloud9 still trying to make plays here, but it's a big loss as far as objectives go. Infernal Drake's not really the one you want. And the only one they got next is their namesake again. Cloud Drake number 2 is the one after, so they kind of missed their window for that one.
Oh, you would absolutely love to have a Cloud Drake on your side as a Jhin, It's one of the most effective Drakes to have. He makes the most use of it. But on the flip side, though, Victor is probably the second best mid laner to actually make use of it, right behind Veigar in terms of scaling AP.
Yeah, there's actually, when you look at the team composition that IMA put together, they're still content with being behind because the Victor will always do his part. He'll always just have the Hex Tech. He can wave clear efficiently. Sivir can do the exact same thing, just press her R button. And the Maokai being large means they have a front line. That's kind of the most important thing about IMA is having that front line there.
Good trade from Cloud9. It did feel like the cleanliness of the first 50 minutes was falling around a bit, but they do take tier 2 bottom lane as Ginger manages to get the top outer. So positive trade there. IMA do break open a portion of the map, which is nice because they were turretless before that little take. And remember that Jensen and Sneaky, particularly with the builds that Sneaky is favoring here, will grow stronger and stronger. IMA, of course, perfectly good team fighting comp, will be more than happy to bring this one late, as almost always. But Cloud9 still keeping themselves ahead in this game. Goldie did drop a bit, only 5k up now for Cloud9.
Yeah, and Sneaky and the rest of Cloud9 have to keep thinking about what's going to happen mid-game when Amazing J flash, roots Sneaky. You might have to QSS immediately and flash away, but that you can only do that so often. And Athena, he has so much damage to blow up an AD carry on that Victor. That's what you have to worry about, because it's just point and click from there.
Yeah, the thing is, if Sneaky just has perhaps Mikhails to get him out from the Alistar, or QSS himself, just survive, he can always be a part of the fights by using his ultimate, using his W, locking everyone down. Jensen's the real threat at the moment. 4-0 and 2, he is a monstrous carry.
We talked about Jensen being in a high pressure situation on the world's stage. He's had a great early game. Pretty much did it all himself there, 1v1 in a matchup he already lost today. We'll see how he gets it done here. Rodovade has been stacking up for a while, building up towards that Seraph as well.
He's already got a QSS just for the Skarner to make sure. There's also some other CC there that he has to worry about, but this is actually how they've been getting their picks.
Oh, Smoothie's riding for it. Meteos wants it as well. Great equalizer there's going to poke him in as Rode's almost dead. He actually will go down to impact his Cloud9 trying to take out this turret. Smoothie will be the sacrifice. It certainly was. 4v4 now as they're still trying to take the turret.
The idea is there. I just don't know if they went in expecting IMA to be somewhere else, but they're already ready to get around and rally the troops. And it does go as a 1-for-1 between supports. Nothing actually lost or gained realistically. And Cloud9 still have control of the map. That's the most important thing. But that reckless abandon with which they just dove should not happen again.
Red buff steal successful though. No ultimates for either side. Cloud9 actually trying to book it. As Rode's off to respawn. Only 21 minutes into the game. Death time is still nice and short. Cloud9 were on not their side of the map, so they'll retreat back to their half. Fire things up. Jensen actually does have the Archangels built up now as well, so starting to stack towards that second major item.
Yep, and a QSS comes out for Sneaky to make sure that he doesn't get impaled by a Voidless. In that last engage, you actually saw Jensen use the Realm Warp in, and immediately a Voidless was on top of him, ultied him, boom, QSS comes out from Jensen to help complete the kill. So these QSSs are going to shut down that Skarner quite a bit.
Necessary as well, because these are precious carries that Cloud9 do want to stick with as long as they can in the team fight. Impact in the meantime though, split pushing in the top side, should have push advantage at least versus that Maokai, although Magic Resist starting to build up and does have TP advantage as well. So we'll see if Cloud9 can kind of get that macro back into gear like we did see in the latter half of the regional run.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. It's time to reset the map for them. So set up for the Drake, have Impact be on the top side of the map or somewhere nearby. If he wants to save teleport, he can group up as 5 and force IMA to be there. Note that Amazing J does not have one of his own, so I'm surprised that Impact is walking this direction. He should just go top. They should be slow, calm, set up for the Drake, and just play Cloud9 style.
Yeah, it's a 1-3-1 here from Cloud9 with the teleport and the Realm Warp from Jensen. Not rank 2 just yet, so the range is quite short on it, but it's still enough to give them the confidence to push forward and give them some pushing lanes so that they can get that Cloud Drake with almost no contest here.
That's what Cloud9 was sort of missing earlier in the day, it felt like. Despite when they could get advantages, they are strong players, but they kind of struggled to convert. This is a much bigger lead for them, and they are playing a lot cleaner, but they have to be worried that if it's not enough, I'm able to do what they always do. Play catch up and then win that coin flip team fight.
Yeah, they don't want to take that team fight if you're Cloud9. It's still that coin flip like you talked about. So what they've been doing is they have been setting up with Sneaky on the Jhin. They have been having him use his ultimate for catches, and that's why he still has 100% kill participation, because it's that pick.
Oh, Meteos with a good pincer actually. Impact also equalizes down. Avoidless dead almost instantly.
100% right there. 1-3-1. Look where Maokai is. Look where Sivir is. And then the pick comes out from Sneaky and the rest of the C9 squad.
Oh, that's good going as good coverage from the gravity field. Oh, hello, Realm Warp in. Road's gonna get taken down. Jensen now dominating. He's caught Athena as well, looking for the chase. Speeds himself forward. He lands in. Needs to lock him down with the Rune Prism, but the Q's in there.
It's just barely out of range.
Needs to speed himself up. Rune Prism's in. Athena gonna pop the ulti down. Flushes over the wall. Jensen follows in. Godlike as he takes another victim.
Jensen is huge right now. Cloud9 working around that vision, as we said, playing it slow, setting themselves up. So easy to execute with their team composition.
And that may have been a little risky, though, because they have to kill this Baron quickly. They had to chase that Victor all the way across the map to where the Cloud Drake was. That will give time for Skarner to possibly get here. He's very speedy when he's on top of his crystals.
Sitting on a lot of gold as well, so have to be careful. Amazing J gonna line it up, avoid this. They have to keep him out. They do, and the smite's good there, but the damage could be enough. Sneaky and Jensen cutting out Amazing J. Impact trying to keep them out as Rhodes back as well. Sneaky getting low. Amazing J coming in there, but Sneaky does take him out. Flashes out to safety, and now Rhodes in trouble as Jin Zhao cleans up Impact finally on the front line. Avoid this. Gonna get locked up here as well, and here comes Sneaky. There's another kill. Smoothie this time with it, and Jin Zhao barely gets away.
The only remaining member is going to be Jin Zhao. Of course, Athena just respawning, but Cloud9 are putting in overtime at the moment. The damage coming out of their carries, the fact that there are so many carries available, and they're doing this without Impact even being the primary carry.
Exactly, that's big. Impact, you know, he's on that rumble, but it's still, they're picking. They're playing this like a pick composition with the Alistar and the Jhin. They play the 1-3-1, and immediately they capitalize on that. And this just ends up being that long run down after the Realm Warp to get everybody in onto Road. Another pick, and he goes, whoa! Wasn't quite expecting that. The root comes out from the Rise, and I don't know how Sneaky actually survived in the Baron pit because he was so low. He had Amazing J on him, and he had his team kind of helping him out, but it was almost a lost fight in the pit. It was very close.
Well, Jensen goes pretty crazy, and that's the look of a man that knows he must win this game to make quarterfinals. Do not forget what is on the line here for IMA, but Cloud9, they're approaching 10,000 gold ahead. They just took their second Cloud Drake of the game, and lo and behold, in a Cloud9 game, the next one is also going to be Cloud.
Gotta go fast.
And like you said, I mean, it actually does help big composition.
It's big for the pick composition. The Alistar, you want him as fast as possible. Moby boots, get more on him. Movement speed is never a bad thing when you're the cow.
Or Rise. Or melee champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rise is another big one. If you have Ghost, things like that as an example. There is still a lot of availability for Cloud9 here, honestly. Playing towards the bottom side of the map, the clear strategy. First need to set up vision. After they set up this vision, they look towards structures. I actually think what they're doing now is the better idea of the two. Keep Jensen bottom. He can use that Realm Warp and get around, but look towards perhaps diving or threatening the dive with Smoothie. Try and push them off the objective.
You can see the damage now. C9 with Baron empowered minions plus Sneaky's damage, able to completely zone them off that tier 2 mid and take it down. It's 5-1 still in turrets, and Cloud9 have just under a minute to play with as far as this buff goes.
And this is crazy. Jensen on the bottom side hits rank 2 of his ultimate. He's going to push by himself. He is 3 levels higher than anybody else on IMA. I guess now 14 for Amazing J, but he's 3 levels up over Athena. He has been having
Again, huge combo from Smoothie. Athena eating damage in the back, but good ult there from Rose and Athena, but Equalizer comes down. Avoidless will take down Meteos. Cloud9 went a little too far for that play.
And it just happens again. Cloud9 just play slow, play carefully. Jensen's hitting the bottom lane turret. You don't have to dive that aggressively, and they weren't even doing it in unison. It's so unfortunate, but the control is still there.
Well, they're even hitting this turret. This turret is getting chunked out and chipped down, and now they're going to walk back up. There's a risk TP from behind. Amazing J is trying to make a play.
J, C9, no, they have to book it. Smoothie kicks him out, but Sneaky's been exhausted. Impact going to move their way in. Sneaky still gets locked down by Skarner. Jin Zhao going to claim the kill. Jensen rejoins his team, but Cloud9 lost 2 unnecessary people there.
And I can't stress this enough. The best part, he needs to be careful here, of Amazing J His teleports are immaculate. You always have to respect that. And this is the play that got them here happening again.
Not going to bust open mid, though. That sucks for Jaime. Would have loved to open up the map a bit. Amazing J commits the summoner. Does not get full value out of it. And Jensen, who got very aggressive towards the back end of their exit, going to run back mid and keep that pushing down. Baron buff has dropped off Cloud9, though. But I am still not down there. Base up for now. No inhibitors exposed. Cloud9 going to have to do a bit more work if they want a chance at quarterfinals. And it is just that, don't forget, just a chance.
Yeah, and if you're a Cloud9 fan, if they win this game,
you're now a big SKT
You're now
fan.
an SKT fan, and you need SKT to do what they've never done before and beat Flash Wolves.
Oh, that's fine. Jinjiao pops his ulti, runs away.
That was actually a really good spell shield from Jinjiao. He blocked the W, so there was no prison to keep him there. Jensen absolutely would have destroyed him. So gets out with his life, thankfully, or that would most likely have just been the base broken.
You can see just how much power this Ryze has. In fact, both the C9 carries and Impact as well has got 3 items just casually. Really ramping up towards the 4th items for the most part. Sneaky's about to have their IE ready to go. And
oh, you're out.
Yep, trying to make a play onto Amazing J.
Oh, what are you doing there? Oh, hello, that's all good. Blocks him down still, does Sneaky, but I think that's going to get him out. They will commit the ultimate for it. Jin firing shots into the back of the tree. Meteor and Smoothie here, and Impact's able to cut them off as well. Jensen does have ulti if he needs to do it, but Cloud9 decide it's just not worth it.
That's actually tragic. He was definitely in a position to die, but Smoothie headbutts him out to safety.
And simultaneously, when that happens topside, Jensen has to blow his flash in the middle of the lane because he starts getting chased down by the rest of Aimee. They were trying to make a counterplay. You can see the Kennen ultimate's down as Road tried to get in on him.
Oh, good little play there from Aimee. Always a team that fights to the bitter end, and that's what it will be here in this game, as we've seen time and time again on their road to Worlds. Avoid is clearing out what he can as far as vision goes. We've got a Drake and a Baron up in about 1:05. One of those may be worth a little more than the other.
Yeah, I think the Baron's going to be where they look towards. However, 3 Cloud Drakes is quite important if you think about what Aime's decision-making has to be. They need to respect both equally, which means if they are dispersing their vision in the wrong way, there could be a lot of trouble for them to get into these objectives, and C9 can actually outright do them.
Warped in for a Gromp and managed to take the blue buff out of it as well. Jinjiao is bottom lane, but he does not have that much time to push this out.
Exactly, but it's a Sivir, so he's going to push it out so quickly. He may even get the turret. He's got 45 seconds. So he's just going to have it crash into the turret and try to bounce back.
Impact going to waddle down. Does have teleport ready. Amazing J committed his earlier for the flank. Didn't quite work out the way they wanted, so Impact will have the side lane advantage once again. We've seen Jensen consistently push down the side waves as well, so things looking good to get back into that 1-3-1, either find a pick or take a major objective. Cloud9, they know how close they are to maybe finishing off this game, but they do have to finish it.
Yeah, that's right. You can't just sit here and hang out. You do need to close eventually. However, with a lead this large, absolutely their game to lose. I would be shocked to see Aimee come back. But you know they've done this before. We said that's how they got here.
They have the tools to do so. If you get a proper engage, Athena, he's almost at level 16, and he would have enough damage once he completes Lich Bane to blow up Sneaky. And we talk about how Jensen has so much of the team's CS. He's level 17, he's 2 levels up over Athena. Sneaky is still level 14, and Jinjiao is actually higher than him because he's been getting split wave farm on the off lanes.
Let's just say that if Aimee come back in this game, it's basically Cloud9 versus Flash Wolves 2.0, where the shoe's on the other foot.
Well, Cloud9 certainly remember that game. Do not want to have that happen to them, as Death Cap's now completed for Jensen. In case he thought he couldn't get any stronger. Athena's Lich Bane will be a good timing for the side, but C9 have all the power. 3 items for Sneaky, 4 items for Jensen, and a QSS for both of them, with Impact having an extra blasting wand as well. If there's ever a time to take the Baron and close out the game, it's now.
Yeah, Jensen does not get much stronger than this, considering he has a QSS in his inventory. He is full build, save for Mercurial, so they have to fight now.
J going in, but trying to keep them out. Rogue with a decent ulti is Sneaky, zoning him away, but he's going to get attacked here by Jinjiao as a Voidless looks to zone him out as well. Cloud9 have to be careful. Sneaky completely zoned as Impact's taking damage. Pops his on his inner. Smoothie goes down. Cloud9, bit of a mistake under the Baron, but Jensen going to go back in for it. gets one now. Legendaries is kiting back and forth. Amazing J, not one as well as Meteos dives in to try and keep them out of it. And the carriers have seen that so much damage. But Athena goes in there, the face check after the spell shield's gonna keep Jin Zhao alive. What a mess.
Meteos had a perfect knockup in that fight to turn it around. They gave him enough time to actually get something back. Otherwise, that was an IMEI fight, and that's why we're still talking like IMEI have a chance in this, because they very much do.
Really hard to believe they do, however, it's proving to be true. Every single time you get this team in a team fight, they show up massive. And to consider that this kicks off by Amazing J using his root on Smoothie, and a tank being altered by Road. It's just that Sneaky's completely out of position, has to walk the long way, and his ultimate was burnt early. So he actually has nothing besides W's to provide to this fight. And Athena and Jin Zhao just go berserk.
And this right here from Meteos, the flash knockup onto 3, so they can't return damage as they pump damage into Amazing J to get him off, and then reposition, because now the rest of IMEI have to back up. And then the last crit, last shot with the Q to pick up Athena.
Well, we reset once again around the Baron area, but Cloud9 gonna have to take it a little more carefully than that. We always see how strong IMEI can be when they get to their preferred late game. Unfortunately for them, their early games at Worlds have not been too spectacular, so they have had to lean on that chaotic, unpredictable, teamwork-centric style. It may be enough here, as Cloud9 still have a monumental lead, but they have to be thinking to themselves, is there a way we can lose this game? Jensen's going to solo out the Cloud Drake, so that'll reset for the Elder Dragon. And like I said before, Triple Cloud, real nice for this team. Be nice to see them with not just the mascot, but with the favorite NA Drake as well.
That's right, they're going to be moving very fast, and they can engage with flanks extremely effectively now. Rise, as if he doesn't need more move speed, will have the maximum. And Cloud9 starting to fall short on the line in this do-or-die game. IMEI still in with a chance.
Oh, they caught Athena.
Oh, that's good news.
Perfect.
Sneaky does get the snipe. In fact, the equalizer burn is enough for it in the end. Athena, I mean, you can't really blame him. That's just rough.
Well, with a tank in the top lane like Amazing J on the Maokai, Athena is a large source of their damage.
Road now, maybe gets stunned up again. Smoothie's caught him. Jensen's gonna melt him. Impact gets that kill. Cloud9 5v3 around the pit now.
Yeah, this is going to take nothing short of a miracle from a Voidless and Amazing J, but the headbutt can keep them away from this.
That's rather early as well on that cooldown from Smoothie, and Smoothie has to continue to zone.
Just gone.
Jensen's like zoning him himself with a bit of help from Alistar. Cloud9 claim the Baron buff, and they are one push away, perhaps, from moving on.
Well, there's gigantic wave in the top lane, so they're going to get this top tier 2. Try to catch anybody who actually rotates in a bad manner.
Yeah, it's a case of here's one
earlier. Set up by himself.
There's also the Realm Warp, I believe, just to scare him as if things couldn't get worse. Brings in Meteos. It's just that simple. That's the team composition. But back to the game. And this is getting pretty bad for IMEI.
Yeah, IMEI maybe finally going to lose an inhibitor turret here, although Jensen getting chunked. Athena's respawn, and he does do a substantial amount of damage.
The crazy thing is the gold difference might be 11,000, but Sivir still has big items, still has a lot of farm. Athena still working towards his big power spikes. All C9 need to do is kill the carries, and they should be able to win the game. Easier said than done from what we've seen.
Certainly so, as a Voidless knows that with Baron off the table, it is Elder Dragon area that he's going to look to. Buff's not spawning for a couple minutes. Cloud9 going to play with a big amount of the Baron buff still. See if they can't shove out and break one of these sections. They've been successfully 1-3-1ing a lot of this game. Jensen seems to be sticking with the team a little more now, but Impact still has that option in the bottom lane starting that push off. So Cloud9 just needs something to break, and then they can win IMEI. All they have to do is hold on.
And Cloud9, they revisit this turret that was chunked out so low from before. Back before Meteos got caught underneath the turret, I believe.
Hannah's going to do it, maybe. Needs one more. No, that does go down.
Sneaky wants it too.
You can't go that far forward.
He wanted it.
He does. He takes the risk.
Rapid fire cannon helps out a lot there. So Cloud9 breaking the base against a team composition that's hard to break the base against. It's a Sivir Victor. Their wave clear is ridiculous.
You also have to respect the fact that Amazing J has his teleport.
That in him.
These plays are all very risky.
Jensen just took it himself, actually. IMEI decide not to defend it. Instead, they'll see if they can't fend off Cloud9 in that bottom lane. But they might just run in, take that for themselves instead. Baron's still going for a while. They've got over a minute, almost a minute and a half left on it.
It's starting to get really dire for IMEI. It's going to take one more engage, but with Smoothie on that flank, it's getting from bad to worse.
They kind of got to go. Avoidless gets himself headbutted, and you can see that damage. Meteor's caught in the front line, but Impact going to keep them out with the equalizer. Rogue with a decent ult, but the Cloud9 carries kited out. Meteor's GA will pop a sneaky. Going to set it all up. Jinzhou getting low as Jensen just putting the damage in. And Jensen almost snipes Athena. Almost gets the one shot with the W. But Jensen lurching forward under the turret as Cloud9 break again.
He's got Realm Warp. I don't know if he'll use it. He's not going to chase. So they're just going to pick up the turret. They're going to pick up the second inhibitor and go towards his minion wave mid.
And Jensen is being a hero for Cloud9 at the moment.
He has to be. That's the thing. It's such high pressure for this team. For Jensen, a player that is so good, but has just never quite had the string of performances to show it. It would mean so much for this player to push his team to this win and see if they can't make it through to quarters, but watch this one again.
Oh, great ultimate there from Impact, because now Road can't go off to the right side of the fight and get in there. He's sectioned off on the top, and he gets destroyed by Jensen. And then the open up there from Sneaky. Athena has to flash away, and Jensen continues to try and run the team down.
You have to look at the limited options that I may have consistently had. The tanks are the only things Amazing J can go on, and that just means free reign for Sneaky and for Jensen to take everybody down.
And those are two carries that do pretty insane amounts of damage when left unchecked. C9 looking to close this game out. They've got 2 waves of supers in mid and bot. They don't have Baron buff, but they will have Elder Dragon available if they want it in just about a minute. And they've got one last turret here to try and take down before the Nexus is the only thing standing in their way from picking up a win. And like we said, a possibility of a quarterfinal spot. Nothing is locked, but C9, all they can do is take this game.
I mean, eventually the minions will push in that bottom wave. The mid lane's going to do the exact same thing. They just need to try and break this top lane. Unfortunately, not having the Baron buff means it's really difficult to do against a Victor or a Sivir, and when both are together, it's nigh on impossible. So the patient game is where they go now. Try and bring somebody to the bottom lane like Athena is at the moment. Maybe they have to dive for this one.
Just one of those things where you cannot afford to make a single mistake. And Cloud9, despite the lead they still have, despite how much trouble and ruin Cloud9's base is in, not coordinated for it. Smoothie trying again to flank up, but the wave's already dead.
And that was the one big wave you'd say they have as an opportunity. So Cloud9 immediately changed their strategy. Timings do work well.
Off to Elder Dragon we go. Do Aimee sneak in for a fight? Maybe a steal? Not a whole lot they can do. Cloud9 should tread through this pretty quickly.
And then they're going to be super, super fast. Not just super fast.
Oh man, I can't wait for this Alistar to start running around.
Yeah, that's actually going to be ridiculous.
And they can't contest this. There's too much blank vision for them. And
All
that's
right.
Cloud9 with the Elder.
Cloud9, everything that pretty much could go right in this game has gone right. Maybe you wish the Dragon spawns were a little more favorable, but it's everything now to try and end this game. All they have to do is knock down the Nexus.
Yep. And North America, I mean, they've been biting their nails all week long, waiting, seeing if any of their teams can make the quarterfinals.
This is really risky from Cloud9. Yes, they have the Elder Dragon buff and they're setting themselves up to try and push towards the end of the game, but nobody's gone top where the wave has been pushed out. So it can't happen just yet. They have to bide their time, let the minions crash, and within the next minute, they'll definitely try and make that play.
Exactly, and having 3 members right here on Cloud9, Sneaky so far forward, is a little bit risky, but he's super fast.
That's true, everyone's really speedy. Smoothie maybe even lining up for a big flank. He's actually going to commit the ultimate. They're just going to poke them off here, I think. Try and maybe chunk down Athena or Road. Not bad. They are getting damage to the turret. And now Meteor's going to get jumped on. He's tanky though. He's going to actually dive into the fight. Road going to pop it all up, but Meteor's going to go down. Jinzhou takes him down as Smoothie now has to get out of the base. Jensen got chunked already as well. This might be a little too much, but they're fighting it out. Athena a little too far forward. Athena going to force some flashes. Impact goes down as well. Jensen almost dies as well to the Victor. And it's just the carries left.
And it just keeps happening for Cloud9. They have such a big lead. They have the Elder Dragon and everything that they could possibly want to try and end the game. But at the wrong time, they commit to the fights. They get engaged on without minions available. And without fail, Aimee are winning every single fight.
And you don't need to dive this turret. Meteos' position here immediately jumped on, pulled back. He doesn't have that QSS. I think he does actually now. Have it picked up for himself because of that instance.
Yeah, and again, the rest of this fight is now secured for Aimee because the tanks are gone. The carries have to run away. And Aimee are doing a desperation Baron.
Might be too much here. Iron were defending before, but Jensen, look at him. He's
trying to
take some people out, but Athena going to put down the gravity field. Baron's going to go over. Skarner does smite it. Now Jensen's forced a flash. He has to play miraculously and try to turn it around. Sneaky doing what he can. Gets a shutdown, but Jensen dies as well.
But that's the Baron going to Aimee. Clearing waves is so much easier for this blue side team. That's a big mistake from Cloud9, and that has come back to hurt them in a bad way.
And we're seeing 6 items now onto Jin Zhao. This gold difference is meaning less and less as time goes on, and Cloud9 couldn't close the game with Elder Drake. They messed up. Meteos then sells his Giant's Belt for a QSS to limit Skarner's options even more. 4 members now have that item on them, but it might have been 1 kill too late.
But I don't have to be thinking, not like this. This is not the way they wanted the game to go. I may have to be thinking, are we really going to do this again?
You have to think of the mentality that actually affects Cloud9 here, because every single fight they try and take, they lose. Makes it really hard to want to take the next consecutive fight because it affects your mentality so poorly.
They're 0-2 on the day. It's been a tough day for Cloud9 and North American fans. Has to weigh on the minds of these young players. Pressure is so immense and indescribable in these situations. And Aimee, the longer this game extends, the more confidence they're going to get. And that's pretty much how they got here.
And this is the first time in about 10 minutes we've seen them in the middle of the map effectively, able to push out waves. This is the one time where at 43 minutes in, death timers are incredibly long. If Aimee actually find a fight in the middle, they can take everything.
It's true, only 1 turret to 8. Cloud9 having to deal with these Baroned up minions though. Pretty decent damage. It's pretty much everyone stacked. And Irene, you mentioned already, the gold, just ignore it at this point. It's all about execution from this stage of the game, and it seems like Aimee has been on top of that so far. Cloud9, they're going to have to dig very deep to find a win here.
They're trying to manipulate waves, impacting the top side, trying to push out. And you can see everybody from Aimee in the middle of the map trying to force down this middle turret and get their second turret of the game.
Just want a bit more space to play with. Big wave bottom lane though. Might get Aimee in a different turret. Again, just getting damage here with the Baroned up minions. Cloud9, have they found a way in? A good chunk there onto Amazing J. Impact, pretty decent tank shredding as far as that build goes. And Aimee, after that poke alone, reset the map.
Yeah, they just go back to base, perhaps to buy some items. They aren't being allowed to recall, but to me it's more about resetting the map by through the top wave that they have to bounce back going towards Cloud9's base.
Impact also here to deal with this. Tower's going to fall as Aimee do open up a bit of space for themselves. Impact a little too late, but the gold part is irrelevant. Maybe the space matters here.
The stress on these players right now on Cloud9's side. You think about what they have to go through on this stage, 0-2 on the day. They need that mental fortitude, but there are voices on this team where this is their first Worlds. Smoothie, he's a large part of the communication closing out this game. With that Worlds rookie on your squad, it becomes harder and harder as the nerves become more and more of a factor. Jensen, he hasn't made quarterfinals ever, but they do have a very seasoned person in Sneaky, and he's the one who's been making those picks to get them back into the game and way ahead.
See what cool voices can prevail here for Cloud9, or Aimee going to turn the trick again. C9 back to pushing down. There are 2 open inhibitors and 1 very fragile looking turret in the top lane for them to attack here. Elder Dragon not back up for a little while. Remember, it's a 10-minute spawn after you take the first one, so very rare to see multiples in one game. We may get the honor of seeing that. I believe we have already this Worlds. The Cloud9 just trying to find a way in safely, and that's the key word, because the Aimee carries, much like Cloud9's, do pretty nuts amounts of damage.
Same strategy as SKT without the discipline is the only unfortunate thing that we're noting here. They want to break their way in. No turrets to actually stop them in mid and in the bottom lane. They could actually just chip away at these slowly, but they don't have control of the minion waves. And actually, if a minion wave is with them, Jin Zhao will hurt C9's members more than just killing the wave.
Ooh, ulti actually popped. They're looking for Jensen, but he gets himself out safely. Sneaky will get the mid inhibitor, so a bit more pressure. In Amazing J takes a bit of poke from Sneaky, but no harpoon connection there for Impact.
It's good for C9. They got the middle inhibitor down. They're no worse for wear off of it. And now it's back to almost where they were. They just need to get that bottom inhibitor turret down, or bottom inhibitor down again.
And we're at a full build Victor who doesn't have a Void Staff. against an abundance of magic resistance across the board from Cloud9. Really surprising.
I mean, at this point, he has to think, I got one job.
Kill Sneaky.
Kill Sneaky or Jensen.
Kill the Sneaky.
Exactly.
Cloud9 are resetting the map here. Impact's actually trimming top lane. Sneaky gonna get red buff, and they're kind of all at it again. I mean, these inventories are getting chock full. We've got multiple Mercurius Scimitars, including one on a rise. We may even have more, as Rumble and Rek'Sai could look to finish those off as well. Cloud9 have had everything go right for the first 25, 30 minutes of the game, but it's been tough to close this one out. We've seen teams on the world stage struggle, even with big leads, to close it out, and games can turn around quickly. At this point, I said it already, it is about execution. Cloud9 have played long games this tournament already. They're going to have to really show up mentally if they can close this one out.
Yeah, definitely. I think I can understand their strategy of putting Jensen perhaps bottom lane, look towards a 1-3-1. More comfortable for them than team fighting seems to be at this stage. I don't know if they actually want to group. They've got a safe 3 as well in that 1-3-1. Rek'Sai, Alistar, Jhin, pretty hard to actually get to them due to the range of the carry, but they'll be protected.
You always have to be conscious, though, of the Sivir. And if you get engaged on, and Cloud9 are the ones who are pushing forward, Road has a Zhonya's Hourglass now. Like, this cannon does actually hurt a decent amount, and he's going to be hard to remove from the map. So the guy they put back on the roster, even though they won the previous game earlier against Flash Wolves, still trust in him.
The thing that really gets me now is that Cloud9 aren't playing with a strategy to execute on. They're just playing League of Legends. Like, it feels like they've stopped looking at what our win conditions are, playing to our win conditions. They're just saying, what's next, Baron? Let's go to Baron. What's next? Yep. I guess we go bottom. Let's not actually, like, continue these win conditions. They haven't actually tried a 1-3-1 as effectively as they could have, perhaps.
Yeah, they're looking for unforced errors right now. They're waiting for Aimee to mess up. And the longer they wait, the more chances they give Aimee to get back in the game.
And that's the thing, like, you talk about unforced errors, that's a great thing to talk about here at this stage, because that really is what will decide this game, or one of the things that could. On a long timeline, eventually someone slips up, but it could be either team.
Yeah, and Baron on the table. Jensen making his way towards it. They're trying to burn it down. It's already happened.
I mean, it should go down. Aimee not really in the area, and they've got lots of damage. Smoothie going to keep avoiding the sap. Pulp headbutts him out of the way, taking damage, but they will take the Baron. Equalizes there onto 2 carries. Smoothie taking damage. Roy Kenner. Jensen unleashes Impact, diving into Smoothie, kicks out Roy. Great pulp there as well into the carries, but Athena finally gets one. Jensen is forced to flush away, but Sneaky is ripping through people. Amazing Jay's dead as well. Cloud9 find the advantage in the fight for once.
Meteos trying to look for another. There's the Realm Warp.
Warping onto Athena. That's going to block up. Sneaky destroys him as he gets himself a double, but Jindao's going to turn it around. These carries are so fragile.
There is still enough there with Meteos being a tank. This should actually be a lot of time and enough time for Cloud9.
And you also have to look at the fact that Jin Zhao and Road both have summoners available. Meteos, he might be able to flash knock up on top of that, but this is definitely the top turret going down.
Crowd is behind them. Cloud9 will finally take this top side. There's been really a pain in their backside for most of this game. Are they going to go for the push? Do they just take the bottom in? What's the play?
Until they respawn. They should be pushing.
Now they can blow him up. He's forced to flash. Royd almost gets his first crit on Meteos. Makes the big play, gets the double knockup. He's still chasing them down.
They're not interested. They want the turret.
They're trying to end it. Sneaky shoots down the turrets. They have to watch for the Sivir. And Sivir, I think he can do it. C9, search forward onto the Nexus. Road, he's going to go down. The Cloud9, they will have a shot. They take down the Nexus.
Cloud9, 51 minutes is how long it takes them to get that done, but it doesn't matter how long in the end, because they actually did it.
And a sigh of relief from Cloud9 as the stadium erupts.
Jensen collapsed in his chair when that game finally finished. What a well-fought game.
North America is still alive in the tournament.
You can hear just how happy the crowd are about it. They'll shake hands with their opponents, and the local fans will be happy, but they will not be happy until our day is over. Because they have a shot, but that's all it is, just a shot.
But Cloud9 can actually have a good conscience about this, because Flash Wolves, sure, if Flash Wolves lose, they immediately go to quarters. If Flash Wolves win, they are still in charge of their own destiny and play a tiebreaker. So it's not all on SKT. and they can defend at the end of the day if it comes down to that.
But that was stressful, to say the least. Cloud9 have just played 3 games, 2 losses, and one of the hardest fought victories that you've seen on Summoner's Rift. To play another game after that could be quite daunting for this side.
And I have to say, Sneaky, he's actually had the most consecutive worlds out of any player here, 4 in a row for himself, and that man has nerves of steel.
Certainly did show up on a signature pick there. Important to remember, of course, that unfortunately for IMA, it is the end of their tournament. There is always 2 sides to every story, and IMA's run, despite almost a miracle win that would have pushed them into quarters, no questions asked, it does end here in another long IMA game.
I don't know about you guys, but I could feel it actually happening all over again. IMA with the late game 1 teleport victory, but Cloud9 stayed strong, they showed resilience, and they waited for those Barons and ultimately got themselves the victory.
Yeah, and it's happened for IMA before, but it wasn't today where it happened. And they won't be joining the other 2 LPL teams in the quarterfinals. But IMA, nobody expected them to make it even that far, to beat the Flash Wolves, to put up that much of a fight in the late game and give these teams a run for their money. IMA deserve a lot of respect because a lot of people said they don't belong here. They proved that they are a world-class team.
Dangerous things happen when people say teams do have a look at the World Championship. Samsung Galaxy are going to take that one all the way home. Cloud9 though still with a chance, but we are going to kick it off to Shox for an interview with Cloud9's Jungler Meteos.
Thank you very much. Phew. For you guys, that must have been extremely stressful. You built up a great lead, and then it comes down to those extremely tense fights in the end. Who was the voice of reason, and what in the end helped you close the game out?
I'm not really sure what the voice of reason was. We were winning really hard, and then we started throwing really hard. So I don't know. It's been a rough day, but I'm glad we won.
All these guys are very glad you won. And you mentioned, of course, it's been a rough day, and it kind of feels like this game was a micro showing of what happened through the rest of the day. A great competitive game versus SKT, and then a passive game versus the Flash Wolves. Why do you think it went so up and down when it was do or die for you guys today?
I'm not really sure what happened today, to be honest. We haven't had like enough time to go back and see, but we definitely weren't playing very well. Seems like we just weren't being aggressive when we should, and we were being too aggressive when we shouldn't have. So I don't know, just an off day for us, I guess.
An off day, it's not over yet, of course. Your fate depends on the SKT versus Flash Wolf match. You might have to play a tiebreaker rather after that. All these guys were chanting USA and let's go C9 to help you guys get here at least. Is there anything you can say to reassure them that you guys will advance to the quarterfinals?
Well, thank you for all the support, and yeah, we'll advance. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, Meteos says. So we will see what happens. Congratulations, in any case, on this victory, and you guys, well, take it away.
Thank you very much, Shox. I thought I had seen it all, and then that game played out on our stage. But Cloud9, they're keeping their tournament hopes alive here. Every Cloud9 fan in the world is now an SKT fan for the next game. But gentlemen, help me make sense of what I just witnessed.
I mean, you probably need better people than us, because that's close to impossible right now. This game was all over the place. I think if C9 had closed the game in like 35 minutes, it would have been like, great, you know, they really showed up big time when it mattered. Pressure was on them, and they actually closed out the game. Sadly, it wasn't the case. I do have to give them a lot of respect for winning that late game team fight around the Baron where everything looked to be going wrong.
Speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at that fight that kept C9's tournament hopes alive, brought to you by Acer.
Yeah, it's such a crazy start to the fight because it's a good Rumble ulti, but you start seeing like members dropping really low, and Sneak is only really able to ulti straight onto the Maokai, and they do actually take down Amazing J. But some of the carries, if you look at like Jin Jiao here, he's actually still full HP.
And right here, Rice is going to pop his ultimate. He's going to be able to follow through, force Athena to burn his flash. And Sneaky is going to be able to go on the chase with this little crit charge, get that final kill. And that kill is going to be just enough people dead for them to be able to push for the win.
Yeah, and you know, when it gets to this stage of the game, you start getting a little bit nervous because IMA had just done it so many times before in the past. This is a team that, you know, triple inhib down against WE, was able to get that magical flank. It looked like they were going to do it again. However, this time, that little bit of fear, that little bit of hesitation, Jin Jiao, as well as Athena, had access to the backline with summoner spells available and did not take it. And C9 end up winning that protracted team fight.
And here's where I want to now backtrack through the game, because...
Please, no.
I'm going to make you relive this right now. But as we have Champion Select up on the screen here, I have to question, one, IMA's champion select, but then two, based on the champion select, Cloud9's play with their lead in terms of, as Meteos mentioned, their attempts at throwing the game.
IMA's champion select was really bizarre because they gave up winning lanes to like play weird late game team fight. But in saying that, that is something that this team has always done. They are very poor early game and they play for late game team fights only. Was it the right call this time around? Definitely not. Did it nearly win them the game, Deficio?
Maybe, but like doing the wrong thing over and over doesn't make it right. That's kind of the problem
we've
for
thrown
IMA.
perfect play out of the window here in this tournament, so I think that I will actually like what they did. They
You
had
like
a
what they did? You like the 10K deficit.
Cannon.
No,
No,
you get
I was
Rumble,
killing
and then the
myself the
big
entire
Mao
time,
guy.
but they actually had a plan, and they were almost able to do it. But I did think that Jin Zhao played way too scared in the fights. I think that he could have gone much more aggressive, like other AD carries that we've seen throughout the tournament, and actually put in a much closer victory.
At 6 items, IMA should have won that game.
They should
Agreed.
never gotten to 6 items in the
Agreed.
first place.
I agree to both points.
Great. We all agree now.
We're all in agreement there. But so then let's talk about, because Cloud9 now relies on SKT victory here to go to quarterfinals, or a tiebreaker against Flash Wolves in the scenario that Flash Wolves beat SKT. So then let's talk about that scenario. And for Cloud9, the decision making in the mid and late game for a few of the players was definitely lackluster. We definitely saw lapses in judgment recognized by Meteos there on the stage, where they were essentially handing the game back.
Yeah, I think a lot of this comes, back from the NALCS, where C9, they became a very dominant team by having much better individual players than some of the other teams, especially the solo laners, and they would just kind of overpower them, get a big advantage, and then when you're really far ahead, and especially with strong carries, it's hard to make wrong calls because it's like very easy to say, let's just pick a fight here, or let's just push for this tower and dive it. Problem is right now at Worlds, you play against much better individual players than you're used to. And also, the patches have changed quite a bit. It is much harder to close the games if you don't 100% know what you want to do and when to be aggressive and when to be passive. And that is where C9 is struggling right now and why we get these super, super long games.
And I think it really shows in the team fights where you see that lack of synergy between the abilities that are used, particularly with the Alistar combo and the Rumble ultimate. If you watch the likes of RNG with Mada and Looper, as soon as Alistar is in the headbutt, the ultimate's already laid down from Rumble and the carries are dead right away. We did not see that from Cloud9. The layering of abilities just wasn't nearly as crisp as what you need it to be against a composition that's just so powerful in a team fight.
And I think the reason for that is we're seeing the regional clash one more time. If you're that far ahead in North American LCS, teams step away from the turret as you're going through. IMA as a team, as well as the rest of the LPL teams, they step up and they block you. And time again, you saw Meteos, you saw Impact get completely demolished because of that reason. And I think that this is one of those times where C9 is just not experienced against playing against that kind of craziness.
And while there were some lapses in judgment and some attempts at maybe throwing, we have to look at one player to award player of the game, and that's going to go to Sneaky because of the late game team fighting. We saw some good positioning in the last few fights from him, the crucial flash crit shot in order to get one more person off the table and finish off the game.
The thing that impressed me about Sneaky was actually when he knew when to ult and he knew when he had to auto attack. And I think that was clutch in a couple of the late game team fights. He knew when he really had to get out of range and just go down into that. And it did burn through the Maokai.
And I really like their movements towards mid lane. I mean, they focus Athena so damn much this game, just always roaming towards middle, using their ultimate, the summoners, the Alistar, just so much pressure onto him. And it even showed because, to be honest, his build was really wacky too. So he must have just been completely thrown off by how much he got camped.
All right, well, Cloud9 will wait on bated breath because when we return, SKT gets another shot to take down the Flash Wolves.
North America's final hope, Cloud9 will battle IMA for either their slot or a chance to fight for it again. Ooh, doesn't work. Sneaky gonna wall in. The Ignite is down. Sneaky, few more autos, and there's first blood. Sneaky and Jensen kiting out Amazing J. Impact trying to keep them out as Rhodes back as well. Sneaky getting low. Amazing J coming in there, but Sneaky does take him out. Flashes out to safety. Rhodes gonna pop it all up, but Meteor's gonna go down. Jin Zhao takes him down and smooth enough to get out of the base. Jensen got chunked already as well. This might be a little too much, but they're fighting it out. A little too far forward. Athena gonna force some flashes. Impact goes down as well. Impact diving in as smoothly kicks out Road. Great pull there as well into the carries, but Athena finally gets one. Jensen is forced to flash away, but Sneaky is ripping through people. Amazing J's dead as well. Cloud9, they will have a shot. They take down the Nexus. Welcome back to San Francisco as we continue our coverage of Worlds 2016. Don't forget to stay tuned after we complete our matches, because once our quarterfinalists are locked in, we'll be joined by special guest Wild Turtle to reseed the teams for the knockout round. We'll be using random selection to match first-seeded teams against second-seeded opponents, so stick around to get a preview of the matchups coming your way next week in Chicago. But before we get there, we do have to figure out who our last quarterfinalist is. Bengi has been subbed in for Blank in our last game here, SKT versus Flash Wolves. An SKT win eliminates the Flash Wolves from Worlds 2016 and Cloud9 qualify. Our Flash Wolves victory, however, forces a Cloud9 Flash Wolves tiebreaker. And if you guys need a bit of a history lesson, SKT somehow has never beaten the Flash Wolves.
And in fact, the Flash Wolves have never lost to a Korean team. Sure, there's the Gaminia Bears who all the way back in Season 3, but it's a bit of a different roster. Only slightly, there are some members from it, but honestly, it's still a tall task. They have been called the Korean Killers for a good while now.
And we heard the crowd just before. We know who they're going for, because Cloud9's hopes rest with SKT actually beating the Flash Wolves. But trying to beat the Korean Killers is a tough thing to do.
And that's the thing. It's not just North America on the line here. It's LMS on the line. They didn't get AHQ out of the groups, so LMS have to rely on the Flash Wolves to get out. They'd have to win this, then they would have to win another game against Cloud9. So they have the hardest possible path left in the group to actually make it out.
And what a feat it would be to beat SKT twice in your group. I guess for them it's actually pretty straightforward, but it has been a tough, wild and pretty crazy group here, so we tried to finish off the group stage. We might have one more game after this. We may only need this one, and SKT, they've already locked first. Don't forget, there's nothing left for them to play for, if you want to think about it, but pride to play for, practice. You want to show form moving in. SKT are a big, proud organization. They will want to perform here and have almost a perfect record.
I think it's safe to say we know which SKT will shop. The early pressure has been pretty phenomenal. Perhaps Bengi changes that a little bit and he might gank more, but there's still this constant early pressure. We don't know which Flash Wolves is going to shop. Is it the Game 1 Flash Wolves from today, which was incredibly passive and slow and lost to IMA, or is it going to be the I keep up the tempo, push you out early, aggressive Flash Wolves that actually beat SKT last week?
Well, I also contest that a tiny bit, because Bengi is coming in and Blink was a big performer for them today in both of their games for SKT. The Lee Sin that he played, honestly, fantastic. And he got SKT off the ground in both their games and helped the snowball. So with Bengi in the lineup, it's a little bit more of an enigma there of exactly what's going to happen, but there might be a little more Faker focus.
Well, it makes perfect sense again to play Bengi, given that SKT have already clinched first. We are into Champion Select though, as Karma and Zara have been banned away on the blue side from Flash Wolves. SKT respecting the power of Alistar. Wolf will not get to see his skin this game, and that one's banned away along with Nidalee out of the jungle away from Kasa.
Wolf may not get to see his skin, but he also won't see Sword Art using his skin, beating him with it, which is something that definitely gets to Wolf. So a stock standard ban, I will say now, of the Alistar. AD carries, you might even look towards Caitlyn, but Syndra still stands out like it needs to be dealt with.
Nice ban there as well from Flash Wolves. Syndra is the last ban, fairly predictably from SK Telecom, but Maple has played Aurelion Sol before, I believe, this tournament already. It is up and ready, but they actually first picked Caitlyn, a pick that is rising heavily in the World Championships.
And that's the reason I brought the Caitlyn up before as well. NL has played the champion. It's the better version, perhaps, of the Jinx that is running around with a bit less scaling and a higher strategy behind it.
And you can't let them get a very oppressive lane. I would assume with the Karma and Zyra being banned out, you take one of the last range supports alongside Bard for the Nami. And then that's going to be Bengi on the Olaf here.
Interesting. Quite a lot of junglers open, I suppose, with just the Nidalee banned away, but Bengi takes one that's been relatively popular. It's not the most aggressive jungler. His Elise was open, but he opts not to take it here. We'll see what Kasa takes now that he kind of knows a bit more about his jungle matchup. And it's always been the case. It's actually already locked in Lee Sin by the looks of things.
Yeah.
Kasa Maple have been such a big story for this team. And we'll see with Lee Sin if they can get aggressive and play around Faker, where they do expect Bengi to be as well.
I'm actually very surprised that we didn't see the Poppy ban, honestly, from SKT. It's one of the easiest ways for teams that have weak top laners in comparison to the rest of their team to just pick the Poppy, be a super tank, be as efficient as possible even if you lose lane, and still consistently be relevant. The fact that MMD is getting this after such a sick performance in his previous games on it is very surprising.
And the thing you can bank on there is that, sure, the Poppy may not necessarily win the lane, but it will always be relevant. And so that's why it's just such an annoying pick to have in the hands of any top laner, be them on the top end of the spectrum or the bottom. But that usually means that Duke could get the better of the matchup regardless of what he picks. And SKT, we've seen them actually go around certain matchups before. We've seen them play Syndra into Vladimir and have the Syndra roam and avoid the Vladimir. We've seen them actually circumvent problems like that. So they may do that again with these matchups that you can't necessarily crush.
I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to something like the Jace, or you could just outright win the lane. Again, it depends on what the strategies are going to be for SKT. The Jace can actually group up, poke people out. We've seen this consistently today from SKT. Or if he's hovering and locking in this Trundle, it's just to bully him out.
Well, there is the Trundle, and Bang is going to get Ezreal one more time. I feel like I'm not going to get to say that many more times in the World Championship because he is phenomenal on the pick. SKT, though, saving mid lane counter picks, so saying, you know what, Maple, if you want to play Aurelion Sol, we do have something prepared for you. So we'll see if they do want to take it. It dropped through our last game, actually, with Cloud9 and Aimee. We'll see how Flash Wolves finish off this draft. With a pretty strong start to it already.
Yeah, waiting for them mid support. Aurelion Sol, you'd say, is likely to be locked in. Very important champion. Enables a lot of Flash Wolves' early play, being able to rotate around the map. It doesn't really matter what Faker plays. The Syndra's not there, so you can't stun him from long range, and he'll always be able to out-wave clear you, and that's the real problem.
Funny to see this man coming back, though. 10 seconds for Flash Wolves to decide what they actually want to do with their draft. You can see Maple is kind of picking between maybe a couple different champions. It does seem like Sorta has settled on the most obvious support in the situation, which will be Braum to help block the Nami, although laning phase obviously will be in favor of SK Telecom. Victor is there as well for Maple. He says, Faker, I saw your Victor earlier. I am going to take it away from you. Maple, a strong player in his own right. Victor's going to be fine there as well. We'll see what Faker has prepared as his counter pick.
And if the Victor gets off the ground alongside Karsa on the Lee Sin, that could be a big problem for SKT, but we have to see what their last pick is here for Faker in the mid lane. Because right now their composition, it's a lot about running forward and then hiding back. I assume it's the Cassiopeia into it, with the Ryze being banned out as well as the Syndra.
I mean, last time Bengi was in and there was a Cassiopeia, things got very, very bad for their opponent. Well, we'll see what SKT do have prepared here.
Well, they do lack hard engage, so Lissandra would be the champion to pick up if they wanted to actually solve that problem. Everything else is kind of soft engage.
Yeah, something complementary will still work. So it does make sense if they're trying to round out that team composition, work around Faker. Hit a pillar, hit a Nami bubble, and someone's knocked up. You can follow with Lissandra very easily.
And there is the last pick for SK Telecom. Pretty straightforward. Nice drafting there for both sides. I feel like they kind of got what they want on either side. Bottom lane looks decent for Flash Wolves, so the SKT kind of split the advantage with Nami there versus Braum, although Caitlyn should have an advantage over Ezreal. MMD is going to do what he always does, which is sack top lane and try not to fall too far behind. And Caster and Maple want to team up, get aggressive. Bengi and Faker likely look to do the same.
Yeah, you do have to be careful as the Poppy up against the Trundle, though. It's one of the only matchups that will beat you up early, and then even in the late game, it does have quite a bit of an advantage over you in the one-on-one. So if Duke starts getting his split push on, and the rest of SKT go for sieges and possibly hard engages, then that could be a problem, but the wave clear from Flash Wolves with the Victor would stop a lot of that.
Yeah, also the beauty of the Trundle being it makes the tank no longer as tanky, and if MMD is going to be the sole contributor to that tankiness on the Flash Wolves side, it can be completely removed.
Well, we've seen Duke, again, loves his 1v1 top lane matchups. There's such a great duelist, there's such a great carry top laner. Looks like both sides kind of got what they want here. Don't forget to use your hashtag as we move out into Summoner's Rift for potentially the final time of the group stage, actually. It is the last day, of course, of groups. Hashtag Flash Wolves win if you think we'll get a tiebreaker and maybe see an LMS team push their way through. And I have a funny feeling hashtag SKT win is going to be a lot more popular than it normally is here in North America. Because like you said earlier, Zyrene, so have a sudden conversion of SK Telecom fans.
Yep, and if you want Cloud9 through immediately, then it's the SKT win. But I will say SKT, you know they're going to try hard in this game because SKT, as an organization, as this set of players, you don't have many thorns in your side. But the Flash Wolves have been a thorn in their side for a very long time. MSI, same story, couldn't get a win over them. And they haven't yet in Worlds, but they haven't ever.
This is just about principle now. SKT have a
Just
point
pride.
to prove. There's definitely pride involved. They've come in today and absolutely dismantled everybody within the group. This is the last remaining obstacle to have the perfect week.
We saw the Rocks Tigers struggle in their group and just get over the line. We saw Samsung Galaxy dominate in week 2 and push through to a 5-1 record. You don't want to be the #1 Korean seed that looks a little weaker. They're a tournament favorite. They're the defending champions. They want to look strong moving into quarterfinals. A win over Flash Wolves here would certainly be part of that statement.
Yeah, they're still trying to gain back some momentum from the end of the LCK season for them, because Rox ended up coming in as the #1 LCK seed, and SKT off of points came in, and now it's looking up and up. They have that tournament SKT buff, but Flash Wolves on the other side. They are fighting with the whole LMS behind them right now because they are the only ones left from the LMS region, and this is potentially their last game. If they lose it, they are out. If they win, they are still in control of their destiny, so you know they're also going to try everything.
First blood, GG.
Thanks, that's pretty good, like we mentioned. Oh, and I'll get someone back. Pretty standard stuff. No one got crazy deep wards involved, so we'll have a very quiet start to our standard lanes. See what Bang & Wolf can get done 2v2, and Faker with his counter pick. Probably expecting to not get too much pressure, but will affect the side lanes. Does have that teleport. Maple smartly with the cleanse, but Maple loves to play up in his lane, especially when he thinks his jungler might be behind him.
Yeah, we do still have reliable wave clear in that middle lane. Bottom is probably where most of the action will start to break out because Ezreal and Nami, quite dangerous.
And this is really interesting from Faker. He takes the Q level 1, keeps shoving the wave. Victor takes Q as well, so Maple doesn't have wave clear. Faker immediately pushes that wave up, and he puts a ward at the Raptors.
You might be able to spot Kasa here as well, so really good scouting report here from SK Telecom. Kasa on that red buff. Not sure how much early vision they got. There aren't deep wards, I believe, from level 1. So this would be a good little spot potentially onto the Lee Sin. Kasa's got red. If he looks for a gank towards the mid side, Faker is going to spot him here. Knows he's now going top side of the jungle, or at least that's the most likely thing.
Yeah, so by skipping the Raptors, it's quite abundantly clear that he's doing a cheat clear, which would mean going towards Scuttle Crab after the Wolves, maybe the Gromp beforehand, but to get control on the top side of the map so there's no river ganks.
What this also does is it allows the bottom lane of Bang and Wolf to just go in, use their advantage of having the double range lane and the sustain, and just constantly trade, because you know the Lee Sin is on that top side.
That's good. You can see the trade-off that happens. Duke early wards to know that nobody's going to come up and help. Because they saw the Lee Sin skip the Raptor camp, has to be top side. Better safe than sorry. And he is pushing in, trying to keep that Poppy down. If he stops and backs away to respect, then he'll lose control of what he's already built for himself.
See Bang & Wolf still playing aggressively here. NL, plenty of range, so should be able to farm and trade safely. Kasa here gonna get aggressive on the Scuttle Crab finally. Did clear out most of that left-hand side jungle. Gonna leave the blue up from Maple perhaps, after he's finished that Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, they actually have no idea where Bengi is right now, where the Olaf is. So he's getting the Scuttle to keep his top side safe, because that could be a potential snowball lane in favor of Duke. So picking that up, and now he's on the blue at the moment, so if Karsa takes the blue, or if he hands it off, it'll actually give away his position once again and give the bottom lane pressure in favor of SKT. So yeah, as soon as Maple starts running that direction, gets it handed off to him, Bengi knows, I can invade, and that the bottom lane is safe.
And conveniently, as he invades, the ward that was going to spot him dies. So things could not have been timed better for SKT's jungle. That means he has a lot of pressure. Faker, you need to calm down.
That was keen.
That was a...
Takes a turret shot, no big deal. Just Faker things. Oh, Gravity Field down. That's actually really nice. Maple doesn't go back in. Bengi actually was looking to pressure mid. I think he's just covering because he knows Faker's like, yep, made a bit of an oopsie.
Yeah, Faker made an oopsie, and he has to clear the wave out, or else it gets frozen on him. And Faker does have teleport, though, so trading very heavily is not that big of an issue for him. But he comes back with a Negatron Cloak, and it looks like he's just going to walk it out.
And that wasn't even trading. He actually just checked if his E button works and went under the turret and tanked it for no reason.
No button check before. He's like, man, I could have checked. Bang & Wolf still dueling here. Looks like Duke, as expected, is winning that top side, but not too far ahead in CS, so MMD doing a nice job keeping up in the lane.
Yep, they just saw Lee Sin, they just saw Karsa on that ward that's by the Raptors, so you can constantly see SKT play off of whenever they see the jungler, the opposite side of the map goes aggressive, and then the side that he's on starts playing a little bit more passive, starts boarding up.
Very nice.
Double bubble.
NL gets hit there as well, as you can see. The fans behind SK Telecom, all of a sudden, they seem to have grown.
I wonder why.
Maple with the blue buff though. Did get that from the early Lee Sin donation. Faker will correct his mistake after hitting the E button accidentally, I have to think. And we'll just clear this out. But again, he's Lissandra, should be plenty safe. Both top laners have teleported up as well. We've got the Barmy Cinder right now for MMZ versus double longsword boots for Duke. So nice and aggressive, looking for the early Tiamat, I assume.
That's correct. Wants to go the Ravenous Hydra build, you would imagine outscales Poppy quite significantly in split pushing, and we will have a lot of late game presence in that split pushing respect. The real difference now lies between junglers because Bengi is hard farming. You contrast that with Kasa, not the same.
He's 6 now as well, is Bengi. He stole away the Raptor, but he's going to have to move in to protect Faker.
It's a higher level than Faker.
Look for the all-in. Yeah, Faker again, but that oopsie. Going to cost him a bit. Bengi going to get tagged here, though. Has the ultimate ready, and they know he's got Ghost up, although at least they suspect he does. Kind of tough to kill the Olaf, so he's just going to back away. Faker's going to teleport down. Maple's going to gravity field him, and Faker's going to take some free damage. But Maple with no ulti, no real threat there for the Lissandra.
Yeah, so it's safe to teleport in. Of course, both top laners have used their teleport. Most of the focus on Summoner's Rift will be around Drakes or ganks, if anything. And Lissandra's lane now being 6 is probably the one that you would expect Bengi would look towards. So very easy to work around that. Perhaps they blow the cleanse from Maple. Suddenly a lot easier to do it.
Wolf actually sniffing around mid as well, but doesn't quite find anything.
And immediately, Wolf puts down those wards in the jungle. They spot the Lee Sin. Duke goes up to the top side, wards that as well, and now they have complete knowledge of where the Lee Sin is, and you can see immediately SKT, Bengi, Faker, group up. Now they're trying to make a top play onto MMD.
Actually, Wolf and NL going to catch each other there. Good little bit of damage from the Nami. As Sword Art did leave to, I think, get some vision down. Chrome's going to get stolen away here. Wolf's Spirit is going to spot him. Bengi has to back away from that play, so nice intelligent smite from Caster, kind of knowing that Bengi is constantly in and around his jungle. Takes the crab though, so really SKT, you can kind of see how a lot of their early leads get built here. They're not massively winning lane at any stage. In fact, it's even, you can see us really across the lanes. It's just how intelligent their vision is, and with maybe the exception of Bengi, who has been the beneficiary of all this, it's just smart player in SKT, constantly getting information and then playing intelligently with it.
And the information is in the areas that they need to be. So top side and bottom side has certain wards in areas that they need to either stay alive or to find their opposition. To contrast that with Flash Wolves, they do still have pink wards placed, but it's not as efficient, it's more defensive.
Good little charge there from MMD. Gets himself kind of out from under Duke, although he's still going. Trundle, no real reason to stop there. Good bubble again up there. Now nice jump from Sword Art. Puts up the door and stops the incoming damage, but even Caitlyn, with all her lane prowess, is going to struggle with the range first melee support situation. Bang & Wolf playing a very nice laning phase so far.
Yeah, Wolf has his accuracy on point at the moment, barely missing bubbles, and also getting bubbles off when Sword Art's not there to block it with the door.
It's actually really interesting because it comes down to you're almost damaging his mana in a way, because every time you hit NL, Sword Art will blow a W and an E, and Wolf, he has the mana regen support item, and it just costs the Aqua Prison. So he's just constantly trying to damage Sword Art's mana so he can't eventually do that. So as long as he's accurate, it gets worse and worse for the Flash Wolves bottom lane.
See Bang again, actually commits the ultimate just to shove the wave a little faster. Does have a tier Carl and a Doran's versus the Berserker Greaves for NL, so actually building a farm lead now as Faker will get donated that blue buff.
And that's the big thing. It's a Caitlyn lane that isn't actually pushing the opposition under the turret. They're sitting under their own, and this means they're evidently struggling. There is a lot of damage that comes out of Bang & Wolf on the Ezreal Nami combo. Their poke is legit, but that's simply because they're hitting all of their spells together. Whereas on the flip side, NL being under the turret is a really big hurting factor because Caitlyn's strength being laning is now lacking, and going towards a mid-game bridge, it gets even worse.
And right now, you see Faker Bengi trying to make a play on the bottom side of the map. This time, they're here right in time.
Nice ward there. Faker going to pop over the wall, and he's got ultimate at the ready. Sword Art slowed already by the T-Bone, and Faker's going to look to lock him up. Gets exhausted, but he's going to get the snare down. Bang comes in, and that's first blood for the Ezreal. Wave committed. Caster trying to chase something back, but Wolf going to block the first one. Goes back in for it. Kicks one in, but it's not quite enough. Maple trying to take them out with the ultimate, but Bengi's going to re-engage for it. Faker now deep in the mix, gets a double snare off. Doesn't have the ultimate committed already, and now Faker slammed into the wall, gets taken down by NL.
Faker was a necessary sacrifice. He did everything he could to stay alive for as long as possible, but this is a really good counterplay from Flash Wolves to ensure that SKT's proactivity and making the right play does have an answer.
Yeah, it actually ends up being a 1-for-1 first blood going over to SKT, but it looks as though SKT actually blow more summoner spells in the overall trade. They blow their teleport. It's answered by a teleport from MMD, but then the flashes, all the summoner spells from SKT in the bottom side are down.
And the big thing here is the turret's still standing. Of course, it's going to still be there. And now completely stuck in the wrong area of the map is Faker. Bengi makes the conscious decision that they're not actually going to help anyway. And so MMD, not necessarily needing to use the ultimate, just had to get rid of the Heli Poppy channeling to do some damage.
Duke also committed his TP, but couldn't really make it into the fight, whereas MMD was able to slam Faker into the wall for a kill. So Duke is going to lose some of that split push advantage right now. Both top laners will be without TP for roughly the same amount of time. And Duke still should win this lane. He's got the team and the Vampiric Scepter built up now. I mean, Poppy staying even on CS is very nice for MMD, given that they've both been left alone for a lot of this. Duke again is going back in for the trades, but MMD is like, eh.
Oh, blows the ultimate
Probably
as
not
well.
gonna kill me. In fact, he's going to go for it. Duke with a good bit of damage, but Poppy's just going to take it.
That's half his health. Maybe forces a recall. Not this time. However, the next time, there's always going to be dive threat from Bengi.
Exactly, and you know that he doesn't have teleport, and you're pulling pressure to the top side of the map. They see the Lee Sin, so bottom lane gets to push up, and Faker, he now has flash and ultimate again, so now he's just applying pressure
But he's just
to
here.
that bottom side.
Like, just being here, the presence that Faker actually has, being the Lissandra, has the ultimate. I can dive you. He didn't even use his flash. So it's enough to actually push them away from the turret. Sword Art's just trying his absolute hardest with the door to give them aggro so it doesn't go down as quickly.
Ooh, Caster's actually here, but Faker barely misses out on a kick to the face. Bengi here, gonna clear out a wall.
Teleport
Diving
Faker.
again. Faker
Both
looking
the
to make a
flashes,
play.
though.
It's a juicy looking double, but cancels the TP. They'll take the turret instead.
Exactly, still gets them off the turret, so the damage is done, and SKT get the first turret.
Ooh, Caster looked for something there 3-on-3, but couldn't find it. And again, it's all this almost invisible pressure from SKT as they build things up, Faker not needing to use that teleport, and all of a sudden SKT are up 2,000 gold.
And look what Faker does on this Lissandra. Shove the wave and immediately roam. Go somewhere else. Stop this Victor from hanging out in the lane and going to the bottom side. And now Duke doesn't have ultimate though.
It's
and
being
he's being
counter ganked,
chased.
so Maple's definitely here. He's running the long way, but he wants Duke, and now Faker's out of
He already tanked the turret. He got ulted up as well. Maple just going to move in. That's a freebie for the Victor.
Yep.
Faker has to try and recall, you'd imagine, because Caster's also nearby. They may find him, but again, good moves from Flash Wolves. It wasn't just Faker going first. Maple stayed out of vision by just enough distance that they thought they were making the play, SKT, but they weren't.
Ooh. He had Smite and didn't use it. Actually gives the red buff over to...
Went to NL.
Yeah, Caitlyn, which is nice. SKT, nice little counterplay attempt. Trying to steal away the red buff with members of Flash Wolves top, but doesn't work out there for them. And again, for whatever reason, the Flash Wolves seem very on top of what SKT's plan is, despite a decent-looking early game for them.
Almost every time, too. Flash Wolves just seem to be able to answer SKT, the style that they play. They play very reserved early against their turret, and then Maple and Karsa are the ones who answer.
And honestly, like, Maple just KS'd that. Like, MMD did so much work. Duke stayed under the turret and got knocked into the wall when there were no minions. It was a bait, definitely, but it was a really lazy bait, because that's against Poppy 101. Don't stand next to the wall, or you'll die.
Yep. He died.
He stood next to the wall.
I mean, maybe he's learnt now.
Yeah, a lot
I don't know how long the course is.
It shouldn't be that long.
No, it really should.
It should just be 101.
Oh, it's been out for a while. Duke going to finish taking down this wave. He is building up towards that first major item as Faker getting sneaky in this bottom lane. I think he's actually the split pushing, so no lane pressure forthcoming. Looks like Banger's going to rotate himself mid lane. He's got a Manamune and a Sheen, so time to start poking down a different turret.
Exactly. Faker with the wave clear can go to the bottom side. Eventually, SKT can 1-3-1 with the double teleports, but now, because that bottom turret is down, Bang and Wolf don't really have too much to do on the bottom side of the map, and they, especially since they have this CS advantage, put yourself mid, force the Caitlyn and the Braum to actually start splitting up and possibly getting some kills, because do you think a Lissandra could kill a Caitlyn? Probably, at this point in the game. He doesn't have many items, though, is the issue. There isn't much AP backing this Lissandra.
Does have an Abyssal set for now, so
there you go.
Going to be a bit better. The all-in pressure should be a little stronger. Does have cooldown boots now finished as well. Bang and Wolf, though, going to do what they can to keep the mid-outer turret alive for as long as possible, and Maple trying to bait Bengi in. Doesn't take it. Really wants the pink ward, though. Looks delicious. We'll take down that green ward, sorry.
Yeah.
Ooh, hello. I think getting a little cute there, but doesn't get punished by Casa, just missing that resonating strike.
Yeah, Casa just reveals himself this time around. SKT actually placing a lot more forward vision, trying to secure areas of the map, at least in the river. This will be a zone of their control. Perhaps the Drake is now where they go towards after placing all of this vision. They do have an Olaf that can chunk it down very quickly, and they're looking to utilize the Ezreal pushing mid wave to try and actually get control, keep Maple down, and then go to it.
See again that pink ward. Kind of want it to move out of the way, but not very safe to walk up onto that ridge, given that you cannot see behind it. SKT staying together though, certainly grouping like they want to take the Drake down. Maple though, plenty of wave clear, mid turret nice and healthy. Duke though doing work on the top side, could be an opening for them as far as pressure goes. Both top laners do have teleport, but Duke eventually do good damage to this top side of the map.
Both are big item spikes as well, so having their first completed items, the Ravenous Hydra in particular for Duke, means that he's going to have consistent 1v1 sustain. Didn't go Tiamat into a tanky build, so he wants to stay here, wants to continue these trades, but MMD actually has a lot of relevance with teleports to get into team fights.
Oh, step on the shield? Nope.
He's baiting it.
Yep, baiting it, making sure that if he walks up, he gets it. Faker on the opposite side, though.
Oh, hello. Swordart going to knock him up. Stun not there. Nice little combo, but Lissandra, very slippery champion to try and kill.
Yeah, it was actually really close to getting the full combo off. If Faker got stunned, he was most likely going to die even through everything he has, because Caitlyn can place a trap on where he's stunned or knocked up, and it'd be enough follow-up damage to absolutely burst him out.
Yep, they're trying to actually just chunk him out here. He stepped on a trap, they got the headshot crit, and then also the ace in the hole to follow up. And the question is, does the Lissandra clear better than the Victor? Well, the Victor instantly clears the waves in mid, so Ezreal can't get pressure.
Lissandra still maxes her claw second, so has about 3 points in it now.
Yeah.
We'll be doing a lot of wave clear between that and the Q, so it's actually relatively even to that of the Victor. It's more that Victor's in a safer lane as it's so short. Like, Faker's at risk of being dove constantly, and there's 3 there.
And when you're using your E as well, it is your escape. And the cooldown on it isn't actually
Are they teleporting
in
in
at
for
the
this?
moment.
Something's happening by the looks of it.
It's a double TP from behind from SKT. They're going to try to make one of the first big plays of the game.
All right, looks like they're going to force, but Flash Wolves do
Bit
tip
matched.
in defensively. Faker looking to go in. Doesn't quite move in. Goes in.
Oh!
3-man stun. And the bubble's going to nab 2 there as well. Faker takes out Swordart as Anel's been exhausted. Still flashes out and kites his way back. Faker still moving out. Does not go down. And Bengi now going to surge forward. SKT, a beautifully orchestrated play. Find themselves with 2 kills.
Really well done from SKT.
Yeah, that was monstrous from SKT. The way they played that through Faker in particular is something that we have to highlight in the replay as well, because he looked like he was going to get locked down from all of the stuns, but altered himself in the middle of them actually hitting.
Yeah, went up, had the W hit multiple people. I believe it was a 3 or 4-man. We'll have to see it again here. As they all TP down, so it's a party in the bottom lane. Swordart is still trying to deal with Bengi. Wolf throws it off. 3-man, ulti on himself, and that's right before MMD got the stun against the turret onto Faker, so he avoids that CC.
Exactly, as MMD comes in and uses the dash, wastes it effectively on him, the ultimate from Faker connects on 4 people as a result of it, and basically wins the entirety of that fight by himself.
They got a turret off it as well, so 2 turrets to 0, both of them in the bottom lane. There's a great gold lead here and objective lead for SKT as Flash Wolves still stuck in their lanes with no turrets to speak of. Drake has been largely ignored, unfortunately.
Well, it's a Cloud Drake.
What are you saying?
They don't really want the Cloud Drake right now. They'll take it if it's up, but
Makes sense.
SKT, they try to go for more roam plays. SKT are actually a team that usually will go for the vision first and then the pressure, as opposed to the opposite where they pressure first and then they get the vision. And that's why we've been seeing them like fight over wards that are in the back of the red buff while there's minion waves pushing mid, because they just highly value vision over everything else, and they haven't been able to get the vision to really do the Drake just yet.
It's actually still Flash Wolves' control of the river almost entirely at the moment, so you'd expect that if SKT look for it, it'll take them an awful long time to set up and get that down. I don't think it's a big priority for them at all. And I think Flash Wolves are placing vision strictly to watch SKT if they go towards it. And it should only really be done if it's free.
Well, again, they're going to sort of at least jockey around it. Maybe they can convince Flash Wolves to pick a fight that favors SKT. Important to note as well, Duke has a Shane and now the Ravenous Hydra finished. And in general, the SKT item builds are quite aggressive here as they look for their next few items. Protobelt's done for Faker with the Abyssal, and Bang is going Trinity Force, so they're looking for a big mid-game.
Yeah, and I think the idea is they wait until the Trinity Force is purchased from Bang, and he's super close to that in terms of gold before SKT really commit to a fight. Still do objectives, still poke down turrets, but do not commit to killing Flash Wolves until he is at maximum power.
Exactly, and that is a gigantic spike for him. Tons of damage will be coming from him. But on the top side, Duke, you talk about the Sheen that he has as well. He's just trying to bully. He's got, a cloth armor, a null magic mantle. and he has a Sheen. So it's going to be a little bit of a while before he gets to a Trinity Force, but I feel like that buy is just there to give him some extra power in that one-on-one to try and win that matchup even harder.
And he's kind of carrying the CS away, although in general, CS has been very even. I say that as I look down a little more closely.
This is a LMS special. AHQ and Flash Wolves have both done this. When they feel like things are going bad in losing situations, they actually tend to be the ones to put the lane swaps into effect. Usually it's the SKT winning and lane swap to get the next turret, but this progressive play is actually being halted by Flash Wolves' movements because it's sudden and it's usually a little bit random.
Tuke actually enough to defend though. Maple trying to figure out what lane he should be in right now, but he's going to get pushed in by Faker.
Yeah, so Faker's going to force him to come to that middle lane because they actually made MMG go back down bottom to catch some extra farm and stay in tow with Duke. But now Faker actually ducks into Fog of War, so they don't know if he's completely roaming up top or not.
And he's using a lot of his mana simply to wave clear, so it's actually almost predictable that he's consistently going back to base. You can see that he has none left, and he doesn't have a mana regeneration item as he's gone for Proto Belt after the Abyssal Scepter. I feel like Flash Wolves could work around knowing that he's in base, and they also should have known his teleport timer. However, that is now back available, and there's a big threat for the LMS team.
And now he's back pushing the mid lane. I mean, Maple's got a huge amount of CS, actually up pretty significantly on minions next to Faker, but Faker's been roaming around making a lot of plays. Bang has now finished that Trinity Force. Could be go time for SK Telecom.
Flash was at the same time, though. It's the final upgraded Hex Core for Maple and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so he has also hit a large power spike for himself at around the same time that Bang and Faker both have. So this next fight is still very dependent on how it is played out. It's a 4,000 gold lead for SKT, but when you have a Trundle that's slightly ahead of the Poppy, how effective is that really in these fights when the Poppy has immense CC? It comes down to the execution.
Problems could be, of course, for NL, though. A few headshots there. He's working on his second item, and Bang now finished his. So definitely a timing for SK Telecom to hit, and looks like Bang's trying to knock down this top outer.
Yeah, and whilst Maple does have big item spikes, and he's got his 2, we're still waiting on NL to actually hit his stride with those 2 items. So the difference between both of these teams lies in the AD carries. It shouldn't be too far away, but for this exact moment, SKT have control of the map because Bengi will not take damage from NL whatsoever. He has his armor, NL doesn't have his items.
Jerk move from Duke, taking a red buff. Now gonna smack MMD with it. He's actually transferred bottom lane. Faker goes in with a Proto Belt top side. Army Web's gonna find NL, and Bangy's just straight into the back line. He's ripping them apart, and Faker moves forward. Banging will clean up as Maple's trying to get him back with a double for Bang as Faker gets himself stunned and finally goes down. But they will keep chasing. Duke's TP as well.
So large.
And Bangy's just not stopping at all. Duke flashes forward for the auto to get it. MMD, he's a little too late as Casa gets shredded down by the Trundle. He's gonna go down, and MMD, they're just diving it off. They're gonna look for the Poppy. Heroic charges out from under the turret, gonna try and stay here. And SKT say, okay, that's a little too much, but yeah, we got 4 kills.
Bengi's an absolute monster. He just rips through that entire fight. 0-0-7 for himself afterwards because he's doing work right now, 100% KP.
Yeah, I'm glad we just said it. Bengi's not going to die to NL, and NL without item spikes is basically irrelevant. Olaf just walks at him, and Caitlyn has to watch himself just slowly die to the axes being thrown at him.
And Olaf seems like a pick that Korea has recently picked up. We saw Samsung also play it, and Bengi adopting it as well because it's just so aggressive early. You can see the ghost pop. He knows who his target is, throws the axe way in front of him to just have it train down, and then picks up NL. Sword Art is also in there. And then the best part too is he's not even getting the kills. He's getting the assists on this.
That's the way it should be going. Maple did do a lot of work, at least on the back end, to ensure Faker dies. MMD, as we mentioned, way too late to actually get here. The damage was already done from Duke and all of SKT. He does well to live, but living's not what he needs to do in these fights.
Poor Casa dies to his own red buff as Duke dives him under the tier 2 tower. SK Telecom now up about 6,500 gold, looking to maybe take over that Baron section of the map, or maybe the Ocean Drake that's spawning in a minute 25. They do have a mid lane outer turret to contend with. Maple is doing a very good job keeping that one nice and healthy, but the rest of the map's looking a little bleak for the Flash Wolves as SKT may be poised to beat them for the first time ever.
You know SKT want that. SKT don't actually want more and more blemishes to their record because it has been a season for them that they haven't made the finals. They've made Worlds, and they've looked kind of weak towards the end. But SKT, their all-time group stage record is 17-2, and one of those losses is to Flash Wolves. They don't want another loss there. They want that to be 18-2 by the end of the day and keep that as a 90% win rate in groups.
And don't forget, this may be a glorious victory for all of Korea if SKT can take them out, but Cloud9's also wanting the exact same thing, as is all of NA.
Faker may be a little caught, but doesn't get stunned up there by the Braum passive. They're kind of forcing onto this turret, but Maple again and his trusty laser beam just making this tricky. It's not impossible, just going to take a lot of repetitions.
It is a red buff Ezreal who is hitting every single skill shot also, and SKT are using mid as a pivot point to invade, place deeper vision, and actually set up for not necessarily the Baron. They don't want that. Right now it seems to be the Ocean Drake and the mid turret.
Turns out Bang pretty good on Ezreal as Duke. Oh, look at this. SK Telecom all of a sudden have got 3 waves pushing, pressure everywhere, and Duke's pretty much free to take a turret as Faker runs back towards mid, just in case anybody comes out. Victor goes top. That means mid should be wide open.
Yep, Iceborne Gauntlet completed as well, so Duke definitely does a lot of damage to those turrets. And Bang knows that the Victor went topside, so immediately tries to clear off this minion wave quickly. As long as you can run this Victor around, he's a main source of wave clear.
But he's back. Here we go.
Yep.
Oh no.
Throws out the E.
Minion waves.
Castle helps for some reason. Thank you, they're going to take the Ocean Drake. And SKT will just fall back on the objective that at this point is wide open and there's for the taking. Bengi going to do just that. Chops up another beastie. And going to move himself into that mid lane as Faker's gone back and now has a Zhonya's Hourglass. Blade of the Ruin King also done for Bang, so if we're worried about the potential item spikes and playmaking potential, they've all of a sudden got another huge wave of power.
Yeah, and that's max cooldown reduction for Faker. So all the CDR items and Boots of Lucidity to round himself out. Also has reduced summoner spell cooldowns by having Boots of Lucidity. Actually quite a core item on Lissandra. So he's pretty much at maximum power. They've got the Ezreal, which is absolutely popping off with the Blade. So everyone dies if they get into the face of either of the carries of SKT. And that's not even mentioning Duke and Bang.
Yeah, Bang has had that Muramana for a good while now, having it transform, and he's 2,500 gold above NL, almost a full item up. It's absolutely ridiculous how much Bang has been getting.
I don't think so. I was just thinking the same thing.
Caster Curse.
What you've done.
Caster Curse.
Nailed it. Well, Bang going to get slowed up a bit. Maple is quite strong still. But Duke is just going to clear out this ward, get some vision down for his team.
And red buff, probably.
He's back to bottom. So, oh, that's right. His favorite buff.
Yep. The great thing is about watching Duke go after a bush is he walks towards it, then he jukes backwards, then he walks forward and puts the ward into it. It's just in case. There's somebody in there. Lee Sin Q can come out. You don't know.
Well, that's cute.
Ah, nice.
Nice assist there from Bengi. Donates the buff over to Bang, and Maple's like, why does he also have red buff?
Well, it's also great because this is something that SKT used to do when it was Bengi, and then Faker would play Ezreal mid. He would hold the blue buff for him, and then he would just throw the ultimate out from there. So definitely not unfamiliar with that strategy.
It still feels like SKT's best resolve to actually breaking this middle lane turret is using Bengi as a threat to potentially dive, just to force the Victor away. They need to get him off this turret or it'll never go down.
Yeah.
Oh, Faker on NL.
They're actually splitting up a bit. NL, right, and the QS has to try and save himself, but Faker doing a lot of damage. Gonna come in for the kill. Very stylish Q, but I think he's dead.
Trying to buy time.
All right, it's just NL that gets credit for it, so no extra assist gold.
He probably could have kept walking away and actually given the kill to the Braum if he survived, turned around to throw the Q. Potentially the difference there, but well done to Faker. Breaks the map open. You can see the mid lane turret falls as a result of this pressure he's caused.
And it's another win there for SKT.
Wow, big dive there. Duke just blows one up, and now SKT are going to surge forward and destroy this poor tier 2 turret. Flash Wolves, it seems that they were holding on, but this game is spiraling out of control.
SKT, they definitely want to win this and take down the Korean killers.
Moving to the Baron now.
Yeah, it's kind of a cutthroat move here. They've gotten so many summoner spells out of them. Faker didn't even have to blow a flash previously. He got both summoners out of NL. Maple, both summoners out of him.
You can see the Cloud9 team waiting to see the result of this game. They're going to be happy about the Baron take. And Swordheart's going to go down there as well. Jensen's going to give the crowd away, but SKT are going to take it all almost here. MMD, slowed up by an act, is going to kick one out with the Keeper's Verdict, but that's a melted AD carry. 3 dead already. And back to Baron.
Yep, straight back to what worked for them and baited the fight in the first place. NL's life is honestly miserable right now because Faker is dismantling him piece by piece, and SKT doing the exact same thing to Flash Wolves. They need a miracle from Kasa.
Here comes Kasa. MMD's there as well. He's going to hop around an SKT. They're saying, nope, don't give them the chance. Make sure he's zoned away. Faker's going to move up to check. They are back on the Baron. Bengi and Duke are very tanky. But Faker's going to try and lock him down. He doesn't commit to the claw. And Kasa can still steal this.
Yeah, watch SKT and see if they commit.
Law Maple, big damage as well. Kasa's in! Is he going to try and steal it down? Faker's taking out Maple. Now Kasa's caught out.
He got it!
Oh my god, he stole the Baron! MMD's going to fall down. He'll lose his GA, but Bengi's going to fall on the other side as well. And Flash Wolves hold on as MMD in the pit's going to fight his way out to his death.
To tarnish a perfect record, to be honest, I'm actually going to blame Bang for that because he used his ultimate at the same time as Kasa's resonating strike. And if he was doing it in an attempt to steal it from Kasa, that's a mistake because you need to trust in Bengi's smite. He actually gives him the Baron steal. That was not something you want to see, and that taints the perfect game from SKT.
This is also interesting because you can see they're not actually clearing the wards inside of the pit. There's two right there. They see them with the sweeper. All the damage is focused onto the Baron. They don't clear that other one on the right. No auto attacks going into it.
You have to highlight Bang here. This is such an unfortunate move. He goes for Kasa and then uses his ult as like a last resort. I'm going to help you smite now. But he already had the resonating strike on.
Yeah, that went down from 1,000. Immediately resonating strike after the Sonic Wave. And yeah.
And it hurts. Cloud9 know that if SKT win, they get a bit of a free pass in.
And then they have to get, and if SKT lose, they have to get back on the stage and play against the Flash Wolves that just beat SKT.
In a game where SKT are 10,000 gold up.
Yes.
That is not a Flash Wolves I don't think I want to play. You want to talk about momentum for a team, that will be quite a windfall, but SK Telecom, despite the hiccup, are still in control. You said it for Rusty, it was a perfect game. It is now blemished somewhat, but they are certainly firmly in control. And Faker and proto-belting over people's faces and blowing them up. This is where Lissandra just gets awful to play against.
And Baron or not, they're just going back to the basics. They're going to continue split pushing with Duke. They've got Bang in the mid lane, where he's constantly pressuring and doing a lot of damage to people. I think he's probably just above and beyond everyone in the game right now in the way of damage. Faker also sitting bottom, being a present threat of assassinating whoever goes there, because Maple has to stay mid and wave clear. If he doesn't, whoever is there loses those objectives, and it's always NL going to Faker and dying to Faker.
Why does Faker do so much damage? He's got a death cap now. Bang has not died. He's got himself 4 damage items and a QSS. And Duke is a beast.
And the thing is, Faker's just going to single out NL almost every time. Even with the QSS, it's still the damage.
Ooh,
oh,
cats actually do blow him up. Misstep again, but Duke's in the back onto Maple. That's frustrating. MMD going to try and keep him out, but the rest of SKT are going to surge forward. Duke almost unkillable as he runs straight through the backline. MMD does go down. Bang somehow hits that last skill shot. Faker does go down, but it's still 4v4.
Yeah, and this may be the 4v4. MMD not being there's actually a big tanky member missing, and Maple has to go back to base, and he's walking. So this wave, really good opportunity for SKT.
Kasa looks for something, doesn't have ultimate though. Good wave clear though from NL, and the rest of Flash Wolves without Maple to try and make sure the wave stays down. So no inhibitors exposed yet for them. SKT still have some work to do.
Yep, probably pick up the Ocean Drake here. Get themselves a little bit more regen. And wait for Faker to come back up. His teleport's almost up as well. And then they can start the split push again, the 1-3-1. But SKT just have so much of an advantage that they could brute force down objectives. Didn't have the vision. That's what I was saying before, is they actually go for vision first and then pressure. And that's why you can see like the bottom wave right now, not pushed out from SKT. They value that vision so highly that that's the first step for them. And then they all collapse for a fight that they trade. And they get a little bit of revenge there.
Duke has ult. He's probably able to fight them.
Yeah, he's going to run away for now. Does he get away safely though? Ryla's going to force a flash after Maple commits the ultimate. And he'll walk away. Wolf's coming up as well just for the assist. And SKT are busy taking something bottom side. Good commit from Maple and Kasa to try and take something down, but SK Telecom always have a cross map ready.
Yeah, of course, having the Rylai's Crystal Scepter meant they were able to potentially get Duke down. Does get rid of his flash, so the kill threat on NL and Maple is a little bit less than it otherwise would be. However, Duke is just going to be a walking pillar bot, and if it ever hits and he's on flanks to do these, then people go down.
And here we go, teleport back up for Faker. So now the 1-3-1 will most likely come in for the squad as they try to force down these turrets.
A little too much. Would have loved to have a Baron buff. Probably would have made it quite a bit cleaner. Flash Wolves do deny them that objective. All the Dragons up as well as the next one. So if we do get the game to that late stage, SKT also have that objective to play with. For now, though, it is just some trial and pressure. Bengi's actually going back. Might have an item to finish here.
I mean, like, you can just see that they are playing such clinical and decisive League of Legends. Faker being on the top side of the map to split push, opposed to the bottom side, is actually an active decision because the enemy blue buff is about to be up and they want to have the Lissandra over there to receive that. That's the 15% AP bonus. It's also going to be the mana regeneration. That he
Oh, they got
have.
Maple!
And
That's
Bang,
huge.
That's almost a solo kill. Bit of an assist there from Wolf. But Bang somehow takes out the wave clear. And all of a sudden, the base looks very, very, very vulnerable.
The walls start to come tumbling down, it feels like, for Flash Wolves. This is a lot of pressure that's now able to mount against the LMS region. The last bastion of hope, honestly, for the entirety of that region.
And don't forget, of course, the hope for North America is SK Telecom. They would love to win here, just to prove that they can. It's never happened before. And SKT are very close to shutting down the Flash Wolves and ending their world's run. Faker goes in, gets kicked out by Kasa. MMD misses his ultimate as SKT break through the midsection.
Without Maple, there's no wave clear here to really get rid of all these minions. And SKT, they're going to take that inhib.
Such a simple execute, honestly, on the inhib going down. Also, we do get to see how Bang goes down.
Yeah.
Oh, Bang kills, rather.
Yeah, Bang barely takes any damage too, and that's a Victor. We have seen Victors blow up AD carries all throughout Worlds, but the fact is Bang is so far ahead right now. Level 17 to NL's level 15. He has so much farm and almost is flame horizoning the enemy AD carry. But Bang is just having a fantastic Worlds all around.
I take it back. Wolf didn't do anything in that 1v1.
No, he gave him the E. That's it.
Oh, true. A bit of extra damage. But Bang, I don't think he needed it, certainly. He is actually done.
That's what I
as
gotta
far
do.
as item builds go at 38 minutes. Caitlyn is at 3.5 items. That Doran's Blade's looking a little ugly next to everything else.
Yeah. Duke's also got the Guardian Angel completed, and in terms of killing the Trundle, that's not impossible. I think it's going to take all 5 of them, and quite a significant amount of time for all 5 of them at this stage.
Especially since he's probably going to be ulting the Poppy and taking some of her resistance simultaneously. It becomes so hard to actually take down Duke.
Well, Bang is going to pressure because he's shown right now that he can 1v1 pretty much everyone.
Yep. And then Baron on the table right now. Faker backs. Full items for Faker. 38 minutes into the game.
It's pretty absurd that both the carries are already fully stocked. Baron's back alive as well, so SKT going to play to the smart objective.
And that is the thing. Baron's actually super important for SKT. You'd wager the last Baron would have been GG, but they need that to get through the wave clear that the Victor has, to give Trundle the extras to push in past the Poppy. And it's basically theirs.
Locked up. Faker actually gets kicked back in, but a great way from Nami keeps him out. And SK Telecom's to kill the Baron. Bang rips Sword Art to pieces as Bengi's going to surge forward, pops around to it. Ulti from Ezreal's almost enough, and here comes a TP. Sword Art going to get cut off here. Faker goes in, pops his on, he's on top of the gravity field, and SK Telecom might finally topple the Flash Wolves. Kasa.
Oh, he goes on the Nil.
Locked up next as Faker destroys NL on the side of Maple. He doesn't know what to do.
Maple
He kills
got him.
Faker, but Bang blows him up as well.
Bang's an absolute monster. This should be game for SKT.
And that'll be SKT taking down the Flash Wolves, first time ever, and locking a spot for North America. They can take this.
They slay the Korean Slayers, perhaps. They've still got a bit of work to do. Bengi tanking on the front line. Sword Art's getting chopped up. Bang goes legendary as MMD. Barely flashes out of that Mystic Shot. Duke is going to flash forward. He wants the ace, but he will not get it. But SK Telecom will secure first, will show themselves moving into Chicago, and push Cloud9 through to the quarterfinals.
Incredible performance from Bang and all of SKT. Super refined, super efficient, measured, and controlled play from the Koreans. And they break the curse.
And a sigh of relief for North America as SKT punch Cloud9's ticket to Chicago, and the worrying trend is over.
Maybe. We'll have to see. As SK Telecom will move over, shake hands with opponents that until today they had never toppled. The Flash Wolves, unfortunately for them, will join IMA as the two teams not to make it out, but what a performance from the defending champions, and Bang in particular. Every time he gets Ezreal, I wonder why, and maybe I think he shouldn't have got it. And then he kills everyone.
He is a ridiculous.
He is an absurdly good Ezreal.
And you have to think as well that Flash Wolves, they were actually sitting in a pretty good spot. They had to play Aimee at the start of the day with a substitution, and they were caught completely off guard by Aimee's pick and ban, their substitution, and then the role swap on top of it. And that really hamstrung Flash Wolves in the standings.
I mean, what a ridiculous day we've had. SK Telecom, okay, they won a lot. That's kind of what we expected. Undefeated on the day 3-0. Congratulations to you guys for such a great showing. Everything else was a little crazy. Aimee with the upset, with Road being suspended for a game, eventually gave Cloud9 the win here and pushed them to the second seed. It also gave Aimee a chance to actually make it to quarters where they couldn't quite beat Cloud9 in a 52-minute game or something like. Worlds has been crazy all throughout groups. This day may have been the craziest, and what a fitting way to end our group stage.
Absolutely, but SKT, that's the thing. 3-0 moving into the quarters, look very strong right now. Regardless of if they're running Bengi or Blank, they both seem to have some good strengths. Maybe it's the junglers in the group not being up to snuff against them, but that's 3 Korean teams being number one in each of their groups. So that's very scary as a prospect moving forward.
Yeah, and NA also getting the free victory through. Thank you to SKT there.
Well, certainly thanks for them. But we are going to go over to the analyst test to break down that SK Telecom victory.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. SKT finally breaking the curse here, taking down what was their kryptonite in Flash Wolves. But before we get into any analysis of this match, let's go ahead and take a peek backstage where Cloud9 held their breath, tracking the outcome of this match.
Just to prove that they can, it's never happened before.
He got it!
Oh my god, he stole the Baron! MMD is going to fall down, he'll lose. Try and take something down, but SK Telecom always have a cross map ready.
Yeah, of course, having the Rylai's crystal set.
So much excitement. Well, you can see how uneasy they were, right? I mean, and that to a degree, especially when that Baron steal came through. I know all of us held our breath. But NA does make it through by the skin of their teeth and by the good graces of SKT
Off the back of
here.
Korea.
That's exactly the case. And so let's talk about this very dominant SKT team that's moving forward now as a #1 seed.
I think we all want to hit the pick ban because when you have a look at this composition one more time, you just think this is another pick ban that SKT played flawlessly, but I don't know how many other teams can get away with playing this style of League of Legends. It requires so much coordination and requires you to win mid and top lane to be able to set up your 1-3-1.
And the key thing with Lissandra is the only playmaker on their team, so it's completely reliant on Faker being able to make plays around the map. And while he was orchestrating so many of them, the setup initially from the Olaf and the Nami roaming together and finding the warding to make those plays much safer was immaculate.
Yeah, it's just a mix together that you can only praise like almost every single player in this game from SKT, because you highlighted it's the support and jungle setting up the vision, and then it's Faker and Lissandra engaging the fights. I think Flash Wolves made a mistake in playing Victor against SKT, because I think the way they normally beat them and the way you should beat SKT, again, is by having a mid laner with more pushing power, more early game presence, because you need to stop Faker from going and impacting these side lanes. If he can go bot lane and give Bang 2 kills, SKT will always win.
But let's have a look at why they were actually getting the side lane kills. It was because somehow a Caitlyn was being shoved under the turret repetitively, and Alan Sordak got completely outclassed in that bottom lane, just 2v2. They were real shaky.
I do actually think the matchup is in favor of SKT, especially the first few levels with Ezreal in there. He's super, super strong when we look at the first 3-4 levels. And that gave them enough of an advantage to then push in the lane. And then one roam happens, and then you get the big advantage.
And to be fair, both Bang and Wolf played phenomenally. I mean, Wolf's Nami was hitting bubble left and right. And when you're hitting even double bubbles at times, that's a lot of free harass.
You know, well, the bubble is a two-way street. I mean, the NL was just having a super soaker week. He was just getting left, right, and center.
The bubbles.
He bought boots to try to dodge them and still couldn't dodge them.
The first by Zerker Creeps is very questionable, but you speak about plays around the bot lane. Let's go ahead and take a look at our first replay. 17.5 in, bot lane turret dive, 2 for 0 for SKT.
And I think this is the absolute strongest thing about SKT. If you don't put pressure on mid side, they can start setting up some plays like this. There's obviously a double TP coming down, and then it's on Faker to engage perfectly, and he does it every single time. 3-man snare into his own ulti, that's on 4 members.
Double bubble.
And then it's very easy to land the double bubble, but obviously credit to Wolf as well on that one. And this is how they just keep snowballing, and you can always rely on Faker to engage these fights perfectly. And that's why he can make Lissandra work, where almost no other mid laner at Worlds right now would be able to do that.
And we always talk about when the Flash Wolves is Kasa and Maple, and this time around it was actually Duke as well as Bang that was able to cut Maple off. He didn't get the rotation down into that bottom lane, and they just didn't have the damage to be able to follow up on the play. So, heads up play out of Faker to kick it all off. But in a sense, zoning away that Victor, the one champion that was relatively in the game, was probably what saved it.
But again, Victor can never roam, in the first place, and that's the problem. If Maple is just sitting alone in mid, he might be strong enough, but the rest of his team will lose around him, and he's not able to help them, and he has to be able to help them for Flash Wolves.
But to be fair, I think that Flash Wolves really overplay their hand in both side lane plays from SKT. That bottom one, they got so overextended after not having a tier 1. The double TP is up. You know that you can get easily flanked. Same with the top defend that was just absolutely abysmal. And it's just a lack of respect for what SKT can do with a TP in the mid lane, which is not something that we see so often.
And it's also another opportunity where they just didn't cut their losses. One more time, 2 people should die here. You should give up a turret. Instead, they keep spending TPs. They go back in. And credit to SKT, because they're good enough to punish you for this every time.
Love the bubble here and MMD in the back, and then he actually ends up having to flash over, and he's now on the wrong side. And he's not able to join the fight. Not only you shouldn't even have lost 2 members here, in my opinion. As soon as you have 0 control mid in your own jungle and they start roaming, you gotta leave that tower. Don't even say and think maybe we can hold it, maybe they're back away, because they won't. If you play against a team who's so good at playing, by the book, understanding, okay, now we can go dive top tower, that's our strong lane, you should always be able to respect and almost predict the play.
40,000 damage out of Bang. He was having such an amazing game. The second SKT started executing the 1-3-1 with Bang in the mid lane, it was just disaster for Flash Wolves. Nobody could actually deal with him and Nami hitting pretty much every Mystic shot. And when you go with that Trinity Force build, that 2-item spike is going to be just the strongest DPS you can have at that time for an AD.
And Crumbs, you pretty much just hit all the reasons that Bang is receiving player of the game. But of course, part of what allowed him to do that was the play setup by Faker. And although Faker will not have had as impressive a scoreline, he definitely helped get Bang to that place where he can go 10-0-7 and do 44% of the team's damage. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's insane. But once again, just want to repeat that going into best of 5 now, teams need to start respecting the plays on the map. The flash headbutt pulves, the double TPs, cut your losses and just get the heck out of Dodge, because too many times in this group stage, we've seen teams gamble, overreach, and get severely punished.
Yeah, it's kind of been the story of this tournament so far. I feel some teams are very good at being proactive and actually making these plays, like SKT, and then too many teams are just way too slow at reading it. I can think to multiple European teams as well. Like, someone recalls on the map, like a support recalls, and they're like, all right, he will for sure go back to bottom lane. No, actually, supports keep going to mid, and then they can roam to the sides, and they start forcing plays. Support shows up, and they get surprised, and they die. And I talked to some of these players after. They're like, yeah, we didn't expect him. Maybe he didn't come. Maybe he did. You got to respect that, because it will happen.
And I personally attribute that to just the communication. That's something that when you're seeing somebody off the map, you have to call them Mias and pretty much call out all the possibilities of what can happen. If somebody's off the map, you have to call out they can go top, they can go middle, or they can TP down in this location. And as long as a team is able to look at each of those options and make sure that everybody understands the dangers around each one, these plays are going to be respected and the punishment is not going to be nearly as severe.
And I want to save some of this quarterfinals discussion for a little bit after the group draw show, but now with the group stage completed, let's take a look at the teams advancing to Chicago. Our top 8 teams at Worlds 2016 are Albus, Nox, Luna, Rox, Tigers, SK Telecom, T1, Cloud9, H2K, Edward Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, and Royal Never Give Up. So gentlemen, as we look at these 8 teams, now I want to start talking about, who's our front runners? Who are we looking for having great matchups, or what are their roads to victory?
I'm going to say Albus Nox is the only team that does not have Koreans in them.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
Korean players.
Oh, does not have Korean players on the team. Okay, great.
When you have a look at it,
I'm looking out for them.
So when you have a look at the groups, we've just said it time and time again, Korea has still won 3 first seeds. That's absolutely insane. And the scary thing is now, SKT, they look crisp, but Samsung Galaxy, they won 2 games in 24 minutes. Rox Tigers, they were the favorites coming in. Like, who the heck do you want to draw out of a pool 1 right now? Sure. H2K is the only one that looks like you could possibly fall as.
And then actually H2K looked insanely good when they got the 4-0, because they were so good in the early game, especially like if you can't match the laning phase against H2K, you will struggle against them. I think the cool thing is now looking at like all the groups and overall which was the strongest and weakest. There's a lot of talk, some people say Group A was the weakest because of like Albus made it out, but then CLG and G2 underperformed big time. I think a lot of people look at a Group B with C9 now making it, but Flash Wolves and IMA had so many bad games as well. It's really hard to pick the one group, because that can actually tell a little bit more of like which second seed will be strongest, because all 4 second seeds have shown so many issues, so
They've
many
shown
weaknesses.
Inconsistencies,
Yeah.
right? Because even as you talked about with H2K, if they play like they did on their week 2 day, then they look as good as probably any of the other first seeds on their good day. But on their poor day, who knows what could happen, right? I'd be happy to draw them probably as a 2 seed for my best opportunity as a victory and coming out of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and the team that you're probably worried about the most as a 2 seed is probably RNG right now, because they just look like a complete wild card. They look like they have good lanes, and then they have bad lanes. They look like they can play macro. The next game, they look absolutely lost. Like, no one can pin down, like, what is actually going on with RNG right now, because honestly, they're just so inconsistent.
Right, well, what about EDG, rather? Because as a 2 seed, again, I don't know how many allowances we give a team where we say, look, we know they're better than this. Look, we know they're better than this. Because the expectation was that they were going to be one of the strongest teams coming in.
So you've seen some bright signs from this team. One, when everyone else was watching games, Mouse was still playing solo queue. And you also know that they're actually giving him a lot of support from the coaching staff. The big question is, like, is it going to be enough? Because his history tells us, like, no, that is not enough. He's a bad player and he's going to be exploited.
All right, well, it looks like they're ready on stage. So let's send it down to Riv and Jat for the quarterfinal draw.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And after an incredible 2 weeks of group stage matches, it is now time to find out how the top 8 teams here at Worlds fan out as we match up to head to the quarterfinals. Now, there are a few rules and procedures we have to go over before we get to it. They're pretty straightforward. First rule is that teams that finished first in their groups respectively will be playing against teams that finished second in their group. Now, the second rule is that no 2 teams from the same group can be placed on the same half.
And as far as the order of the draw is, first we'll be drawing the top-seeded teams in their bracket positions, and then we will draw the second-place teams from those brackets, keeping in mind that if teams are placed on the same half of the bracket, they will be moved to the first available position because it violates that second rule you talked about.
All right, so now without further ado, let's meet those 8 teams who are competing in next week's quarterfinals, starting with the first-place squads. From Group A, representing Korea's ROX Tigers, Gorilla. And from Group B, representing Korea's SK Telecom T1, Bang.
Next up, representing the top team from Group C, it is H2K's Ottawamne. And from Group D, representing Korea's Samsung Galaxy, it's Cuvée.
And on the other side of the stage, we have the second place teams from each group, starting with the representative for Albus, Nox Luna, a Miracle. And from Group B, representing North America's Cloud9, Sneaky.
Next, we have representing the second place team out of Group C, Edward Gaming's Clear Love. And rounding out the final 8 teams here today, representing the LPL's Royal Never Give Up, Uzi.
Each of the team's representative had their names placed inside the bowls that are here on the stage. The top-seeded teams are in Pool 1, while the runner-ups are in Pool 2. Drawing the teams into their quarterfinal matchups this year is North American star and 3-time Worlds participant, Immortals AD carry, Wild Turtle. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the 2016 quarterfinals group draw. Wild Turtle, will you please do the honors of drawing the first top-seeded team?
SKT has been drawn, and they will go into the top left of the bracket.
Wild Turtle, please draw the next team.
ROX Tigers has been drawn. This means they're in the bottom left, and ROX and SKT are on the same side of the bracket, meaning if they do meet, it would be in the semifinals.
All right, Wild Turtle, please draw the third top-seeded team.
H2K will slot into the top right of the bracket right now.
And to keep it official, Wild Turtle, please draw the final top-seeded team into the quarterfinal groups.
And Samsung Galaxy will now be the final top-seeded team that has been drawn. The first seeds are set.
All right, this is where it gets interesting. That completes the first half of the draw, but before we start drawing the second half of each matchup, reminders that teams from the same group cannot be drawn into the same half of the bracket. Wild Turtle, please draw the first quarterfinal matchup.
An example of this is if Cloud9 were to be drawn right now, they would slot into the right side of the bracket since SKT is on the left. Albus Nox Luna has been drawn top left to face up against SK Telecom. What a matchup to face into. Correction. Unfortunately, there has been some confusion. The matchup, I'm waiting on clarification, I'm sorry. There is a clarification to be made. Because of what would be an invalid draw of them being on the same side of the bracket, I believe Albus Nox Luna will be playing against H2K, I'm hearing. Because Albus Nox Luna is in the same group as the Rocks Tigers, they cannot be drawn on the left side of the bracket. Therefore, they will move to the right side of the bracket. Apologies to everyone for the confusion. Therefore, Ottawamne and a Miracle will be playing in the quarterfinals.
Definitely a bit of a change, but a matchup that will surely please the fans.
And just for clarification, this is no change. This is how the draw was supposed to be doing.
Absolutely.
It was an error on our end to announce the wrong pairing. The draw is valid.
Wild Turtle, will you please draw the second quarterfinal matchup?
The team drawn is RNG. They will now play against SKT on the top left of the bracket.
Royal Never Give Up versus SK Telecom T1. Starting off here in the quarterfinals, a match that many could be seen as a final that would happen at Worlds.
Yeah, definitely a lot of individual talent heading into these games. RNG advanced after a 3-3 record. Now they face SKT.
All right, Wild Turtle, please draw the third second-seeded team.
The drawn team is EDG. They will be facing up on the bottom left of the bracket against the Rocks Tigers. Can see a big smile on Gorilla and Clearla's face. Unbelievable that they are facing up in the quarterfinals. Many people expected them to be two of the front runners in the tournament heading in, but a poor group stage performance by EDG left them as a number 2 seed, and now they draw the Rocks Tigers.
It has been interesting. People come into Worlds winning, and it took a lot for teams to find that muster again coming into the group stages. Wild Turtle, keep it official. Let's draw our last quarterfinal matchup.
And just to make it official, Samsung Galaxy will play Cloud9 in the final quarterfinal matchup we have drawn. Samsung a number 1 seed. All 3 Korean teams were number 1 seeds in their group, and Sneaky from Cloud9, the only North American team to make it to the quarterfinals.
A lot of SKT fans in the last game here at Worlds group stage, and now Cloud9, as you say, face off against Samsung Galaxy. Now that all the teams have been drawn, take a look at one of these matchups one more time. We see SKT versus RNG, EDG versus Rocks. As I said before, a lot of times you can say, we figured this would be a final matchup, but we're seeing it in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, just some unbelievable draw there with Rocks and EDG getting drawn together. Also, H2K versus Albus Nox Luna, one of those teams now. Many people had counted them out before the tournament even happened. One of those teams will be making it to the semifinals.
Absolutely ridiculous. It's going to be an amazing quarterfinal stage. You can catch these 8 teams take to the Rift in the 2016 World Championship quarterfinals when it kicks off Thursday, October 13th at 3 p.m. Pacific time from the historic Chicago Theater. Now to wrap up the group stage and preview the knockout stage, let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Rib. With the bracket locked in, we're going to take a look at the matchups, but first, an update on the rising stakes in the fight for the Summoners Cup. It's time to check in on the state of the fan contribution to the World's 2016 prize pool. As a reminder, 25% of Championship Z and Ward Skin sales go directly to the World's prize pool. With just 3 weeks to go until the finals in Los Angeles, fans have nearly doubled the initial prize pool, contributing over $2 million. We'll bring you an update on the grand total of the prize pool ahead of the finals. Now, for more details about the World's prize pool, click on over to lolesports.com. So, gentlemen, as the stakes raise, and with the group stage complete and the quarterfinals draws locked in, let's take another look at our World's 2016 top 8. We've got SKT versus RNG. We've got ROX versus EDG. H2K versus ANX. And of course, Samsung Galaxy versus C9. So right off the bat, I just want to know which matchups you guys are excited for before we start breaking them down.
I mean, just basing on the names, you know, you have to look on the left side first with SKT versus RNG and ROX Tigers versus EDG. If we look at how the teams have actually been playing so far, then I'm not as excited to watch like an EDG and RNG in the quarters, because I think the Korean teams here are going to be heavy favorites to take this one.
I mean, of course, with 3 Korean teams in those 1 seeds, it was very likely that we were going to get 2 China versus Korea matchups, and that's exactly what we got. But as you mentioned, you know, somewhat of a wild cards there in those Chinese slots, those number 2 slots with RNG or EDG. And we have a lot of questions about weaknesses that they can shore up over the next week leading up to those best of 5s.
And the Korean teams just look so solid. I mean, what I'm excited for is watching Samsung in particular. They were able to just dismantle people, 2 back-to-back 24-minute games. You can't really get better than that at the world stage, and it's a really tall order for Cloud9, a really shaky team that we saw today. And if they can just go toe-to-toe in at least some of the early games, I'm going to be really happy to see those results.
Yeah, I think actually Samsung is the winner of this entire group draw, because people look at H2K Albus and say, wow, okay, H2K was super lucky, they got Albus and they should be able to win. That obviously can be a difficult matchup for them to play, but the reason I think Samsung is the big winner here is because the other 2 big Korean powerhouses who's been playing the best League of Legends are on the other side of the bracket. So I actually think Samsung is the favorite on their side to make it all the way to the final.
See, in saying that, ROX Tigers, if you're going to draw a Korean, is lost against Albus Nox and lost the early game a second time against Albus Nox. For a team like EDG that plays so heavily around the bottom side of the map, and for a team like ROX Tigers that plays so heavily around the top side of the map, I actually think that this is the best that EDG could have hoped for after digging themselves into the hole that was getting second seed in their group. That was never going to be good, but at least getting that volatile matchup means that there is now a hope that they sneak through.
I mean, it is a good point, considering that as EDG was in H2K's group, it was an impossibility for them to draw them as a number 1 seed. So between the 3 Korean teams, I would say, for myself personally, I would be most happy playing against the ROX Tigers based on their group stage performance, which is crazy, because coming in, it seemed like a no-brainer that this team was who was going to run to the final.
And I mean, when you look at it, EDG should have 2 winning matchups. Pawn should be able to take it to Kuro in the mid lane. Bottom lane should be in favor of Deft Mako, because they are very heavily laning focused. They're better team fighters, I think, on the side of ROX Tigers, and we've seen that.
I have to disagree.
I know, I love it. We're getting fired up. We're getting fired up.
The top side, though, Mouse against Smeb.
That's a horrible watch.
That's going to be not even close. I feel like just Smeb is going to run him over and then just use his remains to take over the entire of the team. Smeb has been, while not as expected of the caliber of a top laner that you would have hoped from the number 1 player at World, I think he's still miles above Mouse and should be able to just easily carry it.
But he should have been miles ahead of a lot of the other top laners in his group as well.
He has another week.
Physio in here. Hold up. I will direct the physio, please.
Thank you. We get into a BO5 now, and I think EDG's advantage in those 2 lanes you mentioned is nowhere near big enough to make up for Smeb versus Mouse and top lane. And also, I think Peanut, when it comes to the early game, is going to have a much bigger impact than an underperforming Clearlove right now. So I actually think Gorilla and Prey are going to be okay in the 2v2 bottom side. I think Kuro is more than fine in the mid lane as well, just honestly not trying to win his lane. And then they're going to have so much pressure coming from top side. I think ROX Tigers are actually pretty happy with going against EDG because the top side is so weak.
I think they are as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying if you are EDG and you can't be on H2K's side of the bracket, which they can't, you either choose between SKT, which you notoriously match poorly against, or the ROX Tigers. You take the ROX Tigers in that regard if you are EDG.
It's a lesser of 2 evils
to get to the final, but as far as it goes, that is the matchup they wanted.
All right, another matchup that I do want to talk about, you touched on just for a half a second, the H2K versus Albus Nox matchup, because one of these two teams is making it to the semifinals. And although you mentioned it's probably H2K's lucky day, or they'll be happy at least with their draw, I would have to say that once again, if we're looking at that team as one that can either overperform or perform at their optimal level, or just on the same day perform at 25%, that Albus Nox would be just as happy pulling them out of the hat.
I think Albus is super happy. Like, this was exactly the team they wanted to face if they wanted to make it into a semifinal. For that exact reason, I think going against SKT, ROG, Samsung, all three teams, we expect them to show much more prepared. And I think H2K and Albus are actually both happy at the moment, because this is like the best kind of matchups they could get. The problem for H2K is I think Samsung later on is going to be super, super difficult for them.
You can't use my argument back against me. I mean, I just said the exact same thing. H2K should smash ANX in this matchup.
You know it was a good group. You know it was a good quarterfinal draw when you guys are fired up about it. The last matchup I want to talk about, just because I got to push us forward.
What happened?
I want to push us forward to Samsung Galaxy and Cloud9, because again, we looked at Samsung Galaxy. You already mentioned it. They look terrorizing when you're coming out of this second week of play.
Yeah, I mean, we criticized the bottom half of all the groups as like, oh, every group was relatively weak, but I felt like Samsung was the best one at just disposing trash faster than anyone else. Those games were so quick, and they're just so good at League of Legends, and their champion pools are just so random, especially in the mid lane with such a massive pool. It's very difficult to target man and actually put him on something that isn't relevant. And just Crown in general has such a field day in all these games that I think that against Cloud9, it's a really tough match.
Right, so now I'll ask you, are there any redeeming factors about this matchup for Cloud9? Is there a window or a way to victory for them in a best-of-5 series? That's the key.
Cuvée has shown inconsistency in the past, is the only thing I will say. In the past, he's looked pretty solid at this tournament. He looked solid all through a regional run. Maybe, that is something that they can look to exploit with their veteran in Impact, but honestly, that's like grasping at straws.
Yeah, I can see C9 match in the early game for sure, but I think Samsung's late game is miles ahead of C9. So it's going to be one of those games where you look at the first 25, 30 minutes being the decider for C9. If they go further into the games, I think Samsung will take it. So all in on early game, and C9 might have a chance, but I think Samsung is going all the way to the final.
All right, well, the bracket is set, so tune in next week as the chase for the Summoners Cup continues live from Chicago. Wednesday at 5 Pacific, join Rib, Freak, and the rest of the PTL crew for another special Worlds edition of Primetime League. Thursday, quarterfinal action kicks off at 3 Pacific when Samsung Galaxy takes on Cloud9. And remember to stick around after tonight's show for Worlds Tonight, featuring Shox, Kobe, and Crumbs. That's going to do it for us here at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. On behalf of us at the desk and the entire live broadcast crew, I'd like to thank the fans in San Francisco and around the world. We'll see you in Chicago as the 2016 League of Legends World Championship continues.
The crowd in this venue has honestly just been amazing. The noise that they can pump out has been great.
You guys know where NA's last hope of Worlds?
Yes.
Holy shit.
No flash, and who do they give the kill to? It's gonna go over to Sneaky. First blood into Cloud9 against SK Telecom T1. They find Blink. It's 1 kill already, though, on to Smoothie. A kill back on the wall. Both supports dead. Duke running away. Picked off, but a double kill for Faker. It's back and forth. Chaotic. Sneaky getting caught out. He's in danger. He can go down, and he does. Blink is on a rampage. 2 for 0. Now a double kill for Bang. Make it 3 already. Meteor's gonna lose it. The defending world champions move on to 3-1 in the group. The stun was already used by MMD. Oh, he juked back into it, and the flash to Chase. Mechanically perfect from Meteos. A 3 versus 5. What are they going to get? Maple with a triple, killing absolutely everyone. That is an ace, and Cloud9 are falling apart. On a rampage going crazy. Gonna find a Voidless, but bucket time for all that. Oh, Voidless. Leaps forward there onto Jinzhao. Ace in the Hogget channel, but he gets bumped by the hammer.
Knees weak, arms are heavy. His vomit on his sweater already.
Mom spaghetti.
Whack, Sneaky gonna wall with Ignite is down. Sneaky, few more autos, and there's first blood. Sneaky getting low. Amazing J coming in there, but Sneaky does take him out. Flashes out to safety, and now Road's in trouble as Jinzhao cleans up Impact finally on the front line. Avoid this. Gonna get locked up here as well. And here comes Sneaky. Cloud9 finally advantage in the fight for once.
Meteos trying to look for another. There's the Realm Orb.
Warping onto Athena, that's going to block up. Sneaky destroys him.
Well, thank you for all the support, and yeah, we'll advance. Don't worry about it.
Faker still moving up, does not go down, and Bangy now going to surge forward. SKT, a beautifully orchestrated play. He doesn't know what to do. He kills Faker, but Bang blows him up as well. But SK Telecom will secure first, will show themselves moving into Chicago, and push Cloud9 through to the quarterfinals. is forced to flush away, but Sneaky is ripping through people. Amazing Chase 10 as well. Cloud9 find the advantage in the fight for once.
Meteos trying to look for another. There's the realm warp.
Warping onto Athena, that's going to block up. Sneaky destroys him. Caster's in. Is he going to try and steal it down? Faker's taking out Maple. Now Caster's caught out.
He got it.
Oh my god, he stole the Baron. MMD is going to fall down. He'll lose his GA. But SK Telecom will secure first, will show themselves moving into Chicago, and push Cloud9 through to the quarterfinals.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final group stage edition of Worlds Tonight. I'm Efi Shock Supporter, joined by Alberto Krumstrand Hifo and Sam Kobe Harton Kensler. The groups are officially over, and all eyes are on Chicago. I sound excited because, of course, we just saw the group draw happening, but, you know, it's been a good 2 weeks.
It definitely has. I mean, it's been an exciting group stage. Group stage is usually exciting, more so week 1 for NA than week 2, but
yeah, it's kind of hard that history does repeat itself, and we have been kind of disappointed by North America, but Korea just got so down.
But not completely, because earlier we saw Group B play their final 6 games, and after starting the day neck and neck, Korea's SKT, as you said, asserted their dominance with 3 straight wins. Meanwhile, the Flash Wolves, Cloud9, and IMEI went 1-2 in the second round robin. It was very interesting, and it started off pretty good for SKT, and it just kept on going.
they definitely look good doing it today. And they've definitely established themselves as 100% definitely favorites.
And they just picked the hardest compositions to execute. Nobody can play what they're doing, which is just another way to show off just how good they are. So if you go into the quarterfinals against them, not only do you have to deal with the regular meta, you also have to deal with their own thing, which is just out of this world.
Yeah, after going 2-1 to open the tournament, SK Telecom T1 picked up a few more wins, including one over China's IMEI to claim the first place in the group. Very important match was that for that. And as you said, interesting compositions, of course, trying a couple of new different things, even when they still had to secure first.
This game was hilarious from IMEI with the Kazakhs and Nautilus. It was just really, it was fun. You kind of know what's happening in the end for SKT being able to win, and here's going to be a nice little Baron steal, which is the only thing we could credit a Voidless to this entire game.
It was pretty awesome steal, you know, going invisible there and getting it right before he dies. But as fun as it was to watch, SKT still dominating performance there.
Yeah, definitely very good for them. And then in the second, or in the fight for second rather, Cloud9, they showed up when it counted, picking up a win against IMEI to keep their tournament hopes alive. They didn't have faith in their own hands, but they had to win. But man, was it hard.
Yeah, you got to start sweating for this one. This one was Cloud9 being able to take the advantage and not being able to break through that late game team composition, as you see here, that 42-minute in. IMEI defense with Meteos just walking into the mid lane for some reason and getting caught. IMEI doing well.
Yeah, Cloud9 said it themselves. They've got a lot of stuff to clean up. They are going to move forward, but it is going to take some work.
Yeah, they had a couple of these games where it actually went really long. Of course, that Flash Wolves won last week famously as well. And of course, the nerves had to be getting to them. But C9's fate was then in the hands of SK Telecom, who would knock Flash Wolves out of contention with a win. And luckily for C9, SKT came through.
Just all business for SKT right here, being able to just execute their 1-3-1 composition so well, and Bang having 44% of the team's damage. I mean, that is absolutely bonkers.
I just feel like Poppy and Alistar are so important at Worlds. With all these Barons being stolen, you need as many bodyguards for around Baron as you could possibly have, because even there, another one stolen away.
Yeah, and with all that, after 6 games, Korea's SK Telecom T1 and North America's Cloud9 secured the top 2 spots, knocking Flash Wolves and IMEI out of the tournament. So, I mean, it might have not been pretty, but Cloud9 did it, Kobe.
Yes, sir. They're in there. And, you know, they have a little bit of time to practice, but they were all talking about how, yes, we're super glad that we made it, but they're very well aware that there's a lot of stuff they're going to have to improve on.
Well, of course, it's fun riding to quarters off the backs of SKT. What better team to do it off of? But they are facing against Samsung, which personally, I don't have a lot of hope for Cloud9, unfortunately, even though Samsung looks honestly, for me, the strongest team here so far, and that's quite scary.
Well,
yeah, their week 2 performance was definitely convincing.
Yeah, it was stellar. And our first quarterfinal clash comes next Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Time. No, Central Time. As Worlds 2016 takes over the historic Chicago Theater. Samsung Galaxy, as said, will face Cloud9 in a best-of-5, with the winner advancing to the semifinals in New York City. So, we see our matchups lightning round. Let's hear your predictions. First up, Samsung Galaxy versus Cloud9.
I feel like we gave it away.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
Lightning, Samsung.
All right.
Korea.
Friday's quarterfinal, SK Telecom T1 versus Royal Never Give Up.
Korea.
All right. Saturday.
Korea.
Oh my God. The Rocks Tigers versus EDG. I guess you're giving it to the Rocks Tigers. And then Sunday, H2K versus Albix Nox Luna.
H2K.
All right. Okay, that was fast. Well, we'll hear these guys out in just a second to, say a little bit more about those predictions. But if you're watching in client, be sure to hit up youtube.com/WorldEsports for the full-length version of Worlds Tonight. All right, we can calm down and talk a bit more about all the madness that happened today. And I also want to give a shout out to our World Tonight producer, Sam. Happy birthday. SKT, Cloud9, those are the two teams that are advancing after all that happened today. And you guys said it already. SKT just looks very, very scary once again.
I mean, they were able to dismantle everybody, even though they had a couple of hiccups in the way that they were closing out games. The worrying thing that makes them so strong now is that Blank actually showed up. He was crushing it. He went MVP on this game, didn't even die on Lee Sin with some amazing multi-people kick. Did it again in another game, and then they just put in Bangi here, have a free game, and does it again.
Exactly. That's the scariest thing, right? They still have the option to swap out both junglers, and they're looking good with both.
But C9 had their most competitive, maybe, or most convincing game, even though they didn't win it, versus SKT. Can we say that?
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah.
All the games were struggles for them.
Yes.
The reason why she's saying that is because a lot of the games for Cloud9, the entire group stage have been struggles.
Well, we know them as a team that relies off confidence so much. And that first game, while they did pour their hearts out into that, you could see that it was the better play that we saw from them today. It just wasn't enough for the results, and that must have taken a toll on them for the remainder of the two games, which showed in how they were unable to close out against the other two opponents.
Yeah, and interviewing Meteors also after that win when they still were waiting for the qualification, yes or no, it was just like, I don't know what went wrong. I mean, they just looked so tired and done kind of already, so maybe luckily they didn't have to play another tiebreaker.
I think the pressure is a lot.
Yeah.
To be honest, the fact that you got all the CLG fans, all right, they go to TSM, and now all of those go to TSM as well. And even if you've never even seen League, you're going to be a Cloud9 fan, because if you're from NA, you're like, oh, put all the hopes on these guys, which is the entire weight of NA. I mean, they're chanting USA. You have the weight of the United States on your shoulders, which is a lot.
Yeah, and just quickly before we move on to that quarterfinal matchup, of course, LMS, no representatives advancing to the next round, which kind of flew under the radar because of the abundancy of upsets, but that is quite a hit for the region as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of them did get pretty close. Clash Wolves and AHQ were very nearly the next teams in their groups to make it out. But yeah, just not able to cut it this year.
Nope, not worked for them, but it is Cloud9 that advances, and their gift is the quarterfinal matchup versus Samsung Galaxy. As you guys said already, you don't give Cloud9 a lot of chances to win, but where are the openings, and why are you so convincingly saying that Samsung is going to?
Well, we were talking about it on the desk, and the only thing that we could see Cloud9 being able to do to win this game is off the top side, Impact versus Cuvee. He has looked shaky before, but not in this tournament in particular. He's been having a pretty decent run at it, especially with the meta of the Mage's top. He's so good on the Rumble, the Cannon. He's able to actually influence team fights very well. And if you can let Impact have a run akin to the Gauntlet run, we might be able to see 1 or 2 games off of Samsung.
The other thing I would mention is Cloud9 have a pretty clear Victor ban, so part of their pick ban phase is kind of done for them. The other thing is that Ambition has a tendency, no matter how many good games he has in a row, there's always that chance he goes for one of those invades like we saw in group stages. So snowballing off of punishing.
I mean, relying on that guy, relying on the opponent's mistake is not the best way for a team to win. But
I mean, if it's your only way, then why not go all in, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you also have to build faith, Crumbs.
I've turned atheist after this.
All right, let's take a look at the other quarterfinal matchup, other side of the bracket. SK Telecom versus Royal Never Give Up. And, well, obviously, SK Telecom is the favorite, but Royal Never Give Up, when they show up, they do show up. It's just the same story that it's very up and down.
Yeah, exactly. The biggest difference here is consistency.
Yeah.
SKT have been the model of a great League of Legends team here. They've shedded so many of the doubts that, people had just because, they lost to Longzhu and, a little bit at the end of the season there, but I think the questions are pretty much gone for them, whereas RNG are still very much RNG.
Yeah, and RNG just is going to have to try to achieve that peak of their play. And we were talking a lot of what is their peak? I mean, what have we seen that is really that performance that they're chasing after? And we have to guess maybe their final game against TSM or maybe their first game against Splice, in which they're able to just come out with an incredible lead off the laning phase. But if they can't really get a very strong macro sense of the game past that point, I think SKT, if they return to the roots of being able to stall out games, should be able to have an easy time with them.
And now we're moving on to the best of 5, right? So it's a whole series that they have to keep it up for, and that will be difficult versus SKT.
Hey, if TSM had made it, they would be versus SKT, so.
Whoa, where did that come from?
I'm just trying to make the pain a little
You're
bit.
just trying to remind us to make
never
us
mind.
feel worse.
No, I don't. I want no. Okay, moving on to the other quarterfinal matchup. Also in that side of the bracket, the Rocks Tigers versus Edward Gaming. Obviously, that also means that we might get a semifinal of SKT versus Rocks. And how confident are we that it's going to be Rocks? Or well,
I'm pretty confident just because of the top side of the map. I mean, Mouse. Well, to me, Rocks Tigers, they haven't shown up to expectations, coming into this tournament, but they don't have that glaring weakness. Like, Mouse is a way that you can win the game through one of the lanes versus EDG, and he's been exposed before by other teams already in the tournament.
And while we were thinking that maybe the early game would be the weakness for Rocks, towards the later stages, they were just like, nope, Peanut showed up. And when Peanut was playing on, that team looked just as good as Samsung, just as good as SKT, which is a really scary thing because Clearlove has also not been performing to what you would expect out of a legendary jungler like him. And when you meet up against a young, hungry talent like Peanut, things aren't going to go very well.
yeah, but you say when they show up, I can only actually remember 2 games that I was like, oh, Peanut is super like laying down the law in this game. Didn't you guys have doubts in the beginning as well?
Just a little bit, but nearly as much as you had for what Clearlove was putting up. I mean, we saw him try to gank top as Lee Sin with literally a Tempest, 2 autos, and not even throwing out Q. What is that? That's not the kind of thing you want to see when you're saying, oh, I'm a contender for the world championship.
Also, there are still those games where Clearlove does not take many offensive actions before like 8 minutes into the game, which is kind of a long time to let Peanut, go wherever he wants.
Yeah, fair enough. Then moving on to that other, or the last quarterfinal matchup, H2K versus Alba Nox Luna. Woo! That is a great draw for, actually, I would say both of them.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be one of those exciting ones that you talked about, kind of similar to the IMA games where a lot of different champions can be picked, and you're definitely looking forward to the, what's going to be the twist, the M. Night Shyamalan.
Wild West in Europe, but both, as you said, both teams are going to be happy that they've drew against each other, and they probably have a bit of a feel of who can represent Europe the best. But unfortunately, I do feel like H2K is a better laner. But the other thing that I think is going to be important in this match is just tilt. I think that both these teams are very happy that they drew each other because they pretty much don't respect each other very much. So if they start losing or doing very poorly against what they would expect to be a weaker opponent, then we might see a just landslide of a game.
That being said, H2K won 4 games in a row to end out their group stage. So I feel like they are pretty confident right now. Like you say, though, if they start running into some rocky games, then, maybe it falls apart. But
We'll see.
I
But they
feel
had
pretty
no
confident
Korean
that
teams
one.
in their group, and now they haven't drawn a Korean team in their quarterfinal, so.
I will predict that H2K will at some point play a Korean team.
Right. That makes sense. All right. Well, that's it. It's time for us to turn out the lights here in San Francisco. But we are hitting the road, and we'll catch you next week in Chicago, Illinois, as the 2016 World Championship continues. Bye.
It's forced to flash away, but Sneaky is ripping through people. Amazing chase 10 as well. Cloud9 find the advantage in the fight for once.
Meteos trying to look for another. There's the Realm Warp.
Warping onto Athena, that's going to block up. Sneaky destroys him. Caster's in. Is he going to try and steal it down? Faker's taking out Maple. Now Caster's caught out.
He got it.
Oh my god, he stole the Baron. MMD is going to fall down. He'll lose his GA. But SK Telecom will secure first, will show themselves moving into Chicago, and push Cloud9 through to the quarterfinals.